Jilin Tevin shouted in a low voice at Yuan Kai, "Shut up." The ear-splitting sound cut off Yuan Kai's laughter. Yuan Kai glared at Jilin Tevin. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Just then, a hand reached out from behind, grabbing Yuan Kai by the neck and lifting him like a chick. Yuan Kai's captain held him with one hand while apologizing to Jilin Tevin. "Young Master Tevin, this man is blind to the situation. I apologize on his behalf." Jilin Tevin waved his hand. "It's fine. Just tell him to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, I won't be so courteous next time." By then, many members of the Jilin Guild had stood up, their gazes unfriendly. The captain offered another round of apologies, and quickly dragged Yuan Kai away. In reality, Lin Mohan didn't care for such clown-like characters. He never liked to argue excessively. If he decided to act, he would strike to kill. Verbal sparring was meaningless, as arguments wouldn't cost the other party a single piece of flesh. Jilin Tevin said to Lin Mohan, "Brother Lin, are you really going to solo the dungeon?" Lin Mohan nodded, "Yes." At this, sweat beaded on Jilin Tevin's forehead. "Are you?" Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan let out a soft laugh. "I am." Jilin Tevin stood up straight, about to formally salute Lin Mohan when a voice came from the side. "Lin Mohan, you're here too." Lin Mohan felt that today was truly lively. Jilin Yu had also arrived, with Mu Klingqian standing beside her. Jilin Yu was much more relaxed than Jilin Tevin, casually calling out Lin Mohan's name. Mu Klingqian's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Mohan, and anyone who wasn't a fool could see the meaning in her gaze. Not only them, but not far behind Jilin Yu, her Night Rain Knight squad was also present. Lin Mohan greeted her. Although they weren't close, they were old acquaintances. Jilin Yu walked over casually. "Are you also here to clear the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon?" "Isn't that obvious? What else would I be here for?" Lin Mohan ignored her, and spoke to Mu Klingqian. "Congratulations." Mu Klingqian knew what he was congratulating her for, and thanked him. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have obtained the talent Divine Stone." Mu Klingqian's profession wasn't purely combat-oriented. Her success in the Divine Stone dungeon was due not only to her innate combat talent but also to the stun skill, and the sure-it talent she acquired later. This talent, combined with her stun skill, made her stronger in solo combat than many combat-type professionals. And all of this was given to her by Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan smiled without saying more. After a few words, he started walking towards the dungeon entrance. Suddenly Mu Klingqian called out to him, "Can you take me with you?" She wanted to go with Lin Mohan. Mu Klingqian was straightforward and asked directly. To others, this was a very bold request. Even the free-spirited Jilin Yu wouldn't be so direct. Lin Mohan smiled, "Not this time. I need to level up quickly." A look of disappointment crossed Mu Klingqian's face. She hadn't expected Lin Mohan to refuse. Lin Mohan added, "After some time, I'll take you dungeon clearing." The smile returned to Mu Klingqian's face, and she nodded vigorously. "Okay." After Lin Mohan left, Jilin Yu snorted, "Stop staring, or your eyes will fall out." But Mu Klingqian acted as if she hadn't heard, her eyes still fixed on Lin Mohan's back. Jilin Yu said, "Klingqian of Klingqian, Lin Mohan already has a girlfriend." Mu Klingqian retorted, "I know, but that doesn't stop me from liking him." Jilin Yu touched Mu Klingqian's forehead. "You don't have a favor. How can you say such things?" Mu Klingqian's way of thinking was completely different from Jilin Yu's. She had her own thoughts. "I just want to clear dungeons with him, that's enough." Jilin Yu exclaimed, "You're done for, you're really done for." Mu Klingqian blushed. "They've been done for a long time." Jilin Tevin, listening to their conversation, had a serious expression on his handsome face. His sister knew General Lin, and she kept calling his name. Yet General Lin didn't seem displeased. What was their relationship? Or was it just that General Lin had good personality? No, after greeting his sister, General Lin hadn't said much else, but he spoke quite a bit with Sister Klingqian. Although he rejected her this time, he promised to take her dungeon clearing later. It was clear that Sister Klingqian liked General Lin. In an instant, Jilin Tevin understood a lot. By the time he came to his senses, Lin Mohan had already reached the dungeon entrance. Alone, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. In the next second, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Mohan's figure vanished. He had entered the dungeon. The dungeon vortex emitted a faint light, with a halo of light swirling within. Everyone here was experienced. They knew at a glance that Lin Mohan had entered the dungeon, and he had entered alone. What was that person trying to do? Enter the dungeon alone? Is he trying to die? Maybe he just wants to see the scenery inside. What's so beautiful about the scenery? The intermediate section of the dungeon isn't like the beginner section. You enter combat the moment you step in. There's no time to prepare. Let's just wait and see. He'll probably come out very quickly. A crowd of people waited to laugh at Lin Moyu. At this moment, a smile appeared on Yu Wenkai's face, and he couldn't help but mock him a few times. He had just been scolded by his captain, and was feeling extremely resentful. He didn't know the other person was the third young master of the Jialan Guild. The Jialan Guild was a behemoth compared to the Shanghai Guild. They couldn't afford to provoke them. He also hadn't expected the person to know the third young master of the Jialan Guild. He considered himself unlucky but still blamed everything on Lin Moyu. He didn't even know Lin Moyu's name. Hatred is a strange thing, often inexplicable. Seeing Lin Moyu enter the dungeon alone, Jialan Tufan couldn't help but ask, "Can General Lin really solo it?" Mu Kleinkian turned her head and snorted, "Is that even a question? This level of dungeon is a piece of cake for Moyu." Jialan Yu also said that although she hadn't cleared a dungeon with Lin Moyu with his strength, there would definitely be no problem. Mu Kleinkian heard the discussions around her. Most people wanted to see Lin Moyu make a fool of himself. She scoffed, "Just you wait, this group of people will be utterly embarrassed." She had extreme confidence in Lin Moyu, and stared at the dungeon entrance without blinking, waiting for the result. Inside the intermediate section of the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, the difficulty had increased significantly compared to the beginner's section. There was no safe zone. Combat began the moment one entered. As soon as Lin Moyu regained his vision, a huge shadow pounced on him. A black bear, over 5 meters tall, lunged like a small mountain. Behind the black bear, other shadows flickered. There was more than one monster. Almost instinctively, Lin Moyu flew up, the wings of the undead flashing as he dodged the black bear's attack. At that moment, a sharp cry echoed from the sky, and large feathers shot down like arrows, ringing upon Lin Moyu. The bone armor shimmered, deflecting the feather attacks. After level 60, the defense of the bone armor seemed to have increased. It could provide a defense equivalent to 6,000 points of constitution, which wasn't considered very strong. Although much weaker than a mage's shield, its advantage was that it could be cast on others, and had no cooldown, allowing for continuous use. But with Lin Moyu's talent providing a 70-fold increase, the bone armor's defense directly soared to an astonishing 420,000. Under the dense feather attack, the massive bone armor remained unmoved, facing no pressure at all. Lin Moyu saw a huge black war eagle flying towards him, and all the feathers returned to its body. They can be reused. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. The world was indeed vast and full of wonders. A long, massive black shadow burst from the ground, lashing at Lin Moyu like a whip. The bone armor visibly deformed and trembled continuously. This strike was very powerful. Lin Moyu guessed the opponent's strength attribute was likely over 200,000. It was a huge black python, about 15 meters long, shockingly large. After the strike, the python landed and lunged again. The black bear also leaped high, pouncing towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu dodged and continuously fired off several scouting skills. Kunlun War Eagle, level 66 leader, level monster. Kunlun War Bear, level 66 leader, level monster. Kunlun War Python, level 66 leader, level monster. 3 scouting skills revealed 3 leader, level monsters. Leader level monster was a term for monsters in dungeons, equivalent to ordinary field bosses. However, depending on the dungeon's difficulty, leader level monsters varied in strength. In high difficulty dungeons, leader level monsters were much stronger than ordinary field bosses, sometimes even comparable to lower level bosses. The Kunlun Divine Palace was such a case. It was a high difficulty 24 and dungeon, and the leader level monsters inside were much stronger than ordinary field bosses, though slightly weaker than lord level bosses, placing them in the middle. The difficulty of the intermediate section of the Kunlun Divine Palace lay here. No preparation time, no ordinary monsters. All monsters were leader level, much stronger than the ordinary bosses outside. A team entering would immediately face immense pressure. Right now, all that pressure was on Lin Moyu alone. A plan formed in Lin Moyu's mind, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let's test the combat power of the Skeleton King. The undead army appeared, and black mist filled the sky. A white light flashed, and the massive skeleton throne materialized in the dungeon. With a thought from Lin Moyu, 40,000 skeletons vanished simultaneously, and a terrifying Skeleton King appeared on the throne. The Skeleton King's aura was overwhelming, shaking the entire dungeon. The scene Lin Moyu had seen before reappeared, as if from another world, an aura filled with death, belonging to the terrifying world of the undead. The Skeleton King rose from its throne, its blood-stained white bone cloak fluttering in the wind. The monsters seemed to feel fear, each letting out uneasy cries. The Skeleton King targeted the Kunlun War Eagle in the sky, and its white bone sword suddenly swung. A massive sword, over 100 meters long, tore through the sky, seemingly splitting it in two. The Kunlun War Eagle was struck by the sword light and, before it could even cry out, was turned into nothingness. Killed level 66 Kunlun War Eagle. Experience 1,320,000. The experience was very high, much higher than in the outside world. It was no wonder the Kunlun Divine Palace was called the top leveling dungeon. The experience in the beginner section was normal, but starting from the intermediate section, it skyrocketed. No wonder so many teams camped outside the dungeon here, bound just to level up. A rumbling sound was heard. From the moment Lin Mohan killed the first monster, an hourglass appeared deep within the dungeon. It was similar to the one at the foot of the mountain in the beginner section, but this time the sand flowed faster. He needed to complete the dungeon within 8 hours to qualify for the advanced section. For most teams, the hours was not easy. A team like the Shanghai Guild needed over 12 hours to clear it. But for Lin Mohan, 8 hours was more than enough. If he needed 8 hours to clear it once, how slow would his leveling speed be? One sword strike from the Skeleton King killed the Kunlun War Eagle. It then swung a second time. The sword light flashed, and the Kunlun War Bear was slain. A third sword strike, and the Kunlun War Python was torn to pieces. 3 strikes dealt with 3 monsters stronger than ordinary field bosses. It wasn't that the monsters in the Kunlun Divine Palace were too weak, but that the Skeleton King was too strong. Formed from 40,000 skeletons, its attributes were almost god tier. Dealing with level 60-something monsters, even Lear level 1s, was an instant kill. With the Skeleton King clearing the way, Lin Mohan advanced deeper into the dungeon. Like the beginner section, the terrain of the intermediate section was mountainous. White snow and barren land were the main themes. Looking at the towering peak that pierced the clouds, it was hard to tell which was the true main peak of Kunlun, the one inside the dungeon or the one outside. At least, Lin Mohan felt that the mountain in this dungeon had a peculiar spiritual quality, a feeling hard to describe in words. Lin Mohan floated in mid-air, looking down. Below was a sea of clouds, obscuring the foot of the mountain. Above, the peak was also shrouded in clouds. The 3 sections, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, divided the mountain into 3 parts. He was now in the middle section, on the mountain side. The main peak in the dungeon gave Lin Mohan a very strange feeling. As Lin Mohan officially entered the dungeon area, stepping in without any restraint, he immediately triggered a monster riot. A large number of monsters charged recklessly, only to be blocked by the undead army. The Skeleton King stood at the forefront, killing one with each sword strike. So far, the Skeleton King hadn't used any skills. Its normal attacks were enough to kill these level monsters. Others had to be cautious, pulling a few at a time, but Lin Mohan wiped out large swaths at once. Let's try this skill. A thought moved in Lin Mohan's mind, and he commanded the Skeleton King. God Sling Slash. This skill could be used for single target or area of effect attacks, depending on how it was used. When used for Owl, its power would be correspondingly weakened based on the range. For single target, it could unleash its full damage. 1 slash unleashed countless sword energies, covering a large area. The mountain ground seemed to be plowed over, and the snow was swept up and then shredded by the sword energy. After 1 slash, the area in front of the Skeleton King was empty. Within a radius of 400 to 500 meters, not a single monster survived. Lin Mohan's experience bar shot up. With that 1 slash, at least 100 level monsters were killed. The power was excellent. Lin Mohan was surprised and very satisfied with the Skeleton King's performance. The team continued forward, and soon more monsters rushed over. Seeing the large number of monsters charging again, Lin Mohan had another thought. Time for the second skill. Elemental Chaos. The Skeleton King locked onto an area 1,000 meters in front of it. All monsters within were enveloped by the Skeleton King's will. The cloak on its back suddenly lit up, and the elements in the area simultaneously descended into chaos. Amidst the deafening roar, a mushroom cloud rose. Within the locked area, all elements chaotically exploded, the power utterly terrifying. The snow was blasted away, revealing the black earth, and rock fragments flew everywhere. The entire Kunlun Peak trembled. The mountain was sturdier than Lin Mohan had imagined. Such a terrifying explosion only created a small pit less than 10 meters wide and 2 meters deep. If this were elsewhere, the mountain would have been blown apart. Lin Mohan had a new understanding of Mount Kunlun. This mountain was extremely tough. The entire Mount Kunlun was extraordinary from the beginning until now. One skill cleared a large area, and Lin Mohan's experience rose rapidly. Since entering the dungeon, his experience had increased by 1.5, and only a little over half the dungeon was cleared. The 2 skills of the Skeleton King had been tested, and Lin Mohan was very satisfied. At the same time, he realized that since the Skeleton King appeared, he had become very idle. Before, for the sake of efficiency, He had to participate in the battle himself, but now he didn't need to do anything. Whether he acted or not had little effect on efficiency. The Skeleton King could handle both single targets and groups, making it an incredibly powerful and ruthless killing machine. Most of the time, the undead army was just watching the show, observing the Skeleton King's solo performance. The team massacred its way forward, unstoppable. For others, a dungeon filled with level monsters was extremely difficult. A single mistake could lead to injury, and they had to be extremely cautious. But for the Skeleton King, it was 1 slash per monster, 1 skill per group, with no difficulty at all. This continued until a fortress appeared in his vision, with a massive creature occupying it. Lin Mohan knew he had reached the end of the dungeon. He glanced at the hourglass. Since he entered, only about 1/20th of the sand had fallen, meaning it had been just under half an hour. The speed was faster than the beginner section, efficiency was higher, and his experience had increased by 3. But he estimated that after killing the final boss, it would reach 4. Clearing the dungeon once for a 4 experience gain was incredibly fast. He only needed to clear it 25 more times to level up, which would take less than a day. It was even easier than leveling from 59 to 60. Lin Mohan murmured, as expected of one of the fastest leveling dungeons, the experience is truly abundant. Previously, if other teams cleared this dungeon, each person would only gain about 0.2 experience, needing 500 clears to level up once. If they relied solely on this dungeon, it would take nearly 2 years to gain 1 level, even clearing it once a day. Of course, professionals wouldn't just focus on dungeons, they would also hunt wild monsters during their downtime. Although the experience was less, it still contributed. Combining both, leveling up once a year was achievable with enough effort. Lin Mohan looked at the giant monster in the fortress. The dungeon boss looked like a giant lion. Lying down, it was already over 10 meters tall. Its aura was extremely powerful. Each breath carried a large amount of wind and snow. Lin Mohan could feel its strength. Even as a level 65 dungeon boss, it would be difficult for a full team to deal with. He estimated its attributes had reached the level of a level boss of the same level. A 24 and team would face a certain degree of difficulty. But in front of the Skeleton King, Lin Mohan felt it was not enough. The Skeleton King had already flown towards the boss. This time, he didn't even bother with a scouting skill. The Skeleton King didn't even give the boss a chance to fully awaken. The sword in its hand lit up, locking onto the single target. God-slaying slash. Though they were over 100 meters apart, 1,000-meter-long sword key slashed across, tearing both the boss and the fortress to pieces. Killed the Kunlun Lion King. Experience obtained title. Lone War God obtained Lion King's greatsword obtained Lion King's armor obtaining a title. It had been a long time. In Lin Moyan's memory, he had only obtained a title twice. One was from the Dragon Guard dungeon, and the other was granted by the Divine Xia Empire when he hadn't even completed his second job advancement. The title from the Dragon Guard dungeon had helped him a lot on his path of growth. As for the one from the Empire, he had politely declined it because its attributes were insufficient. It wasn't until after his second job advancement that all his equipment, including titles, became useless. Lin Mohan realized he had truly become a loner. Other professions' support skills had nothing to do with him, and equipment bonuses were irrelevant. He felt like he didn't fit into this world. As for why, Lin Mohan didn't know. What use was this new title? He checked its attributes. Lone War God, you are a solitary god of war. Your brilliance is admired, but it also makes people afraid to approach. All attributes 50,000. All skills 2. This title was indeed very powerful. Lin Mohan admitted he was tempted. The attributes weren't the important part. What he wanted was the all skills 2 attribute, which could enhance passive skills. Why was boss jewelry so powerful? Because of this special attribute. But he was fated to be incompatible with equipment and couldn't use boss jewelry. Out of boredom, Lin Mohan tried to equip the title, but he still couldn't. The title flashed in his spiritual world, but no matter how he tried to control it, it wouldn't activate. It couldn't be used, nor could it be given to others. What a waste. Lin Mohan sighed. Such good attributes, equivalent to 2 pieces of boss jewelry. Any profession, as long as they aren't stupid, would see a huge increase in combat power. But now, such a good title has fallen into the hands of someone who can't use it. It's truly ironic. But then he thought, it seemed others couldn't get this title either. Lone War God, one look and you knew you had to solo the dungeon to get it. How many people could solo this dungeon? Lin Mohan felt that besides himself, no one in the human race could do it, not even his sister. The hourglass had long disappeared, and an invisible aura seemed to have been added to him. This was the dungeon's acknowledgement that he had passed the test, and was qualified for the next stage. He looked up at the peak, still shrouded in dense clouds. It wasn't time to go there yet. Leveling first. For now, I'll focus on leveling up. Only by leveling up can my soul become stronger, so I can gain more benefits from the soul fusion grand array. Just as Lin Mohan killed the boss, the vortex outside the dungeon suddenly emitted a brilliant light. A 7-colored beam of light shot into the sky, exploding like fireworks. Nearly everyone nearby looked up. Another team has passed the trial. So strong. I wonder which faction's team it is. Those major factions and guilds all have complete strategies. With their powerful and experienced members leading new people, the success rate is very high. I'm so envious. This is the advantage of being in a big faction. It's much harder for us solo players. Mu Kaihan smiled. Great. Moyu passed. Jielin Tefan beside her exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. General Lin had been in there for less than half an hour. Mu Kaihan said very seriously, nothing is impossible. He has always been very fast at clearing dungeons. It definitely won't take more than half an hour. Jielin Tefan clearly didn't believe it. I still think it's impossible. His voice trailed off as he saw Lin Mohan appear in front of the dungeon. The 7-colored light in the sky had not yet dissipated. As Lin Mohan walked out, the light immediately fell upon him, illuminating him like a divine being. Lin Mohan hadn't expected such an event. But he didn't care much. He took out a cooldown reset talisman, and entered the dungeon again. Everyone outside the dungeon was stunned. The one who cleared the dungeon wasn't a powerful team, but a single person. One person. Someone let out a strange cry, and then everyone erupted. It really is one person. Impossible. Could the Kunlun Divine Palace have a solo mode? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. There's no way someone in this world can solo the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon. I don't believe it either. Let alone the Kunlun Divine Palace. No one can even solo a regular hell difficulty dungeon. The place was in an uproar. No one believed it. The leaders of the stationed area had to come out to maintain order. The leaders were calmer. Although they couldn't believe it, they didn't speak nonsense. The smarter ones had already started verifying the information with the outside world. They were stationed here year-round, some for several years, so their information was relatively outdated. They didn't know what was happening outside. Verifying things first was never a bad idea. At this moment, Yuan Kai's eyes were wide, also in disbelief. This is impossible. There must be a mistake somewhere. Chen Ran patted his shoulder. The dungeon can't be wrong. The 7-colored light fell on him, which means he passed the trial. I know the dungeon rules, and you know them too. There has never been a mistake. Besides, do you remember what the third young master of the Jielin Guild said just now? Yuan Kai's face immediately turned ugly. He seemed to call him the Brother Lin. Chen Ran chuckled. His surname is Lin. So young, haven't you guessed his identity yet? Suddenly, Yuan Kai's body trembled, and he fell to the ground in fear, his face full of horror. Chen Ran knew he had figured it out, and turned to Li. Lin Moyu's identity wasn't hard to guess. A few clues were enough. Thinking about how he had previously invited Lin Mohan to be his boss and lead him through dungeons, Chen Ran found it quite amusing. What was the other person's identity? Did he need his help? It was truly wishful thinking on his part. Soon, bits of information were relayed back. Several leaders with good relationships gathered their information and confirmed Lin Moyu's identity. Everyone's face was filled with shock. It's actually General Lin. General Lin is truly formidable. He soloed the intermediate section of the Kunlun Divine Palace in half an hour, setting a new historical precedent. I can't believe such a genius has appeared in the academy while I've been here for a few years. This was said by the leader from the Shijing Academy. He had been here for over 4 years, making Lin Mohan his junior. Regardless of whether it was his academy or the human race, he felt proud that such a genius had emerged. The news that Lin Mohan had soloed the dungeon in half an hour spread quickly. Everyone was shocked, but soon accepted the result. They felt that if it was Lin Mohan, it was normal. After all, he was the youngest general in human history and had created many miracles. Another miracle now wasn't too surprising. Many eyes were fixed on the dungeon vortex. They wanted to see how long it would take Lin Mohan to clear the dungeon once. About 20-something minutes later, as the dungeon vortex twisted, Lin Mohan emerged again. He calmly reset the dungeon and re-entered. 26 minutes, someone shouted. He had timed it, and found that from Lin Moyu's entry to his exit, it was only 26 minutes. This speed was too fast. Most full 24-man teams took over 10 hours. Even the strongest teams struggled to reduce the time to around 7 hours, but Lin Mohan only took 26 minutes. The difference was hard to comprehend. The gap in combat power was so large that it couldn't be compensated for with numbers. Someone calculated that even a 240 and team might not be able to clear the dungeon within half an hour. As expected of General Lin, the being who can slaughter gods. This level of combat power in a level 65 dungeon is naturally an instant kill all the way through. It's undeniable. This is a difference in level. Having General Lin is the fortune of the Divine Xia Empire, the fortune of our human race. Lin Mohan went in and out of the dungeon again and again, his time finally stabilizing at 25 minutes, with a variance of no more than 10 seconds. This proved that Lin Mohan had completely mastered the rhythm. The ability to control rhythm was sometimes more terrifying than combat ability. It showed that Lin Mohan's skills were extremely stable, continuous combat had no effect on him. Each time Lin Mohan came out, he looked indifferent and calm, not tired at all, as if he could clear dungeons until the end of time. After continuously clearing the dungeon for about half a day, the light of leveling up appeared on Lin Mohan's body outside the dungeon. While Lin Mohan was relentlessly clearing the dungeon, Manhwa was busy setting up the array formation. The local governments and military were fully cooperating. This time, the Dongfeng family had thrown their full support behind Manhwa, Baiyuan, and the other major families. It could be said that more than half the power of the Divine Xia Empire was mobilized for this plan. Such a large-scale operation could not be kept secret, and soon reached the ears of other factions. They sent people to gather information, but the Divine Xia Empire was like an iron fortress, not leaking any information. As a result, no one could find out anything. Even the little information they got was vague and hard to distinguish from falsehood. The Divine Xia Empire was the strongest nation in the world, incomparable to smaller countries or factions. Infiltration was almost impossible. Baiyuan's camp was expanding day by day. The number of soul-devouring beasts exceeded expectations. The original camp, which could accommodate 100,000 people, was packed, and a larger camp was being built outside. Professionals in life skills and architecture were mobilized, rapidly expanding the camp area. The number of healers was insufficient, so a large number of formation masters were gathered to set up healing formations. Many apothecaries were also called in to concoct healing potions. The royal family also participated, contributing medicinal herbs from their treasury. The number of people parasitized by soul-devouring beasts had quickly surpassed 200,000, and was still increasing at an astonishing rate. The number of infected would eventually increase exponentially, becoming faster and harder to control. It was estimated that in a month, the number of people parasitized by soul-devouring beasts in the camp could reach 1 million. In the entire world, only the Divine Xia Empire could accomplish this. Any other faction would be incapable. However, no matter how careful Baiyuan and the others were, no matter how strict the control, they knew that some soul-devouring beasts would inevitably escape. If they remained within the Divine Xia Empire's territory, it was fine. When the Soul Fusion Grand Array was activated, all soul-devouring beasts within the Empire's territory would be destroyed, becoming nutrients. But if they escaped to other countries, other factions, those factions could only pray for themselves. The Divine Xia Empire couldn't manage them. Baiyuan had spoken about this issue. The ancestors had said, "Those not of our race will surely have different hearts. Our power is limited, we can only manage our own people. As for those with different hair, skin, and eyes, let them fend for themselves." As one of the highest de facto authorities in the Divine Xia Empire, when the Imperial Emperor was silent, Baiyuan's words represented the supreme will of the Empire's leadership. Usually, no one objected, and no one dared to. In the hearts of the people of the Divine Xia Empire, Baiyuan's authority was very high, even higher than the royal families. Some might not know the name of the country's ruler, but they could not know God Bai. Baiyuan had to manage the camp and had been very busy recently, but now he had to stop his work because Necromancer was sitting in front of him with a serious expression. Baiyuan asked, "Have you been to the island of the Creator God?" "I have, but I couldn't find the old man." Baiyuan frowned. "The old man rarely leaves the island of the Creator God. Where could he have gone?" "The old man on the island of the Creator God, the only semi-super god-level existence in the human race, was Lord Di Huan. He was 2 generations older than Baiyuan and Necromancer, and 1 generation older than Yahao. It was said he had lived for nearly 200 years. No one knew his exact age, and not many even knew of his existence. Perhaps his era had long passed. For nearly 100 years, he had rarely appeared in public. But all the powerful professionals and god-level professionals knew that the human race had such a pillar of support, a stabilizing force. It was because of his presence that the demons dared not launch a full-scale invasion of the human world. But now he had disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. Originally, Baiyuan wanted to invite him to oversee the Soul Fusion Grand Array this time, because the demon sovereign had acted. If the Abyss could get the news, the dragon race certainly could too. The Dragon Emperor might also act. Without a super god level expert to oversee it, he was afraid something unexpected would happen. Although he and Meng and Wen were very strong, they were still far from the super god level. Bai Yuan said softly, I was planning to go find the old man in a few days myself. It seems you and I were thinking the same thing. Now that the old man is missing, if he doesn't want to show himself, we can't find him. The only way now is to see if you can contact Jian Yai. Ying Taran was startled. Ai Yuan said, he is about to be resurrected. At least now he can control the demon, laying sword to cut down the demon sovereign's will. The dungeon transformed from his soul is in the dungeon hall you manage. Ning Taran nodded silently. Alright, he understand. Bai Yuan thought for a moment. Don't let the news of Di Huang's disappearance get out. I know. Ning Taran understood the seriousness of the matter and naturally wouldn't speak carelessly. After Ning Taran left, Bai Yuan found Meng and Wen and told him about Di Huang's disappearance. After a moment of thought, Meng and Wen said softly, send someone to find Lin Mohan, see where she is. It's also time to call old Yan back. At least with the three of us here, we'll have the strength to fight if something unexpected happens. Poor area of the upper level of the eternal battlefield. A streak of light shot across the sky at a terrifying speed. The space of the eternal battlefield trembled violently, as if unable to withstand the power of the light streak. The light streak was like a blade, tearing open the space like cloth, revealing the deep void. Di Huang moved at a terrifying speed, like a lightning bolt, carrying Lin Mohan towards the area where Antares was hiding. His body shone brightly, and a huge force from all directions pressed on him, trying to push him out of the eternal battlefield. As a super god, he was not allowed to stay in the upper level of the eternal battlefield. However, Di Huang's power was too terrifying. He used his own strength to resist the repulsive force of the eternal battlefield. But as time went on, the expulsion force increased rapidly, and even he couldn't resist for long. Lin Mohan was a little worried. She didn't know why her master had brought her here. They had gone from the deep space to the lower level, then to the upper level, flying all the way to the core area, and heading for the center. If it were her, she would have been expelled long ago. Di Huang didn't say a word, his expression serious. In just 1 minute, he had flown tens of thousands of kilometers. Lin Mohan saw Antares, the giant monster that made people tremble in fear. Antares. Di Huang's voice thundered. At this time, the expulsion force was extremely strong. Spatial cracks filled the area around Di Huang and lightning continuously appeared in the void. The power of this lightning was terrifying. Lin Mohan felt that just one bolt was enough to turn her into dust. At this point, the eternal battlefield no longer wanted to expel Di Huang, but to destroy him. Di Huang struggled to fend off the lightning. Antares, Di Huang roared again. Finally, Antares moved. It lifted its eyelids and glanced at Di Huang, then let out a heavy snort. Instantly, the lightning disappeared, and the space returned to normal. Antares' power enveloped Di Huang and Lin Mohan, protecting them from the power of the eternal battlefield. With Antares' power present, the laws of the eternal battlefield ignored Di Huang, treating him as if he didn't exist. Only then could Di Huang breathe his sigh of relief. He brought Lin Mohan down and respectfully said, Greetings, great Antares. It has been a long time. Di Yan sends his regards. Di Yan was Di Huang's real name. In front of Antares, he dared not call himself Di Huang. Antares said grumpily, Old man, you're still alive. I thought you were dead. Di Yan didn't mind, smiling, My transaction with you is not yet complete. How could I dare to die? A light flashed in Antares' eyes. So you found the dragon pearl. If Lin Mohan were here, he would have noticed the change in Antares' tone. Antares was actually a little excited. The dragon pearl was extremely important to it. However, Antares wouldn't show it, so as to have a bargaining chip. Dian said, Yes, I have found it, so I came here to complete the transaction with you. Antares thought for a moment. Alright. State your request. Dian glanced at Lin Mohan. I want to ask Lord Antares to split a wisp of your will to protect my disciple. To protect her until she reaches the super god level. Only then did Lin Mohan understand why her master had brought her here. This being named Antares was extraordinary, clearly stronger than her master. Surprise filled Lin Mohan's eyes, and she also guessed the reason. Asked her. Di Huang glanced at Lin Mohan, signaling her to be quiet. Lin Mohan moved her lips, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't. Di Huang turned back to Antares. Sir, do you agree to this transaction? He didn't say anything else to Antares, only wanting to trade. He knew very well that the only thing that could move Antares was a transaction, nothing more. Antares said softly, Do you know what it means for me to separate a part of my will? I cannot interfere in the affairs of the human race. You should understand this rule. Di Huang smiled. I understand, but for Lord Antares, separating a part of your will cannot be considered interference. Moreover, I only hope you can protect my disciple when she is in danger. As for how to protect her, I'm sure you have many ways. A thoughtful look appeared in Antares' eyes. How to protect was indeed a tricky issue. Killing the enemy was protection, and saving the person was also protection. As long as it didn't directly act, it wouldn't be considered interference. Antares stared at Di Huang. Have you really decided to go there? Di Huang nodded. Time is running out. If I don't go, there will be no more chances. Antares sighed. That's right, you're almost 200 years old. If you don't go, there will be no more chances. But even if you go, it's a 9 in 10 chance of death. The opportunity is extremely slim. That is my destiny. Di Huang emphasized the two words destiny, as if he had already made a decision about life and death. Just as he said, he had to go. If he didn't, there would be no more chances. Even with a 9 in 10 chance of death, that was his destiny. Antares nodded. I agree to this transaction. Give me the dragon pearl, and I will protect your disciple until she becomes a semi-super god. Di Huang was overjoyed and immediately took out a box. Surprise filled Lin Mohan's eyes. She had seen this box many times. Di Huang usually treated it like a treasure, and she couldn't touch it. When she asked what was inside, Di Huang only answered with one word, fate. At the time, Lin Mohan didn't understand, but now she did. It contained her life, something that could save her. The box opened, revealing the dragon pearl. It looked like a small, unremarkable gem, but Antares' eyes were full of desire. The dragon pearl flew out of the box and into Antares' mouth, and it swallowed it. Antares' mountain-thighed body trembled slightly, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. The entire space rippled like ocean waves. The spatial waves washed over their bodies like wind. Lin Mohan felt as if her body was being twisted. This was a feeling of complete loss of control, extremely uncomfortable. Lin Mohan was horrified. This being was too terrifying. If it wanted to kill her, it wouldn't even need to move. A single glance would be enough to kill her thousands of times over. How could such a terrifying being exist in the world? How many more secrets like this were there? Lin Mohan's eyes were filled with fear. Antares' existence was beyond her comprehension. Since becoming the disciple of Di Huang, the only semi-super god of the human race, Lin Mohan was allowed to use Di Huang's private library. Although the collection here was not as rich as the royal family's secret treasury, it contained knowledge that even the royal treasury did not have. There were some things that one could only know after reaching a certain level. Di Huang was currently the only human who had reached that level. Thanks to Di Huang's dedicated teaching, Lin Mohan possessed a huge amount of knowledge, far beyond imagination. Over the years, Di Huang had eagerly passed on everything he knew to Lin Mohan, regardless of whether it was useful or not. At first, Lin Mohan didn't understand why Di Huang was in such a hurry, but now she somewhat understood. Her master was about to go to a dangerous place, a place where life and death hung in the balance. Di Huang looked at Lin Mohan and said, "This time I go, there is a 90% chance I will not return. You must cultivate diligently and strive to reach the semi-super god level. The human race cannot be without a semi-super god. Fortunately, Jiang Yi is about to be resurrected. I can feel his soul. With Lord Antares' protection, your safety will not be a problem." Di Huang's voice was filled with a mix of emotion and affection. In just a few short years, he had truly given his all, holding nothing back. Antares had completely absorbed and integrated the dragon pearl and finally looked at Lin Mohan. To it, Lin Mohan was too small, never worthy of its attention. Now a hint of surprise appeared in its eyes. Suddenly, Antares lowered its head, its huge nose sniffing Lin Mohan. Each of its breaths was like a Category 18 typhoon, eerily blowing Lin Mohan over. Lin Mohan dared not move. Facing such a being, she understood she must not make any rash moves. But Lin Mohan was not afraid. From the conversation between Di Huang and Antares, she knew the other party had no ill will towards her. This harmlessness stemmed from the fact that she was not even in its eyes, because she was too small. Antares said, "You have his scent on you." Lin Mohan was stunned. His scent? She didn't understand what this meant, and neither did Di Huang. Antares asked again, "What is your relationship with Lin Mohan?" Lin Mohan was confused. "Why bring up her brother?" She replied loudly, "Moyu is my brother." Antares let out a long oath. No wonder your blood has the scent of that little brat Lin. So you siblings?" Lin Mohan asked. "You know Moyu?" Antares snorted, "Of course I know that rotten brat. He's no good at all." Lin Mohan dared not say anything. If someone else had said that, she might have gotten angry, but the one speaking was Antares. She could only ignore it. Antares snorted twice. That rotten brat is full of schemes. As his sister, you're probably no better. But both of you are very talented. That kid has strong combat power, and you level up fast, which is not bad. At this moment, a faint figure appeared in front of Antares, a translucent, fist-sized Antares in Lin Mohan's view. This is a part of my will. It will usually sleep, only waking up when you are in danger. According to the deal, I will protect you completely, but I will not kill for you. So don't bother me usually. It scolded Lin Mohan while separating a part of its will. Scolding was scolding, but the deal had to be completed. Antares was very reputable. The wisp of will turned into a translucent Antares, and entered Lin Mohan's spiritual world to sleep. Seeing this, Di Huang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Antares. Antares snorted, it's just a transaction between us. Don't think I don't know you've been hiding the Dragon Pearl for 100 years. Although 100 years is just a nap for me, your actions displease me. Never mind, I probably won't see you again. Death ends all. I won't hold it against you this time. Ji Huang smiled wryly. Although Antares' words were not pleasant, he dared not refute them. Moreover, Antares was right. This time, regardless of the outcome, life or death, he could not return. Lin Mohan's eyes were full of reluctance, and her heart was even more worried. Master, do you have to go? Di Huang shook his head. I must. This is a step I must take. Antares said softly, if you go, it's a 9 in 10 chance of death. If you don't go, it's a 10 in 10 chance of death. Di Huang was almost 200 years old. His lifespan was nearing its end. If he didn't take this risk, there would be no more chances. It was better to try his best before all hope was lost. Lin Mohan's eyes were filled with tears, not knowing what to say. Di Huang smiled calmly, don't cry. You are a god-level expert. How can a god-level expert cry? Although my chances of survival are not high this time, it's not entirely hopeless. Perhaps in the future, when you reach the super god level, we might meet again. In my cultivation room, under the stone table, there is a box. When you reach the semi-super god level, open it. It contains the greatest secret of this world. At this time, Antares snorted again. You humans just love to be secretive, the same in the previous era and the same now. If you have something to say, just say it. Why make it so complicated? Di Huang smiled. You wouldn't understand. At this moment, he let go of everything, and his aura became calm. Finally, I must trouble Lord Antares one more time. Could you see me off? Antares said, since you are about to die, I'll see you off. As soon as it finished speaking, a spatio-temporal passage appeared beside Di Huang. Di Huang smiled and bowed to Antares. Thank you. We will meet again. Hit loss. Di Huang didn't linger, and stepped into the passage. Master, Lin Mohan couldn't hold back her tears. The memories of the past 3 years flooded her mind. She remembered Di Huang's dedicated teachings, never expecting they would part ways here. Antares' deep voice boomed. He's already gone. What are you crying for? I don't understand you humans. Your lifespans are so short, yet you have so many complicated emotions. Lin Mohan looked at Antares and bowed slightly. Esteemed Lord Antares, can you tell me where my master went? Antares shook its head. I cannot. It refused without any hesitation. Lin Mohan was filled with disappointment. She knew if Antares wouldn't say, she couldn't force it. Lin Mohan stared at Antares with her large, round eyes, which were glistening. She just stared without saying a word. Antares looked back at Lin Mohan, and after blinking, it found she was still staring. 10 seconds later, Antares gave in. All right, I'll tell you. You two siblings are both equally annoying. Lin Mohan quickly said, thank you, sire. Antares snorted, first, let me be clear. I'm doing this for little brat Lin Say. It has nothing to do with your master. Your master doesn't have that much face. Also, I'll only say this once. Whether you understand it or not is your business. Look, this world is a cage. There used to be a way out, but it was close. It's very difficult to break the cage, but someone dug a hole. If you can get through that hole, your master is now going to dig that hole. Understand? Lin Mohan vaguely understood. Is that hole very dangerous? I already told you, 9 in 10 chance of death, but it's not without opportunity. Once successful, the world is vast. Antares said casually. Lin Mohan wanted to ask more, but Antares interrupted her. You're not as smart as your brother. If it were him, he wouldn't ask further. Of course, if you want to know more, come trade with me. Complete my task, bring me what I need, and you will get what you want. Lin Mohan didn't hesitate. What do you need? Antares said scornfully, you're not qualified yet. Wait until you become a semi super god. Then we'll talk. Lin Mohan understood. Her mood had been very chaotic because of Di Huang's matter. Now that she had calmed down, her aura had changed somewhat. Her thoughts gradually became clear. It seems that in your eyes, Moyu is much more outstanding. And Tears said, that's right. He is very good, the most outstanding I have ever seen. It is also because of him that I give you the qualification to speak with me. Now our conversation is over. You can go back. When you become a semi super god, come back and find me to trade. With that, and Tears closed its eyes. Lin Mohan only felt the world before her go dark, followed by the sensation of being teleported. She was pushed into a spatio-temporal passage by an irresistible force. When her vision returned to normal, Lin Mohan found she had returned to the human world. The familiar scent of the human world filled her nostrils. What kind of being isn't Tears? A gust of wind blew past, and Lin Mohan felt a sense of awe. In her spiritual world, she could feel in Tears' while sleeping soundly. Just a wisp of wool was enough to protect her. How powerful it was. From Tears' words, Lin Mohan realized it seemed familiar with Lin Moyu. Moreover, in its eyes, Lin Moyu had a completely different status from others. Thinking of her brother, Lin Mohan's eyes sparkled with pride. Little you is amazing. I will definitely protect you well. And master, I believe you will definitely overcome it, and we will meet again. Quickly shaking off the sadness of Di Huang's departure, Lin Mohan returned to her role as an older sister. For Lin Moyu, for Di Huang, she had to become stronger. Her talent promised an extraordinary speed of leveling and progress. She vowed to surpass everyone. Lin Moyu tirelessly cleared the dungeon. In just half a day, he had leveled up from 60 to 61. After reaching level 61, the number of skeletons in his undead army reached 52,890. Surpassing the 50,000 mark, Lin Moyu smoothly used 50,000 skeletons to summon the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King formed from 50,000 skeletons had each attribute reaching 3 million, with a total of 2 million. The Skeleton King became stronger, but there was still a gap to the god level with attributes in the tens of millions. The increase in the number of skeletons did not lead to a proportional increase in attributes. It seemed there was some limit holding back further attribute growth. The Skeleton King's power was close to god tier, enough to rival a level 89 world boss, and could even fight on par with a pseudo-god. However, compared to a true god-level being, it was still lacking. If he had the reinforced army skill to increase its power, the Skeleton King could break through immediately and possess true god-level power for 30 seconds. The maximum level of increase needed to be verified through experimentation, and Lin Moyu couldn't make an accurate prediction. Although the Skeleton King had become stronger, the dungeon clearing efficiency had reached its limit, and could not be accelerated further. The monsters in the dungeon map were very strong. Whether it was the previous Skeleton King or the current one formed from 50,000 skeletons, one hit was enough to kill a monster. The difference between the two was not significant. Lin Moyu also tried summoning two Skeleton Kings by combining 40,000 and 30,000 skeletons. But sometimes even they couldn't take down a monster in one hit, so efficiency didn't improve much. Lin Moyu maintained an efficiency of 25 minutes per dungeon clear. After reaching level 61, the experience requirement increased again. Each clear only gave about 6 experience. At most, he could level up once in half a day. Lin Moyu realized that levels 60 to 65 might be his fastest leveling phase. After level 65, the leveling speed would decrease significantly. But even with a decrease, it was much faster than other professionals. Others would have to struggle for a year to level up once. If they didn't try hard, it could take 2 years. He only needed a few days to level up once. This speed was hundreds of times faster than others. There was nothing to be dissatisfied about. Lin Moyu didn't know what fatigue was. Holding 8 advanced cooldown reset talismans, he continuously reset the dungeon, constantly increasing his experience. The professionals outside the dungeon were stunned into silence. In the past few days, they had witnessed what a miracle was. They watched Lin Moyu soar from level 60 to 65, as if riding a rocket. In just over 4 days, he had gone from level 60 to 65. Only then did his leveling speed slow down. After another 4 days, Lin Moyu reached level 66. In total, it took only 8 days for Lin Moyu to go from level 60 to 66. In the eyes of others, this speed was more miraculous than a miracle. At this point, no one dared to say anything. No one could doubt it anymore. The news of Lin Moyu's frantic leveling in the Kunlun Divine Palace spread throughout the human world. Some didn't believe it, but it didn't matter. At least here, there were thousands of living witnesses. In the past few days, no other team entered the dungeon. Everyone watched Lin Mohan clear the dungeon alone, witnessing the miracle with their own eyes. When he reached level 66, Lin Mohan looked at his remaining cooldown reset talismans. He could clear it another 120 times. At level 66, each clear only gave less than 0.8 experience. The remaining clears were not enough to reach level 67. It's been 10 days. Master's side should be almost done. The soul-devouring beasts can't be nurtured indefinitely, or the situation will become uncontrollable. I'll finish the remaining clears, and then go back. Lin Mohan thought to himself, his gaze turning towards the Jelen Guild's camp in the distance. For the past few days, a pair of large eyes had been secretly watching him. For 10 days, Muklankian had hardly left Lin Mohan's side. Every time he appeared for those brief 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Mohan could feel her passionate gaze on him. Lin Mohan could feel the warmth in that gaze. He waved towards Muklankian, and immediately a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Moyo, Muklankian called out sweetly, her smile pure and innocent like a blank sheet of paper, incredibly beautiful. Lin Mohan smiled. I'll take you to clear the dungeon, but it will be a bit boring and perhaps quite tiring. Muklankian shook her head, it won't be boring, and I'm not afraid of being tired. Let's start. Lin Mohan gave Muklankian an advanced cooldown reset talisman, and the two of them entered the dungeon together. This place was originally a forest with a secret realm belonging to Jianing Academy, used as a basic trial for new students. In just over a month, the forest outside the secret realm had been leveled and transformed into a camp. A large population was stationed there, including civilians, family members, and a large number of soldiers. There were many healers active, and it seemed that 1/5 of the Divine Xia Empire's healers were concentrated here. The healing formations operated continuously, almost 24/7. Currently, in the camp, the number of people parasitized by soul-devouring beasts had exceeded 500,000. Moreover, this was only a part of it. Across the entire empire, the number of parasitized individuals was even greater. For this reason, the entire royal family had mobilized all its forces to deal with the parasitized individuals everywhere, ensuring the safety of the population to the maximum extent. Bai Ye Yuan, Ning Terran, Mo Tsingite and Feng Chang'an sat around a table. Someone entered from the door. The Dongfeng country lord was the last to arrive. The people here represented the most powerful force of the Divine Xia Empire. Everyone's face was grim. Dongfeng Yi said, "We're reaching the limit. We can't take in any more. The number of people parasitized by soul-devouring beasts in the cities and provinces has exceeded 1 million. We can't bear the burden anymore. If this continues for a few more days, I'm afraid there will be many more casualties." Although the Divine Xia Empire was powerful, with many professionals and healers, everything had its limits. Now, it had almost reached its limit and was about to collapse. Feng Chang'an said worriedly, "This plan is too big. If it fails, the consequences will be unimaginable." Mo Xinghai said, "Currently, other countries in the world have also seen the appearance of soul-devouring beast parasitized individuals. The factions and countries of all sizes feel that this is related to our Divine Xia Empire. They want an explanation." Bai Yuan snorted coldly, "An explanation, my ass. We haven't even settled the score with them for secretly transferring our people out, and now they want an explanation. Tell them to go to hell." The Divine Xia Empire had not been peaceful recently. The factions, unable to get any information, had come up with dirty ideas and actually stole parasitized individuals. As a result, soul-devouring beasts were scattered everywhere. Bai Yuan and the others were truly busy. Although they managed to get the people back, many soul-devouring beasts had already spread. Mo Xinghai said, "If they team up, it will be very troublesome. Although they appeared late and the soul-devouring beasts haven't exploded yet, I'm afraid they can't hold on for long." Xu Yushin said in a deep voice, "Regarding this, God Bai and I have already discussed it. When our Soul Fusion Grand Array is launched, I will give them the formula for the Soul Fusion Potion, let them concoct it themselves, and solve the soul-devouring beast problem." Mo Xinghai frowned. "In that case, these factions will have who knows how many more geniuses." Xu Yushin chuckled, "Of course not. The formula I give them will be modified. It can only kill the soul-devouring beasts. They can forget about getting the soul power of the soul-devouring beasts." The potion formula that Xu Yushin had been researching for so long was naturally not without results. Hearing him say this, everyone felt relieved. Bai Yuan added, "The formula is very precious. It can't be given away casually. It must be sold for money and exchanged for resources." Yes, sell it for money and resources." Bai Yuan's words immediately received everyone's agreement. For this plan, the Divine Xia Empire had exhausted all its strength and consumed a lot of resources. They had to find a way to make up for it. Master, I'm back. As the voice sounded, Lin Moyu flew into the room. General Lin. The people in the room greeted Lin Moyu one after another, their tone and attitude on equal terms. Everything Lin Moyu had done in the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon these days had been reported back. By now, no one doubted that Lin Moyu could become a god-level being. At that time, regardless of his military rank or strength level, he would not be inferior to them. Plus, with his age and talent, it was normal for him to surpass them in the future. It was too late to befriend such a character. Lin Moyu also cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, seniors, country lord. Bai Yuan asked him, Moyu, the Soul Fusion Grand Array is about to be completed. How confident are you? The person who understood the Soul Fusion Grand Array best was Meng Anwen, as he was the one who set it up. Next was Lin Moyu, the master of the array. Antares had once told Lin Moyu the details of the Soul Fusion Grand Array, so he understood its requirements very well. Lin Moyu said, 100%. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his answer. This matter was truly a huge commotion. If it failed, everyone present would be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. No one could escape. Bai Yuan slapped the table. Good. Prepare well. Old Ming's side will be ready in another day. Peace. After some more discussion, everyone dispersed. Only Bai Yuan, Lin Moyu, and Ning Taran remained in the room. Ning Taran waited for everyone to leave, then tapped his finger lightly, sealing the room. He did this, of course, because he had something to say. The old man is indeed missing. I can't contact Zhang Yai either. His soul secret realm is no longer in the dungeon hall. Speaking of this, Ning Taran glanced at Lin Moyu. I can't contact Moyu's sister either. Lin Moyu asked, Master, are you looking for Di Huang and God Yai to prevent any accidents? Bai Yuan looked at the formation outside. Some time ago, a wisp of the demon sovereigns will came here. With the demon sovereign's ability, she probably already knows our plan. If she is determined to cause trouble at all costs, it could create a big problem for us. The demon sovereign's strength is very strong, and without the old man, there could be a lot of trouble. Plus, there's the Dragon Emperor. Our actions are so big. The Dragon Emperor must know, but he hasn't made any move yet. I don't know what he's planning. Bai Yuan's worry was not unfounded. Their plan could not fail, and the Soul Fusion Grand Array could not have any mistakes. But at this moment, Di Huang was nowhere to be found, and they couldn't contact Zhang Yai. This made Bai Yuan very worried, and this matter could not be spread. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, Master, don't worry. Perhaps God Yai already knows about this. The last time the demon sovereign's will came, wasn't it also cut down by God Yai from thousands of miles away? Maybe God Yai has been resurrected, and is secretly watching. Bai Yuan knew Lin Moyu was comforting him. No matter what. At this point, the arrow was on the string, and had to be shot. In half a day, the formation would be completed. Old Meng would do a final check. Probably tomorrow, or the day after at the latest, the Soul Fusion Grand Array would be opened. Lin Moyu replied, Master, you don't need to worry too much. The boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. This matter will definitely succeed. Every problem has a solution. This time, it will definitely succeed. Bai Yuan also said in a deep voice, At night, the countless stars emit their light illuminating the earth. Lin Moyu sat on the ground in the center of the camp. Under him was an extremely complex formation, the Soul Fusion Grand Array. The place he sat was the center of the array. As the master of the array, when it was activated, he would sit here to preside over it. All the soul power would be controlled by him. So Lin Moyu was here to familiarize himself with the formation, to feel everything within it. He was not a formation master and didn't understand formations, but this did not affect his ability to feel and familiarize himself with it. In addition, Lin Moyu was also preparing. Both the demon sovereign and the dragon emperor were likely to act. In that case, using the divine blood of the extreme poison god to summon the extreme poison witch demon would not be enough. Perhaps the Law Divine Crystal would still be useful. He currently had 6 Law Divine Crystals, each possessing the power of law. According to what Bai Yuan said, the power of law was an extremely powerful force. Only high-level gods, god-level experts above level 96, could access this power. The reason super gods were so powerful was because they wielded powerful law force. Based on this speculation, the demon sovereign's power probably also belonged to the power of law. Only law could fight against law. Lin Moyu's eyes were firm. He said, You are in a distant space. How much power can you exert across dimensions? I will use the law of divine crystal to create an elemental witch demon. Its self-destruction power may not be as good as your main body, but fighting you across dimensions, it won't be much inferior. If Tihuang and God Hai both don't act, this will be one of my trump cards. If it's still not enough, I can only detonate the corpse of the extreme poison god. The power of a complete god's corpse will definitely be earth-shattering. Lin Mohan had many cards up his sleeve, but the only things that could fight against the demon sovereign and the dragon emperor were these two. Lin Mohan had made up his mind, but at this moment, his thoughts were very complicated as he unintentionally thought of Lin Mohan. I wonder where sister has gone. If sister were here, she could share a portion of the soul power. But with Tihuang there, sister should be fine. Lin Mohan sat motionless for 2 days. His powerful spiritual energy gradually spread to every distribution point through the grand array under him. The grand array was interconnected. Lin Mohan used his spiritual energy as a bridge to link all the distribution points of the formation. This was an extremely large formation. Just its distribution points alone exceeded 500. They were distributed in various places within the Divine Xia Empire. Once activated, the entire Divine Xia Empire would be enveloped by the formation, and except for a few places, there would be no dead corners. On this day, the camp that had been bustling for over a month suddenly became quiet. The healing formations were dismantled, and the entire population was evacuated. Over 500,000 people left in droves. Mang Anwen, who had been busy for over a month, hovered in the air. With him were many high-ranking officials of the Divine Xia Empire. Everyone wore serious expressions. The huge plan that had been prepared for over a month was finally about to begin. Mang Anwen's voice was clear. Lil you just need to control the formation. Leave the rest to us. Lin Mohan nodded. This one word signaled the beginning of the plan. The Divine Xia Tower appeared above Mang Anwen's head, instantly becoming huge, standing tall between heaven and earth. Mang Anwen slapped the Divine Xia Tower, and it erupted in 7-colored light, covering the earth. The earth suddenly lit up, and a huge and magnificent formation appeared on the ground. 10 miles around were covered with formation runes. The lines of the grand array were dense and complicated, enough to make one dizzy just by looking at them. At this moment, the formation moved, and the 7-colored light shot into the sky, merging with the Divine Xia Tower. Mang Anwen personally activated the Soul Fusion Grand Array. Lin Mohan was at the center of the array, and became its master. All the information of the Grand Array was imprinted in Lin Mohan's spiritual world. The Soul Fusion Grand Array began. Lin Mohan let out a soft cry, and the 7-colored light shot into the sky, then exploded in mid-air, turning into countless sharp arrows flying in all directions. Immediately after, the densely distributed distribution points in the Divine Xia Empire lit up one by one, emitting brilliant light. In a flash, a huge formation appeared in Lin Mohan's spiritual world. Along with the formation was a map of the entire Divine Xia Empire. The formation covered the entire empire. As the master of the array, Lin Mohan could see the entire empire through the power of the formation. At this moment, he was like a supreme god looking down on the empire. Inside the formation, countless dense light spots appeared. Each light spot was a soul-devouring beast, representing a person of the Divine Xia Empire parasitized by one. In some places, the light spots had gathered into a halo. The number of soul-devouring beasts and parasitized people was too large. The number had exceeded 2 million. Lin Mohan was slightly surprised. This number had completely exceeded his expectations. The initial estimate of soul-devouring beasts was around 1 million. He hadn't expected the number to exceed 2 million now. 1,000 years ago, it was not entirely unreasonable that the soul-devouring beasts were considered a disaster. But this time, they had prepared thoroughly to turn the disaster into an opportunity. Soul-grinding mill appears. Soul-devouring beasts are destroyed. As Lin Mohan thought, the grand array suddenly changed, activating its second form. A huge millstone appeared in the sky of the Divine Xia Empire. No matter where one stood in the empire, they could see it. The millstone slowly turned, emitting a piercing grinding sound. Countless people simultaneously felt a splitting headache, and then they heard waves of wailing. The sound was like the cries of ghosts, the tragic screams of the soul-devouring beasts before death. The soul-grinding mill and the Soul Fusion Grand Array was the ultimate weapon for killing soul-devouring beasts. Its appearance symbolized their doom. A large number of soul-devouring beasts were destroyed and turned into huge soul energy, which was fed into the soul-grinding mill. The soul-grinding mill became stronger, and its power increased. More and more soul-devouring beasts were killed in an instant. The soul energy was almost visible till the naked eye. From Lin Moyan's perspective, countless streams of soul energy, like ribbons of light, converged towards the soul-grinding mill. The soul-grinding mill was not only a weapon, but also a container. Lin Mohan controlled the Grand Array as he wished, launching fatal attacks on all soul-devouring beasts within the Divine Xia Empire. Under the cover of the formation, nothing could escape. Bang Yanwen and the others guarded the four directions, protecting Lin Mohan at the center. At this time, no one was allowed to disturb him. Ye Hao and his group, who were usually at odds with them, were strangely quiet, not even asking what was happening, nor daring to interfere. After all, they were people of the Divine Xia Empire. When something happened to the Empire, they would definitely stand on its side. From the activation of the formation to the soul-grinding mill crushing the soul-devouring beasts, everything went smoothly. But the smoother it went, the more vigilant everyone became, not daring to let their guard down. A large number of soul-devouring beasts throughout the Empire were destroyed. The soul-grinding mill had grown several times its original size, filled with soul energy. The soul energy was splendid and dazzling, like a liquid of precious stones flowing into the soul-grinding mill. There's still 1/3 left. I can't wait anymore. According to the original plan, he needed to wait until all the soul-devouring beasts were destroyed before drawing up the soul energy. But Lin Mohan didn't want to wait anymore. He had a feeling that if he continued to wait, something unexpected would happen. He controlled the soul-grinding mill to destroy the soul-devouring beasts while drawing out the soul energy from it. A large amount of pure soul energy was drawn out, first entering his body as the master of the array. As the master of the array, all soul energy had to pass through him to be transferred out. Lin Mohan's soul began to grow stronger. His original soul became more and more powerful. After the domain divine stone absorbed a large amount of azure flame of illusion, it continuously used the flame to temper Lin Mohan's soul. Lin Mohan's soul was already extremely pure, but he knew that the purity brought by the azure flame of illusion was the maximum limit of enhancement. If his soul was compared to a container, the azure flame of illusion would enlarge, expand, and deepen the container, increasing its capacity. His container was already much larger, but some parts were still empty, not yet filled. And the soul energy of the destroyed soul-devouring beasts now became a supplement. A large amount of soul energy flowed along the formation. Lin Mohan suddenly felt a jolt. The soul was like being immersed in a pool of immortal water, making him extremely clear-headed. Affected by external force. Experience 6 affected by external force. Experience 6 affected by external force. Experience 6 a lot of information popped up, and his experience increased rapidly. Lin Mohan was a little surprised. He didn't think that after collecting the soul energy, not only could it make his soul stronger, but it could also increase his experience. As his soul grew stronger, his thoughts became clearer. A flash of insight appeared in Lin Mohan's mind. He felt as if he had grasped something. Could the essence of leveling up be strengthening the soul? Killing monsters gives experience, and the essence of leveling up is soul energy. The higher the level, the stronger the soul. Conversely, the stronger the soul, the higher the level. Why could Jian Ye create a secret realm that existed for hundreds of years with just his soul? Why, after planting a soul imprint, could he be resurrected after death? It seems I understand a little now. After being infused with a large amount of soul energy, Lin Mohan's thoughts became clearer than ever before. Things he didn't understand before were now very clear. He felt enlightened. The soul energy continued to pour in, and his experience followed. From the moment he started absorbing the soul energy, in just 1 minute, his body began to emit the light of leveling up. He had successfully leveled up from 66 to 67, and his experience was still increasing. Lin Mohan knew that his soul's maximum limit was already very high. Now, as long as there was enough soul energy, he could continuously level up. And leveling up by killing monsters meant gaining experience, which meant gaining soul energy. If this soul energy fell on others, it would not only be as simple as leveling up but could also passively upgrade the essence of their soul, raising their soul's maximum limit. This was why the soul energy of the soul-devouring beasts could create a group of geniuses. It was indeed a great opportunity. A genius created by relying on a small number of soul-devouring beasts could at most reach the god level. It was impossible to become a super god. It was even difficult to become a semi-super god. To upgrade a soul to the semi-super god level would require an immeasurable amount of soul energy. Lin Mohan's thoughts became clearer and clearer. He understood things he hadn't understood before. This soul energy could help Meng Yanwen and the others upgrade the essence of their souls and their maximum soul limit, helping them reach a higher level. The soul grinding mill was still growing. The speed at which Lin Mohan absorbed soul energy couldn't compare to the speed at which the soul grinding mill crushed soul-devouring beasts to obtain energy. Another 2 minutes passed, and his body once again emitted the light of leveling up. He had leveled up from 67 to 60E. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a dark spatio-temporal passage rumbled into existence. A huge spatio-temporal passage suddenly appeared in the sky. The human world was instantly covered in lightning. Not just the divine Xia Empire, but the entire human world erupted with dazzling lightning. The lightning intertwined, forming an eggshell-like shape, protecting the human world. But now someone outside wanted to break this eggshell, to force their way in. "They're here," Bai Yuan roared fiercely. Meng Yanwen acted a step ahead of him. The divine Xia tower shone brightly, and countless runes appeared on its bite. Meng Yanwen fully activated the divine Xia tower. It trembled continuously, creating ripples that distorted space. As one of the 3 divine towers of the divine Xia Empire, a legendary grade weapon, the divine Xia tower specialized in formations. In terms of attack, it was second only to the demon's Flame Tower, but the demon Flame Tower currently had no master, and no one could unleash its full power. The divine Xia tower, under Meng Yanwen's control, could unleash its full power, and was extremely formidable. In the sky, a large amount of lightning was drawn to the divine Xia tower, using it as a conduit to shoot into the spatio-temporal passage. In an instant, the passage became unstable and began to twist. Growls came from the passage. Hearing this sound, the expressions of all the god-level experts changed. Bai Yuan's face turned grim. He said, "Crazy, they actually dared to lead the wild beasts here." Aang Terran's expression was extremely ugly. He said, "Who is so crazy? The Dragon Emperor, or the Demon Sovereign?" Fang Chang'an said seriously, "Whoever did it will pay a heavy price. This is insane." Contrary to what everyone thought, the other end of the passage was not the Dragon Realm of the Dragon Emperor, nor the abyss of the Demon Sovereign. It was unexpectedly connected to the wilderness of desolation. The aura of wild beasts came from within the passage. Even with the divine Xia tower's continuous attacks, it couldn't be stopped, only delayed. They all knew they couldn't kill the wild beasts, which was why they had such expressions. Any wild beast that invaded the human world would be a terrible disaster. In the Dragon Realm, the Dragon Emperor stood in the void like a terrifying god, his fearsome power slowly spreading throughout the Dragon Realm. Under him, on the land of the dragon race, an extremely huge formation was also in motion. The Dragon Emperor laughed maniacally. "Foolish humans, why would I need to act personally? I just need to connect the wilderness of desolation with your human race. And then it's time for me to enjoy the show." Inside the formation, a huge spatio-temporal passage had formed. This passage connected the wilderness of desolation and the human world. Boom! Lightning shot down from the sky, striking the Dragon Emperor directly. His laughter stopped abruptly, and he spat out blood. Forcibly opening a passage to connect 2 worlds, especially connecting to the human world, the Dragon Emperor had to suffer a backlash and pay a price. This was also one of the reasons the Demon Sovereign didn't want to come personally. The price was not small. Waves of lightning descended one after another, each bolt carrying a thick power of law, beating the Dragon Emperor until he continuously coughed out blood. But the Dragon Emperor refused to give up, maintaining the formation and the passage from beginning to end. After a while the Dragon Emperor was covered in blood, but his expression was even more twisted and ferocious. "They only look scary but don't actually cause serious injuries. I can totally bear such a small price. The grudge from 1,000 years ago, this time I must repay it. First, destroy the human race, then the abyss. Demon Sovereign, you're next." The Dragon Emperor became more and more insane, his laughter shaking the sky. The aura of the wild beasts grew stronger. In less than a minute, it had completely invaded the space, and even a faint light could be seen inside the dark passage. That light was like a lantern, the eyes of a wild beast. Meng Yanwen used all his strength to control the divine Xia tower to attack, but he had reached his limit. Bai Yuan and the others were ready. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, a huge head poked out. "Attack!" Bai Yuan shouted, throwing a punch. This punch changed the color of the sky and earth, distorted space. A 7-color ball flew out of Aang Terran's hand. Although the light was not big, it contained a heart-shaking elemental power. Fang Chang'an slashed with his sword, and the space was instantly cut into a black crack. This slash didn't look very powerful, but its attack power was terrifying. The Kylan beside Moxinghai spewed out a pillar of light, shooting straight at the wild beast's head. At this moment, everyone fought with all their strength. The wild beast's head was almost shattered, letting out a tragic hiss before retreating back into the passage. But the people here did not feel happy. The wild beast had more than one head. If one was shattered, a second, a third would follow. They could only repel the wild beast. Killing it was still a bit beyond them. Sure enough, the second head poked out, followed by the third, the fourth, appearing one after another. More and more wild beasts were coming. "We absolutely cannot let them come here. Drive them back." The spatio-temporal passage can't last forever. We have to drive them back. Use all your strength. Old men, have you figured out a way to destroy the passage? Everyone roared in anger, their hearts burning. If the wild beasts invaded the human world, it would be a true disaster. Manhwa had wanted to destroy the passage earlier, but it was extremely sturdy and hard to destroy. As the number of wild beasts increased, everyone's pressure grew. The darkness inside the passage was filled with bright eyes. The wild beasts gathered together, making them hard to repel. A white light flashed, and a stream of soul energy flew over, entering everyone's body. Everyone felt as if their soul was immersed in a clear stream, extremely comfortable, and even their anxiety faded a lot. At this time, Lin Mohan was covered in a white mist. He had reached level 69. There was still a lot of soul energy left, but he couldn't continue to absorb it. If he continued, he would likely reach level 70. Level 70 would face the third job advancement, but now was not the time. And Tears had once said that when he reached level 69, he should stop and go back to the core area to find it. They hadn't specified the reason, only that it was related to whether he could become a super god in the future. Of course, Lin Mohan dared not ignore it. So when he reached level 59, he stopped and instead transferred the soul energy to Manhwa and the others. The infusion of soul energy seemed to inject everyone with a powerful stimulant. The situation that was about to collapse was stabilized. But facing more and more wild beasts, everyone gradually became helpless. After the soul grinding mill emitted a crisp sound, the soul fusion grand array continued to change its form. The soul devouring beasts within the divine Xia Empire had been completely eliminated, not a single one left. Lin Mohan no longer needed to be distracted by controlling the soul grinding mill. Now he just needed to draw soul energy from it, with himself as the center, and transfer the surging soul energy to everyone. He also had a part of his soul that was empty. At this moment, lightning flashed in the sky again, dense lightning like thousands of snakes dancing. Another spatio-temporal passage appeared in the sky. A blazing fire domain. Through the passage, one could see a magnificent palace. The palace was surrounded by dark blue flames, extremely eerie and terrifying. Especially below the palace, a dragon king of the dragon race was chained, roaring continuously. Demon Sovereign, Feng Chang'an cried out softly. The wild beasts on the other side were not yet dealt with, and now the demon sovereign had come to join the fun. One problem after another, the trouble was getting bigger and bigger. The demon sovereign's palace appeared, and the iron chains swam. The chained dragon king immediately flew over, and then its whole body burst into flames. The fire domain ignited, burning its flesh and melting its soul. The dragon king's screams spread energy in all directions. This energy became the power to maintain the spatio-temporal passage. A large amount of lightning rumbled, and the human race's defenses counterattacked, but all were blocked by the demon sovereign's palace. The demon sovereign's palace was not only her headquarters, but also an extremely powerful weapon. The demon sovereign's ladder came from the palace, and then a giant hand reached out, entering the human world. Amidst the thunderous lightning, the demon sovereign grabbed the soul grinding mill. She wanted to seize it and take all the soul energy inside. Lin Mohan's heart moved. The entire undead army appeared, and then gusts of black wind rose. The huge skeleton throne appeared in the sky. Lin Mohan had leveled up many times, but the undead army's number remained at level 66. 70,000 skeletons formed the Skeleton King. Under everyone's gaze, the huge Skeleton King, over 20 meters tall, rose from its throne. The back of Lin Mohan's left hand shone brightly. The reinforced army skill was activated. The Skeleton King's aura surged, instantly breaking through the boundary and reaching the gut level. Everyone was extremely shocked. The appearance of the skeleton throne was too sudden. The black wind carrying a ghostly aura erupted, as if entering another world filled with death. When the Skeleton King rose from its throne, it made everyone's eyes widen in amazement. The Skeleton King formed from 70,000 skeletons had any attribute reaching hundreds of thousands, very close to the god level. With the reinforced army skill activated by Lin Mohan, its attributes broke through the maximum limit, directly reaching the god level, and not even an ordinary god level. But this alone was not enough. The Skeleton King was facing the demon sovereign. Even across a spatio-temporal passage, the demon sovereign's power was invincible. Only a super god could fight against her. But at this time, Di Huan was not here. Many people felt that just the Skeleton King was not enough. But Lin Mohan didn't think so. Could the reinforced army skill only help attributes break through the god level? Of course, it was not that simple. What Lin Mohan valued more was the 500 extra damage effect. The Skeleton Kings will merge with Lin Mohan's, locking onto the demon sovereign's giant hand. God Sling Slash. Elemental Chaos. The two skills were activated simultaneously. Both could be used for group attacks or single target attacks, and their power was even greater in single target mode. God Slaying Slash. Strength attribute self detonates for 10 times the damage, causing damage to a single target or a range. Cooldown, 1 minute. Elemental Chaos. Spirit attribute self detonates for 10 times the elemental damage, causing damage to a single target or a range. Cooldown, 1 minute. God Slaying Slash could unleash 10 times the strength attribute self detonation damage. At this time, under the Reinforce Army state, the Skeleton King's strength attribute reached 3 million. The attribute had reached an astonishing state. Even most god-level strength attributes might not compare to the Skeleton King's. It was just that after breaking through the god level, the effect of the Reinforce Army skill had clearly started to weaken, no longer at the normal 200 increase, but subject to limits. Similarly, the true power of a skill could not be measured by its literal attributes. Otherwise, a strength of tens of thousands, even the Demon Sovereign, couldn't have such high strength. After reaching the god level, the strength and power of a skill depended on many levels, such as control and fusion of skills. Sometimes, the attribute only increased by 1/10, but the attack power could increase by several times. But even so, Lin Mohan placed all his hopes on the God Slaying Slash skill, combined with the 500 extra damage from the Reinforce Army skill. This was the limit the Skeleton King could reach at this time. The same went for both God Slaying Slash and Elemental Chaos. A sword light slashed out, a terrifying sword light over 1,000 meters long, tearing space apart. A loud collision sounded, and the sky was torn into a large black void. Feng changed and was stunned. Even he couldn't slash out such a strike. This slash from the Skeleton King had exceeded its limits. Lin Mohan's power also exceeded imagination. The sword light fell on the Demon Sovereign's hand. This was their second confrontation. The first time was in the ancient Divine Xia city. With the help of the ancient Divine Xia Tower, he barely repelled the Demon Sovereign. But this time, the Demon Sovereign came prepared. He was not very sure. The Law Divine Crystal was already in his hand. If this strike failed, he was prepared to risk his life. The sword light roared, and the sky brightened. Then the elements became extremely chaotic, exploding in the Demon Sovereign's palm. Two skills, one physical, one elemental, cooperated to unleash great power. The Demon Sovereign's giant palm trembled violently several times and cracks could be clearly seen on it. Just as Lin Mohan felt something was about to happen, the Demon Sovereign's giant hand clenched, emitting a loud explosion, crushing all attacks into pieces. The Demon Sovereign's giant hand paused for only a second, then reached for the soul-grinding mill again. Although a little disappointed, it was within his expectations. The Skeleton King charged with its giant sword. Its cloak swayed, turning into a white light, striking the Demon Sovereign's giant palm. At the same time, its whole body erupted in a brilliant silver light, mixed with gold, bright and splendid. Absolute defense. 99 immunity to all damage, immune to all states. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The Skeleton King used its ultimate skill, Absolute Defense. This skill was even stronger than a knight's maximum defense. For 1 minute, he felt the Skeleton King was invincible. The Skeleton King was about 20 meters tall, but it looked smaller compared to the Demon Sovereign's giant hand. The Demon Sovereign's giant hand caught it, then squeezed hard. Boom. The Skeleton King exploded. Lin Mohan was shocked. Even the soul energy he was transferring in his hand paused. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. Scared stiff, aren't you? Scared silly, aren't you? Ha ha ha. And Tears' voice suddenly rang in his head. Why isn't Tears here? Lin Mohan was a little dazed. Don't be dazed. This is just a wisp of oil attached to this little girl. As Tears' voice spoke, he saw a beautiful figure. A fire phoenix appeared in the sky. On the fire phoenix was a girl in red. No words could describe her appearance. Lin Mohan, holding twin swords, stood on the fire phoenix, looking incredibly handsome. Phoenix Torse. With a resounding roar, the fire phoenix cried out, crashing into the Demon Sovereign's giant palm. The Demon Sovereign's giant palm suddenly shrank, and the entire hand was enveloped in flames. The power of the fire phoenix was extremely strong, actually able to burn the Demon Sovereign. Only then did Lin Mohan notice that his sister was already a god-level expert. No one could compare to this leveling speed. Becoming a god in 3 years was unheard of in human history. Lin Mohan didn't know if anyone had become a god in 3 years in the previous era, but at least in this era, only Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan crossed her swords, and flames danced around her. She danced lightly within the flames. The scene was so beautiful it was breathtaking. Just one look was enough to mesmerize. Any charm skill from a succubus paled in comparison to the Lin Mohan before him. Raging Dragon's frenzied dance. A fire dragon hundreds of meters long appeared in the sky, crashing into the demon sovereign's giant palm. The demon sovereign's hand cracked a little more, but then it returned to its original state. Lin Mohan's two skills looked splendid and powerful, but in reality, they were not as effective as the Skeleton King's attack. The effect of the Skeleton King's two attacks was indeed very good, completely exceeding Lin Mohan's imagination. It was just that the final move, Absolute Defense, was instantly broken, which was also beyond his imagination. But now Lin Mohan had no time to think. After a few seconds, the ghostly wind rose again in the sky, and the huge skeleton throne reappeared. The Skeleton King appeared on the throne. Although the demon sovereign had killed the Skeleton King, it was actually formed from 70,000 skeletons. The 70,000 skeletons were not dead but had been reborn in the summoning space and fully recovered. Lin Mohan continued to use them to summon the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King appeared for the second time. The reinforced army skill was still effective for more than 20 seconds. So much had happened before, but in fact, it only took 2 to 3 seconds. And after the Skeleton King was summoned again, its skills were all refreshed. The Skeleton King's rebirth also attracted the Demon Sovereign's attention. A small cry came from the Demon Sovereign's palace. The Skeleton King continued to use its sword, activating God-Sling Slash and Elemental Chaos. These two skills appeared for the second time. This time, the Demon Sovereign's giant palm did not passively defend against the attack but headed towards the Skeleton King. The skills fell on the giant palm, and the cracks became more serious, looking like they were about to break. The light of God Sling Slash and Elemental Chaos continued to damage the giant palm. The giant palm also caught the Skeleton King and then squeezed ties. The Skeleton King's whole body flashed with silver light mixed with gold, unleashing absolute defense. A loud explosion sounded, and the Skeleton King was crushed again. Lin Mohan took the opportunity and decisively linked a stream of soul energy to Lin Mohan. A large amount of soul energy was transferred. Lin Mohan did not resist and generously accepted it. And Tears' voice sounded again. It's useless. Your skill is fundamentally different from the Demon Sovereign's power. Lin Mohan asked, why? This is the law of power. No matter how strong your defense attribute is, even if it's increased 10 times, it's useless. Facing the Demon Sovereign's law of power, no matter how strong your skeleton's defense is, it will shatter in an instant. And Tears' words extinguished Lin Mohan's last hope. Although he had fought across many levels with enemies in the past, he had ultimately repelled them by using powerful strength or overwhelming numbers. But obviously, facing the level of the Demon Sovereign, his tactics were completely useless. I don't believe it. The skeletons continued to revive, and the Skeleton King appeared for the third time. This time, Lin Mohan summoned the immortal witch demon's halo of immortality, giving the skeletons another chance to be reborn. He still wanted to try again. If it really didn't work, he would use the Law Divine Crystal. The Skeleton King appeared again, unleashing the same skill, once again surprising everyone. Lin Mohan had successively summoned the Skeleton King 3 times, proving that this skill could be used repeatedly, even without a cooldown. Without understanding the situation, everyone present had already placed Lin Mohan on the same level as themselves, no longer just as an equal general, but as an equal in strength. Lin Mohan's status in their hearts was infinitely elevated. After all, he was only level 69, and hadn't even completed his 3rd job advancement yet. The future had infinite possibilities. The Skeleton King unleashed God-Slaying Slash again, and at the same time, Elemental Chaos exploded. Under the continuous bombardment of the Lin siblings, the surface of the Demon Sovereign's giant hand completely shattered, revealing its core. Inside were intertwined brilliant lights, emitting an unusual aura, the aura of law. Lin Mohan was secretly startled, knowing that this was the truly terrifying part of the Demon Sovereign's giant hand. Little brat Lin, see. This is the law of power. Law can infinitely amplify attributes. Even with only 1 million attributes, it can exert the power of 5 or 6 million. Without law, even if you have 5 million strength attributes, you can only exert half of it. Law is enhancement, also sublimation. Lin Mohan understood this principle. Although attributes were important, at the Demon Sovereign's level, law was even more important. Attributes were the foundation, and law was the sublimation. He had the attributes, but didn't understand law, so he couldn't fight against it. The Demon Sovereign's giant hand once again slapped the Skeleton King to death. The undead army appeared beside Lin Mohan, the halos of immortality at their feet shattering one by one. This was their last death. They couldn't die anymore for now. One more death would be a true death. Little brother, step back, Lin Mohan cried out softly. The 2 gems on her twin swords lit up simultaneously. The gems, usually inlaid on the hilt, were not conspicuous, looking like decorations. But at this moment, The two gems lit up simultaneously, emitting a dazzling light, making people realize they were not decorations. Earth Fire Pearls. Bai Yuan cried out softly, clearly recognizing the origin of the two gems. Lin Mohan had also heard of the Earth Fire Pearls. Legendary grade treasures. It was said they possessed the power of the Earth's core flames. Just one, inlaid into a weapon, could turn a quasi-legendary weapon into a legendary one. And now Lin Mohan had a pair. How much power two could unleash, only Lin Mohan knew. The Earth Fire Pearls emitted a scorching flame, turning Lin Mohan's twin swords into flame swords. The twin swords crossed, making a crisp clenching sound. Lin Mohan was also enveloped in flames. Countless dense fire swords appeared in the sky, flying towards the demon sovereign's giant hand. Skill, myriad sword flight. Lin Mohan had seen this skill before. Under the enhancement of the two Earth Fire Pearls, this skill became more powerful, and a hint of the power of law appeared in the fire swords. Little brat Lin, your sister borrowed the power of the Earth Fire Pearls to strike out a hint of the power of law. But it's still far from enough. This bit of law power was far inferior to the demon sovereign's. Lin Mohan also saw that although Lin Mohan's sword was strong, it was still no match for the demon sovereign's giant hand. The sky was filled with flames, and the flames carried the aura of law that burned heaven and earth. 10,000 fire swords rained down on the demon sovereign's giant hand, beating it until it continuously twisted. The collision of law power didn't make much noise, but it caused the space to constantly change, as if it could collapse at any time. Outsiders could hardly imagine how powerful the collision was, only those who had reached that level could feel it. Myriad sword flight could only block the demon sovereign's giant hand for less than 2 seconds. From the moment the giant hand struck out until now, only 6 seconds had passed. Lin Mohan and Lin Mohan had given their all but still couldn't stop it. But wanting to snatch the soul grinding mill was impossible. There was still more than half of the soul energy inside. Lin Mohan was continuously transferring it out, into the souls of the god-level experts. If the soul grinding mill was snatched at this time, their losses would be too great. Moreover, what would the demon sovereign do after obtaining it? The answer was obvious. The demon sovereign was also targeting the soul power in the soul grinding mill. Lin Mohan clenched the law divine crystal, preparing to summon an elemental witch demon. A sword light shot from afar, its speed unbelievably fast. A black demon, laying sword instantly crossed hundreds of miles, grazing past the demon sovereign's giant hand. The giant hand suddenly trembled, and 2 fingers were simultaneously cut off. This sword was extremely powerful, and also contained an unparalleled sharp power of law. It could be said that this sword was stronger than all the previous efforts of Lin Mohan and Lin Mohan combined. The demon laying sword, its God Yi's demon laying sword, as expected. God Yi has come. No, God Yi hasn't come, only the demon laying sword has. It seems God Yi hasn't fully resurrected yet. Everyone in their hearts understood what was happening. The demon sovereign's voice came from her palace. Jian Yi, in your current half-dead state, you still want to stop me. Dream on. Jian Yi's voice also came from the demon laying sword. We'll know after a try. Unless your main body comes personally, otherwise, today Jian will not let you have your way. Then I, the sovereign, will kill you one more time. Severed finger rebirth. The law roared and the giant hand fiercely slapped towards the demon laying sword. The demon laying sword swished, dodged, and turned to slash, clashing with the giant hand. With Jian Yi's intervention, the demon sovereign's giant hand couldn't take the soul grinding mill for the time being. On the other side, Bai Yuan and the others had reached their limit. At this time, the passage was packed with wild beasts, and some had already poked out more than half their bodies. Although these wild beasts were not very strong, at most pseudo-god level, they had the characteristic of being hard to kill. Even with Bai Yuan and the others joining forces, they couldn't kill a single one. Manhwa saw they were about to be overwhelmed and shouted in a deep voice, "Wait for them to come out. You guys gather them together. I'll see if I can use a formation to trap them. If they couldn't be killed, then trap them and figure it out later." Everyone was ready. The Divine Xia Tower stopped attacking. Manhwa made countless hand seals, his speed like lightning. Thousands of runes flew out, landing on the Divine Xia Tower. He was using the Divine Xia Tower as a bridge to set up a formation. This time it was not a killing formation, but mainly for trapping the wild beasts. A normal formation would definitely not work. He planned to use the Divine Xia Tower as the eye of the formation to suppress them. The soul energy was continuously pouring in, and his soul was being strengthened. Manhwa found that his speed of setting up formations and making hand seals was faster than before. This was the benefit of strengthening the soul. This time, the soul-devouring beasts were a great opportunity. If they could absorb all the remaining soul energy, then they would all have the possibility of officially stepping into level 96 and becoming high-level god experts. At that time, they would come into contact with the power of law, and their strength would greatly increase. However, this required time. The immediate problem was the wild beasts. On the demon sovereign's side, Xiangai had acted. Even if he wasn't a match, he could at least buy some time, which should be enough for Lin Mohan to transfer the soul energy out of the soul grinding mill. When they reached level 96 and had the power of law, they could come back and kill the wild beasts. The problem shouldn't be big. Manhwa had already thought of a countermeasure. Release them in a moment. You must hold them down. I will use the divine Shiat tower to seal them. Bai Yuan said, alright, as long as the wild beast king doesn't come. A terrifying roar came from the spatio-temporal passage. Bai Yuan slapped himself in the mouth. Truly a crow's mouth. I say what, and it comes. Bai Yuan shouted loudly, old man, can you trap the wild beast king? Trap my ass. Meng Anwen's face was extremely ugly. Bai Yuan's crow's mouth was incurable. If the wild beast king came to the human world, then the human world would probably be truly finished. Wild beasts were hard to kill, and the wild beast king was even harder. Then Cheng sighed softly, if the wild beast king really comes, I will sacrifice my ancestral sword and perish together with it. I hope you will take care of my Feng family. Feng Chang'an said it very decisively. Moxing Hai was not so polite. Your ancestral sword might not be enough. There's also my Mo family's holy horn, plus the Ning family's demon suppressing seal. Bai Yuan shouted loudly, you old geezers are bullying me, Bai. Do I not have ancestors to protect me? Feng Chang'an laughed, God Bai, if we are gone, our families will be left to your care. The ancestors of these people had all left behind killing weapons. But once used, these weapons could kill the enemy, and also themselves. They were things of mutual destruction and would not be used unless absolutely necessary. You old geezers, it's too early to talk about life and death now. A sonorous voice came, and Yan Quangshan flew from afar with a great saber, slashing from 1,000 meters away. 1,000-meter saber light flashed in front of the spatio-temporal passage. The wild beast that had poked out more than half its body was cut in two by the saber light. Yan Quangshan's saber was as arrogant as he was. This saber, in its cold light, carried a chilling killing intent. From 1,000 meters away, it cut the wild beast in two, directly killing it. Feng Chang'an and the others were all surprised. They found that Yan Quangshan's aura had become different. Madman Yan, you've taken that stab. Bai Yuan couldn't believe it. Meng Anwen glanced at him. Nonsense. Didn't you see the power of law in old Yan's saber? Yan Quangshan laughed heartily. My old brothers. This time, Madman Yan, am one step ahead of you. I have comprehended the law of slaughter. Lin Mohan also felt the difference in Yan Quangshan. Although his aura was not much stronger than Meng Anwen and the others, he exuded a different aura. This aura alone made him like a bright star in the night sky, hard to ignore. Yan Quangshan slashed twice more. The killing intent surged, and the saber light flew, killing the wild beast that had just poked out. And Tears' voice sounded again. See, this is the power of law. Wild beasts are not hard to kill. As long as you can use the power of law, you can kill them. Lin Mohan thought, in that case, if I use the law divine crystal, I can also kill them. And Tears nodded. That's right. Your law divine crystal is the essence of the thunder god's life condensed. Although the thunder god only touched upon high-level gods, its attribute is a bit special. If you have its law divine crystal, the power it erupts is equivalent to a level 97 god expert, a little stronger than that saber user. Hearing in Tears' words, Lin Mohan had planned. The situation seemed to have stabilized. Kanye was holding back the demon sovereign. Although the demon sovereign was very strong, fighting across dimensions, she was not much stronger than Xianyai. The two sides were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Xianyai's voice came from the sword. Demon sovereign, long time no see. You haven't gotten any stronger. Staying in the same place for hundreds of years, you disappoint me, Jiang. What do you know? The demon sovereign's voice seemed to carry a hint of anger. Jiang laughed. What if I understand? What if I don't? Your spatio-temporal passage can't last much longer. Jiang, we'll play with you a little longer. On the other side, Yan Quangshan slashed one after another, killing the wild beasts. At the same time, Lin Mohan felt a huge aura approaching. The wild beast king was coming. And Tears, can Yan Quangshan fight the wild beast king? Lin Mohan was secretly startled, feeling a sense of impending danger. And Tears said scornfully, relying on him, of course he can't. The weakest wild beast king is also level 97. Even if this guy fights to the death, he can probably only buy a little time. Lin Mohan was secretly startled. It seemed he absolutely could not let it come here. Is there a way to destroy the spatio-temporal passage? If you can't stop the wild beast king, then you can only destroy the passage. And Terra sneered. This spatio-temporal passage was created by the Dragon Emperor using a formation, plus its own law power. It's not so easy to destroy. Manhwa had tried to destroy the passage from the beginning but failed. The passage was extremely sturdy, like a rock. Lin Mohan clenched the law divine crystal. In this war. And Terra sneered, not enough, still a little short. Lin Mohan didn't need to think. What can you help me with? And Terra said arrogantly, and Lin Mohan could almost see its appearance at this moment, proudly raising its head, with an I don't care about you look. Lin Mohan didn't argue with it and said directly, you are my friend, help me out. For a moment, and Terra's was speechless. Lin Mohan's words seemed to hit its weak spot. For how many years had it lived alone in the central area? For countless years, without any friends. Because in its eyes, everyone in this world was too weak, no one was worthy of being its friend. If you asked what it had done these years, besides sleeping, it was raising an ancient Luan bird. Now Lin Mohan said he was its friend, which gave Antares a different feeling. After a few seconds of silence, the wild beast king's aura grew stronger and stronger. Lin Mohan's face also became extremely serious. She knew that inside the passage was the wild beast king, and she also knew how strong it was. Di Huan had even taken her to the wilderness of desolation to see it with her own eyes. If the wild beast king came here, it would be an absolute disaster. Lin Mohan came to Lin Moyan's side. If the wild beast king comes out, you should leave quickly. Lin Mohan didn't answer, just glanced at Lin Mohan, then said calmly, it should not be necessary. Antares help me. Lin Mohan called Antares again. At this time, Lin Mohan found that the law divine crystal in his hand suddenly lit up. It was not he who activated it, but a force that appeared from the void, awakening the crystal. Lin Mohan was secretly happy, knowing that Antares had acted. Without hesitation, he used his skill to summon an elemental witch demon. In an instant, lightning rumbled, and countless lightning bolts descended from the sky. Beside Lin Mohan appeared a witch demon covered in lightning. It was only 2 meters tall but looked like a thunder and lightning giant, majestic and powerful. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. They didn't know what this thunder and lightning person that Lin Mohan suddenly summoned was. They felt great pressure. This lightning shape-summoned creature was extremely powerful and extremely unstable. Amidst the rumbling lightning, the lightning witch demon seemed to teleport, appearing in front of the spatio-temporal passage, and then plunged headfirst into it. A second later, a deafening explosion came from the passage. The passage immediately became unstable, then began to twist, and in just 2 seconds, it began to shrink and collapse. Manhwa was overjoyed. As long as the spatio-temporal passage is destroyed, the wild beast king can't come out. Good. That's great. The passage is about to collapse. Very good. General Lin is amazing. Everyone was extremely excited, feeling that the crisis was about to pass. The angry roar of the wild beast king came from the passage, but it was immediately drowned out by the rumbling lightning. On the other side, the demon sovereign's giant hand, which was fighting with Jian Yai's demon fling's sword, suddenly trembled, quickly stopped fighting, and retreated. The spatio-temporal passage also closed. And Antares' scornful voice sounded. This guy's senses are quite sharp. He felt my aura, and ran away. Antares' actions were very secretive, but it still revealed a hint of its aura. Lin Mohan said, you are too strong, so the demon sovereign is afraid of you. Antares snorted, you don't understand. At this point, everything was resolved. Lin Mohan felt relieved and secretly smiled. If you tell me, won't I understand? I'll come find you in a few days. You're level 69. It's time. After Antares finished speaking, there was no more movement. Lin Mohan knew this guy had left. The conversation between the two, besides them, no outsider knew. Even Lin Mohan, who had Antares' will attached to her body, did not know. The trouble was over. There was still nearly half of the soul energy in the soul grinding mill. Lin Mohan began to fully control the mill, transferring the soul energy. Yan Quangshen and Lin Mohan both had a share. Yan Quangshen put away his saber. It was so hard for me to break through to level 96, yet you guys are taking a shortcut. I despise you. The disaster was over, and now it was time to reap the rewards. Everyone was in a really good mood. Ning Taran laughed heartily. You can despise us all you want. Anyway, we won't lose a piece of meat. Bai Yuan snorted, that's right. Don't think you're one step ahead of us. We'll catch up soon. Manhwa shook his head. Before, you could have caught up. Now with Chu King Liu, I'm afraid you won't have time to. Yan Quansheng was stunned. You and Chu King Liu are a couple. Ye Yuan said. What's the problem? Yan Quansheng suddenly laughed heartily. Didn't you feel that women were trouble? Have you forgotten your own words? Bai Yuan was shameless. What words? Why don't I remember? The two started bickering again, one after another, very lively. However, it could be seen that the two were very relaxed. Lin Mohan was completely relaxed. Sister, where have you been recently? Lin Mohan said, my master took me for special training. Lin Mohan knew that if it wasn't for high-intensity special training, no matter how good Lin Mohan's talent was, she couldn't have reached the god level so quickly. Lin Mohan didn't ask in detail, it was unnecessary. As long as Lin Mohan was living well, that was enough. Lin Mohan was not just living well, but very well. Reaching the god level at 22 was unprecedented. Meng Yanwen came over and asked, Miss Lin, where is Lord Di Huai? Lin Mohan sighed and said in a voice only Meng Yanwen could hear, Master has left. Meng Yanwen was slightly startled and roughly guessed what had happened. He sighed, he understand. The soul energy flowed steadily like water into all the god level experts present. A faint light emanated from each of them. Their souls were being strengthened, even sublimated. People like Meng Yanwen, Bai Yuan, and Ning Taran were already level 95. Their souls were already not weak, and they were only half a step away from level 96. Now, under the infusion of soul energy, they began to take that half step. As for people like Dongfeng Ye, their strength was relatively weaker. Their souls were strengthened and sublimated, and the benefits to them were even greater. Dongfeng Ye's face was full of enjoyment. At this moment, he felt that all his previous efforts were worthwhile. His potential was almost exhausted, and it was extremely difficult to take another step. Now he had the motivation to move forward again. The one who benefited the most, however, was Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan was only level 90 and only 22 years old. Unbelievably young. Her soul was full of vitality like a newly grown tree, with infinite possibilities. Under the nourishment of the soul energy, this new tree of Lin Mohan's grew stronger and stronger, and her future possibilities became infinite. Di Huan had high expectations, and believed that Lin Mohan could become a semi-super god, and it would not take too long. To this, Antares had no objection, which showed that Antares also recognized Lin Mohan's potential. Becoming a semi-super god should not be difficult for her. Some people's bodies shone brightly and soul energy began to overflow. Their souls were saturated and could no longer absorb soul energy. Lin Mohan immediately cut off the connection and stopped infusing. Everyone's limits were different, their potential was different, and the amount of soul energy they could absorb was also different. Soon, the souls of these experts entered a state of saturation one after another. Lin Moyu's control of the soul grinding mill also became easier. Through the soul energy, Lin Moyu also judged the potential of these people. Meng Yanwen, Yan Quansheng, and Bai Yuan were indeed the most talented among them. The three of them absorbed an extremely large amount of soul energy, surpassing Feng Chang'an and the others. As for people like Dongfang Ye, they belonged to the second group. However, none of these people could compare to Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan absorbed much more energy than them. When everyone had absorbed enough soul energy, the energy in the soul grinding mill was still not depleted. There was still one, if left. Lin Wu estimated a little, and a thought moved in his heart. The formation changed accordingly, and the remaining soul energy in the soul grinding mill began to overflow, spreading towards the entire divine Xia empire. Those who had become hosts of the soul-devouring beasts now received feedback. They felt as if they were bathed in a rain of nectar, extremely refreshing. Under Lin Wu's control, the remaining soul energy was not evenly distributed. Those with good talent absorbed a little more, and those with poor talent absorbed a little less. Lin Wu fully controlled the formation, trying to be as meticulous as possible. Lin Mohan looked at her brother's serious appearance, her eyes full of joy. Little Yu has really grown up and can stand on his own. No matter what Lin Moyu was like, in her eyes, he was always her brother, her closest relative. For Lin Moyu, she could sacrifice everything, including her life. The Dragon Emperor was covered in blood, looking very scary, but in fact, they were just some superficial wounds. His whole body trembled continuously, and his face was pale. The formation under him had long stopped running. The spatio-temporal passage was destroyed, and the formation he had worked so hard to set up also collapsed. A large amount of precious materials in the formation shattered simultaneously, leaving nothing behind. To set up this formation he had paid a great price. Many rare materials were used up, just like that. Moreover, to maintain the formation and to open the passage between the two worlds, He was always struck by lightning while the formation was running. Although the wounds were not serious, he looked extremely pathetic. He was about to see the wild beast king descend upon the human world. But the passage was destroyed, and all his arrangements were in vain. At that moment, he was so angry he went mad and even had the urge to rush into the human world himself. Lin Mohan, it's you again. I must kill you. Men, reorganize the army and prepare to attack the human race. His order was passed down, and the entire dragon race acted with a roar. But suddenly, the sky of the dragon race was like a torn sack, torn open with a whoosh, revealing a huge hole. The hole stretched for thousands of kilometers, revealing the dark void. As soon as the hole appeared, lightning rumbled, and an astonishing suction force erupted. A large number of dragon race members were sucked into the hole, falling into the void amidst tragic screams, their fate unknown. A slightly transparent giant claw reached out from the void and slapped towards the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was furious at this moment, and roared, also punching to meet it. Boom! With a loud sound, the Dragon Emperor was knocked down like a meteorite, creating a 100-meter deep pit on the ground. His bones felt like they were falling apart, and he couldn't get up for a long time. His face was full of horror. Lord Antares, why are you attacking me? Antares, his voice came from the sky, leading wild beasts to attack the human world, breaking the rules of the three races. This time is just a small warning. If there is a next time, I will wipe out your entire race. Antares' voice was cold and ruthless, sending chills down one's spine. A moment later, the dragon realm finally returned to normal, and the spatial crack disappeared without a trace. In the abyss, the flames of the demon sovereign's palace were still burning. The demon sovereign sat on her exquisite throne, her eyes thoughtful. Why did Antares also interfere in this matter? My senses will not be wrong, it was indeed Antares' aura. According to the rules, Antares should not interfere in the affairs of our three races. Why this time? That stupid dragon emperor even wanted to lead the wild beast king over. Does he really think there is no one in the human race who can deal with the wild beast king? Doing such a thing, if he angers Antares, can he still live in peace? She muttered to herself, casually picking up a wine glass. The empty glass no longer had dragon's blood. Thinking of the dragon king she had captured who had exploded into flesh and blood, the demon sovereign slowly stood up and walked out. This time, I'll catch a mid-level dragon king. The taste of dragon's blood will be a little better. With that, she disappeared from the palace. This matter was just a small thing for the demon sovereign. She didn't have to pay too much of a price to go to the human race. As for the soul grinding mill, whether she got it or not didn't make much difference to her. At her level, external soul energy was useless to her, just like Ji and Ye and Dihuan, who didn't need this soul energy. Their own souls were strong enough, and external forces were not much help to them. The soul grinding mill in the sky disappeared, and the soul fusion grand array also stopped. At the moment the grand array stopped, Dongfen Ye immediately gave an order. Seal the country. Yes, seal the country. The soul-devouring beasts in the country had been dealt with. Now what needed to be done was to prevent them from flowing in from abroad again. This was expected, so full preparations had been made. Following Dongfen Ye's shout, a large number of personnel appeared on the border of the Divine Xia Empire, sealing the entire border area. There were soldiers, administrative staff, and some from local academies and factions. On the border, a formation began to operate. All intruders would be discovered. Whether you came from the air, the ocean, or crossed mountains and forests, even from underground, you could not enter the Divine Xia Empire. The heaven, dealing in earth, locking formation turned the Divine Xia Empire into a completely independent country. As the strongest empire, once it was fully operational, it could truly be flawless. At the same time, the Divine Xia Empire also declared its strength to the whole world. Even the border territories that were usually in dispute, this time the Divine Xia Empire unceremoniously incorporated them all into its territory. Any faction that dared to have an opinion would be dealt with directly, without any courtesy. Bai Yaiyuan said to Xu Yushan next, "Old Xu, it's up to you now." Xu Yushan chuckled, his old face full of smiles. The potion formula has been improved long ago. I have also prepared a large number of redstones. If those guys want it, they can only buy it with money. Bai Yaiyuan said, "You can discuss this matter with the Dongfeng country lord. The price must not be low, especially the redstone. They can't possibly have this thing." The redstone was the main material for concocting the potion to treat soul-devouring beasts, and it was only produced in the secret realm of Shining Academy. Other factions, even if they got the potion formula, had to buy the materials from the Divine Xia Empire to concoct it. Then the price could be negotiated. This time, the Divine Xia Empire had suffered no small loss and had to make up for it. Ming Yinwen said, "Those who sacrificed in this plan must be well compensated. Especially their families must be well taken care of. These people are all heroes. We also need to pay attention to those who participated in this plan. Among them, it is very likely that some with outstanding talent will appear. They can all be recruited into the advanced academies. It seemed that now was the real beginning of the plan. What had happened before was just preparation. A group of god-level experts continuously discussed what might happen next. Without exception, everyone wore a smile. When the Divine Xia Empire operated the Soul Fusion Grand Array, the Soul Grinding Mill had shaken the whole world. Factions everywhere, countless experts were guessing what the Divine Xia Empire wanted to do. But at that time, it was very difficult to enter the Divine Xia Empire, and the god-level experts of the factions did not dare to risk offending the Divine Xia Empire and break in. And now that the Divine Xia Empire had sealed the country, it was even more impossible to enter. The god-level experts and high-ranking officials of the empire were negotiating the next steps of the plan. Lin Mohan didn't care about this. From the battles he had experienced before, he understood that everything was false. Only strength was real. All plans needed strength as a foundation, otherwise they would be as fragile as paper. This time, if the demon sovereign with the dragon emperor had personally come to the human world, or if the wild beast king had really run into the human world, then no matter how many plans there were, they would have turned to dust. Xian Yi had not yet resurrected, and Divon had left. At this time, the human world was actually very weak. The human race needed great strength, and so did Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan flew into the core area, cutting through the wind towards where Antares was. To be able to fly so freely in the core area, among professionals below level 70, there was only Lin Mohan. Looking at the ground constantly flashing by, Lin Mohan knew that after his third job advancement, it would not be so easy to come here again. However, Lin Mohan also knew that Antares definitely had a solution. He could ask it later. Soon, a flame appeared in front of him. An ancient Luen bird covered in fiery feathers flew over. It chirped twice at Lin Mohan, then flew down under him, once again carrying him forward. It kept chirping, as if complaining that Lin Mohan was flying too slowly. Lin Mohan smiled. Stop complaining, I really can't fly as fast as you. I admit defeat, okay. The ancient Luan bird chirped twice as if agreeing with his words, and then stopped nagging. This was the second time the ancient Luan bird had carried Lin Mohan. The relationship between the two had improved a lot. Half an hour later, Lin Mohan met Antares. Usually, if there was nothing to do, Antares would sleep. It was too lazy to move. Lin Mohan had never seen it stand up. It just lay there, its body so big it was like a mountain. In fact, Lin Mohan could only see its head. Its whole body was shrouded in mist, not very clear. Antares, I'm here. Seeing no reaction, Lin Mohan called again. After calling 3 times in a row, Antares finally opened its eyelids. Lin Mohan secretly found it funny. He knew Antares had heard him long ago, just wanting to act proud, to make him call a few more times. Lin Mohan didn't mind. If it wanted him to call a few more times, then he would, just to play along. Antares' lazy eyes swept over Lin Mohan. Level 69. It seems the Soul Fusion Grand Array has brought you a lot of benefits. Lin Mohan could have leveled up to 70 and undergone the third job advancement, but because of Antares' previous instructions, he didn't continue to level up, stopping at level 69. Then he bid farewell to Meng Wen and Bai Yi Yuan and came to the core area. Yan Quansheng suggested hunting the bloodthirsty python to get its brain to prepare for Lin Moyan's third job advancement. Meng Wen and Bai Yi Yuan also wanted to set up a corresponding formation for him, but Lin Mohan refused them all, also because of a sentence from Antares. Antares had told him that to become a super god more smoothly, he must prepare well before the third job advancement. Waiting until level 70 might be too late, but Antares didn't specify. Lin Mohan said, you know what? I have a lot of questions to ask you now. Antares narrowed its eyes. What else do you want to ask? Didn't you ask enough last time? Lin Mohan shook his head. I find that the higher the level, the less I understand about this world. Recently I entered the Divine Zone dungeon and learned some things that outsiders don't know. But because of that, I find that I understand this world less and less. Antares laughed heartily. That's because you're not standing high enough. When you truly stand on the mountain top, you will find. Seeing Antares suddenly stop talking, Lin Mohan knew what this guy was thinking and cooperated by asking, find what? You will find. Antares was still being mysterious. This time Lin Mohan was not in a hurry, just quietly looking at it. Antares sneered. On the mountain top there are of course higher mountains, and beyond that, there is the sky. Lin Mohan smiled. Are you trying to say there are always mountains higher than mountains, and heavens higher than heavens? Antares muttered. This sentence sounds a bit familiar. It seems I have heard it somewhere. At this time, Lin Moyu really had a lot of questions, but some questions he knew Antares would not answer directly, perhaps because of some rules that prevented it from speaking. However, in their conversation, some information could be revealed more or less. Lin Moyu said, I have entered the Divine Stone Dungeon, met a stone spirit, who is the manager of the dungeon. At the same time, I also got some things. Under Antares' gaze, Lin Moyu took out a skilled Divine Stone. Antares' pupils suddenly shrank. Skilled Divine Stone. A thing of the previous era. As expected, Antares knew about the previous era. Lin Moyu nodded. The stone spirit told me that the previous era was destroyed, but not because of its own problems. The Divine Stone Dungeon was left behind for some special reason. Antares said scornfully, those fools just know how to flatter themselves. It was clearly their own problem, but they wouldn't admit it even in death. However, to say the previous era was destroyed is not entirely correct. The so-called Divine Stone Dungeon was actually just a factory of the previous era. I guess there should be a lot of talent Divine Stones inside. Lin Moyu was shocked. Antares knew much more than he imagined. At the same time, he also got some information. The Divine Stone Dungeon was just a factory. At this time, Antares said again, to say it's a factory is not entirely correct. It still has some functions of a dungeon. It should have been modified. As for the stone spirit you mentioned, it's just a tool spirit, not much use. Lin Moyu said, I saw the azure flame of illusion in the Divine Stone Dungeon, and then the domain Divine Stone absorbed some of it. Antares' gaze shot out, covering Lin Moyu. A few seconds later, it opened its mouth. Not bad, your soul indeed has the aura of the azure flame of illusion. But this thing can only increase your soul limit a little, not much use. In their era, this thing was everywhere, not considered anything good. Lin Moyu asked, I can feel the power of that era, much stronger than ours. But why? Antares laughed heartily. Strong, my ass. I said they were a group of fools. It was clearly a promising era, but they played themselves to death. I advised them time and time again, but it was useless. When I meet those guys later, I must give them a good beating. Antares' words were full of resentment. Lin Moyu understood that Antares seemed to have a lot of interaction with some people in that era, and some people in that era were still alive. To be able to live through an era, their strength needless to say, at least super gods, and not ordinary ones. But such a powerful era had ended. What would his era be like? Antares saw Lin Moyu's worry. You don't need to think too much. Each era is different. Your era may not be worse than theirs. The specific reason. When you reach the corresponding level, I will naturally tell you. It's useless to tell you now. For example, you want to know where Di Yan went, what he did. Even if I tell you, what's the use? Lin Moyu nodded. Antares was willing to talk to him like this, which was already giving him face. Perhaps Antares really considered him a friend. Lin Moyu said, alright, then when I reach that level, you can tell me. Now can you tell me why I can't directly level up to 70 for the third job advancement? Antares said, because such a third job advancement is not perfect. You want to become the strongest super god, to pave the way for the future. You need a perfect third job advancement. Antares said it very casually, but there was a hint of seriousness in it. Lin Moyu could feel that in this world, there were not many things that could make Antares serious. Antares always had a high and mighty attitude, playing with the world. Even existences like the Demon Sovereign and the Dragon Emperor were nothing in Antares' eyes. Lin Moyu didn't know what level Antares was, but it would definitely not be weaker than a super god. In this world, Antares was a kind of transcendence. Something that could make it a little serious would definitely not be simple. Lin Moyu listened attentively, very seriously. This time, Antares did not continue to be mysterious. I have told you before. The 3 methods to become a super god. The first method is to use a formation. This is the simplest method, and also the worst. Lin Moyu nodded. It was indeed so. Why was using a formation the worst? Because it was using external force. Even if one broke through to become a super god, once they lost the help of external force, their strength would be greatly reduced, and they would be the weakest kind of super god. Antares said, actually, this problem does not only appear when becoming a super god. It's the same for the third job advancement. Using a formation to awaken a profession is not a problem, because the formation at that time is just a switch to open the door to being a professional. Using a formation for the second job advancement has some problems but not big ones. Because at that time, the soul is still weak, the skills are still weak, and it basically doesn't count as laying a foundation. But for the third job advancement, it's not okay. The third job advancement, for those who want to become super gods, is a job advancement to lay a foundation. The deeper and more solid the foundation, the the greater the possibility of becoming a super god. And the formation is still an external force. External force will affect your foundation, and ultimately affect your becoming a super god. Lin Mohan asked, so, you can also have a third job advancement without using a formation? And Tares sneered, of course. If everyone had to rely on a formation, where did the first professional of the human race come from? Before there was a job advancement formation, where did the first god-level expert come from? This was the first time Lin Mohan had thought about this problem. It was indeed as Tares said. Before there was a formation, how did the human race complete job advancements? So, we have all gone down a dead end, Lin Mohan said in a deep voice. And Tares shook its head. It can't be said to be a dead end. If there was no formation, the number of professionals in this world would decrease by 99. So this matter has its pros and cons. At least with more professionals, the probability of god-level professionals appearing is greater, and the human race can survive against the demon race and the dragon race. So this is a choice for survival, and it's not a choice of your era. It has been like this since the previous era. If you say it's the wrong path, then it has been wrong since the previous era. Lin Mohan was completely silent. He hadn't expected it to be like this. And Tares talked for a long time, finally making Lin Mohan understand completely. The path of the human race was both right and wrong. It was right because it created a lot of professionals. Now in the human world, almost everyone was a professional, just with different professions. It was wrong because it gave up another elite path. This was also what Tares was complaining about. Lin Mohan heard it from its complaints. The previous era had super gods, and not just one, but those super gods were too weak. Yes, that's right, too weak. Because they had given up the elite path, winning with numbers. Although a few super gods were born, and in Tares' mouth, they were all weak chicken. And Tares had once said that a true expert was stronger than 100,000 ordinary experts. Just like this time, if it weren't for Jian Ye's action, no one could have stopped that giant hand of the demon's suffering. Even if Bai Yi Yuan and the others rushed up together, it wouldn't work. To this, Lin Mohan had no right to speak, but his intuition told him that Tares was not wrong. After hearing Tares' theory, Lin Mohan couldn't help but ask, then what should I do to complete the third job advancement? Without relying on a formation, Lin Mohan had never tried it. He guessed that even if he asked Manhwa when, he wouldn't know. Even in the deepest secret treasury of the royal family, there would be no record. And Tares said, you have obtained the azure flame of illusion. Although this thing is not something high level for you, it is just right. The azure flame of illusion has enhanced your soul origin, increasing your soul limit quite a bit. You also happen to encounter the soul-devouring beasts, and obtained a large amount of pure soul energy. You are now level 69, but your soul essence has almost reached the god level. With such a strong soul as a foundation, the third job advancement is not difficult for you. However, before the third job advancement, you must understand the essence of job advancement. And Tares spoke in great detail, and Lin Mohan listened very seriously. He memorized every word Tares said in his heart. After listening, he understood what the elite path was. Not relying on a formation for job advancement was indeed very difficult and had extremely strict requirements. It could be said that not 1 in 100,000 people would meet the requirements. At least among the people Lin Mohan knew, no one could meet this requirement, not even the Manhwa of that year. First was to have a strong soul. Before reaching level 70, one must have soul power comparable to level 80 or above. Because only a strong soul could touch the skill space and come into contact with the skill origin. Lin Mohan remembered that at that time, when he awakened his skill, Manhwa Wen and Bai Yi Yuan, hearing that he could touch the skill space and see the skill light spots, were so excited. It was because they knew about strong souls, but they didn't know as clearly as Tares. One was knowing, the other was understanding. The difference was clear. Lin Mohan now combined the information from both sides and understood. As long as he didn't use a skill scroll, use his soul power to enter the skill space, guided the light spot representing the skill out, and integrated it into his soul energy would grow, and his level would also increase. After guiding the skill out, and reaching level 70, and resonating with some laws between heaven and earth, he could start the third job advancement. It was starting, not completing. Lin Mohan carefully thought about Tares' words. Tares' voice was like a recorder replaying in his mind. Guiding the skill into the soul was a preparatory work that had to be completed before the third job advancement. If the skill was not integrated into the soul, it would be impossible to cause a law resonance. After completing the third job advancement, it was the beginning of another level. You had to constantly transport skills into your soul. The weak could only transport a few skills into their soul. The slightly stronger could transport at least 5 skills, while a true expert could put all skills into their soul. Lin Mohan understood the difference. Putting skills into the soul was something God-level experts did. After level 80, comprehending the essence of skills, touching the skill space, and then in the process of leveling up, putting skills into the soul. Once a skill entered the soul, it was a half-step God level. And those who could put 2 skills in could become a true God level. Then continue to comprehend skills, so that the skills fused with his soul became stronger and stronger. What Lin Mohan needed to do now was to integrate the skill light spot into his soul first. Doing what God-level experts did before the 3rd job advancement, the difficulty could be imagined, but the strength could also be imagined. Once successful, Lin Mohan, even without relying on any talent, could become an invisible expert of the same level. Even without relying on talent, soloing a level 80 at level 70 would not be a problem. According to Antares, an expert who could guide more than 3 skill light spots and soul had the ability to solo a world boss of the same level. This was without considering talent, soloing a world boss of the same level. When Antares said this, Lin Mohan was shocked. But Antares' next words once again shattered Lin Mohan's worldview. Lin Mohan found that he knew too little about this world, too little about the entire professional system. The secrets of this world were really too many. He had only touched a corner of the iceberg. Antares raised its head high, with an arrogant look. Even putting all the skill light spots into the soul is only a top expert, but still far from the strongest. A true strongest expert can put even their talent into their soul. You probably don't even know where your talent is. Lin Mohan stared at Antares with wide eyes. Putting talent into the soul. He had never heard of such a thing. As far as he knew, after becoming a god level, although the previous talents would not disappear, they would all be weakened to varying degrees. This also led to a situation where among god-level experts of the same level, the strength would not be too different. Although there was a division of strong and weak, the gap between those of the same level was very small. Before becoming a god level, with different talents, the gap between those of the same level was actually very large. But once they reached the god level, the gap began to narrow. Not only did the gap caused by talent become smaller, but even the gap between professions became smaller. Instead, the effect of equipment began to stand out. Antares laughed heartily. What? Surprised. Putting talent into the soul can preserve the talent completely. Have you never heard of such a thing? It's right that you haven't. This method was no longer used in the previous era. As a result, with the full force of an entire era, they created a few super gods, and each one was a weak chicken. At this moment, Lin Mohan was excited, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Antares, teach me. Antares shook its big head, disagreeing. Lin Mohan thought Antares couldn't teach. Was there some restriction? Some rule? Antares still shook its head. No, this can't be taught. Everyone's talent is different, and the method of perception is also different. You can only do it yourself, and the difficulty is very great. Your chances of success are very small. Putting skills into the soul is already very difficult. You can become a god level, 1 in a million. But even so, in Antares' mouth, it's just a small matter. Nothing difficult. Now putting talent into the soul, even Antares said it's very difficult. Then needless to say, it's really very difficult. Lin Mohan said in a deep voice, I know it's very difficult, but I will try my best. Antares sneered, as long as you can do it before becoming a god level, that's fine. And you still have a chance to perceive your talent. Don't you have a talent Divine Stone? When you have your 3rd job advancement, activate the talent Divine Stone. Following its guidance, you might be able to increase the probability a little. Lin Mohan's eyes lit up. This was indeed a chance. Although it might only increase the probability a little, something was better than nothing. The difference between 0 and 1 was infinite. Lin Mohan calmed down and saluted Antares. Thank you. Antares snorted. No need. I was just bored and casually said a few words to you. Its attitude was extremely arrogant. Lin Mohan secretly found it funny. This guy seemed a little cute. Lin Mohan smiled. I have one more question. If you have something to say, say it. After you're done, I want to sleep. Lin Mohan said, the skill Divine Stone, when should I use it? Antares grunted. That thing is useless to you. Lin Mohan looked at Antares blankly. At that time the stone spirit had clearly told him to snatch that flying skill Divine Stone. Obviously, in the stone spirit's eyes, the skill Divine Stone was a good thing, at least more precious than the talent Divine Stone, which was piled up like a fake mountain. Antares said in a deep voice, if you rely on a formation for job advancement and follow the path of the majority, the skill Divine Stone can indeed enhance your skills. But you want to take a different path. You want to put your skills into your soul. The strength of your skills is determined by the strength of your soul. External things like the skill Divine Stone are harmful to you, and have no benefit. Lin Mohan believed in Terrace's words. He put away the skilled divine stone. Although it was useless to him, it was a great treasure for others. Thank you, he understand. And Terrace grunted and slowly closed its eyes. I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me if there's nothing. Lin Mohan smiled. Have a good sleep. A second later, and Terrace's breathing sounded like a howling storm, one after another. And Terrace had said enough. The words it had spoken to Lin Mohan probably exceeded what it had said in the past 1,000 years. Although Terrace didn't really admit it, in fact, it already considered Lin Mohan a friend. Lin Mohan understood this. He sat down beside Terrace and began to search for his skill space according to the method Terrace had mentioned. As for safety, there was no safer place in the entire world than here. Even the demon sovereign with the dragon emperor would not dare to act presumptuously in front of Terrace. The skill space was not unfamiliar to Lin Mohan. Every professional had one. Normally, only when they reached level 80 or above and became a top professional could they perceive the existence of the skill space. There were also some top professionals who had not yet reached level 80 who could also perceive the skill space. Such professionals had stronger souls than others, and their probability of reaching a higher level was also greater. For Lin Mohan, he had roughly perceived the skill space at level 50. At level 60, he even entered the skill space and clearly saw the skill light spots. But both times he borrowed the help of a skill scroll, not relying on his own ability to enter. Now his soul was several times stronger than before and his perception was even more sensitive. Lin Mohan was confident that he could find his skill space without relying on any external force. The skill space was both illusory and real. It was not easy to find. The soul energy flowed like water throughout his body. Lin Mohan recalled the feeling when the skill scroll dissipated, the starlight entering his body, entering the skill space, and activating the skill light spot. Through Terrace, Lin Mohan had learned that the starlight of the skill scroll was actually a kind of law power. Its essence was somewhat similar to soul energy. So even without a skill scroll, he could also find the skill space by relying on his own soul energy. And Terrace had also inadvertently revealed a few words. It seemed that in a certain era, the people of that era believed in never relying on external objects. Even job advancement formations or skill scrolls were not available. They could similarly awaken skills, and they were even stronger. The soul energy was like a small stream, flowing to every corner of his body, searching for the illusory and real skill space. Without guidance, it was very difficult, much harder than imagined. Lin Mohan sat in one place for 10 days without moving. In 10 days, the soul energy was always surging, flowing, but he gained nothing. Lin Mohan did not give up. It had only been 10 days. To make him give up was far from enough. Unless the skill space did not exist, Lin Mohan would not waste his time doing useless work. But he had entered the skill space before, and not just once. It was impossible for him to give up. The soul energy was still flowing to every corner of his body. Lin Mohan was still searching, without stopping. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. During this time, Terrace quietly opened its eyes and glanced at Lin Mohan. Seeing that he had not given up, a look of satisfaction could not help but appear in its eyes. A dozen days was nothing to it. And that could be several years, dozens of years. But for a human, especially a young human like Lin Mohan, sitting still for a dozen or 20 days was already considered not bad. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Lin Mohan had been sitting for a month. The difficulty of finding the skill space exceeded his imagination. Without the help of law power, it was indeed very difficult. For a month, Lin Mohan still did not give up, always searching, without stopping. And Terrace opened its eyes several times, and the look of satisfaction grew stronger. Almost there, almost there. And Terrace felt the change in Lin Moyan's aura, and the soul energy also changed accordingly. Sometimes it was like a small stream flowing, sometimes like a surging river. It seemed that Lin Mohan had realized something and was constantly adjusting the frequency of his soul. After searching for 20 days without results, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. He thought of a possibility. The skill space might be constantly changing, otherwise he couldn't have failed to find it for 20 days. In 20 days, his soul energy had flowed to every corner of his body, every crevice had been searched, and nothing was found. Then there was only one possibility. The position of the skill space was not fixed. Moreover, Lin Mohan felt that he might need to use different intensities of soul energy to find the skill space. It was like the radio he had used in his previous life. Only by adjusting to the corresponding frequency could he hear the corresponding program. When the soul energy changed, and Terrace had opened its eyes once. If Lin Mohan could have seen in Terrace's eyes at that time, he would have known his guess was right. As Lin Mohan continuously adjusted his soul energy, another 5 days passed. After sitting still for a full 35 days, a strange fluctuation finally appeared from within his body. Lin Moyu's whole body trembled, and his eyebrows kept twitching. He had found the skill space. The skill space was almost dreamlike. The skills found through the skill scroll, and the skills he found himself were very different. At that time, Lin Moyu felt like he was in a dream, unable to completely see his skill space clearly. At that time, he saw some light spots inside, looking like stars in the night sky. Lin Moyu knew that these light spots represented his skills. Each light spot had different intensities, different brightness, and different colors, representing different skills. However, at that time, Lin Moyu only saw the light spots and could not see the specific skill space at all. This time he finally saw it clearly. This was a world like a starry universe. His soul energy poured into it, and his consciousness followed. In this illusory and real world of the skill space, Lin Moyu gradually took shape, forming a soul body. As soon as he appeared, the entire skill space trembled violently. The originally motionless skill light spots suddenly moved, revolving around Lin Moyu's soul body, slowly rotating. In the skill space like a starry universe, Lin Moyu felt as if he had become the master of this world, just like the planets in the solar system revolve around the sun. At this moment, he seemed to have become the sun. Yes, it's the star. The skill nucleus in Enterta's mouth had another name, called the skill star core. Lin Moyu felt this name was more appropriate. The center of the light spot was indeed like an immature star. Calling it a star core was extremely appropriate. Except for the original rune skill, the slaughter domain of the domain divine zone, and the power of divinity, which were not here, all other skills were in it, even the passive skills. Lin Moyu counted roughly. There were a total of 19 activated skill star cores, representing his 19 skills. A flash of insight appeared in his mind. He knew what he had to do next. He had knocked on the door of the skill space, and soul energy was continuously pouring in. Next was how to bring these skill star cores out, from the skill space into his soul world, and fuse them with his soul. Knocking on the door was only the first step. The next step might be more difficult. Lin Moyu knew it would not be easy to bring the skill star cores back to his soul. It might even be harder than knocking on the door of the skill space. Otherwise, so many level 80 and above professionals would not have been stuck at this step. More and more soul energy entered the skill space, spreading towards the nearest skill star core. As for which skill to choose, Lin Moyu didn't think much. Lin Moyu wanted to clear out all the skill star cores, so he didn't care which skill he was moving. Lin Moyu quickly realized the first difficulty. Although the skill star core was small, it was very large. A large amount of soul energy poured in like a clay ox entering the sea, with no feeling at all. Except for the skill star core becoming brighter, there was no change. Since he had started, Lin Moyu would not stop. What others could do, he could naturally do too. If one portion of soul energy was not enough, then 10, 100, 1,000. The huge soul energy was fully mobilized like a 10,000-foot wave crashing against the door of the skill space, rushing towards the chosen skill star core. Finally, the skill star core reacted. After being infused with soul energy, the skill star core became brighter and brighter. Lin Moyu found that he and it had a corresponding connection. Lin Moyu clearly felt what skill he had chosen. Damage transfer, his first passive skill, was also a life-saving skill. Along the way, this passive skill had played an unimaginable role. If not for this skill, Lin Moyu felt he would have died long ago. The importance of this skill was self-evident. If he had to choose between this skill and his comprehensive growth talent, he would not hesitate to choose it. Without comprehensive growth, at most he would be more cautious, level up step by step, and challenge fewer levels. As long as he could live safely, he could always become stronger. But without this damage transfer skill, his life would be hard to guarantee. Countless times he had faced great danger and relied on it to save his life. To be able to choose this skill the first time, Lin Moyu was very happy. When the soul energy completely enveloped it, Lin Moyu began to try to bring it out of the skill space. The huge weight made Lin Moyu extremely surprised. His soul exerted all its strength, only making it move a little. Was this the second difficulty? It was really heavy. If so, he could only use more soul energy. The aura on Lin Moyu's body changed continuously, once again attracting Enter's attention. This kid has started. Enter muttered, its voice only audible to itself. It knew Lin Moyu had started moving the skill star core. This kid's skills are very strong. It will definitely be very difficult to move them. Should I help him? Enter thought for a moment but did not ask. Let this rotten brat feel how difficult it is. Let him come and beg me, and I will act. Otherwise, this rotten brat won't know how high the sky is, and how thick the earth is, thinking it's very easy. Enter snorted. What Lin Moyu was doing now was what those preparing to attack the god-level experts did. This was Lin Moyu's path, a unique path in this era. Moving the skill star core was not easy, and the stronger the skill, the more difficult it was to move. Lin Moyu's skills were all very strong, with almost no weak skills. Especially a powerful god-level passive skill like damage transfer was unbelievably strong. Lin Moyu had used all his soul energy to barely move it a little. However, since he could move it, Lin Moyu would not give up. The path between the soul and the light spot had been opened. Now what he had to do was to walk along the path and move the skill from the skill space to his soul world. Lin Moyu worked tirelessly, moving bit by bit. When his soul was tired, he would rest for a while, and then continue after resting. This fatigue was not physical, but soul fatigue. At this time, the level 60 power of divinity played a great role. Originally, Lin Moyu thought that after having the comprehensive link talent, he would no longer lack spiritual energy. The effect of the power of divinity was limited to making him not feel physically tired and increasing his attributes with each level up. It had lost its original effect of restoring spiritual energy, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. The power of divinity could not only restore spiritual energy but also restore soul power. His soul's recovery speed was dozens of times faster than ordinary people's. A 6,900 recovery speed for spiritual energy, and a 6,900 recovery speed for fatigue also applied to the soul with a similar recovery speed. In this way, Lin Moyu's work of moving skills would be much easier. He finally understood how difficult it was to become a god level. Even if those people's soul energy could move the skill, they had to rest after 2 steps, and it took a long time to recover. Moving bit by bit would take a lot of time. And under the enhancement of the power of divinity, his soul recovered fast enough, and he moved fast enough. Just like that, Lin Moyu worked tirelessly, continuously moving. 5 days later, he finally brought the skill star core representing damage transfer out of the skill space. The moment the skill star core left the skill space, a strange aura rose. If there were outsiders, they would surely find that the aura appearing on Lin Moyu was the aura of a semi-god level. Some level 89 top professionals, when they began to attack the god level, would have such an aura when they moved a skill out of their skill space. This kind of aura was also called the semi-god aura. Lin Moyu was now clearly only level 69 but had the semi-god aura. If others saw this, they would surely be dumbfounded. This situation had completely broken common sense. A smile appeared in Inter's eyes. This little brat actually did it. Originally, it thought Lin Moyu would know the difficulty and retreat, begging it. But unexpectedly, in just a few days, Lin Moyu had done it. Then it blinked its big eyes. No, why is this brat's soul recovery speed so fast? It sniffed Lin Moyu, and finally muttered, it seems there's the smell of the power of divinity. That's right, this brat must have gotten the power of divinity. But even with the power of divinity, it can't be so fast. What others take many years to do, why did this brat complete it in a few days? This brat is definitely strange. Definitely hiding something from me. I must interrogate him carefully later. And Tears looked at Lin Moyu with a malicious gaze. It seemed a whip appeared above its head, making Lin Moyu shiver involuntarily since he left the skill space. The skill star core suddenly became lighter, and it became easier to move. Along the path built by Lin Moyu with his soul, the skill star core was moving towards the soul world. At this time, its form was a small pearl, looking like a shining star from a distance. Looking closely, ignoring all the light, this small pearl was exactly the same as the dragon pearl and Tears was looking for. Lin Moyu couldn't help but guess in his heart, could the dragon pearl and Tears want to be its skill? It seemed a little unbelievable. If a skill was not in the skill space, it would be in the soul. How could it be lost outside? Moreover, strictly speaking, a skill was an illusory thing and could not leave at all. Thinking about it without a clue, Lin Moyu didn't bother to think anymore. After another 3 days of effort, on the 38th day, the pearl containing the damage transfer skill appeared in Lin Moyu's soul. Boom! The soul trembled violently, and Lin Moyu's whole body couldn't help but tremble. A large amount of soul energy was pouring into the skill pearl. The skill pearl produced a huge suction force, continuously devouring Lin Moyu's soul energy. The momentum was as if it wanted to suck his soul dry. Lin Moyu knew this was a necessary process and was not panicked. When it was full, it would fuse with his soul, and the entire moving process would be considered complete. Suck, suck, suck as much as you can. Lin Moyu sent his soul energy over for it to suck. The more it sucked, the higher the fusion degree, the stronger the skill effect, and many wonderful things would happen. The power of some skills would be greatly increased, and the cooldown of some skills would be shortened, even disappearing. This was also why God-level experts had strong combat power. Their souls had fused with their skills. The higher the fusion degree, the stronger the skill. Now Lin Mohan was not stingy with sending soul energy into the skill star core, precisely to increase the fusion degree between him and the skill. After absorbing a large amount of soul energy, the light of the skill star core became more and more brilliant, and the connection with Lin Mohan came closer and closer. Finally, after reaching the limit, with a soft sound, the skill star core no longer absorbed soul energy. Immediately after, it exploded, and huge energy erupted from within. Received soul energy. Experience 1 million. Received soul energy. Experience 1 million in an instant. A large amount of information popped up. Lin Mohan received a lot of experience, just like in the Soul Fusion Grand Array. This was the feedback from the star core. The energy it had absorbed, after being refined, purified, and a series of other steps, was finally fed back to Lin Mohan. Almost in an instant, Lin Mohan's experience increased from level 59 to 50. A 50 increase in experience in an instant was more than the experience gained from killing a god-level Demon King's clone. Lin Mohan saw the skill star core after the explosion. At this time, its shape had changed, a little larger than before. The light it emitted had a hint of gold, filled with the soul aura belonging to Lin Mohan. Half of the star core had been dyed gold. Lin Mohan was overjoyed. Half of the skill had turned gold, meaning the fusion degree had reached 50. Generally speaking, when a skill star core was just moved into the soul, the fusion degree rarely exceeded 20. It needed to be nurtured for a long time to increase the fusion degree. This fusion degree suddenly exceeded 50, which could only be said to be because the soul energy he provided was too abundant. Under his unsparing supply of energy, the fusion degree also increased significantly. Lin Mohan hurriedly checked the skill. With a fusion degree exceeding 50, the skill would definitely have changed. Damage transfer. Fusion degree 50. Self will reduce all damage taken by half, then be borne by the summoned creature. A look of joy appeared on Lin Mohan's face. The skill had indeed changed. Originally, it was to transfer all damage to the summoned creature. Now it was to reduce all damage taken by half, and then transfer it to the summoned creature. It was equivalent to reducing damage by half, and his safety was greatly increased. Passive skills were the hardest to enhance. Lin Mohan's passive skills had not changed from the beginning. This kind of passive skill couldn't be trained. Lin Mohan also knew that it was not just him, but other professionals were the same. Passive skills were the hardest to enhance. Most professionals' passive skills could not be upgraded in their lifetime. Some could rely on the attributes of equipment like boss jewelry to enhance them, but some passive skills had no level at all, and even boss jewelry could not enhance them. For example, this damage transfer skill had no level. Even adding one level to it would not have any change. Only when a professional became a god level, fused the skill star core into his soul, and with the increase of the fusion degree the passive skill would also be enhanced. The change of the skill was quite strong. At this time, Lin Mohan thought of his talent. Before, the damage transfer skill had no specific data, only a function. Now that it had the attribute of reducing damage by half, perhaps the talent could play a role. But he still had to try to know. The talent was not effective for all skills. How was it? Antares' voice sounded, interrupting Lin Mohan's thoughts. Lin Mohan opened his eyes, and saw Antares' big eye. Very good. One of my passive skills has been enhanced. Antares nodded, answering beside the point. At this time, Lin Mohan was in a very good mood. Although it had taken nearly 40 days, the result was very gratifying and worthwhile. Lin Mohan told Antares about the change of his passive skill. After listening, Antares gradually fell into deep thought, a thoughtful look in its eyes. Lin Mohan asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Antares said, "Why do I feel like I've heard of this skill of yours somewhere?" Lin Mohan was slightly stunned. His profession was a new one, and a unique one at that. Many skills were unique and had never appeared before. Where could Antares have heard it? However, Antares was not too tangled on this issue, and quickly asked other things. "I ask you, what level is your power of divinity?" Lin Mohan said, "Level 69. Suddenly, Antares slammed its head on the ground. The ground was like an earthquake, rumbling continuously. Many places even appeared deep cracks. This was the first time Lin Mohan had seen Antares have such a reaction, and he felt even more strange. "Is there a problem?" Antares stared at Lin Mohan. "Impossible. How can you have a level 69 power of divinity? The divine cauldron has its rules. It's impossible to let the power of divinity exceed level 10. With Antares' reminder, Lin Mohan remembered the divine cauldron. Since he got it in the divinity secret realm, it had not moved at all. As time passed, he had forgotten about it. He saw the motionless divine cauldron in a corner of his spiritual world. Only with each level up would a little divine energy fly out from it, enhancing his power of divinity. Lin Mohan said, The divine cauldron is also in my hands. Boom. And Tears slammed its head on the ground again, in disbelief. What did you say? The divine cauldron is in your hands? Lin Mohan nodded. But I can't take it out. This time, and Tears didn't even want to raise its head, just lying on the cracked ground like that. It would be strange if you could take it out. It's strange. Why would the divine cauldron follow you? Lin Mohan shook his head, indicating he didn't know. At that time, he was also unclear. Anyway, after waking up, the divine cauldron had followed him. It was just that it had not moved since then. Lin Mohan asked, is the divine cauldron special? To be able to make Tears lose its composure like this, the divine cauldron must not be ordinary. You will understand when you become a super god. And Tears didn't say much, clearly not wanting to say. Lin Mohan didn't ask further. Once Tears didn't want to say, he wouldn't get an answer even if he asked. And Tears said, with your current soul energy, you can continue to move another skill star core out. Lin Mohan asked, move out 2 skill star cores, will I become a god level? Normally, moving out 2 skill star cores could step into the god level. It was just that the difficulty of the second skill star core was much greater than the first. At that time, the dean of the Creation Academy, Oksing-a, had been stuck at this step for many years. It was not until he saw the bone-shedding divine beast once that he had a slight understanding, and his soul energy quickly increased, which allowed him to immediately step into the god level. And Tears broke Lin Moyan's illusion. You can think of that. You are not like them. Others start moving skills at level 89. You started at level 69. Don't dream of becoming a god level. At most, you will only have a little of the skill power that god level has. Move it. Quickly move it, and then go find things for me. Lin Mohan started moving the skills again. This time it was much smoother. At least he no longer had to spend time and effort searching for the skill space. The door of the skill space had been opened and locked by his soul. What Lin Mohan needed to do was to take the skill star cores inside and move them to his soul. At this time, he was like a brick mover, moving from one place to another. With his soul strength, he could only bear 2 skill star cores at present. His soul strength was equivalent to a level 90 god level expert, which was his current limit. As his level increased, his soul would also become stronger and stronger. At that time he could move more skill star cores until he emptied the entire skill space. And Tears looked at Lin Mohan working hard to move, a puzzled look in its eyes. Strange, why did the divine cauldron choose this stinky brat? Could there be something I don't know about this stinky brat? What's so special about this stinky brat? Is there still something in this world that I don't understand? And Tears stared at Lin Mohan, unable to understand. There were many things it didn't understand. It just refused to admit it. And Tears no longer remembered how many years it had been here. Although most of the time it was sleeping, most of the things that happened in this world could not be hidden from it. It had many clones, so many that even it couldn't remember. But the appearance of Lin Mohan still surprised it. In all these years, Lin Mohan was the only one who had surprised it. If it couldn't figure it out, it wouldn't think about it anymore. And Tears continued to close its eyes and started to pretend to sleep. A part of its attention was still on Lin Mohan. It felt more and more that this guy was a bit strange, so strange that it couldn't understand. Recently the entire human world had exploded. The soul-devouring beast disaster had erupted worldwide. The various factions finally found information about the soul-devouring beasts from ancient documents. There were only a few words, but it made them panic. They finally understood the purpose of what the Divine Xia Empire had done before. Originally, nothing had happened to them. It was ridiculous that they had brought the disaster out of the Divine Xia Empire themselves. Now that the Divine Xia Empire had closed its doors, no one could enter. There was only one passage for communication. They sought help from the Divine Xia Empire but were decisively rejected. No matter how nicely they spoke, it was useless. The various factions cooperated to put pressure on the Divine Xia Empire, but they forgot who the real boss was. Would the Divine Xia Empire be afraid? Seeing that they couldn't suppress them, the various factions could only unite to save themselves. But whether it was potions or formations, they had no ability to make them. Nor did they have enough knowledge base. They only knew the name Soul-Devouring Beast, which was incomparable to the Divine Xia Empire. This was the difference. A soul-devouring beast disaster made all the factions deeply realize the gap between them and the Divine Xia Empire. Finally, the various factions gave in and started to beg for help. After more than 10 days of delay, the Divine Xia Empire finally revealed its trump card, the Soul Fusion Potion. The Divine Xia Empire could give them the formula, but the price was not cheap. No gold coins were needed, but a large number of materials and treasures were used for exchange. At the same time, The Divine Xia Empire could also provide the necessary main material, the red stone, but the price was also not cheap. Moreover, the red stone had a quota. Only those factions that had purchased the formula were qualified to buy a certain amount. This was also to prevent the resale of the formula. The Divine Xia Empire also made it clear to them that the longer they delayed, the more difficult it would be to deal with the soul-devouring beasts. Every few days, the number of people parasitized by soul-devouring beasts would double. The various factions had no choice but to accept the various demands of the Divine Xia Empire in order to quickly resolve the soul-devouring beast problem. They had to use their national strength to purchase the formula and materials. Some factions did not have high-level apothecary. For this reason, the Divine Xia Empire also specialized in selling finished soul fusion potions. Of course, the price was even more expensive. This time, the Divine Xia Empire had suffered no small loss, so they were determined to extort a large sum. Who told you to come to our door? If not, many distant overseas countries would not be affected by the soul-devouring beasts. He who creates trouble cannot live. Curiosity killed the cat. These days, Dongfang Ye was in a very good mood. The national treasury, which had been consumed a lot, began to be filled again, and it was even more promising than before. Not only that, but his strength was also increasing. His soul was stronger, and his skill fusion was higher. Naturally, his strength would become stronger. The same went for Bai Yi Yuan and Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen was originally only one last step away from level 96. Level 96 was a threshold. In addition to transporting the skill's dark core, it was necessary to comprehend the law and integrate it into the skills. Meng Anwen had always been one step away from comprehending the formation law. This time, after his soul was strengthened, he finally took this last step. Now he was comprehending the law every day, getting closer and closer to level 96. The same went for Bai Yi Yuan. Although his progress was a little worse than Meng Anwen's, reaching level 96 was only a matter of time. A soul-devouring beast disaster was a great opportunity for the Divine Xia Empire. As long as the Divine Xia Empire had a few high-level god experts, they would sit firmly on the throne of the world's most powerful nation. As for a small country like the Yanghua Kingdom, even if they hadn't revealed all their cards and the God of Will hadn't awakened, it was all useless. The God of Will could only erupt combat power equivalent to level 98. It was indeed stronger than level 96, but a level 96 expert also wielded law. In fact, they were at the same level. If they couldn't win, they could still hold on for a while. As long as they held on for a while, the Yanghua Kingdom could wait to be destroyed. What's more, the Divine Xia Empire couldn't have only one level 96 high-level god expert. Xian Yai was also about to be resurrected. At that time, any faction that was not obedient could be beaten up. It could be imagined that soon, other countries would quickly submit at the feet of the Divine Xia Empire. Lin Mohan had exhausted his soul power and relied on the power of divinity to recover quickly, moving the skill star core again and again. The second skill star core was much more difficult than the first. It was not that the skill was stronger, but that the skill space had strengthened its binding on him. It became more and more difficult. Although it was difficult, he was full of confidence. He believed that sooner or later, he would empty the skill space and integrate all the skill star cores into his soul. In addition, there was a bunch of more difficult talents waiting for him. If he couldn't even empty the skill space, how could he talk about moving talents? Finally, after more than 10 days of unremitting efforts, the second skill star core was moved out of the skill space. As soon as he left, Lin Mohan felt a sense of relief all over his body. Without the binding of the skill space, the skill star core suddenly became lighter. This time, he did not move a passive skill, but an active skill. This was the strongest killer skill that Lin Mohan had used for a period of time, Corpse Explosion. The frequency of using the skill had been greatly reduced after the elemental witch demon appeared. Although Corpse Explosion was powerful, it had too many restrictions. It needed a fresh corpse, and only if the corpse was strong enough could this skill exert its great power. When facing two strong enemies, there might not be any corpses around. Corpse Explosion was more suitable for group killing. But at this time, he had the Skeleton King. Its two major group attack skills were enough to replace Corpse Explosion. So this divine skill had been shelved by Lin Mohan recently, rarely used, but he always had expectations for this skill. He didn't know what kind of transformation would happen after fusing with the soul. This skill was only level 7, only a little higher than the wings of the undead. It was just that this skill was too difficult to train. When the second skill star core stabilized in his soul, his entire soul trembled again. This trembling lasted for a long time, not stopping even after half a day. When it trembled, the skill star core of Corpse Explosion continuously devoured soul energy. Compared to damage transfer, this skill star core absorbed even more crazily. Lin Mohan gritted his teeth and let it absorb. The power of divinity once again played a great role. The 6,900 recovery ability made his soul's recovery speed astonishing. Lin Mohan's whole body's aura surged, awakening Antares. Antares said softly, "This skill seems strong." For some reason, it felt a sense of danger from Lin Mohan's aura. It seemed that the skill he was fusing could harm it. Knowing it was impossible, Antares still felt very surprised. Antares looked at Lin Mohan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, with great curiosity. It really wanted to know what kind of skill could make the not yet level 70 Lin Mohan cause damage to it. To be honest, even if the semi-super gods of the human race, the demon sovereign of the abyss, or the dragon emperor of the dragon race acted together, they couldn't hurt a single hair of it. This was in the case that it did not resist. Why did it look down on these people? Because they couldn't even break its defense. But now it felt that this skill of Lin Mohan had the possibility of hurting itself. It believed that its feeling would not be wrong. Next, it thought of a problem. In that case, the attack power of the skill of Lin Mohan had the possibility of killing the demon sovereign and the others. In Antares' perception, a skill that could hurt itself, killing the demon sovereign and the others was definitely not a problem. Thinking like this made it feel even more surprised. Finally, Lin Moyan's breathing stabilized. The skill star core's absorption of soul energy was also coming to an end. Antares didn't sleep anymore. It wanted to ask Lin Mohan what this skill was. The previous skill had already surprised it enough. What kind of trick was he playing this time? This brat was not reassuring at all. The second skill star core was the same as the first. After being full of soul energy, it exploded, and it was connected to the first skill star core. They attracted each other, and began to rotate around Lin Moyan's soul as the center. Receive soul energy. Experience 1 million receive soul energy. Experience 1 million receive soul energy. Experience 1 million. The notification that jumped crazily. The skill star core spat out soul energy, causing the experience to increase significantly. Lin Mohan didn't care about the experience. He saw the golden light on the skill star core of corpse explosion, only about 1/5 of it. Compared to the 50 fusion degree of the first skill star core, it was much worse. Thanks to the powerful recovery ability brought by the power of divinity, Lin Mohan really spared no effort to stuff soul energy into it. But even so, the fusion degree only reached about 20. Before, corpse explosion was very difficult to upgrade. He didn't expect that after fusing into the soul, it was still difficult to upgrade. After the skill star core entered the soul, it no longer depended on the level, but only on the fusion degree. Looking at the difficult to upgrade fusion degree in front of him, Lin Mohan could only accept it calmly. Corpse explosion, fusion degree 20, detonate a corpse or skeleton causing damage equal to 20 of the corpse's health before death to a designated target within 100 meters. After looking at the skill arc of the change, Lin Mohan fell into deep thought. The change of this skill was a bit strange. The range was greatly increased, from 7 meters to 100 meters. And this 100 meters was probably not the limit. It could still be increased later. And the power was reduced from 40 to 20, a half reduction. After thinking, Lin Mohan thought this change had its pros and cons, but overall, the benefits were much greater than the disadvantages. Lin Mohan knew that his talent could affect the corpse explosion skill, so the range would change from 100 meters to 7,000 meters. This range was very wide, able to cover the entire battlefield. Even the sky was within the skill's attack range. There was no need to throw the corpse into the sky to attack enemies in the air as before. Second, you could lock onto a target and choose which enemy would take the damage. Therefore, there was no need to worry about causing damage to everyone in the range, including teammates, as before. These two changes made the corpse explosion skill more flexible. Although the power was reduced by half, after being enhanced, it could still cause 14 times the basic damage of the corpse. Lin Mohan was stunned. He realized he had misread. Lin Mohan opened his eyes with surprise, his eyes filled with unconcealable amazement. Antares had been paying attention to him. Lin Moyan's eyes made it realize that he seemed to be stunned by his own skill. What on earth is this skill? Antares asked with great curiosity. Brat, what skill did you move this time? Lin Mohan didn't answer. He said, Antares, help me do some experiments. An experiment on the skill? Antares asked. Lin Mohan nodded. Yes. Alright. Driven by curiosity, Antares did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Lin Mohan hadn't expected Antares to agree so quickly. It was usually very lazy. It had to be discussed carefully to do anything. Lin Mohan was about to do the experiment when suddenly a white halo rose from his body. Lin Mohan had leveled up from 69 to 70. Moving 2 skill star cores had consumed a lot of soul energy. The skill star core fused with the soul, spitting out soul energy, which became Lin Moyu's experience points. He had unintentionally leveled up to 70, and needed to undergo the third job advancement, the third rebirth. And Tears said in a deep voice, "Don't do the experiment anymore. Have your third job advancement first." Follow what he said. Lin Moyu nodded, "All right. The third job advancement is more important than anything. The skill experiment can be done any time. There's no hurry." Lin Moyu, who had just stood up, sat down cross-legged again, adjusting his state to the best. His thoughts flashed like lightning, and his recent experiences appeared in his mind. Starting from level 60, he seemed to have entered a fast track of leveling up. He almost completed the leveling up in a short time. In total, including moving the skill star core, it only took a little over 2 months to go from level 60 to 70. Compared to others' speed of 1 or 2 years per level, he was like sitting on a rocket. It was finally time for the third job advancement. Not relying on formations, not relying on external forces, except for the talent Divine Stone. Nothing else was needed. This kind of third job advancement had never appeared in this era. Lin Moyu had asked Tears, without relying on external forces, why use a talent Divine Stone? And Tears' answer was that not relying on external forces was not relying on external forces, but the benefits of this talent Divine Stone were much greater than the harm. At a negligible cost without affecting the future, in exchange for a very useful talent, it was definitely a good thing. At that time, and Tears said that some people did not use a talent Divine Stone, wanting to awaken a talent on their own, saying that the talent they awakened would be stronger than the one obtained from the Divine Stone. But this rumor was not confirmed, and that person could not awaken a talent on their own. The third job advancement only happened once, and the opportunity to awaken a talent only happened once. It couldn't be done again. So overall, it was better to use a talent Divine Stone. Lin Moyu remembered this sentence, but he had other ideas. He had a system. Although the system rarely appeared, every time it appeared, it could play a great role. The system only did 2 things, fusing skills and fusing talents. The existence of the system was a secret that Lin Moyu would never reveal to anyone. And Tears also didn't know that Lin Moyu had his own ideas. His most ideal state was to awaken a talent on his own, then use the talent Divine Stone to obtain another talent. Then the system could fuse these 2 talents, perhaps obtaining a god-level talent. This was the most perfect state Lin Moyu imagined. His thoughts flashed, and these thoughts only flashed through his mind. Lin Moyu's imagination was very beautiful, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. And Tears found it strange. The third job advancement hadn't even started yet. What was this guy smiling about? Lin Moyu's whole body's aura rose crazily, and began to surge violently. The energy of his whole body began to riot, rushing to the sky, forming a 7-colored pillar of smoke. Next, the soul energy also joined in, and the energy became more intense. The huge energy seemed to want to trigger some law between heaven and earth, using the law to stimulate Lin Moyu's job advancement. According to common sense, the formation would trigger, but now Lin Moyu wanted to use his own power to trigger it. The difficulty between the two was very different. Using a formation to trigger the descent of law, the law acted on the formation, and then was transferred through the formation to the job advancer. With an extra conversion process, there would be losses. The effect was not as good as directly using oneself to trigger the descent of law. This was what Tears said. Borrowing external force. Lin Moyu's power continued to increase. He believed that no ordinary professional who had just reached level 70 possessed such strong attribute energy as him, especially the soul energy, which was incomparable. Under the combination of the two, if even he couldn't trigger the descent of law, then this path was indeed difficult to walk. And Tears also looked at Lin Moyu, its eyes full of expectation. Even in the ancient times, among the strongest people, not many could rely on their own power to trigger the descent of law. Sorry, I lied to you. They really didn't use external forces, but they had seniors by their side to help trigger the law. But if you want to become an expert, become the strongest super god, and even reach a higher level, then you must do so. And Tears had no intention of acting at all. Now if it acted, it would be harming Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's whole body was extremely brilliant. The light was dazzling, piercing the sky. At this moment, all attributes seemed to converge in the soul. The skill star core also emitted a brilliant light simultaneously, devouring the soul energy to help its master. Boom! The divine cauldron, which had never moved, suddenly made a soft sound. Suddenly a ray of light fell from the sky, and the law vibrated. The roar of the law was very beautiful. Lin Moyu felt that every piece of his flesh, every drop of his blood was cheering with joy. So this was the law of how magical. Before, whether it was the first or second job advancement, it was through a formation. The law descended on the formation first, not directly on oneself. Moreover, before, the soul was not as strong as it was now, and the perception was not so sensitive. The difference between the two feelings was very large. Lin Mohan carefully felt the beautiful feeling brought by the law. The power of the law was like a warm spring water flowing into every cell of his body. Whether in his previous life or this life, he had never had such a comfortable feeling. Lin Mohan was a little intoxicated in the comfort brought by the law. Don't be intoxicated. There will be many opportunities to come into contact with the law in the future. And Tears' words interrupted Lin Mohan's feelings, pulling him back to reality. Lin Mohan stabilized his thoughts, made himself calm down, and officially began the third job advancement. At this moment, it was only attracting the resonance of the law, attracting a wisp of law, not yet fully activating the law. He continued to do his best, especially the two skill star cores in his soul shining brightly, bursting out with unparalleled power. The law continued to descend, began to accumulate, until it broke some limit. A brilliant light covered him, and the descending law became more and more dense. Lin Mohan found that he had seen a galaxy. In the galaxy, the remaining 17 skill star cores were shining, and he also saw some skill star cores that had not been activated, still dark. Skill space. Lin Mohan was a little dazed. Why did he suddenly enter the skill space? Looking to the sides, and Tears was also there. No, it's not that I entered the skill space, but that the skill space appeared in the outside world. Also not right. This is a projection of the skill space. And Tears' voice sounded in his ear. What? Have you seen the skill space? Lin Mohan nodded slightly. And Tears chuckled. This path is not easy to walk, but the benefits are many. Because your skill space has been open before the job advancement. So during the job advancement, through the influence of the law, you can see the full view of your skill space. During the job advancement, if you still have strength, you can count how many skills are left. However, I think there won't be many left. I estimate that at level 70, 80, at most there are only 3 to 5 skills. Lin Mohan nodded. He had started counting. The skill star cores that had not been activated were extremely dark, hidden in the dark world, difficult to count. And Tears said, I will take you to a place where the law is more original, which is better for you. With that, the world changed. With Lin Mohan as the center, the space within 100 meters around him suddenly changed. And Tears used its great power to forcibly connect a world with Lin Mohan. At first glance, Lin Mohan was still beside Tears, but in fact he was already in another world. Compared to the Dragon Emperor, this method was many times stronger. It didn't even need a spatio-temporal passage, forcibly linking two worlds like a miracle. Wilderness of Desolation. Lin Mohan was startled. He didn't expect Tears to bring him to the Wilderness of Desolation. During the second job advancement, Bai Yuan had brought him to the Wilderness of Desolation, saying that it could help him complete the second job advancement more easily. Now he understood that the law of the Wilderness of Desolation was more original and powerful. The roar of monsters sounded in his ear. To uninvited intruders like Lin Mohan, this was like a meteorite thrown into the peaceful world of the Wilderness of Desolation. Lin Moyan's aura was too obvious in the eyes of the wild beasts, especially the halo of law descending from above, which was more like a guiding light. In the darkness, pairs of bright eyes appeared, tearing a bloodthirsty aura. Wild beasts. Lin Mohan knew the wild beasts had come. His whole body tensed slightly, ready to fight. And Tears said, you concentrate on your job advancement. Leave the rest to me. Lin Mohan was relieved and said softly, thank you. He began to concentrate on the job advancement, absorbing more and more law into his body. Although the law was powerful, Lin Mohan did not dare to absorb too much at once. He always attracted the law at a stable speed. The power of the law flowed through his body. Lin Mohan wanted to remember this feeling, to remember the aura of the law. After entering the body, the law was divided into 3 parts. One part integrated into his body, causing his attributes to begin to soar. One part went into his soul, allowing the soul to grow. The remaining part went into the skill space, searching for the skill star core, preparing to ignite the star core and awaken the skill. This process was clearer than the feeling brought by the job advancement formation. Job advancement through the formation always had a vague feeling, and everything depended on luck. But now Lin Mohan could clearly feel the effect of the law in his body. All attributes were constantly being enhanced. The third job advancement at level 70 was a huge leap for all professionals. The attributes would be greatly improved. According to the information Lin Mohan had, all attributes could be doubled. A legendary grade professional would also break through the million attribute mark at level 70. As for himself, at level 66, his total attributes had already exceeded 1 million. Lin Mohan didn't know what level his attributes could reach after completing the third job advancement. His path was unique. Apart from the talent Divine Stone, he did not use any other external power. Even the elemental meteoric he had carefully prepared before was abandoned. To sublimate his skills, he had to rely on his own power. Lin Mohan continuously attracted the law, absorbing as much as he could. He was completely immersed in the rhythm of his own job advancement, no longer caring about external things. With Antares here, he didn't have to worry about any wild beasts. The more law he absorbed, the stronger his attributes became. All attributes had nearly doubled. Soon, the attributes reached their limit. Next, Lin Mohan introduced more law energy into his soul. The soul flashed with light, and the law roared. This was a substantial change, becoming different from before, as if he had stepped onto a new level. The profession also changed magically under the effect of the law. The name had changed. Undead Lord became Immortal Holy King. From the initial Necromancer to Undead Lord, and now from Undead Lord to Immortal Holy King. Lin Mohan felt as if he was seeing a world of creatures with the attribute of immortality. Inside were countless skeletons, piles of white bones, bone dragons flying in the sky, headless knights on the ground, and immortal witch demons galloping. And he was the master of this immortal world, the Supreme King. The profession had sublimated. Lin Mohan was clearly aware that his profession had sublimated. The qualitative change of the soul and the sublimation of the profession also brought about a change in body attributes. The attributes that had reached their limit began to rise again. The attributes began to strengthen again. Lin Mohan was happy in his heart. He had done it. Without using a formation, he had advanced his job, even sublimating it. During the job advancement, he had absorbed a large amount of law energy. Remembering this feeling would bring unimaginable benefits for the future. The roar of monsters sounded in his ear again. The roar was close at hand. The wild beasts had come. Lin Mohan didn't care. With Antares here, he was completely safe. Although the job advancement was successful, it was not completely over. Next was awakening skills and talents. Lin Mohan took out the talent Divine Stone. It burst with a dazzling light, then shattered, exploding into countless starlights that covered Lin Mohan. The starlight also possessed some kind of law energy, and entered his body. Catch it! Antares' roar sounded in his mind. Lin Mohan knew what he had to do. It could be said that now was the most important moment. He had to follow the starlight brought by the talent Divine Stone. During the process of awakening the talent, try to find the world belonging to the talent. Even if he couldn't find it, he had to grasp it so that he could find the world belonging to the talent in the future. Only then would he have the opportunity to move the talent into his soul. Not to mention how strong the talent would become, at least it could maintain its current state. That was already far beyond countless other professionals. After becoming a god level, the talent gradually weakened, and the gap between god levels narrowed. But if he still possessed the talent before becoming a god level, he would also be an invincible existence among god levels. Lin Mohan's soul trembled continuously. He stared at every sparkle of the talent Divine Stone entering his body, not missing a single one. The starlight flew through his body, finally gathering together, entering his spiritual world, passing through his soul and then flying towards the deepest part of the spiritual world. Lin Mohan followed closely, not leaving a single step. Gradually, the corner of his mouth lifted. So it was here. The law possessed a magical power that could make anyone obsess. Lin Mohan began his job advancement, gathering all his strength to fuse soul power and stimulate the energy of the skill star cores. The combination of these three forces created an energy more powerful than any formation, which erupted to create a law resonance. The law descended to initiate the job advancement, quickly reaching the limit of his attributes, then breaking through the limit to sublimate his profession. He had achieved what Antares had described as not relying on external objects. Now, with the talent Divine Stone activated, Lin Mohan began to do something more beneficial than harmful. Following the starlight formed by the talent Divine Stone, the world of talents finally opened a crack for him. Through the crack, Lin Mohan saw two flames. The flames were burning fiercely, and both radiated a brilliant purple light, filled with a mysterious and noble aura. Both flames were extraordinary, shrouded in the aura of law, as if they were the masters of the world, looking down on all living beings. These two purple flames represented his two talents. The unique god-level talent, comprehensive growth, was one of the sources of his powerful combat strength. Without this talent, no matter how strong his skills were, he would not have been able to challenge so many levels above his own. The other purple flame was also a unique god-level talent, providing him with strong survivability and endless spiritual energy. Both talents were extremely powerful when together, with different effects, but essentially no distinction between high and low. The starlight brought by the talent Divine Stone began to gather in the world of talents. The starlight gathered in one place, and some sparks appeared from the void, then turned into a golden flame. When the flame was newly formed, it radiated a brilliant golden light, looking very weak. This weakness was not inferior to the purple flames, it also had the aura of law radiating from it. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, this newly formed golden flame was still inferior to the previous two, and its essence was also different. Although starlight continued to come, and the golden flame would become stronger, its essence had determined that its limit would not be high and could not surpass the previous two. From its birth, the golden flame was in the lowest position, its status not equal to the purple flames. Lin Moyu had guessed a little. Purple was the most noble and was a unique god-level talent. The golden flame could also be god-level, but not a unique talent. Perhaps others could also have the same talent. A little disappointed, but Lin Moyu had no intention of giving up. He looked up and said, talents can be moved into the soul and nurtured by soul power. At that time, soul power can become their fuel. If I pour more soul power now, can I strengthen the talent? He acted as soon as he thought of it. Lin Moyu did not hesitate at all. Awakening a talent would not last too long. The flame was growing, and he only had a moment of opportunity. He would not have time to hesitate. Following the crack that had just been opened, Lin Moyu's soul power rushed into the world of talents. But to his disappointment, the soul power could not be supplemented into the burning starlights that were forming. The soul power continuously gathered in the world of talents, forming an independent group, distinct from the golden flame, hard to touch. Lin Moyu was unwilling, but no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. This was the result, until the golden flame was completely formed. Information automatically appeared in his mind. Obtain talent. Reconstitution. After a summoned creature has truly died, it will begin to reconstitute. After reconstitution, the summoned creature will be restored to its peak state. Reconstitution can be performed once every 5 minutes. After seeing the talent's information, Lin Moyu realized this was a life-saving skill. Originally, his undead army was very hard to kill. Even after death, they had 3 chances to be revived. The first 2 times were brought by his own skills, and each time they were restored to their peak states. The third time was brought by the halo of immortality. If you wanted to kill the undead army, you had to kill it 4 times. However, if the undead army didn't die, he wouldn't die either. In other words, he would have 3 chances to avoid death. It was the same as wanting him to die. You had to kill him 4 times. Then this talent only added 1 experimental opportunity. The cooldown was extended to 5 minutes. In this way, it was not even as good as his passive skill. The talent was a bit weak. Lin Moyu sighed secretly. For others, this talent might be a god level 1, a death exemption gold medal. But for him, it could only be like adding flowers to a bouquet. Whether he had it or not, the impact was not big. An enemy who could kill him 4 times could also kill him 5 times. The talent awakened by the skilled divine stone was not very strong. The power of external objects was always inferior to his own. Lin Moyu felt regretful, but at this moment, he didn't notice that although the talent had been awakened, the door to the world of talents had not yet closed. His soul power was continuously entering the world of talents. The soul power became more and more, and in an instant, at least more than half of it had entered. Lin Moyu's soul power had reached the god level. Now that it was gathered in the world of talents, sparks appeared again. With a very small sound, a golden flame suddenly formed. The vibration in his soul awakened Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu saw the new flame in the world of talents. The 4th talent. There were only 3 talents. This was common sense. Even Antares had said there could only be 3 talents. More than 3, and the soul would shatter. But now the 4th talent was taking shape before his eyes. Could the soul be about to shatter? Lin Moyu did not feel any signs of instability in his soul system. Instinctively, Lin Moyu felt that his situation was related to the system. More and more soul power poured in, becoming the nutrient of the 4th flame. The 4th flame was also a golden flame. Isn't the current situation what I expected most? If it can awaken 1 talent through the talent divine stone, I can also awaken 1 of my own. Perhaps both talents are not strong, but the system will appear and will fuse and optimize the 2 talents. Lin Moyu began to look forward to the system's appearance. Very quickly, the flame was completely formed. Lin Moyu also received the talent information. Obtain talent, rebirth. Before he could see it clearly, the talent information suddenly disappeared. A pleasant sound rang in his head. It was Lin Moyu's long, lost voice. Detected host has obtained a new talent. Optimizing. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. The system would indeed appear. Outside, Lin Moyu smiled again. Antares was even more surprised. What on earth was this guy smiling about? It's just a job advancement. What's so funny? In the dark wilderness of desolation, A wild beast roared and rushed towards Lin Mohan. But they couldn't even touch him before being cut into pieces by an invisible force. And Tears' power was protecting Lin Mohan. The wild beast could hardly cross the thunder pool half a step. And Tears found it strange, not knowing what Lin Mohan was happy about. It decided to wait until he finished the job advancement and must ask clearly on behalf of his 18 generations of ancestors. At this time, Lin Mohan's expression was extremely complicated. In the world of talents, Lin Mohan saw a scene that made him very scared. A necromancer in a robe suddenly appeared in the world of talents. He raised the staff in his hand and shook it lightly, causing the world of talents to tremble. 2 hands appeared, holding up the 2 golden flames, and then brought them closer together. The 2 golden flames represented 2 different talents and were completely impossible to fuse. At this time, the necromancer used a law. Under the effect of the law, the 2 golden flames began to fuse magically. Lin Mohan watched with wide eyes, not imagining such a thing could happen. He had seen this necromancer many times. Every time a skill was awakened, he would appear when there was a slight change. Moreover, when he entered the eternal battlefield and was first hit into an illusion by the Abyssal illusion demon, it was he who saved him. Lin Mohan could not understand what kind of existence it was. But now thinking about it, Lin Mohan suddenly realized it was the system. This was the image by the system. It turned out the system had always been there. The system did not only appear when fusing skills, but also when skills were awakened to demonstrate the skill for him. This system was a bit mysterious. The 2 flames quickly fused together, and then a purple light rose from the center of the flame. The purple light became stronger and stronger, quickly turning the flame purple. In the world of talents, the 3 purple flames formed a triangular state, each occupying a corner, shining brilliantly and looking extremely dazzling. Talent optimization completed. Reconstitution and rebirth talents have completed fusion. Host has obtained the unique God-level talent. Total rebirth. Lin Mohan's expression became extremely complicated. Joy, excitement, tension, fear. Various emotions were displayed on his face. Even with his eyes closed, these emotions were very clear. And Tears, having lived for who knows how many years and met too many people and things, could tell how complicated Lin Mohan's emotions were now. It was very curious and really wanted to know what had happened to him. Lin Mohan was checking his new talent. He read every word and analyzed the use of the talent. Host has obtained the unique God-level talent, Total Rebirth. Total Rebirth. The summoner and the summoned creature will be reborn upon true death, restored to their peak state. All skill cooldowns will be reset. This talent can be activated once per minute. While checking the talent, Lin Mohan could feel the law flowing out of this rebirth purple flame and fusing into his soul. Not only fusing into the soul, but the law also penetrated into the skill star cores. Not only the 2 skill star cores in his soul, but also the skill star cores in the skill space were all penetrated by the law. If it were before, Lin Mohan would not have been able to detect this. Now his soul was too strong. He had witnessed the whole process from the appearance, formation, fusion, and finally completion of the talent. Now, following the traces of the law, he could clearly see how the law penetrated into the skill star cores. Lin Mohan understood in his heart that the talent he had just obtained was a unique God-level talent effective for all his skills. It might not be effective for the skills brought by the original runes. After all, those 2 skills did not completely belong to him, and even the skill star cores were not. After carefully reading every word of the talent, Lin Mohan completely understood its use. He had to suppress his excitement with difficulty. On the surface, the Total Rebirth talent had a death exemption ability once every minute. However, the meaning of this talent was more than that. The 4 most important words in the talent were true death. It was because of these 4 words that the talent had a completely different effect. True death placed the priority of the talent behind some of his life-saving skills. Originally, to kill him, one had to first destroy the entire undead army. To destroy the undead army, one had to kill it 4 times in a row within 5 minutes. After the 4th time, he and the undead army would be destroyed. But now, when he was killed for the 4th time, he and the undead army would be totally reborn thanks to the talent he had just obtained. After total rebirth, all skills were reset, and everything started over. The enemy needed to kill him 4 more times, and again, it had to be completed within 1 minute. If it exceeded 1 minute, the talent would be activated again, and he would be totally reborn again. This was true immortality. Lin Mohan was aware that his survivability was abnormally strong. Even if he encountered the demon Frieren, if he didn't want to fight and just tried to escape, he would still have a chance to survive for 1 minute. Even facing an opponent of the demon Frieren's level, it would be difficult to kill him. From now on, he truly had no worries about his life. The system was too powerful. Fusing 2 god-level talents into 1 unique god-level talent, letting the talent bring about earth-shattering changes. Only the system could do such a thing. Having obtained the talent, but the job advancement was not over. The law of heaven and earth was still roaring, still pouring into his body. The law responsible for the job advancement had completed its mission of strengthening the soul and body and began to pour into the skill space in large numbers. The law was like an introduction. It was activating the level 70 skill star cores. If not for the sublimation of the profession, he would have to activate the skill awakening himself. But now due to the sublimation of the profession, the law of heaven and earth would activate the level 70 skills for Lin Mohan. He didn't have to worry anymore. In the skill space, 3 ignited skill star cores were emitting a brilliant light. 3 skills. Lin Mohan knew he had 3 level 70 skills. For most professionals, as the level increased, the skills would become fewer and fewer. This was also a normal phenomenon. But similarly, the number of skills decreased, but the strength of the skills continued to increase. These 3 skills could only be considered very suitable for a professional. Lin Mohan was also very much looking forward to these 3 skills. Obtained skill, Summon Headless Knight level 1. Summons a Black Iron Great Headless Knight. Obtained skill, Undead Gaze level 1. Summons the Undead Gaze, which burns with immortal flames and deals soul damage to the target. Damage is determined by skill level and soul strength. Obtained skill, Bone Spear level 1. Launches a bone spear to attack the enemy, dealing physical damage. The spear has strong penetration power, and its strength is determined by skill level and spirit attribute. 1 summoning skill, 1 soul attack skill, and 1 physical attack skill. The specific strength needed to be tested to know. However, to be able to become a level 70 skill, it would definitely not be bad. The roaring of the law gradually weakened, and the 3rd job advancement officially ended. Lin Mohan recalled all the feelings he had during the job advancement, especially the feeling in the world of talents. Sooner or later, he would move all 3 flames, the 3 talents in the world of talents, into his soul. Even if he became a god level, he still had to let the talents continue to play a role. He couldn't be like other god level experts. Although the talents were still there, the effect was greatly reduced. Lin Mohan opened his eyes again and found that he was surrounded by corpses, all of which were the corpses of wild beasts, including a very large one. Lin Mohan recognized at a glance that it was the corpse of the Wild Beast King. The Wild Beast King was very strong, but in front of Antares, it couldn't even take a single hit. Antares was much stronger than imagined. When all the law dissipated, the surrounding area also changed. Antares brought Lin Mohan back from the wilderness of desolation. How was it? Antares asked in a bored tone, looking as if it was casually asking, and not in a hurry. But there was curiosity in its eyes. Lin Mohan said, very successful. The profession sublimated and also awakened a talent. Antares said angrily, nonsense, it's normal for you to awaken a talent using a talent divine stone. I also know about the profession sublimation. Your current profession is Immortal Holy King. This profession sounds a bit familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere. I've lived too long, and some old memories have been lost. Lin Mohan smiled and asked, did you hear it in a dream? Antares didn't dwell on this issue anymore. Have you seen your own world of talents? Lin Mohan grunted, I have seen it. I saw 3 flames. I remember the feeling in the world of talents. Sooner or later, I will bring them out. This is not easy, Antares sneered, as if it was watching Lin Mohan make a joke. Not easy, but I have to try. Lin Mohan clenched his fists, determination in his eyes. Antares asked, all right, tell me a little about the talent, skills, and the changes before and after the job advancement. It finally couldn't hold back, and indirectly inquired about the curiosity in its heart. Lin Mohan grunted, I also want to know. I'll test it and tell you as I go. As he spoke, a thought moved in Lin Moyan's mind. He summoned the undead army and also all the witch demons. A 7-colored halo appeared under the feet of all the skeletons, rotating and shining brilliantly. Antares asked, how do you want to test it? Lin Mohan said, you attack me. First, use the power of level 90. Antares didn't say anything. An attack fell from the sky on Lin Mohan. Antares' attack appeared so suddenly that Lin Mohan couldn't predict it at all. It could only be said that the level was too high, and he couldn't understand it. It didn't matter if he didn't understand it now, he would understand it later. The god-level attack caused a lot of damage to Lin Mohan. An invisible protective film appeared on the outside of his body, emitting a faint white light. All the damage was transferred to the undead army under the effect of the damage transfer skill. Before, the damage transfer skill only transferred damage. But now that it had been moved into his soul and the fusion degree reached 50, a change had occurred. Damage transfer, fusion degree 50. All damage received will be reduced by half, then borne by the summoned creature. The skill had a damage reduction function. The damage received would be half. Not only that, but the talent was also affected by the comprehensive growth. After the third job advancement at level 70, the comprehensive growth of the talent was also upgraded, with a growth rate of 80 times. In this way, the damage transfer skill would first reduce the damage by 160 times, then transfer it to the undead army. What was the concept of reducing damage by 160 times? Antares' simulated god level attack fell on Lin Mohan, and the damage the undead army had to bear was completely within the tolerable range. The witch demon general healed the undead army more than 10 times in a row, and the defense was very strong. Antares could see that the layer of white light on Lin Mohan's body was very extraordinary. Lin Mohan said, "A level 96 attack, try it." A level 96 attack involved the level of law, and was much stronger than level 90. Another attack took place. Facing a level 96 attack, the undead army still held on. The witch demon general healed one after another, and in just a few seconds, the undead army was back to its original state without any losses. Lin Mohan knew very well that from now on, he would no longer be a weak point. On the contrary, he would become the strongest member of the entire undead army. If someone had the thought of killing the summoned creature being worse than killing the summoner to deal with him, they would definitely have a hard time. Use the power of a semi-super god, Lin Mohan said. Antares was slightly surprised. Are you sure? This is a semi-super god. A god level can't compare. Lin Mohan nodded. I'm sure. He was very confident in his skills and talents, but no matter what, he had to try to know. Antares did not hesitate. It snorted casually, and an invisible force fell on Lin Mohan like a meteorite. The undead army shattered instantly, and all the witch demon generals died. The power of a semi-super god was terrifying. Even with a 160-fold damage reduction, it couldn't be stopped. At that time, the demon sovereign and the dragon emperor were fighting at the border, but he didn't feel much. Now Antares was personally simulating a semi-super god level attack, and it was so strong. Lin Mohan sighed secretly. The gap between him and the other party was too big. The sense of complacency he had just had during the job advancement had completely disappeared. Are you sure this is the power of a semi-super god? Lin Mohan still had a bit of luck. He looked towards Antares. Antares grunted, almost. It might be a little stronger than the demon sovereign, but it's limited. Lin Mohan understood. His heart moved slightly, and the undead army appeared again. Just now, thanks to the undead immortality passive skill, all the killed undead army members returned to the summoning space and were reborn within a second. He summoned them again. Do it again. Antares was very curious but still followed Lin Mohan's request and completed 3 attacks. Each time was a semi-super god level attack, and each time it could completely defeat Lin Mohan's undead army. After 3 times, the curiosity in Antares' eyes became even more intense. It still couldn't kill Lin Mohan's undead army. Killing it 3 times in a row, and it resurrected 3 times in a row. Lin Mohan took a deep breath. Do it again. This time was the important experiment. In Antares' previous 3 attacks, the first 2 relied on the undead immortality passive skill to survive. On the third hit, the halo of immortality of the immortal witch demon took effect. But at this moment, both undead immortality and the halo of immortality were on cooldown. The cooldown of undead immortality was 5 minutes, and the cooldown of the halo of immortality was as long as 24 hours. If it happened again, it could only depend on the talent. If the talent was indeed as he thought, then this time he could still be resurrected with the undead army, and would not die. If it was different from what he thought, then he could prepare to be resurrected. Between life and death, there was always hesitation. Antares saw Lin Mohan hesitating. Are you sure you want to take it one more time? To be able to be resurrected 3 times was already beyond its imagination. It didn't expect this to be the 4th time. Lin Mohan took a deep breath and said, try again. If it fails, I will prepare to be resurrected immediately. But you wish. Another force fell from the sky, hitting Lin Mohan. The entire undead army shattered again. Lin Mohan's body was instantly crushed by the huge force, exploding into a ball of flesh and blood. A look of horror appeared in Antares' eyes. It didn't expect that this time Lin Mohan really died. It had killed him with its own hands. But only 0.1 seconds later, Antares' eyes suddenly narrowed. The scene in front of him was like time rewinding. Lin Mohan, who had clearly exploded into a ball of flesh and blood, suddenly reassembled and reappeared. The total rebirth talent was activated, and Lin Mohan reappeared intact in an instant. Not only that, but the shattered undead army also appeared. This talent reverses time, the law of time. Antares was very shocked. It seemed to understand what Lin Mohan wanted to test. Lin Mohan's eyes looked at the halos under the feet of the undead army. The hallows were still 7 layers, including the hallow of immortality. The undead army was resurrected, and all skill cooldowns were restored. Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh. This time his life was truly guaranteed. Finally, Antares couldn't help but ask, "What on earth did you awaken as a talent?" Lin Moyu didn't hide it and told Antares about the total rebirth talent. At first, Antares didn't think much after hearing it, but Lin Moyu explained his skills in detail. After he finished, Antares couldn't hide the shock in its eyes. According to Lin Moyu's explanation, if you wanted to kill Lin Moyu, you had to kill him 8 times in 1 minute, and each time you had to eliminate all the undead army. Antares said softly, "If you want to escape, perhaps even the demon sovereign would have difficulty killing you." It used the word difficulty, which didn't mean it couldn't be killed. Lin Moyu also knew the strength of the demon sovereign. If she really didn't care about the price, she could still kill him. But he wouldn't directly confront the demon sovereign. After all, he was only level 70 now. And the demon sovereign was a semi-super, god level expert, not on the same level at all. If he wanted to clash with the demon sovereign, he would have to wait until he reached the god level at least. At that time, with a group of god level skeletons, he might be able to test his strength against the demon sovereign. Lin Moyu said, "Let's proceed with the second experiment. I'll have to trouble you again this time." Antares agreed without hesitation. It also wanted to see what Lin Moyu's experimental skill was. There were not many things in this world that could arouse its interest. In the end, they all focused on Lin Moyu. At Lin Moyu's request, Antares passed through space to catch a few level 65 monsters, and had to restrain them. This time, the experiment was about corpse explosion. The Skillstar core was moved into the soul after the change of corpse explosion. It seemed that the range of corpse explosion had increased, and he could freely choose the target to attack, and the corresponding power had also weakened. But Lin Moyu saw something unusual in the skill, and he made his own guess. A level 65 monster was killed. Lin Moyu locked onto the corpse and then locked onto another monster. The corpse and the monster being tested were thousands of meters apart. There was a loud explosion, but there was no major movement from the explosion. It seemed that the corpse just broke into pieces, no longer earth-shattering as before. Then it seemed that the monster thousands of meters away suddenly received a violent impact and was blown to pieces. Antares was slightly surprised again. The power is not very big, but it can cross space. Your skill is related to the law. After the corpse exploded, the attack immediately appeared on the target thousands of meters away. This kind of attack seemed a bit difficult to explain, even making people confused. It might be related to the law. Antares' words confirmed Lin Moyu's suspicion. Then Lin Moyu locked onto a few skeletons on the ground. It was the skeleton of the monster that had just been killed, with some scattered corpses. Before, this scattered corpse did not have much life force and could no longer be used for corpse explosion. But now Lin Moyu didn't feel that way. The target was still another monster thousands of meters away. Lin Moyu detonated the skeleton. There was a crisp sound, still like the sound of an eggshell breaking, and there was no major movement. But the monster thousands of meters away suddenly exploded and was directly killed. Antares said, "The attack power is the same as just now. It seems that the effect of your corpse explosion and skeleton explosion is the same." Lin Moyu carefully thought about this skill. Corpse explosion, fusion degree 20. Detonate a corpse or skeleton, causing damage equal to 20 of the corpse's life value when it was alive to a designated target within 100 meters. The biggest change in this skill was not the distance or power, but the phrase life value of the corpse when it was alive. Even if what was detonated was just a corpse skeleton, the power was still calculated based on the life value of the skeleton when it was alive. A bold idea suddenly came to Lin Moyu's mind. Did fresh blood count as a skeleton? What about solidified fresh blood? With the 2 previous experiences, this time Lin Moyu directly held the solidified fire god's essence blood in his hand, and then locked onto the target. A monster thousands of meters away. Skill, corpse explosion. The skill was successfully activated, and with just a crack, the solidified fire god's essence blood broke into pieces. The monster locked by Lin Moyu suddenly exploded into a ball of flame, and was burned to ashes in an instant. When the wind blew, nothing was left. Antares suddenly raised its head, and stared at the dead monster. "I just felt the power of the fire god. Your skill has triggered the power of the fire god, equivalent to the fire god's rebirth." At that time, the fire god was at level 92, only a little short of a mid-level god. Your skill has not yet broken this limit, still at level 92, almost the same as the fire god's attack. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed. His guess had come true. The power of the law had been integrated into corpse explosion. However, it was worth mentioning that the fire god had been dead for a long time but could still erupt with attack power equivalent to when he was alive. Although for some reason, After the talent was increased, the power displayed still did not exceed the peak period of the fire god. It was still satisfying. After all, it was just a drop of essence blood. And solidified essence blood at that. In general, this skill was strong enough. After all, the fusion degree was only 20. In the future, the fusion degree would increase, and it would continue to increase. Lin Mohan even had an illusion that if he was given a corpse, he could blow up the whole world. And Ter said, whether it's survivability or attackability, you are one of the best professionals I have ever met. At least at your same level, no one is your opponent. As long as you don't seek death, you won't die. Alright, you have reached level 70 and completed the third job advancement. What I promised you has also been completed. Now it's your turn. Lin Mohan smiled. Okay, you take me to the lower level space. But let me say first, this time you can't take me to a dangerous place. I don't want to face a world boss as soon as I enter the lower level space. And Tears said impatiently, I know. The Dragon King's Hall and the original Secret Realm are both in the lower level space in the Starfall continent. The Starfall continent is a bit dangerous, but for you, it should not be a problem. Lin Mohan asked with curiosity, didn't you say last time that you would wait until I reached the god level before going to the original Secret Realm? And Tears snorted. Who knew your combat ability would increase so fast? Now your soul power is stronger than some who have reached level 89. The same goes for combat power. You are qualified to try a little. Lin Mohan nodded, you understand. Thank you, boss. Scram. And Tears exhaled a breath and directly opened a spatio-temporal passage. For it, opening a passage was as simple as breathing. The passage opened, and Tears directly threw Lin Mohan into it. In the Dragon King's Hall, be careful. The original Secret Realm is quite safe. There is no danger. You can do whatever you want, no need to worry. The Starfall continent was the most dangerous of the 4 continents in the lower level space. It was full of chaos and danger. There was not much information about it. And the human race rarely moved here. Not only the human race, but even the Abyss demons and the dragon race did not come here. The biggest danger in the Starfall continent came from the sky. Lin Mohan had seen such a sentence in the only document he had. He couldn't help but look up and just happened to see a stream of light flashing over his head. The speed of the light was very fast, exceeding 10,000 meters per second. The light fell from the sky, landing less than 3,000 meters from Lin Mohan. Then, he saw brilliant light. A few seconds later, a loud noise sounded, accompanied by an extremely terrifying shock wave. The shock wave swept across the sky and earth. Lin Moyan's bone armor shone brightly, probably only lasting for about 2 seconds before shattering. The huge force pushed him back hundreds of meters before he stopped. During this time, Lin Mohan had to endure one wave of damage after another. A large amount of damage was weakened by the scaled and transferred to the undead army without causing much damage. After the shock wave weakened, he quickly rushed to where the light had landed. A large pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared here. It was just hit by the ring of light from the sky, equivalent to an attack from a level 85 world boss. Lin Mohan was slightly scared in his heart. Of course, he didn't care about this level of attack, but if it were another professional, or even a top level 85 professional, a sip would be enough. If hit from the front, serious injury would be normal. Lin Mohan stood by the pit and glanced at the sky, saying thoughtfully, no wonder the danger here is all from the sky. And those who can move here are all top professionals of level 86 or 87. He had just arrived at the Starfall continent, and in just 2 short minutes, he had seen several groups of light falling from the sky. The groups of light were falling stars, like stars falling from the sky. The speed of each falling star was extremely fast and difficult to avoid. At this time, Lin Mohan was on the edge of the Starfall continent. The deeper he went, the denser and stronger the falling stars would become. The ground in front of him began to move, and was recovering. This place still retained the characteristics of the eternal battlefield. The land had the characteristic of self-recovery. Lin Mohan did not move forward but began to practice skills here. He had to go to the Dragon King's Hall to get the Dragon Pearl for Tears. But this matter was not urgent. He also wanted to go to the original Secret Realm, but he was not in a hurry either. After reaching level 70, in addition to awakening a new talent, sublimating his profession, and breaking through his attributes to the highest level, there were also 3 skills. Until now, he had not been able to carefully look at the added attributes, nor did he have time to cultivate the skills. Lin Mohan planned to spend some time cultivating the skills first. Now he had endless spiritual energy and could cultivate skills without any pressure. As long as it was not a skill with a long cooldown like the wings of the undead, other skills could be practiced very quickly without taking much time. Skill: Summon Headless Knight. As a black ghostly wind blew in his face, The sound of horse hooves came to his ears. The sound of horse hooves was also accompanied by the friction between bones and metal, which was very harsh. A door appeared in the dark ghostly wind, and then a flame flash. A 3D tall knight in white bone armor with a sword and shield, riding a bone war horse, walked out of the door. It had no head, and its empty shoulders made it look extremely strange. The white bone war horse under it had silver, white flames burning on its 4 hooves. The white bone war horse also wore battle armor, integrated with the headless knight, looking very majestic. It stood there quietly, the white flames constantly rising, wrapping around half of the warhorse's body. Without any movement, it was enough to scare children to death. The headless knight was level 1, but it still gave people a strong sense of oppression. This was a new member of the undead army. At least in terms of appearance, Lin Mohan was very satisfied. Lin Mohan felt that its immortal aura was much stronger than the skeleton's. The overwhelming immortal aura was exactly the same as when summoning the Skeleton King, strong, penetrating, and terrifying. Lin Mohan was not in a hurry to check the headless knight's attributes. Now its skill was only level 1, and the summoned ones were only black iron grade headless knights. As the level increased, the attributes would also change, and the skills might also be different. Looking at it now was meaningless. Gusts of ghostly wind blew continuously. Lin Mohan continuously summoned headless knights, and the skill level also began to rise rapidly. After reaching level 70, in addition to doubling his attributes, many characteristics also changed. The summoning space had reached 2400, and the number of members led by each witch demon general had also increased to 2400. At level 70, there were 50 witch demon generals, and the total number of the undead army had reached 120,000. It was just that Lin Mohan had not filled it up yet. With the new addition of the headless knight, there was a new member in the undead army. Lin Mohan still had to distribute them evenly. Whether it was skeletons or headless knights, a number of 30,000 had been distributed. The ghostly wind became more and more intense as the level of the headless knight increased, and the strength of the ghostly wind also increased. And the black immortal aura continued to gather, forming a black cloud above Lin Mohan. The black cloud was formed by the immortal aura and exuded an aura of death. The silver-white flame was looming, seeming out of place with the Starfall continent. Fortunately, there were no people in the Starfall continent. Except for the rings of light from the falling stars constantly falling on his head, there was nothing else. While Lin Mohan was practicing skills, more falling stars fell nearby. The huge shockwave could not destroy the immortal aura that formed the black cloud. The demon sovereign was still lying lazily on her throne. Below the palace, a dragon king appeared. This was the dragon king she had just captured to drink dragon's blood. For the time being, dragon's blood was what the demon sovereign still found delicious. She didn't know when she would get tired of it. Her preferences always changed over the years. She looked outside the palace. The brat has gone to the Starfall continent. It's a pity you are protected by entares, so I can't touch you for now. Wait until you reach the god level and enter the deep space. I will come and have a good chat with you. But if I don't come to trouble you, perhaps that stupid dragon emperor will not let you go. There's a good show to watch. A bright light flashed in the demon sovereign's eyes, like she was watching a good show. Although her life was not as long as Entares's, there were not many things that could interest her. The appearance of Lin Mohan had aroused her interest. While the Soul Fusion Grand Array was in operation, she had secretly left a wisp of her aura on Lin Mohan. This wisp of aura was very weak, but it could let her perceive some situations. For example, when Lin Mohan went to the lower level space of the eternal battlefield, she could perceive it, and she could even roughly perceive his location. However, this time she did not send anyone there. With the combat ability Lin Mohan had shown, sending an ordinary demon king was just sending him to his death, let alone a top demon. Sending food should not be done like that. At least the existence of a Black Heaven Demon King level could pose a threat to Lin Mohan. But the Demon King could not move freely in the lower level space and was also subject to various restrictions. After careful consideration, the Demon Sovereign did not take any action. She planned to wait until Lin Mohan became a god level and entered the deep space, then she would go and have a talk with him about life. Although she chose not to act, a piece of news was unintentionally leaked, quickly spreading out of the abyss, and to the Dragon Realm. A day after Lin Mohan entered the Starfall continent, the Dragon Emperor on the other side also received the news. The Dragon Emperor hated Lin Mohan even more than the Demon Sovereign. That law divine crystal not only blew up his Dragon Emperor's palace, but also made him lose face. After he received the news, an order was issued, and the entire dragon race immediately acted. The immortal aura spread like a black dragon fist in front of Lin Mohan. There were also flames rising in the dragon fist. A 5-meter tall headless knight stood in front of Lin Mohan. Just the white bone war horse under it was about 3 meters tall, standing there like a small mountain, very magnificent. Silver flames rose, covering the white bone war horse like armor. The level 70 headless knight looked like a boss. It was not an exaggeration to say it was a boss, its attributes were even stronger than a boss's. Headless knight, level 70 strength, 1,800,000 agility, 640,000 spirit, 640,000 constitution, 1,280,000 skills, charge, group defense, immunity charges at a speed of 3,000 ms, dealing 5 times its strength attribute as damage to enemies along the way. Cooldown, 1 minute. Group defense, forms a defensive team that can be stacked with other units of the same type to enhance defense. Immunity passive, immune to all negative states. The attributes were extremely high. The strength was much higher than the skeletons and berserk warriors, and the constitution was also much higher, worthy of the title of knight. With 3 skills, it could defeat a berserk skeleton warrior. Although the charge skill did not erupt as much as the berserk skeleton warrior, it had extremely fast pursuit ability. Especially when charging in a large-scale team, it could play a very large role. The cooldown was only 1 minute, and it could be used multiple times. Group defense was the first offensive skill to appear in the undead army. Before, the defense of the undead army relied only on attributes to resist. Now it finally had a skill. Although it was not yet known how effective it was, the fact that the attributes could be stacked was enough to prove that this skill was not weak. Seeing the immunity skill, Lin Mohan was happy. Immune to all negative states and not affected by control skills gave the headless knight the ability to fight in all directions. No matter what kind of enemy it faced, it treated them equally. Although it was not a perfect unit, it was a great enhancement and supplement to the undead army as a whole, making up for the shortcomings, supplementing the defensive shortcomings of the undead army, and the lack of charge and combat ability in large-scale battles. Lin Mohan didn't know what kind of enemies he would face in the future. Of course, the undead army had to be as perfect as possible and able to deal with various situations. It took 2 whole days to cultivate the headless knight. While cultivating, Lin Mohan did several things at once, also summoning to supplement the undead army. Starting from level 70, the number of the undead army increased significantly, reaching over 100,000, and needed to be supplemented again. The 4 major units, berserk skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, skeleton marksmen, and headless knights, each had 30,000 in the undead army. When the entire undead army appeared, their momentum was extremely astonishing, and they could be called an immortal army. But Lin Mohan was not shocked at all. Compared to the billions of undead he had seen when awakening his skill, his undead army was nothing. Continuing, Lin Mohan began to cultivate the second skill without stopping. Skill, Undead Gaze. Level 1, summons the Undead Gaze, which burns with immortal flames and deals soul damage to the target. Damage is determined by skill level and soul strength. When the skill was activated, the sky darkened again. An illusory undead world appeared in the sky, in which countless undead were wailing. White and silver flames were burning fiercely, and dry bones were burning everywhere. The flames were burning fiercely, burning everything. Even the soul could not escape. The first time everyone saw this illusory world, they would have the illusion that their soul was burning. Then, a door appeared in the illusory undead world. The dark door was also burned by the white flames. The big door opened, and a huge eye appeared in the flames. When Lin Mohan saw this eye, his heart couldn't help but thump. What kind of gaze is this? It's too terrifying. No pupils, just white eyes. The white eyes were burned by the flames. The gaze looked down on the world, emotionless, and indifferent to the extreme. No matter from which angle, there would be a feeling that this eye was staring at him. Even Lin Mohan, who was casting this skill, felt a tingling sensation in his soul when he saw this gaze. This skill is very strong, much stronger than the soul flame. This was Lin Mohan's first reaction. His intuition told him this skill was very strong. Now it was only level 1. If it reached level 70, how strong would it be? Perhaps this would be a great killing weapon to replace the soul flame. Skills that could attack the soul were all terrifying skills. With excitement, Lin Mohan began to cultivate the skill and continued to cast Undead Gaze. The undead world continued to appear, like a fire door leading to the undead world also appeared. Unfortunately, the Undead Gaze could only exist in one place at the same time. Otherwise, Lin Mohan felt that the power of this skill could be raised to a higher level. Lin Mohan did several things at once to cultivate the skill. First, the immortal aura formed a dragon fist. Now the sun was covered by black clouds. Lin Mohan's position with a radius of 10,000 meters had almost become a dark world. He couldn't even see his hand in front of him. Only when the falling star ring fell from the sky could it bring a ray of light. But even if a falling star fell right beside Lin Mohan, the shock wave could not disperse the immortal black gas. The black gas was so dense it was unbelievable. Lin Mohan stood in the black gas. Beside him was a headless knight burning with white flames, making him look like a dark lord. Lin Mohan stood still for 2 days and cast the skill countless times, finally cultivating the undead gaze skill to level 70. The undead gaze skill consumed a lot of spiritual energy. If it weren't for the solid comprehensive link talent, Lin Mohan didn't know how long it would take to cultivate this skill. All 3 of his talents were very strong, and none of them could be missing. Lin Mohan's will condense in the air, casting the level 70 undead gaze again. The skills at level 70 were much stronger than at level 1. The illusion of the undead world appeared again, covering a wide range of several thousand meters. The immortal black gas poured down, and a 30-meter fire door appeared in the sky. An eye appeared at the door, staring at the world. Lin Mohan suddenly looked into the distance. An aura belonging to the dragon race was rushing towards him. Interesting. The dragon race actually knows I'm here. They've come at the right time, just in time to test my skill. Lin Mohan's lips curved slightly. He was worried about not finding someone to test his skill on, and the dragon race had brought the test subject to his door. Just in time. The people of the dragon race saw the immortal black gas from a distance. Found it. According to the instructions, Lin Mohan is there. What is he doing? Why is it so dark there? Lin Moyan's entire position had completely turned into a black barrier. The dark immortal aura filled the sky, and occasionally a little white light could be seen there. That's the immortal flame. The dragon race professional felt apprehensive and gradually approached. Everyone, look, what is that? When they were about 1,000 meters away from the black gas, it whirled in waves, and a silver-white flame rose above it. A large gate slowly appeared. This change stunned everyone in the dragon race. The gate burned fiercely, and in the flames appeared the undead gaze. White eyes, no pupils, only white eyes and silver-white flames. No matter where they came from, what their perspective was, as long as they looked at the undead gaze, they would immediately feel that it was staring at them. The undead gaze swept across the land. Several dragon race members stood foolishly in the air. A second later, they fell from the sky one by one, hitting the ground hard. They were dead. Lin Mohan took this scene in. The undead gaze carried a soul attack, instantly burning their souls. Unlike the pain of the soul flame, they died instantly without any pain. These dragon race members were all over level 80, equivalent to top professionals of the human race, and they were killed instantly. The power of the skill was incredibly astonishing, exceeding Lin Moyan's expectations. It seemed that without special items or skills, a top level 80 professional would be instantly killed by the skill. The power of the skill was mainly determined by the skill level and my soul strength. The skill level was no problem, it was level 70. However, my soul strength was too high. My soul strength could already be compared to a god level. The power of the undead gaze increased dramatically, far beyond the normal level. Lin Mohan had a plan in his heart. The undead gaze skill was abnormally strong, and the experiment was very successful, which made him feel satisfied. The flame gate still stood tall in the sky. If Lin Mohan didn't cancel his skill, it could exist for about 10 minutes. At this time, Lin Mohan had already started cultivating the third skill, Bone Spear. Bone Spear level 1, launches a bone spear to attack the enemy, dealing physical damage. The spear has strong penetration power, and its strength is determined by skill level and spirit attribute. With a light touch of his finger, a white bone spear shot out, whizzing through the sky and disappearing from sight. So fast. Lin Mohan was slightly startled. The speed of the bone spear was too fast. In just 1 second, it had flown at least 10,000 meters. This speed was almost impossible to dodge. The faster the speed, the stronger the corresponding penetration power. The impact force generated by this speed was not a weak attack. If the skill level continued to increase, perhaps the speed would also increase, and the attack power would also become stronger. Lin Mohan had to try several times to know that the characteristic of the bone spear skill was fast, vicious, and accurate. Compared to the area attack of Bone Fang, the bone spear only pierced a single point. It could create breakthrough attacks. When this attack dealt with defenses like barriers, formations, and mage shields, it would be invincible. Then bone spears with the sound of breathing pierced the sky, whistling through the air. Lin Mohan did many things at once. He used 5 skills in 1 second. The comprehensive link talent took effect, so there was no need to worry about not having enough spiritual energy. While cultivating the bone spear, Lin Mohan summarized his bone system skills for himself. For defense, there was bone armor. For control, there was bone prison. For long range attack, there was bone fang. For single target attack, there was Bone Spear. Only 4 bone system skills formed a very complete skill chain, with all attack, defense, and control. Regardless of strength, just the completeness alone was unparalleled. In addition to the bone system, he also had a series of summoning, soul, and curse system skills. After integrating them, it would be hard for him not to be strong. As the skill level increased, the shape of the bone spear also gradually changed. It became longer and thicker. From level 40 onwards, a spiral-shaped white bone appeared on the outside of the spear. The spiral-shaped white bone made the spear rotate rapidly when it flew, making the penetration power even stronger and also possessing a strong tearing force. The speed of the bone spear also increased. Every time it leveled up, the speed would be faster. Lin Mohan calculated a little. When the skill reached level 70, the speed of the bone spear could reach more than 20,000 meters per second. This speed, except for God-level experts, no one could dodge within 1,000 meters. Lin Mohan could even imagine the enemy being torn to pieces by the bone spear. But now the situation, where he had to act himself, was getting less and less. The number of times he used the bone spear was not many. Lin Mohan wanted to test the skill, but there was no target. Seeing the meteorite falling from the sky, Lin Mohan not only regarded them as targets, the speed of the falling star was very fast, about 1,000 meters per second, but compared to the bone spear, it was much worse. Anyway, it was just practicing skills. Lin Mohan suddenly had a mischievous idea, pointing his 5 fingers up like a gun at the falling star ring in the sky. The continuous roar sounded, and one after another, bone spears whistled, piercing the air, shooting towards the meteorite. In an instant, the bone spear flew into the sky. The speed of both was very fast, and the falling star ring was smaller than a fist. It was not easy to hit. Lin Mohan just treated himself as playing a game, constantly chasing the falling star ring. The level of the bone spear unknowingly increased. After countless failures, Lin Mohan finally got lucky, and a bone spear hit the falling star ring. A loud explosion sounded, and a mushroom cloud rose in the sky. Various elements exploded in the sky, and colorful lights flashed across the sky. Lin Mohan saw with sharp eyes something falling from the explosion, not far from him. He immediately ran over and found it on the desolate land of the wilderness. It was a crystal the size of a fist. The crystal was covered with various colors, as if there were many impurities. Not pure. Lin Mohan felt many kinds of elements from the crystal. Wind, water, electricity, and fire were all present in this crystal. He hadn't used the scouting skill for a long time. Void crystal. Converted by the divine power of the Void God, containing the power of the Void God. Void God. This was the first time Lin Mohan had heard the name of this god. In all the documents he had read, there were no records of the Void God. Either this god was extremely low-key, or extremely weak. But even weak primary gods like the Water God or Fire God had records in history. Lin Mohan unconsciously felt that perhaps the Void God was a low-key god, but why did its divine power appear here? The falling stars in the sky were still there, and each time they fell, they brought a violent explosion. The Starfall continent had long become desolate from the bombardments over countless years. The monsters that could survive in the Starfall continent were at least bosses, and most of them were world bosses. Could this be the true appearance of the falling star ring? The falling stars had existed for countless years, and they were the divine power of the Void God. Lin Mohan held the Void crystal and then looked up at the sky, for a moment not understanding. Let's try again. Lin Mohan used the bone spear to attack the falling star again. An aura came from the distance. This aura, this smell, was very familiar. The dragon race had come again. At a distance of about 1,000 meters, the bone spear had already shot out. Lin Mohan directly turned the spearhead, and used the dragon race as a test subject again. At such a long distance, the dragon race war general had just seen Lin Moyan's figure when a white light flashed in front of him. A loud explosion sounded, and a dragon race war general exploded on the spot, turning into a shower of flesh and blood. What happened? I don't know. I didn't see clearly. Then one after another, white lights shot over. The remaining few people's souls flew out, and they immediately dodged. Lin Mohan waved his hands continuously, and bone spears flew out, looking like a child holding about to shoot ducks. They were very pathetic, flying around in the sky. After all, a distance of thousands of meters was a bit far. Lin Mohan still needed to improve his accuracy more. If it were within 1,000 meters, they would not be able to dodge at all. Lin Mohan muttered, and with a thaw, the skill changed instantly. The sky suddenly darkened, the undead world appeared, and then a burning silver-white gate appeared in the sky. The gate opened, revealing a pair of white eyes. The dragon race war generals who were awkwardly dodging trembled all over, falling one after another. Their souls were erased, and they died directly. Although there were no wounds on the outside, they were deader than dead, with no chance of resurrection. Lin Mohan seemed to have done something trivial, and once again used the bone spear to hit the falling star ring. The appearance of the dragon race was like small ants being trampled to death under Lin Mohan's feet. After countless attempts, Lin Mohan gradually mastered the rhythm. Sometimes there would be several loud explosions in the sky. Occasionally, a falling star would be shattered into pieces by Lin Mohan's bone spear. After the loud explosion, Lin Mohan would get a piece of void crystal. For the time being, the void crystal had no use, but when he reached level 80, the elemental witch demon position would be empty. Perhaps it could be used to summon an elemental witch demon. But what shape the elemental witch demon summoned by the void crystal would have, what power it would have, Lin Mohan was also not clear. He now had 8 elemental witch demons, which was enough. Among them, except for the flame witch demon and the extreme poison witch demon, there were many materials that could be replaced continuously. The other witch demons, Lin Mohan would not touch if he could. The materials were not enough. If they were replaced, they would not come back. 2 days later, the bone spear was cultivated to the maximum level. The level 70 bone spear was over 3 meters long. When it was launched, the outer shell made of spiral-shaped white bone moved very fast. The whole spear rotated rapidly when it flew, and its penetration power or tearing force had reached the maximum level. The dragon race war general before was the best exception. Directly pierced by the bone spear, exploding into pieces. It was just that compared to the undead gaze, this way of death was still considered good. At least there was a chance of resurrection. If you died under the undead gaze, there was no chance of resurrection, completely fatal. After cultivating all the skills, Lin Mohan let out a long breath. After level 70, the attribute changes were quite large. He was about to check his attributes again when he suddenly remembered he had a piece of equipment. Starting from level 40, all equipment was irrelevant to him. The sense of existence of equipment for Lin Mohan had dropped to freezing point. In his view, all equipment could be exchanged for some gold coins or materials, with no great use. But these 2 pieces of equipment were different. One was the Monarch's scepter obtained in the Light Dungeon. The other was the Rebirth Scepter. The Monarch's scepter was a legendary grade weapon, and the Rebirth Scepter was a mythic grade weapon. Both pieces of equipment had incomplete and damaged attributes, but the Rebirth Scepter was a mythic grade weapon, and its attributes were not as good as the legendary grade Monarch's scepter. At that time, this situation made Lin Mohan confused. With a thought, the Monarch's scepter and the Rebirth Scepter appeared in his left and right hands simultaneously. A huge force suddenly and powerfully poured into his body, making Lin Mohan tremble involuntarily. His body's aura rose continuously, as if it was about to rush to the sky. Lin Mohan was surprised. This power comes from the Monarch's scepter. This is attribute power. The Monarch's scepter is effective for me. Lin Mohan suppressed his surprise and shock and checked his attributes. Lin Mohan profession, Immortal Holy King unique level, 70 strength, 910,000 agility, 910,000 spirit, 910,000 constitution, 910,000 equipment, Monarch's scepter incomplete. Legendary weapon, all attributes 500,000. All his attributes had increased by 500,000. The increase in attribute brought a feeling of abundant power. It had been a long time since he had felt the increase brought by equipment. Lin Mohan missed this feeling a little. The Rebirth Scepter had no effect on him. This was a mythic grade weapon, and his level was not enough. Then he tried changing a few pieces of equipment, from platinum grade to quasi-legendary, from weapons to defensive items and jewelry. After changing them all, Lin Mohan was sure he could not use equipment again, but the Monarch's scepter was special. In the Light Dungeon at that time, Lin Mohan subconsciously thought that the angel statue represented the god of light, and the weapon in its hand was the weapon of the god of light. Could it be that the equipment used by gods would be effective for me? Lin Mohan was not sure. Why did I forget to ask Antares? Because the sense of existence of equipment for him was too low, almost zero. So Lin Mohan forgot to ask Antares about the Monarch's scepter, completely not remembering it. But no matter what, the attribute increase brought by the Monarch's scepter was right in front of him. Except for the spirit attribute, the additional attributes brought by the Monarch's scepter had surpassed his own. All attributes increased by 500,000, and the total attributes increased by 2 million. Other legendary grade equipment that Lin Mohan knew did not have such a high increase. Moreover, the Monarch's scepter was still incomplete. A core part was missing from the top of the scepter, a bit like the Rebirth Scepter. If one day the scepter was completed, how strong would it be? This should be a mythic grade weapon. Because a core part was missing, it had fallen to legendary grade. According to records, the god of light was only a mid-level god. How could he use a mythic grade weapon? Moreover, in the records, the god of light used the holy sword of light. Was the monarch's scepter really the weapon of the god of light? I'll ask Antares later. Many doubts arose in Lin Moyu's heart. The existence of Antares was like hundreds of treasure chests, solving many of his doubts. But the more doubts were solved, the more Lin Moyu felt the world was mysterious. Putting this doubt aside for now, Lin Moyu looked at his attributes, speechless for a long time, and finally took a cold breath. His body's attributes were already amazing enough. All attributes were 364 million. A mid-level legendary professional of the human race, at level 70. All attributes were only 1.8 million. He was nearly twice as high. His attributes could be compared to a level 70 world boss. Now with the monarch's scepter in hand, the attributes increased by another 2 million. The total attributes reached an astonishing 564 million. Even a world boss was not so high. Unfortunately, I am a mage and rarely fight in close combat with others. Such high attributes are really a waste. Lin Moyu smiled. These words were a bit hateful. Who wouldn't hope their attributes were as high as possible? Equipping the monarch's scepter, a legendary great equipment, was different from ordinary equipment. It needed a soul imprint. From then on, this piece of equipment would belong to him, could not be traded, and would not be lost. Lin Moyu's soul power flowed into the monarch's scepter. It immediately made a cheering sound, and with a whoosh, it disappeared, appearing in his spiritual world the next second. In the spiritual world, a beautiful scepter appeared in the hand of Lin Moyu's soul, which was the monarch's scepter. Lin Moyu could feel the joy coming from the scepter, like seeing a long-lost relative. This joy came from the soul, hard to describe in words. Lin Moyu was stunned. Would all legendary great equipment be like this? Why did he feel that the monarch's scepter was so familiar? It was strange. This feeling had no reason, no source. Lin Moyu also didn't know why, but he believed his feeling was not wrong. One question was not yet over, and a new one arose. The questions came one after another. He didn't know when he would be able to know everything, and see all doubts clearly. After checking his attributes, Lin Moyu finally left the place where he had been for several days and went towards the Starfall continent. Although he knew that the Dragon King's Hall and the original secret realm were in the Starfall continent, the specific location was not clear. He used the original rune. When he was within 10,000 meters of the original secret realm, the original rune would have a reaction. At that time, he would find it. As for the Dragon King's Hall dungeon, he had to find it indefinitely. He had promised Antares that no matter what, he had to find the Dragon Pearl and bring it back. According to what Antares said, there were 2 Dragon Pearls in the Dragon King's Hall dungeon. These 2 Dragon Pearls were very important to it. Lin Moyu agreed to do his best. The closer to the center of the Starfall continent, the denser the falling stars in the sky became, and their power also gradually increased. It was said that at the central position, the power of the falling stars could reach an astonishing level, even equivalent to the attack of a god. With this level of attack power, only a few powerful world bosses could survive in the center of the Starfall continent. The Starfall continent was extremely desolate, a vast wasteland. The hills and rivers here had been flattened. The view also became wide. Lin Moyu flew in the sky, his vision more than 100 kilometers. After entering the continent for about half an hour, he finally saw the first monster living on the Starfall continent. This was a monster that looked like a crab, with a pair of huge claws. It was more than 20 meters tall, obviously a world boss. Just as Lin Moyu discovered it, a falling star fell on it. It quickly changed its posture, and then flew towards the falling star. A huge claw clamped the falling star with great precision. The claw looked very huge, but in the instant it clamped the falling star, it became very gentle. This control of power was amazing. After clamping the falling star, it retreated dozens of meters with the momentum of the falling star before it could neutralize this force. After a few seconds of stalemate between the 2 sides, the ring of light on the falling star disappeared, revealing the void crystal inside. Lin Moyu found that the void crystal was much larger than the one he had obtained. Even one could be compared to several of his own. After a moment of thought, he understood that he had used the bone spear to pick off the falling stars, leading to a big explosion. In fact, most of the energy in it had been consumed, so the void crystal he obtained was a bit small, and the energy inside was also weak. And this world boss used a different method. It could be said that it used softness to overcome hardness, not causing the falling star to explode at all, thus obtaining a complete void crystal. Then it threw the complete void crystal into its mouth and swallowed it. Its whole body emitted a brilliant light of various colors. At this time, the countless lights intertwining on its body seemed to turn it into a colorful star. Lin Moyu felt that its aura had increased, seeming a little stronger than before. It turned out that the bosses here could absorb the void crystal to become stronger. The void crystal contained the divine power of the void god. This divine power became the nutrient for the bosses to become stronger. Day after day, year after year, under the explosion of falling stars, no boss that could survive on the Starfall continent was not strong. Their imprints had been engraved into this land. Even if they were killed, they could be resurrected not long after, and the resurrection speed was much faster than in other areas. Whether it was a monster or a boss, they could not be completely killed. After a period of death, they could be resurrected again. This seemed to be a kind of law. Before, Lin Mohan didn't understand, but now he understood it all. Although the falling stars destroyed the land, they also poured a large amount of divine power into the continent. Every inch of land in the Starfall continent contained the divine power of the void god. With the increase of divine power, the monsters became stronger, and the resurrection speed was faster. It was precisely because of this that the dangerous Starfall continent still attracted some powerful top professionals. Usually, dozens of top professionals over level 85 would form a team, kill the world bosses on the Starfall continent, and obtain materials and equipment. But there were not many such teams. The Starfall continent was too dangerous. If they were unlucky and encountered an extremely strong falling star, they might be blown to death on the spot. Just as the boss had just finished eating the void crystal thousands of meters away, the space seemed to be torn apart. A group of human professionals suddenly appeared, exactly 40 people. Each of them was over level 85, with a huge aura. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the boss, using all kinds of skills to hit it. A level 85 professional had basically perceived the skill space and seen the skill star cores. Their understanding of skills had far surpassed low-level professionals. The skills they released were extremely powerful, and in an instant, they beat the crab boss to a pulp. The crab boss was absorbing the void crystal and seemed to be about to enter some special state, so its reaction was half a second slow. Lin Mohan watched from a distance, a little surprised. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just now, he was thinking that occasionally top human professionals would come here to hunt world bosses, and he didn't expect to really meet them. Of course, these human professionals had been eyeing the boss for a long time. They acted immediately after it absorbed the void crystal. 40 top professionals formed a hunting team, advancing and retreating, suppressing the crab boss to the point where it had no strength to fight back. 4 powerful knights surrounded it in the middle, tightly surrounding it. Mages and archers continuously attacked from the outside, continuously casting skills. There were also supports for control. Although it could only have a little effect, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Jielen Guild. As expected of the number 1 guild of the human race, Lin Mohan saw that the clothes and jewelry of these people were all engraved with the symbol of the Jielen Guild. Only the Jielen Guild had the ability to organize such a powerful team. Lin Mohan watched for a while, and knew the result was set. The Jielen Guild had come prepared. At the very beginning, they caused huge damage to the boss, directly setting the stage for the battle. Just as he was about to leave, a huge aura rose from the distance, rushing straight towards him. Then, he saw a black shadow. The speed of the black shadow was extremely fast, quickly approaching him. Dragon King. Lin Mohan was secretly startled. He didn't expect a Dragon King to come here. A Dragon King was on the same level as a Demon King, and a human god level. Under normal circumstances, a Dragon King could not enter the lower level space. The dragon race either used a special means to summon the Dragon King, or it returned here through the spatio-temporal passage of the deep space. Lin Mohan felt that the possibility of the dragon race using a special means to summon it was higher. After all, the next point of the spatio-temporal passage was random, and could not be determined at all. It was obvious that the Dragon King had come for him. Combined with the previous 2 waves of the dragon race, Lin Mohan felt that the dragon race might have known his location. But he had no interaction with the dragon race. Perhaps it was the demon sovereign. Lin Mohan immediately thought of the demon sovereign. It was very likely that the demon sovereign had done something to his body. The demon race had a way to leave an aura, which could be used to track. It was not strange for this method to appear on the demon sovereign. It was also very normal for the demon sovereign to reveal this tracking method to the dragon race. The dragon emperor must have hated him, so it was reasonable for the dragon race to hunt him down. Now Lin Mohan's soul was very strong, and his thoughts were as fast as lightning. He could quickly understand everything. Although it was just speculation, Lin Mohan felt that he would not be wrong. The professionals of the Jielen Guild also felt the aura of the Dragon King, and each of them showed a look of fear. They had already seen Lin Mohan in the distance, feeling that a level 70 kid coming to the Starfall continent was really seeking death. But at that time, in order to ambush the crab boss, they did not make a sound, planning to remind him after finishing the boss, or to protect him and leave. Why didn't Dragon King suddenly come here now? It was far beyond their expectations. and looking at the Dragon King's target, it was rushing towards Lin Mohan. The Dragon King specially came to the Starfall continent to hunt down a level 70 human professional. What was this? Captain, do we need to protect him? Someone in the DLM guild asked. The captain glared. Nonsense. We are all humans. Are we going to watch him get killed? The Dragon King of the dragon race. I want to see how strong he is, how he compares to our human god level experts. That's right. I think the Dragon King of the dragon race is just so, though. We'll know after we fight. Brothers, work hard. Quickly solve this big crab, and then go meet the Dragon King of the dragon race. Someone shouted at Lin Mohan, little brother, come here quickly. Lin Mohan heard what they said. The reaction of the Jilin guild did not disappoint him. This was a guild full of righteousness, not only to their own people but also to their fellow human race. In the current situation, normally they should retreat. At least they shouldn't talk to him, to protect themselves. This might be the reaction of most people, but they chose to protect him. In that case, Lin Mohan's voice sounded, you just focus on the boss. Leave the Dragon King to me. As soon as his words fell, Lin Mohan's aura immediately rose. Lin Mohan looked at the Dragon King who was quickly rushing over. The dragon race professionals can't test the limits of the skill. It's just right to use you to see. The undead army appeared in the sky, with 30,000 headless knights in front. The silver flame shot into the sky like a wall of fire. After the headless knights appeared, they immediately used the charge skill to kill the Dragon King at astonishing speed. Although their combat power was not as good as the Dragon King's, if the Dragon King wanted to kill them, it would take some effort. Immediately after, the sky and earth turned dark as ink. A skeleton throne appeared in the sky. The remaining 90,000 skeletons disappeared at the same time. A skeleton king holding a sharp sword appeared on the throne, its blood-stained white bone cloak fluttering in the wind. The skeleton king stood up from the throne, with a heart-trembling friction sound, and swung his sword at the Dragon King. Skill, God-slaying slash. The Dragon King of the dragon race was rushing forward with great momentum, but was suddenly forced to stop, and then was hit back again and again. The charge skill was not only fast but also had a terrifying impact force. It could erupt with an attack of 5 times its strength attribute in an instant. A strength attribute of 1.8 million, plus 70 from the Witch Demon General, then doubled 5 times. The impact force was extremely terrifying. Even a mountain could be pierced. The Dragon King of the dragon race had no preparation at all and was knocked back repeatedly, unable to control its body. 30,000 headless knights took turns to collide, actually managing to knock it back. At this time, the Skeleton King slashed with its sword, launching the God-slaying slash skill. The Skeleton King was formed from 90,000 skeletons. Its attributes were only a little short of the 10 million of a god level. Logically speaking, the attributes of the Skeleton King formed from 90,000 skeletons should have exceeded 10 million, but because of the restriction on the law, limited by Lin Mohan's level, the Skeleton King's attributes were still not enough, still a little short. With every attribute in the tens of thousands, he was only 80,000 points away from reaching the true god level. This 80,000 point gap was an incredibly difficult chasm to cross, with the laws of the world constantly suppressing the Skeleton King. Although his attributes fell short of 10 million, the God-slaying slash was still as terrifyingly powerful as ever. The sword struck with an explosive force, causing the Dragon King to cry out in agony. The dragon scale armor on its body was torn apart, and fresh blood gushed out like a whirlwind, revealing the flesh and bone beneath. Lin Mohan was extremely satisfied with this strike. In this situation, even using the skill reinforced armament would be useless. Although the Skeleton King had not yet reached the god level, its God-slaying slash had. Wounding the Dragon King was proof of its power. The Dragon King roared, erupting with a powerful aura as waves of draconic cries echoed across the sky. Its wounds healed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was back to its original state. It spat out a torrent of dragon's breath, a blazing inferno that engulfed the headless knight. The warhorse beneath the headless knight was already wreathed in silver, white flames. This was the flame of the undying. It didn't appear intense, but it could incinerate anything. The Dragon King's fire fell upon the headless knight, initially swallowing it in flames. But a second later, the warhorse's silver-white fire surged, completely dispelling the Dragon King's flames. Healed by the Witch Demon General, the headless knight quickly recovered. Seeing that its dragon's breath was ineffective, the Dragon King let out a deafening roar. Its bloodline boiled, and the massive phantom of a dragon appeared in the sky. It was not an ancestral bloodline. The phantom resembled a colossal, winged lizard, not a divine Chinese dragon. The phantom dragon materialized and then slammed down a massive claw. Space rippled like a great wave, sending shockwaves crashing into the headless knight, which was smashed into the ground with a thunderous boom. A massive explosion of brilliant fire and smoke erupted on the Dragon King's body. A mushroom cloud suddenly bloomed from thin air. The Dragon King screamed as it was sent flying, its scales shattered and its body riddled with bloody wounds. Its skin was torn and its flesh mangled. It was a miserable sight. The skill was Elemental Rampage, the Skeleton King's second skill, and its effect was even better than God, Flaying Slash. Although they were only superficial wounds, it had at least left the Dragon King in a sorry state. After the Skeleton Mages reached level 70, their original skill also evolved into Elemental Rampage, identical to the Skeleton King's, with its power greatly enhanced. The Skeleton King's skills originated from the Skeleton Mages. After unleashing both skills, the Skeleton King charged forward. Its speed was incredible, and it appeared before the Dragon King in an instant, raising its sword to strike. The Dragon King, enraged, summoned a long spear and thrust it forward with lightning speed, engaging the Skeleton King in a fierce battle. The Dragon King was in existence on par with a god-level powerhouse, and its combat prowess was indeed extraordinary, consistently suppressing the Skeleton King. However, killing the Skeleton King was another matter entirely. Antares had once been a god-level opponent, and killing either the Skeleton King or Lin Mohan was no easy task. Lin Mohan didn't even need to use curses or the bone prison to restrain the Dragon King. He didn't see the Dragon King as a threat. If he wanted to kill it, he had his ways. Right now, he was merely using it as a test subject to probe the limits of his skills. Lin Mohan raised his hand, pointing a finger at the Dragon King. Skill, Bone Spear. A bone spear shot out with a deafening whistle, its speed so astonishing that it reached the Dragon King in a flash. The Dragon King roared and swung its spear, clashing with the bone spear. Boom! The Dragon King's entire body trembled, and it contorted uncontrollably. The bone spear carried an unimaginable rotational force that tore at the Dragon King's flesh. It nearly lost its grip on its spear, and was sent stumbling backward. It could feel the terrifying piercing power of the bone spear, and a look of horror filled its eyes. How could his skills be so powerful? It glanced toward Lin Mohan, who stood calmly in midair, looking at it with complete disregard. The Dragon King's pride fueled its rage. A mere level 70 human professional was looking down on it. Was there no justice in this world? Before it could fully process its anger, the Headless Knight charged again, activating Death Charge. The Dragon King roared in fury, swinging its spear to knock the Headless Knight back. At that moment, the Skeleton King closed in, its sword slashing through the air. The Headless Knight was responsible for harassment, while the Skeleton King was the main attacker. Lin Mohan observed from a distance. Their coordination was flawless, preventing the Dragon King from even touching a hair on his head. Less than a minute had passed, and the Dragon King had already lost all face. It began to burn its bloodline, entering a desperate, all-out mode. A terrifying power surged, and the giant dragon phantom reappeared in the sky. Its massive tail swept across, knocking away the Skeleton King and the Headless Knights, and even deflecting an incoming bone spear. Then, the dragon phantom merged with the Dragon King, and it charged toward Lin Mohan. It no longer wanted to fight the Skeleton King, it was going to kill its master. Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan chuckled softly, utterly unfazed. This look of contempt infuriated the Dragon King. Tight. The Dragon King roared, its spear hurtling toward Lin Mohan like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, dragon and spear became one, an unstoppable force. This strike, fueled by its burning bloodline, was its most powerful attack. Lin Mohan raised a finger. Soul Lock, Gaze of the Undead. The sky suddenly darkened as a phantom of the undead world descended. A gate of the undead appeared in mid-air, blazing with ethereal fire. The gaze of the undead emerged, fixing its stare on the Dragon King. The charging Dragon King let out a horrifying scream, and its massive body plummeted to the ground. Its soul was being burned by a silver flame. If it weren't a Dragon King with a powerful soul, that single moment of burning would have been enough to erase it from existence. The gaze of the undead stared intently, and the silver soul flame burned even more fiercely. The Dragon King frantically mobilized its soul power to resist the flames, deploying all of its soul defenses to barely hold the silver fire at bay. Its eyes, looking at Lin Mohan, were now filled not only with anger but also a hint of fear. This Lin Mohan was terrifying. At only level 70, he could push it into such a desperate corner. If he were a slightly higher level, it would likely not be his match. No, if Lin Moyan's level was higher, it probably wouldn't even be able to escape with its life. But for now, though it couldn't win, it could at least escape. It wanted to flee, and it believed Lin Mohan couldn't stop it. Most of its energy was now focused on defending its soul, causing its physical aura to weaken drastically. It had to run. It acknowledged that it was no match for Lin Mohan. Continuing to fight would yield no benefits, and might even cost it its life. At that moment, a force of expulsion began to appear in the space. The eternal battlefield had its own rules. As a Dragon King, it couldn't stay in a lower level space for long, especially after unleashing its full power, which drastically shortened its remaining time. It now regretted seeking out Lin Mohan. It shouldn't have come, at least not alone. The Dragon King knew it just had to hold on for a little longer, and the laws of the eternal battlefield would send it away. It flew swiftly into the distance. The undead gate moved, and the gaze of the undead followed it like a shadow. Lin Mohan didn't move, just chuckled softly. There's no escape. A drop of green blood appeared in Lin Mohan's hand. It was the essence blood of the god of deadly poison, and he had plenty of it. Skill, corpse explosion. Corpse explosion. 20 fusion ray, detonates a corpse or skeleton, dealing damage equal to 20 of the target's Sigi, when it was alive to a designated target within 100 meters. The attack range was 8,000 meters. Lin Mohan had locked onto the Dragon King. Using the essence blood of the god of deadly poison to cast corpse explosion was equivalent to a full power strike from the god of deadly poison itself. The essence blood in his hand vanished into a wisp of smoke. The fleeing Dragon King suddenly felt a mortal threat, as if it had been targeted by an extremely terrifying existence. I'm going to die. The thought flashed through the Dragon King's mind, and then its body silently exploded. A green, toxic mist consumed it. It watched as its own limbs were corroded by the poison. Its proud defensive and elemental immunities were as fragile as tofu before this toxic gas, utterly useless. Its consciousness was engulfed by the poison, and even its soul was erased from existence. Killing the Dragon King. Experience 90 billion. General Star 1. The phantom of a General Star appeared on his military badge for a few seconds before disappearing. To reach 4-star Divine General, he needed to kill 4 God-level enemies. He had previously poisoned a clone of the Black Heaven Demon King, and had now killed a Dragon King of the Dragon race. He was halfway there. 2 more God-level enemies, and he could be promoted to 4-star Divine General. The moment the Dragon King vanished, Lin Mohan felt a sudden surge of law. The law channeled a portion of the Dragon King's soul power into his body, transforming it into his own. His soul power increased, and his experience rose accordingly. This was the reason why killing monsters led to leveling up. Before, Lin Mohan couldn't perceive these laws, but now he could. Strengthening the soul was the most fundamental aspect. If there were a potion that could strengthen the soul, it could directly raise one's level. As Lin Mohan learned more, he could see the origin of many things. The essence of his soul was already high enough, he just needed a massive infusion of soul energy. With enough soul energy, it wouldn't be surprising if he reached level 89 in an instant, or even became a god-level being. After all, he had already completed the prerequisites for becoming a god by transferring 2 skill cores into his soul world. But even if a vast amount of soul energy were available to him now, allowing him to become a god instantly, Lin Mohan wouldn't do it. He was still thinking about the 3 flames in his talent world. Until he could bring the talent flames into his soul, he didn't want to become a god. Once he became a god, the gate to the talent world would be much harder to open, and he would only be able to enjoy the trickle of talent power that seeped through the cracks. Although his 3 talents would still make him stronger than other gods, that wasn't what Lin Mohan wanted. If he was going to do something, he would do it to the best of his ability. The Dragon King perished, leaving no remains. A fist-sized crystal fell from the toxic mist. Anything that could remain intact in that poison was undoubtedly a good item. Lin Mohan knew what it was, a dragon crystal, the most precious thing in a Dragon King's body, and also what he needed. He reached out, and drew the dragon crystal into his hand, then brought out the scepter of rebirth to touch it. The life core on the scepter produced a power of law that enveloped the dragon crystal. The sturdy crystal immediately dissolved, merging with the life core. The life core was made of dragon crystals, and after being damaged, it could be restored by absorbing enough of them. After absorbing this one, the life core seemed a bit brighter, and the divine life force within it had grown stronger. Lin Mohan sensed it and murmured, "It's restored by about 1/10. A few dozen more dragon crystals, and it could be fully restored. If he could get the Dragon Emperor's dragon crystal, that might be enough." Lin Mohan had some wild thoughts. Killing the Dragon Emperor for his dragon crystal was something not even the God of Life would have considered back then. The God of Life was only a high-level god, but the Dragon Emperor was a semi-transcendent existence. Lin Mohan was also a bit confused. How did the God of Life obtain so many dragon crystals to create the life core back then? Didn't that petty Dragon Emperor hunt him to the ends of the earth? He really didn't know what had happened in the past. After absorbing the dragon crystal, the Dragon King was truly gone without a trace. While Lin Mohan had finished his battle, the Jialan Guild on the other side was still fighting their boss. The people who had watched Lin Mohan fight were stunned, even stopping the skills they were casting. Lin Mohan had put on a spectacular show for them, a level 70 human professional single-handedly killing a Dragon King. Throughout the entire process, Lin Moyan's actions were as smooth as flowing water, a stark contrast to the struggling Dragon King, who had no power to fight back and was suppressed from beginning to end. That person is too strong. Did our human race produce such a powerful professional? Have we been on the eternal battlefield for too long? Are we out of touch with the world? We've only been here for 3 years. I guess he must be a god-level powerhouse who used some special item to lower his level to 70. What nonsense are you talking about? He is Divine General Lin. Divine General Lin. What? You're saying he's a Divine General? So young, and already a Divine General. If you go back to the ancient city of Xia, you can find out about Divine General Lin. The crowd erupted in discussion, their skills completely forgotten. Only 4 knights still surrounded the crab boss, and the healers were still casting without pause. With the skills stopped, the boss's health began to rapidly regenerate. Lin Moyu was a bit speechless. If you don't attack, the boss is going to recover. The gaze of the undead in the sky hadn't disappeared. The gate turned to look at the crab boss. The boss immediately let out a wretched scream, its aura rapidly weakening. The health it had just recovered vanished in an instant, and it was even weaker than before. Lin Moyu made just one move, and then withdrew his hand. He wouldn't stoop to stealing someone else's boss. Only then did the members of the GLN guild realize they were still fighting a boss. They quickly came to their senses, and once again threw their skills at it. After several minutes of all-out attacks, they finally killed the boss. By then, Lin Moyu had long since vanished. Lin Moyu soared through the fallen star continent. Having just reached level 70, he had gained the ability to fly. However, he still preferred using the wings of the undead flesh. Compared to flying on his own, the speed of the wings was much faster. On the fallen star continent, the falling meteorites posed no significant danger to him. Even the most powerful ones were only equivalent to a strike from a pseudo-god and couldn't harm him at all. Therefore, Lin Moyu could traverse the skies above the continent at top speed without any restraint. As for the bosses on the continent, he paid them no mind. If they didn't provoke him, fine. If they did, the Skeleton King alone was enough to send them back to await rebirth. In the world of the dynamics of Abyssal, it was the morning bell of a Dragon King, which only rang when one had fallen. For a very long time, the bell had been silent, but in the past year, it had rung several times. Each toll signified the death of a Dragon King. Although the dragon race was numerous, Dragon Kings were limited, and becoming one was not easy. The race could not bear such frequent losses. Golden light suddenly scattered across the sky, and a dragon's shadow appeared. It was not a Titan dragon, but a divine Chinese dragon. This image was revered as the ancestral dragon within the dragon race, with Titan dragons being secondary. Every dragon hoped to possess the ancestral bloodline and become an ancestral dragon. The purer the ancestral bloodline, the greater their chance. Without it, no amount of effort would suffice. The current dragon emperor possessed the ancestral bloodline, and it was the strongest lineage. The phantom of the ancestral dragon that just flashed by was projected by the dragon emperor. The dragon emperor's voice echoed, the one responsible for the death of this dragon king is the human, Lin Moyu. He is currently on the fallen star continent. Any dragon king who can kill him will be rewarded by this emperor with a drop of ancestral dragon's essence blood. This emperor also bestows a tracking crystal. Anyone who wishes to go may retrieve it before the eternal teleportation gate. The entire dragon race was in an uproar. The ancestral dragon's essence blood could give them a chance to awaken their ancestral bloodline, a chance to manifest a fraction of the ancestral dragon's glory. The dragon race sprang into action, and all the dragon kings were stirred. Before, without a reward, some dragon kings were reluctant to follow the dragon emperor's orders. But now, with the ancestral bloodline as a prize, the dragon kings began to act in earnest. In the dragon emperor's palace, the two brothers, Terror and Tater, knelt on the ground. They had entered the palace, and met the dragon emperor once again, their hearts filled with trepidation. They didn't know why the dragon emperor had summoned them. The dragon emperor spoke softly, "Do you know why this emperor has called you here?" The two shook their heads, unsure. The dragon emperor said, "You heard my command just now, didn't you?" The two nodded. "We heard. We will also go to the fallen star continent to find Lin Moyu." The dragon emperor chuckled. "Many dragon kings will go to the fallen star continent. You two need not go. I have called you here this time to ask for something from you." The two brothers looked at each other, not knowing what they possessed that the dragon emperor could possibly need. As the supreme ruler of the dragon race, what could he possibly lack? The dragon emperor said, "This time they have offered the ancestral dragon's essence blood as a reward for killing Lin Moyu. The essence blood is very precious, and this emperor is a little reluctant to part with it." The faces of the two brothers changed. They knew what the dragon emperor intended, but it was too late. A colossal force descended from the sky, landing upon them. They instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood and flesh, which then faded away, finally condensing into 2 drops of essence blood. Each drop was the size of a human head, and within them, phantoms of divine dragons seemed to roar. The dragon emperor smiled coldly. "The wound and tears gave me is difficult to heal. I can only use the ancestral dragon's essence blood to treat it. The other drop can be used as the reward. Lin Moyu, oh, Lin Moyu. For you, this emperor has not hesitated to kill 2 dragons with the ancestral bloodline. You should feel honored. If a dragon with the ancestral bloodline became a dragon king, there was a chance they could ascend to become a Dragon Emperor. But how could the current Dragon Emperor allow them a chance to threaten his position? Sooner or later, they had to die. Every member of the dragon race knew that obtaining the ancestral bloodline was incredibly difficult, and for one with the ancestral bloodline to become a Dragon King was even harder. It might not happen even once in several hundred years. Furthermore, even if a dragon with the ancestral bloodline became a Dragon King, they would be targeted by the Abyss and the human race and killed. It was said that in the history of the dragon race, several Dragon Kings with the ancestral bloodline had died this way. But no one knew that. In fact, most of those with the ancestral bloodline were killed by the Dragon Emperor himself. The Dragon Emperor possessed the ancestral bloodline, so he naturally understood its power and feared that someone would threaten his status. Moreover, killing a dragon with the ancestral bloodline and refining their blood essence was a great supplement for him. Thus, for many years, no one with the ancestral bloodline had been able to mature. The dragon race had long become the Dragon Emperor's personal domain, a one-man show where he ruled with absolute authority. The Dragon Emperor concealed this very well, redirecting all clues toward the abyssal demons and the human race. This only intensified the conflicts between the already opposing races. Becoming a bearer of the ancestral bloodline was the burning dream of every member of the dragon race. For it, they would do anything. But none of them knew that once they obtained it, what awaited them was death at the hands of the Dragon Emperor. Under the temptation of the ancestral bloodline, the dragon race went into a frenzy, rushing toward the fallen star continent. A large number of dragons entered the lower level space, heading for the continent. There were two main ways to get there. One was for a Dragon King to directly enter deep space, then return to the lower level space through a time-based passage to reach the fallen star continent. The second was to have subordinates who had not yet reached the god level go to the lower level space first and head directly to the continent. Upon finding Lin Mohan, they would then summon the Dragon King himself. Most Dragon Kings chose the second method. Lin Mohan took nearly half a day to reach the center of the fallen star continent. The meteorites fell much more frequently here. Almost every few minutes, a fragment would crash down, creating a bizarre and natural spectacle. Within a 10,000-meter radius, more than 10 world bosses coexisted. Each world boss had its own territory. The smaller territories were only a few dozen kilometers in size, while the larger ones reached up to 1,000 kilometers. It was hard to imagine how more than 10 world bosses could coexist in such a relatively small area. Each one occupied a small piece of land, not interfering with the others, let alone attacking each other. They even seemed to live in harmony. After Lin Mohan entered the central area, he didn't barge into the territories of these bosses. Even he wasn't prepared to face a dozen level 889 world bosses at once. These bosses could survive in the center of the fallen star continent, so even if they hadn't reached the god level, their strength wouldn't be much less. It wasn't that he couldn't fight them, but it was unnecessary. Lin Mohan's goal on this continent was not to kill bosses. After observing for a while, Lin Mohan discovered that these bosses did have a sense of territory, but they didn't compete. When meteorites fell, the bosses would catch them. Whichever territory a meteorite fell into belonged to that boss. They wouldn't fight over them. Each boss had its own area. Sometimes, 2 or more meteorites would fall in the same area at the same time. The boss in that area could only catch one, and the other would hit the ground, causing a massive explosion and a mushroom cloud. The other bosses wouldn't approach. They had established their own rules and clear boundaries. In the hour that Lin Mohan observed, this happened many times. The power of the meteorites here was considerable, approaching god level, with some even reaching it. After the powerful explosions, the bosses would be injured. But in less than a few seconds, these superficial wounds would heal. These bosses seemed to have been tempered to adapt. They ignored the meteorite explosions, continuously absorbing the energy within the celestial crystals to become stronger. Lin Mohan didn't know if, after so many years, any boss here had evolved to the god level. These bosses seemed to have no reaction to Lin Mohan, an outsider. They were more concerned with the falling meteorites. Becoming stronger and evolving were their primary instincts. Everything else was secondary. He flew around the area once but didn't find the Dragon King's palace. The primordial rune also showed no reaction. The primordial secret realm was not here. He wasn't disappointed. The fallen star continent was vast. It wouldn't be so easy to find. Lin Mohan began to search the continent in concentric circles, with this area as the center. He set a radius of 10,000 meters, expanding it with each circle, ensuring he wouldn't miss anything. On the fallen star continent, even flying pipe bosses wouldn't recklessly fly in the open sky like Lin Mohan. Being hit directly by a falling meteorite was no joke. Lin Mohan flew in circles, encountering many bosses, but most of them didn't attack him. The few blind ones were quickly dealt with. Lin Mohan's strength was no longer what it used to be. Even a god-level being, he could kill. A world boss, with its massive health pool, would only last a little longer. There were also some instance dungeons and secret realms on the Fallen Star continent, but as long as the primordial ruin didn't react, they weren't the primordial secret realm, and Lin Mohan had no interest in entering. As for the dungeons, he would check them. If it wasn't the Dragon King's palace, he had no intention of entering. At this point, his goal was clear: enter the Dragon King's palace and the primordial secret realm. Everything else could wait. After a day, Lin Mohan saw an unusual light in the distance. The light flowed like a river on the ground, reflecting brilliantly into the sky, a magnificent sight. The moment he saw the light, he also sensed a peculiar aura. It was like a dragon's, but not quite. It was closer to the aura of the dragon race's ancestral bloodline, and also a bit like Inter's aura. In 2 days, Lin Mohan had flown over nearly half of the Fallen Star continent. He sped up, flying toward the light, and soon discovered that these lights were like rivers, moving forward at a considerable speed. The light gathered without dissipating, as if it were tangible, forming a river of light nearly 100 meters wide. At the center of the light was a small palace, and in front of the palace was a swirling vortex and instance dungeon entrance. At this point, Lin Mohan was almost 100% certain that this constantly moving dungeon was the Dragon King's palace. It was unimaginable that the dungeon could move, and at such a high speed. If one were to search aimlessly, it would be very easy to miss it. It seemed his luck was quite good. Just then, a meteorite fell, coincidentally landing right in the river of light where the dungeon was. The expected massive explosion didn't happen. The meteorite was like a grain of sand falling into the sea, not even causing a ripple. Lin Moyan's heart tensed. This seemingly beautiful halo of light was not safe. Before the meteorite crashed, a huge, invisible hand suddenly emerged from within the light, and snatched it. Indeed, the meteorite didn't just fall in, it was caught by the light at the last moment. The speed was so fast that one couldn't see it without looking closely. It was only because Lin Moyan's soul was strong enough, and his senses keen, that he noticed it. Lin Moyan, who was about to fly over, stopped immediately. He would not rush in recklessly. With the situation unclear, he decided to wait and observe. After all, he had found the Dragon King's palace. There was no need to enter immediately. He sent out a scouting spell. One went into the swirling vortex, the other into the river of light. The spell that entered the dungeon vortex successfully returned with information. This dungeon was indeed the Dragon King's palace. But the scouting spell that entered the river of light vanished like a stone in the sea, with no feedback, just like the meteorite. Even the scouting spell was devoured. Lin Mohan felt that this river of light was a bit terrifying. The river of light carried the Dragon King's palace, moving across the Fallen Star continent in circles, just like Lin Mohan had been doing. Soon, it encountered a world boss on its path. The boss looked to be between level 80 and 82. On this continent, a world boss of this level was considered weak. It had been motionless, its huge head looking up at the sky, waiting for meteorites. But when the river of light approached, it suddenly seemed to awaken in a panic, and hastily fled, running far away. Bosses of this level all had an instinct for self-preservation. It seemed this river of light was truly dangerous. Even a world boss was afraid of it. The Headless Knights activated Death Charge, turning into streaks of light, and rushing towards the dungeon entrance at a speed of 3,000 meters per second. This was slightly slower than a meteor, but not by much, and there were 100 of them. If the river of light was some kind of monster, let's see how many it could handle at once. The Headless Knights' targets were not a single point but covered all directions of the light. As they approached, a brilliant radiance suddenly appeared within the river of light. A rainbow manifested, and then all 100 knights vanished into it. Just like the meteor, as the Headless Knights were about to fall into the light, a huge, invisible hand emerged and pulled them all in. In fact, the Headless Knights didn't actively touch the light, they were dragged in. The Death Charge skill couldn't even display its proper power. Lin Mohan closed his eyes, instantly connecting to the vision of the Headless Knights. All summoned creatures could provide him with vision, though it was different from normal sight, more of a vague, blurry sense. The Headless Knights seemed to have entered a strange space. It wasn't large. After 100 knights entered, they occupied about one of it. A powerful, destructive force pressed in from all sides. The knights struggled, resisting within this space. The oppressive force carried control and other negative status effects, but the Headless Knights had immunity skills, rendering all control useless. Lin Mohan had the knights use their group defense skill. The auras of 100 knights linked together, and their defensive capabilities skyrocketed. Although they couldn't break the space to escape, the destructive power within it took a full 5 minutes to annihilate them. The moment the Headless Knights died, they were instantly revived in his summoning space. Even the independent space within the River of Light couldn't stop Lin Moyan's skills. Through this test, Lin Mohan was almost certain that the River of Light was some kind of strange creature. It had a peculiar independent space inside its body that could swallow everything and digest it. The space contained a bit of the power of law. Even his scouting spell was swallowed, unable to gather any information. But this space wasn't infinite. 100 headless knights rampaging inside had allowed him to gauge its size. About 9 to 10,000 headless knights should be enough to make it burst. In that case, I'll just blow you up. After the experiment, even if his undead were swallowed and killed, they wouldn't truly die and could be revived. Thus, Lin Mohan had no more worries. The undead legion appeared, headless knights plus skeletons, a total of 120,000, a black mass that looked like a dark cloud. Then, the dark cloud descended, rushing toward the river of light below. The river of light immediately reacted, and the rainbow appeared again, like a giant mouth, swallowing all the descending undead. Lin Mohan constantly monitored the information sent back by his undead. A large number of knights entered the independent space and deployed their group defense. The scale's strength stacked with the number of knights. Before, 100 knights had lasted for several minutes. Now, with tens of thousands, they would last even longer. However, the space was hard to break. No matter how long they held on, they would eventually be destroyed. Of course, Lin Mohan knew this. His goal was to overload the space, to push it to its limit. In an instant, tens of thousands of undead poured into the independent space, occupying every corner. The energy shield formed by the group defense made the space even more crowded. At this moment, Lin Mohan gave the command. All undead simultaneously launched attacks towards the outside. Before, if they attacked, the power would be absorbed by the independent space, having no effect. But now that the space was full, it could no longer absorb anything more. The attacks immediately took effect. After reaching level 70, the skeleton mages had become legend tier, and their skill was upgraded to elemental rampage, identical to the skeleton kings. Although their attack power wasn't as high, it was much stronger than before. Elements roared, continuously exploding on the river of light. The skeleton sharpshooters also began to draw their bows. Each arrow, half a second after being fired, vanished into thin air. After becoming legend tier, their skills also changed. Before, it was just soul lock, preventing attacks from missing. Now, on top of that, it had become soul-piercing shot. It still had the soul-locking property, but it also converted physical damage into soul damage. This change was like giving the skeleton sharpshooters a new weapon, greatly increasing their attack power. The skeleton warriors and the remaining headless knights also launched a fierce assault. The intense attack caused the originally calm river of light to ripple continuously. In a moment, it glowed brilliantly, with all sorts of lights flashing. Sometimes the light shot up into the sky, forming a 7-colored waterfall. Other times, it was like a turbulent river, stirring up dust and soil. Lin Mohan was dazzled. He had fought so many monsters, but he had never seen one that could burst forth with such complex colors. The colors were like exploding bubbles. Amidst the brilliance, Lin Mohan sensed chaotic elemental auras, all sorts of elements in extreme disarray. Other bosses usually had only 1 or 2 elements, unlike this strange monster before him, which had so many attributes. The battle lasted only 2 minutes before the river of light reached its limit. Suddenly it transformed into a giant, multicolored bubble, and then pop, it exploded. All the undead that had been swallowed were blown out. It wasn't dead. The moment the bubble burst, it contracted, squeezing itself into the Dragon King's palace dungeon and disappearing. On the ground, only a small palace remained. In front of it was the vortex of the dungeon. Then, the palace also flew into the vortex and vanished. It escaped. Lin Mohan was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected this peculiar monster to run into the Dragon King's palace. Before it fled, it even spat out his entire undead army. Lin Mohan marveled. The world was vast, full of strange and wondrous things. To think such a monster existed. In the end, it turned into a bubble. At a glance, it didn't just look like light but also like some kind of gel. It was just that the external light was too strong, obscuring its true nature, making it look like a thin layer of light. Lin Mohan stood on the ground and saw that the ground had sunk by several meters, indicating that this monster had thickness and weight. This further confirmed his guess. If it were made entirely of light, it should be thin and weightless. The Dragon King's palace was right before him. Through the vortex, he could feel a complex aura emanating from within. To enter or not to enter? The answer was definitely yes. He had to fulfill his promise to Antares. Even if it was dangerous inside, he had to go in and see. Antares had said it was dangerous, but he had also said that with Lin Mohan's abilities, protecting himself shouldn't be a problem. Lin Mohan took a deep breath, took out the Dragon King's proof, and connected his consciousness to the vortex. The vortex emitted a soft light that enveloped him. The small, exquisite Dragon King's proof also emitted a soft light, resonating with the vortex. The next second, Lin Mohan was sucked into the vortex and disappeared. Not long after he entered, several powerful auras rose from the distance. A group of high-level dragon race professionals flew over. They stood before the dungeon entrance, their voices low. The aura disappeared. He entered the dungeon. This is the Dragon King's palace. I didn't expect Lin Mohan to have the Dragon King's proof. With his abilities, it's normal for him to have it. It's a pity it fell into the hands of a human. The Dragon King's palace should belong to our dragon race, yet we can't enter, while a human can. What a joke. Once you enter the Dragon King's palace, it's not so easy to get out. Let's stand guard. If he comes out, we'll summon the Dragon King. After discussing, the group of dragons retreated thousands of meters, standing guard from afar. They wanted to kill Lin Mohan, but they were also afraid of him. His strength had spread among the dragon race, even a Dragon King had been killed by him, let alone them. They only dared to act as summoners. Nothing more. Some even hoped he would die inside the Dragon King's palace. In the history of the dragon race, many geniuses had perished within it. Entering the Dragon King's palace, all sorts of auras rushed towards him. Lin Mohan sensed various elements mixed with the aura of the dragon race. These auras were intertwined and chaotic. This dungeon was unusual. It felt different from other dungeons, as if it wasn't designed for people to raid. Moreover, the Dragon King's proof was very hard to obtain. In the history of the human race, very few had acquired it, meaning very few were qualified to enter. So what was the purpose of this dungeon's existence? A dungeon could create countless branches simultaneously, allowing countless people to enter at the same time, independent of each other. But this dungeon before him, very few could enter, let alone at the same time, even in several years, or dozens of years. It was unlikely that two people would enter together. This contradicted the purpose of a dungeon's existence, yet it still existed. Everything that exists has a reason. Lin Mohan thought a lot. He liked to get to the root of things. It had become his instinct. Roar. A dragon's roar interrupted his thoughts. Amidst the roar, he saw a green titan dragon flying towards him. It was over 20 meters long, with a wingspan of over 40 meters, incredibly massive. It soared in the air, each breath spewing green dragon's breath. This was a true titan dragon, not the lizard-like winged creatures of the dragon race. Lin Mohan thought to himself, this wasn't the first time he'd seen a titan dragon. He had seen them many times during his skill awakening, and had seen them die at the hands of his skeletons many times. So, he wasn't afraid of them at all. The green dragon looked at him, and he looked back at the green dragon, eye to eye. Human. The green dragon growled. From these two words, Lin Mohan could hear that the titan dragon seemed to look down on the human race, and also carried a hint of hostility. This one's hard to get along with. Lin Mohan labeled the green dragon accordingly, but on the surface, he still spoke politely. Greetings. Respected titan dragon. The green dragon stared at him. No matter how polite you are, I won't go easy on you. Lin Mohan chuckled inwardly. He had never expected the other party to go easy on him. The green dragon's voice echoed in the dungeon. Now, I will tell you the rules of the first stage of the Dragon King's palace. You will face 6 rounds of trials, all conducted by me and 4 other titan dragons. Only by defeating us can you proceed to the next stage. You are currently level 70, so I will control my power to level 75. Lin Mohan listened, guessing that the Dragon King's palace was some kind of trial-based dungeon. Moreover, it wasn't just about killing monsters, there were intelligent, thinking, and speaking titan dragons guarding the stages. The green dragon, seeing Lin Mohan's silence, added, although I don't like the human race and even hate it a little, I will still follow the rules of the Dragon King's palace. I won't go easy, nor will I intentionally make things difficult for you. Do you understand what Eve said? Lin Mohan grunted. Understood. But I have a question. Where did that monster from outside the dungeon go? The green dragon's eyes narrowed, seemingly a little displeased. That was the first trial to enter the dungeon. If you can't even pass that, you are not qualified to enter. At this moment, a slime-like creature appeared on the green dragon's head. It wasn't large, just bigger than a normal human head, soft and squishy, and emitting a sparkling light. When it saw Lin Mohan, it immediately shrank back, seemingly a little scared. After all, Lin Mohan had injured it just now. If it hadn't run fast, it might have been killed. Lin Mohan recognized it at a glance. This slime-like thing was the river of light that had been carrying the dungeon around outside. Its true form was this thing. From a distance, it looked a bit cute, but in reality it was a terrifying monster that could eat anything. If it weren't for Lin Mohan, others would find it difficult to pass this stage. The green dragon was clearly impatient. Alright. Now you can step onto the arena ahead. I will wait for you there. After speaking, it turned and flew away, its powerful wings creating a deafening roar that shook the eardrums. A strong wind howled through the dungeon, powerful enough to blow away a level 80 professional, but it had no effect on Lin Mohan. His attributes were too high, and he was unaffected by negative status effects. The green dragon was slightly surprised to see him unfazed. Lin Mohan understood clearly, this one said it wouldn't target him, but these 2 moves were already targeting him. It said the trial was based on his level, but who knew if it would play tricks? He had to be careful. He could see that the green dragon was very strong, likely beyond god level. From its words, it was responsible for the first trial, and its displayed level would be about 5 levels higher than the challenger. If the challenger was a level 89 professional, or even a god level 1, what if the green dragon's strength wasn't enough? Lin Mohan guessed it might play tricks, but he wasn't afraid. At worst, he would just cause a scene. He touched the dragon scale in his pocket. The one Antares had given him. If he was in real danger, he could leave at any time with it. The scale contained Antares' supreme power, and Lin Mohan believed that in this lower level space, no one was stronger than Antares. So he wasn't worried for his life. If push came to shove, he had ways to fight to the death. In front of him was a flight of stairs. Lin Mohan glanced at it exactly 100 steps. A thought flashed through his mind. He summoned the wings of the undead flash, intending to fly up, but the wings didn't appear. At the same time, he found he couldn't fly. When he tried, a force of law descended upon him. Flight restricted. Lin Mohan felt the restriction and had no choice but to walk step by step. Since flying was forbidden, there must be something special about these stairs. Having experienced many trials in dungeons and secret realms, he realized these stairs were definitely part of the trial. It seemed the trial had already begun. He took a step. The moment his foot landed, the step lit up, and a halo of light rose from it. The halo contained a powerful repulsive force, striking his leg, trying to push him off. Lin Mohan applied a little force, instantly crushing the halo and standing firmly on the step. The halo shattered, and the step went dim. As expected, climbing the stairs was part of the trial. If he guessed correctly, the repulsive force would get stronger. But such a small force, Lin Mohan didn't care. With his attributes, it was nothing. If it were another mage, with their inherently weak strength attribute, they would have to use mental power or rely on equipment to resist the force. But Lin Mohan's strength attribute was already at 300,000, completely comparable to a level 70 warrior, plus another 500,000 from the Sovereign Scepter. His strength, even for a legend tier warrior fully equipped with god tier gear, would only be so much. A small halo was nothing. His steps were incredibly steady as he walked up, crushing every halo with ease. The repulsive force of the 100 steps grew stronger as he ascended. By the 100th step, it was about 3 times stronger than the first, but it was still crushed under his immense power. He easily stepped onto the arena. On the vast platform, the green dragon had been waiting. It had wanted to see him struggle but instead saw him walk up with ease. Lin Mohan's performance puzzled it. For a moment it felt its brain wasn't working. He was clearly a mage, so why was it so easy? Weren't mages supposed to have very weak strength attributes? The trial of these stairs was a test of strength. Although such a small force was nothing in its eyes, for a level 70 mage, it should have been quite difficult. Could it be that his equipment was all strength enhancing? But he didn't seem to be wearing any special gear. It couldn't figure it out, and its dragon brain started to itch. The green dragon's mind wasn't the sharpest. Thinking too much gave it a headache. So it stopped thinking. It said to Lin Mohan, "If you can withstand my attacks for 1 minute, you pass the trial. Rest assured, I will abide by the rules of the Dragon King's palace and only use attack power 5 levels higher than yours. Now you have 10 seconds to prepare. After 10 seconds, I will begin. Withstand its attacks for 1 minute." Lin Mohan almost blurted out, "Is that all?" He had initially thought he had to defeat the green dragon. It seemed the difficulty of the trial was not as high as he had imagined. The 10-second countdown quickly ended. The green dragon spat a mouthful of dragon's breath at him. Its breath wasn't hot but was filled with deadly poison. Lin Mohan sensed this and frowned. Deadly poison. Seeing him frown, the green dragon thought he couldn't handle it and laughed. "Human kid, if you can't take it, just say so. Don't force yourself. If you die, don't blame me." As it spoke, it spat another mouthful, intensifying the poison. The poison spread across the arena. Flying was impossible here, so there was no escape. For other professionals, the only way was to endure. Enduring for 1 minute was neither too hard nor too easy. But Lin Mohan stood within the poisonous dragon's breath, perfectly calm. Apart from the initial frown, he showed no other reaction. The green dragon stared, bewildered. What the hell? It spat another mouthful, the poison becoming even more concentrated, reaching the limit of level 75. Any stronger, and it would break the rule. The Dragon King's palace had its rules, and the green dragon couldn't violate them. Playing tricks wasn't that simple. Lin Mohan still showed no reaction, just quietly standing in the poison, waiting for time to pass. 100 poison immunity. Even the poison of the god of deadly poison couldn't harm him, let alone this little bit from the green dragon. 1 minute passed in a flash. The green dragon, suspicious, took a deep breath, absorbing all the poison on the arena, then asked with a strange expression, "What in the world are you?" Lin Mohan smiled. "Thank you for going easy on me, Your Excellency Dragon King." When the green dragon spat its breath, it had inadvertently revealed a bit of its aura. Lin Mohan sensed that its aura had indeed reached the god level. According to the dragon race's rules, reaching god level meant becoming a dragon king. so he called it Dragon King. Plus, this place was called the Dragon King's Palace. Calling it Dragon King should be correct. The result was unexpected. The green dragon snorted. I am not one of those low-class members of the dragon race. I am a Titan dragon. Do you understand what a Titan dragon is? Lin Mohan heard the disdain in its words. Antares had once said that the human race was of a higher class than the dragon race, though he didn't elaborate. If humans were high class, then the dragon race was low class. This was the second time he had heard a similar sentiment. The green dragon also called the dragon race low class. Full of contempt. Then what should I call you? Lin Mohan asked. The green dragon said, I am a branch of the elemental Titan dragons. As for my name, you are not yet qualified to know. You can call me Green Dragon, or of course, Lord Green Dragon. Although the green dragon had disliked him at first, it now seemed to have accepted him. After all, he had passed its trial. Lord. Lin Mohan had never even called Antares Lord. What right did this green dragon have? Lin Mohan said directly. May I ask what my next trial is? The green dragon said loudly. The first round, first match, you have passed. The second match is about to begin. You wait here, your trial will start soon. After speaking, it flew off the arena, disappearing into the distance in a flash. Not long after, the faint call of the green dragon came from afar. Stop sleeping. Wake up. Get out here. Someone has entered the dungeon. Go conduct the trial, or Lord Dragon God will bite you to death. Lin Mohan perked up his ears. It seemed to be waking someone up, and he faintly heard Lord Dragon God. He felt he hadn't matured. He was going to call someone. Soon, the wind picked up, and an azure Titan dragon roared as it flew over from the distance, even faster than the green dragon. The azure dragon was covered in wind elements, its face still looking sleepy. Lin Mohan recognized it. Like the green dragon, it was also a member of the elemental Titan dragons, possessing the wind element. No wonder he had sensed such a chaotic elemental aura outside the dungeon. It must have been the intermingling auras of these elemental Titan dragons. There was a green dragon with the poison element, an azure dragon with the wind element. Would there be Titan dragons with fire, water, lightning, and earth elements? While Lin Mohan was guessing, the azure dragon rubbed its eyes and yawned. So you're the one who got the Dragon King's proof. It was clearly not fully awake, still a bit groggy, but it didn't seem to hate the human race, unlike the green dragon. Lin Mohan tentatively asked, how should I address you? The azure dragon yawned again, bringing a strong gust of wind. Call me Azure Dragon, or Wind Dragon, whatever you want. A name is just a name anyway. This one seemed easier to talk to. Lin Mohan tried again. Then if there were two wind dragons, how should I call them? The azure dragon shook its head. How could there be so many wind dragons? We're already dead. But it suddenly stopped, seeming to have woken up a bit more, its eyes turning slightly fierce as it stared at him. Don't ask what you shouldn't know. Next, your trial begins. Withstand my attacks for 2 minutes, and you pass. Rest assured, according to the rules, I will control my attack power within level 76 and won't exceed the limit. The time increased by 1 minute, and the attack level rose from 75 to 76. For other professionals, this was a significant increase in difficulty. After level 70, each level up brought a huge difference. Not to mention having to endure for an extra minute. But for Lin Mohan, there was no difference. Lin Mohan suddenly asked, can I fight back? The azure dragon glanced at him. As you wish. The trial begins in 10 seconds. Prepare yourself. It didn't say he couldn't fight back, but it didn't believe he had the ability to. 10 seconds later, it opened its mouth and, like the green dragon, spat a torrent of dragon's breath. The breath of the dragon race was their most common attack method. The azure dragon's breath shot out, and the wind howled. The terrifying wind was like sharp blades, slashing at Lin Mohan. The bone armor glowed, blocking the attack. The level 70 bone armor was enhanced 80 times, equivalent to the defense of 560,000 constitution. It was completely unharmed by the dragon's breath. The azure dragon was slightly stunned and couldn't help but spit another mouthful. The wind grew stronger, and the bone armor grew braver. The attack had now reached level 76, not far from the limit of the rules. The azure dragon was a bit unwilling. With Lin Mohan's current state, it would be too easy for him to pass its trial. It planned to increase its power a little, pushing its attack to the true limit. Just as it opened its mouth, a white light suddenly flashed. The azure dragon instantly felt a chill, and quickly shut its mouth. The white light was too fast. It was too close to Lin Mohan, even it couldn't dodge in time. A bone spear, carrying a terrifying tearing force, struck its body like hitting a metal plate, emitting a dull thud. The bone spear remained on its body for a moment before disappearing. The azure dragon looked down at where it was hit. A tiny crack had appeared on its sturdy dragon scales. It looked at Lin Mohan in shock and disbelief. It was a god-level Titan dragon. Although it wasn't the strongest in defense among the elemental Titan dragons, it was still a god-level Titan dragon. This level 70 human kid had actually managed to put a tiny crack on its scales. This showed that the level of Lin Moyu's skill had surpassed level 85. Moreover, judging by his appearance, it was just a casual strike, not even his full strength. The Azure Dragon realized Lin Moyu was not simple. But then again, anyone who could obtain the Dragon King's proof was no ordinary person. Such people's strength couldn't be judged by their level. No wonder he was so calm in the face of its dragon's breath, even ignoring its attacks. And asking if he could fight back was clearly not a joke. The Azure Dragon developed a desire to fight him, but it was restricted by the rules and couldn't act. Lin Moyu didn't attack again, and neither did the Azure Dragon. 2 minutes passed, and the gale disappeared. The Azure Dragon's eyes reflected Lin Moyu's figure. It looked straight at him. You are very good. We will meet again later. I hope we can have a proper fight then. I will restrain my power, but I won't go easy. I hope you will also give it your all and not disappoint me. Lin Moyu analyzed its words. It seemed the trials were not so simple. He smiled. Whether I give it my all depends on the opponent, and whether they are worth it. Lin Moyu didn't know what level his combat power could reach if he went all out now. At least against a mid-tier demon king like the Black Heaven Demon King, he was confident he could face it. As for those below level 93, he could crush them. The Azure Dragon left the trial arena. A blaze of fire flashed in the sky, and a red Titan Dragon spewing flames descended. Its voice carried the heat of fire, very decisive. First round, third match. Withstand my attacks for 3 minutes, and you pass. According to the rules, my attack limit will not exceed level 77. The trial begins in 10 seconds. Its personality was like fire, fiery and rushed. Its words implied it wanted to get it over with quickly. It had to go back to sleep. Its large dragon eyes still carried traces of sleepiness. It had clearly just woke up. It seemed Titan dragons love to sleep, even in tears. 10 seconds later, just like the Azure and Green dragons, it spat dragon's breath. It directly increased its attack power to level 77, without holding back at all. In terms of difficulty, it seemed even harder than before. The entire arena turned into a sea of fire, making it impossible to escape. The 3 trials were all like this. The challenger could only endure. Well, not entirely. Flying was forbidden, but one could jump. A warrior bite professional could continuously jump, thereby reducing the time they were attacked and significantly reducing the pressure. But Lin Moyu believed that if he jumped, these Titan dragons would surely have a way to deal with it. They weren't just decorations. They wouldn't let people exploit loopholes. Lin Moyu didn't dodge, standing in the sea of fire, the bone armor glowing, letting the flames burn. In fact, just with the bone armor, he could pass the trial. This time he didn't plan to attack. After the red Titan dragon spat one mouthful, it didn't move again. It was different from Lin Moyu. It was simply too lazy to move. Its eyes were slightly narrowed, looking like it wanted to go back to sleep. One person, one dragon, staring at each other. You don't move, I don't move. Under the continuous burning of the fire, cracks constantly appeared on the bone armor. After 30 seconds, it shattered with a crackling sound. But Lin Moyu quickly reapplied another bone armor, almost seamlessly. The new bone armor once again emitted a dazzling white light. Captivatingly beautiful. The red dragon just glanced at him, showing no emotion towards his actions. It was truly lazy. The feeling it gave him was that it was just going through the motions. It didn't want to do anything outside the rules, nor say anything outside the rules. Just like that, after Lin Moyu reapplied the bone armor several times, 3 minutes had passed. The red dragon directly sucked back all the fire, not delaying for a second, and shouted, "Alright, next one." It really wanted to finish quickly and go back to sleep. Lin Moyu laughed. This red dragon was a bit interesting. Each Titan dragon had its own personality. The green dragon was venomous, and somewhat hostile to humans. The Azure dragon was a bit bellicose but had no ill will. The red dragon was decisive, clearly wanting to finish quickly to sleep. This was the impression these Titan dragons gave him, each with a distinct personality. Under the red dragon's urging, a Titan dragon emitting a blue light and a chilling aura descended. It was an ice dragon. The red dragon immediately left, disappearing into the sky in an instant. Lin Moyu looked up. The flight restriction here didn't seem to apply to the Titan dragons. The sky was covered in thick dark clouds, obscuring the view behind them. When the ice dragon landed, the temperature dropped sharply. The fire dragon had just scorched the earth, raising the temperature very high. But now it suddenly dropped. The sudden change from hot to cold was very difficult to adapt to. The sudden temperature change also made Lin Moyu uncomfortable, and his brows furrowed unconsciously. "Little human friend, are you a bit uncomfortable?" The ice dragon's voice sounded. Lin Moyu was surprised. It's a female voice. Is this a female dragon? No, a mother dragon. The voice was gentle and pleasant, unlike the previous Titan dragons, whose roar shook the eardrums. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you for your concern. Respected blue dragon." Based on the information gathered, he knew how to address them. But he was wrong again. The blue dragon said softly, I am not called Blue Dragon. You can call me Icebone Titan Dragon. Or you can call me by my name. Alright, respected lady. He didn't expect her to have a name, so he had to change his address. She shook her head again. I am not a lady. I am not Mary. You should call me Miss. So many rules, even such small details must be noted. Suddenly, the red dragon's voice came from the sky. Illy, stop talking nonsense, hurry up with the trial. I have to go back to sleep. Illy sighed. This guy is always so impatient. Alright then, let's begin the trial. Little human friend, you have to withstand my attacks for 4 minutes. My attacks will not exceed level 70. If you can't take it, remember to surrender. Don't force yourself and get hurt. She kindly reminded him. The red dragon's voice came from the sky again. Surrender my ass, as if he could even speak. Illy was a little unhappy, raising her head. Please shut up. Although she was unhappy, her tone was still gentle, more like a complaint than a scolding. The sky fell silent. She then said to Lin Mohan, the trial will begin in 10 seconds. Little human friend, please prepare yourself. The feeling Ellie gave him was a bit like a big sister next door, exuding a bit of concern. 10 seconds later, Ellie spoke again. I'm starting. After waiting another 2 seconds, she began to spit dragon's breath. Even her dragon's breath was gentle. The light blue breath carried a chilling aura, slowly covering the entire arena at a very slow speed. This process alone took nearly half a minute, and 1/8 of the trial time had passed. It could be said that Ellie was going easy on him. The dragon's breath didn't seem strong, around level 75, similar to the green dragon's poison breath. At first, the bone armor glowed, easily blocking it. The entire vast arena was covered in a thick layer of ice. Ellie continuously spat her gentle dragon's breath, its power steadily increasing. The temperature continuously dropping at a very stable rate, which also showed her incredibly precise control over her power. The whole process was gentle and seemed mild, but only Lin Mohan, who was in it, knew that beneath the mild exterior lurked immense danger. The temperature must have exceeded -100 degrees, capable of freezing a person in an instant. Among the 4 Titan dragons, Ellie's trial was the most difficult. He also understood why the red dragon said surrender my ass. If he were frozen, he wouldn't be able to speak at all. The bone armor shattered in the low temperature. This time, it only lasted for 15 seconds, less than half the time it did to hit the red dragon's sea of fire. Although level 78 and 77 were only 1 level apart, the damage had doubled. The moment the bone armor shattered, Lin Mohan felt a bone-killing cold. The status immunity skill took effect, and he was not affected by the freezing. All the damage incurred in that instant was also transferred. He felt the cold for a moment, understanding the attack of level 78, then he cast another bone armor, isolating the cold. 1 bone armor every 15 seconds. He used it continuously, almost without a gap. Ellie did not go easy, always maintaining the intensity of her dragon's breath at level 78. Her eyes carried a hint of curiosity. Little human friend, you are very good. Lin Mohan said. Respected Miss Ellie, you are also very good. Thank you for the compliment, Ellie giggled. If you only heard her voice, you would never guess she was a Titan dragon. You would think she was a young lady from some noble family. 4 minutes passed quickly. Ellie immediately withdrew the cold air. In an instant, the frost on the arena disappeared, and it returned to normal. Ellie didn't leave, but said to Lin Mohan, congratulations, you have passed the first 4 matches of the first round. Just 1 more match, and you will complete the first round. However, the 5th match is a bit difficult and dangerous. You must be well prepared. If you encounter danger, immediately call for a stop, and we will stop in time. Lin Mohan heard the keyword, wait. It seemed the 5th match was not just 1 Titan dragon but multiple ones. Sure enough, as soon as Ellie finished speaking, the clouds in the sky churned, and several Titan dragons descended. The green dragon, azure dragon, red dragon plus the blue dragon Ellie each occupied a corner of the arena, surrounding Lin Mohan. Ellie spoke first. You have passed 4 trials and have been recognized by us. Next, I will formally introduce myself. My name is Ellie, an Icebone Titan dragon of the elemental Titan dragons. Then the green dragon spoke in a deep voice. My name is Guvura, a poison dragon of the elemental Titan dragons. Li Feng, a gale Titan dragon of the elemental Titan dragons. Fentayan, a heaven burning flame dragon. The 4 elemental Titan dragons introduced themselves one by one. Needless to say, this was another rule of the Dragon King's palace. Passing 4 trials meant gaining their recognition. But Lin Mohan didn't care whether they recognized him or not. It wasn't important. Lin Mohan looked at the multicolored monster on Guvura's head. What's that little guy? Guvura was stunned. You call it a little guy? Do you know what level it is? You, a level 70 human, call it a little guy. Its words were full of arrogance and hostility towards the human race. Lin Moyu didn't care what it said. Strength is sometimes unrelated to level. I have the ability to kill it, so I call it a little guy. SE no problem. The green dragon spat out poisonous gas. Its expression a bit fierce. Kill it. Don't think that because you use some trick outside the dungeon. With us, you don't even know how powerful it is. Does it participate in the 5th trial? Lin Moyu asked bluntly. Outside the dungeon was just a test. Although I don't know what kind of monster this is, killing it really isn't hard. Guvra said, of course. Lin Moyu said, alright, but I still want to know its name. The red dragon, Fintayan, shouted, you guys talk too much. Hurry up and finish the trial. I have to go to sleep. Bailey smiled. It's called the 7-colored beast. It's already level 89. It's Guvra's friend. Guvra snorted and said no more, giving Ili face. Ili was like a gentle mediator. I will now explain the rules of the 5th trial. We will attack you together and we will control our power below level 80. You need to last for 5 minutes under our siege to pass. If you can't hold on, you can surrender, and we will stop immediately. But with your previous performance, I think passing the 5th trial should not be a problem. Lin Moyu asked, can I fight back? The green dragon sneered. Forget fighting back. Even if you could kill us, it would be fine. It just depends on whether you have the ability. Lin Moyu smiled. I understand. I have one more question. The green dragon impatiently shouted. Why do you have so many questions? Ask after the fight. If you can pass the trial, I will answer you. If that's the case, then ask after passing the trial. Controlling the power below level 80 meant not reaching level 80, so the limit would probably be level 79. For any race, level 80 was a significant leap. Attributes would increase greatly, and new skills could be learned. Among humans, a top-tier level 80 professional could handle 10 or 20 top-tier level 79 professionals. The difference in combat power was huge. So, Lin Moyu could understand why these Titan dragons controlled their power below level 80. Once they reached level 80, it would be a different level. This setting was quite good, giving him a chance. It was just that they had misjudged one thing. They knew nothing about his true strength. The Ice-Bone Titan Dragon, Ili, said, the trial will begin in 10 seconds. The duration is 5 minutes. If you can't hold on, don't force it. Just say stop. Lin Moyu grunted in acknowledgement. Thank you. He could feel that her concern was genuine, not faint. He draped a layer of bone armor over himself. At the 5th second, the entire arena suddenly lit up. A curtain of light shot up from the arena, piercing through the clouds hundreds of meters high, forming an enclosure that enveloped the entire platform. Lin Moyu felt his body lighten. The flight restriction was gone. The law that had been suppressing him had disappeared. The wings of the undead Flash were successfully summoned, and he slowly floated up. From this, Lin Moyu gleaned a lot of information. The 5th trial was different from the previous ones. It would be a 3-dimensional challenge. He didn't have to passively endure attacks, but could dodge. The arena was very large, over 1,000 meters in diameter, plus the space above, which was over 500 meters high. This area was not small. Seeing Lin Moyu summon his wings and float up, the 4 Titan dragons also flew up, still surrounding him. The green dragon snorted coldly. Human kid, dodge quickly. Don't let me kill you with one swipe. In their eyes, Lin Moyu's choice was natural. Enduring for 5 minutes meant hiding for 5 minutes. As for fighting back, it was impossible. The 10-second countdown ended. Just as the Titan dragons were about to attack, before they could even spit their dragon's breath, they froze. What the hell? This guy is a summoner. In the sky, countless headless knights had appeared out of nowhere. These knights were aggressive, each burning with silver-white flames, and they charged towards the dragons. Lin Moyu released 4,000 headless knights, 1,000 for each dragon, very fair. In a situation where they could only exert power at the peak of level 79, the headless knights were enough to deal with them. The 7-colored beast kept changing its shape, seeming to want to say something. But it seemed it couldn't speak. Its expressions were ignored by the Titan dragons. The headless knights had already turned into streaks of light and charge. Death charge. At close range, they almost instantly slammed into the Titan dragons, their swords slashing down like lightning. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. The Titan dragons were all beings that surpassed the god level, and their defenses were extremely strong. Even with their power suppressed, their defense was still at the god level. The headless knights couldn't harm them, but the power they could exert couldn't push back the knights either. This was what Lin Moyu wanted. Surround them, stall for time. 5 minutes was enough. These Titan dragons had no ill will towards him, so there was no need to do anything to them. These guys are tough, Diavurus shouted, continuously spitting poisonous dragon's breath. But with the witch demon general present, the level 79 poison breath couldn't deal any damage to the knights. Diavurus flapped its wings, its giant claws continuously swatting away the knights. But there were too many of them. For every few dozen knocked away, new ones immediately filled the gap. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from their encirclement. If it were outside, it would have enough space to maneuver, but in the arena, the space was limited. The situation with the other Titan dragons was similar. Illy was covered in blue light, cold air swirling, but the Headless Knights had immunity skills and were immune to negative status effects. The Gale Titan dragon, Li Feng, was slightly better off. It was covered in a whirlwind. The strong wind blew the knights back continuously. It used the wind to break a path, but as soon as it flew out, the knights activated Death Charge again, slamming into it. The huge impact force, even for a Titan dragon, sent it stumbling back. In an instant, the knights swarmed again. The green dragon roared in anger. Damn it, why are there so many summoned creatures? If not for the rules, I could kill them all with one breath, but no matter how it roared, it was useless. It couldn't break free. Lin Mohan just floated in the air, doing nothing. He didn't need to do anything. This trial was no different from the previous ones for him. With no pressure at all. A streak of silent light flew over. The seven-collared beast, relying on its small size, flew out of the encirclement. It finally couldn't hold back anymore. While Lin Mohan used the knights to surround the 4 dragons, he had also been keeping an eye on the 7-colored beast. This was a 1-in-5 trial, 4 dragons plus the beast. The 7-colored beast turned into a streak of light, appeared before Lin Mohan, and suddenly opened its mouth, trying to swallow him. This must be its attack method. Pull the prey into its independent space and then destroy it. Do you have a soul? Lin Mohan didn't dodge but said something strange. Skill, gaze of the undead. The sky suddenly darkened, and night fell. A phantom of the immortal world appeared, and deathly aura spread everywhere. In the immortal world, a gate of fire appeared, the silver-white flames creating a sharp contrast with the dark world. What is this? The Titan dragons were stunned. They knew it was Lin Mohan's skill, but they didn't know what skill could be so grand. Inside the gate, the gaze of the undead appeared. The 7-colored beast, which had just opened its mouth, suddenly collapsed. It turned back into a head-sized lump and shot back to the green dragon's head. One look from the gaze of the undead had dealt considerable damage to its soul. Even a god-level powerhouse would feel pain under the gaze of the undead, let alone a level 85 creature. The gaze of the undead didn't launch a soul attack on the 4 Titan dragons. They just floated in the air, letting the silver flames burn. The dragons could all feel the terror of this gate, especially the white eye inside, which made them feel afraid. All creatures have an instinct to sense danger, and Titan dragons were no exception. Their instincts were particularly strong. They felt the gate was terrifying. The eye was dangerous, enough to threaten their safety. When they looked at the eye, it seemed the huge white eye was also staring at them. They quickly looked away, not daring to look again. They couldn't understand. He was clearly just a level 7 human kid. So why did he have such a terrifying skill? Had the human race become so strong? Or was it just that this human was special? The 4 Titan dragons couldn't break through the encirclement of the Headless Knights. The 7-colored beast was injured by the gaze of the undead and fled back. Since the gaze of the undead appeared, the trial had suddenly changed. The dragons, who were initially trying to break free, suddenly slowed down. Lin Mohan keenly noticed this, and also slowed down his pace. It seemed the 2 sides had reached a tacit agreement not to attack each other. Only the green dragon, Devura, looked a little unwilling. Especially since the 7-collared beast was injured, its hostility towards Lin Mohan deepened. But restricted by the rules, it couldn't use more power. It didn't dare to break the rules of the dungeon. Time passed second by second. 5 minutes was very short. 3 minutes passed in a flash. Just as Lin Mohan thought this trial would end like this, a clap of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. The thunder was very loud and continuous. As if receiving a signal, the 4 Titan dragons simultaneously raised their heads and roared. Even the gentle Ellie let out a roar. The auras of the 4 dragons surged, and they spat dragon's breath at the same time. It was not ordinary dragon's breath, it contained extremely pure elements. The range was huge, almost covering the entire trial area. The 3 elements of poison, wind, and fire intertwined, indistinguishable, yet maintaining a relative balance. Only Ellie's ice dragon's breath remained outside, not immediately merging. Little human friend. Elemental storm is our combined skill. Its power is a bit great. You must be careful. Ellie's voice sounded in his ear. This gentle, beating icebone Titan dragon had kindly reminded him. Lin Mohan smiled. It seemed this young lady was a kind dragon. After she finished speaking, she spat her dragon's breath, which contacted the other 3 elements. Water and fire cannot mix. The balance of the elements was instantly broken. The elements violently exploded, forming a fierce elemental storm that rampaged in the trial area. The elements in the trial area were extremely chaotic. Huge forces came from all directions, tearing at Lin Mohan. The Headless Knights were blown away, unable to control their bodies, flying randomly in the air. A large number of them crashed into the surrounding protective barrier and were bounced back. Lin Mohan still stood in the air. The bone armor had long been shattered, and he was too lazy to reapply it. The damage transfer made him completely unharmed. The combined skill of the 4 Titan dragons was indeed powerful, but it still hadn't reached level 80. Such a small attack. Lin Mohan didn't care at all. His eyes carried a hint of curiosity. This skill was a bit like the Skeleton Mage's Elemental Rampage, but in terms of origin, Elemental Rampage was more advanced. The Skeleton Mage's skill was almost like detonating all elements, while the 4 Titan dragons were just mixing their own elements and detonating them, which was much inferior. What interested him the most was the dragon's control. Even when using a combined skill, they could still control the power. This was much better than him. Perhaps he could also practice controlling his skills. Controlling skills to the extreme might have unexpected effects. An idea popped into his head, and he felt it was not bad. He could give it a try. The elemental storm lasted for a minute before quickly dissipating. The 4 Titan dragons saw that Lin Mohan was completely unharmed, and each of them widened their eyes. His strength was beyond their imagination. Lin Mohan smiled and asked, "Everyone, have I passed?" Ili was the first to answer. "You've passed." The flame dragon, Fentian, was now fully awake. "Are you really human?" Lin Mohan nodded. "This." The gale dragon, Li Feng, flapped its wings. "You are very strong. I hope to fight you with all my strength." Lin Mohan shook his head. "No need. A fight with all our strength could be fatal." Li Feng said in a deep voice, "Are you afraid?" Lin Mohan shook his head. "Not afraid. Yes, necessary. I don't want to kill dragons." "What?" Li Feng almost choked. Lin Mohan was so arrogant, saying he didn't want to kill dragons. The green dragon, Duvera, said coldly, shameless boasting. "If not for the dungeon's restrictions, I could kill you with one breath." Lin Mohan laughed. "No rebuttal. I can't fight back either. A verbal fight is unnecessary." At this moment, the flame dragon, Fentian, said, "He has a strong dragon scent on him." Duvera said coldly, "Isn't that normal? Humans and those lowly dragon race members are enemies. It's normal for them to kill each other." Fentian shook his head. "Not just ordinary dragons, but also a dragon king." Suddenly, the gale dragon, Li Feng's eyes contracted. "You killed the dragon king." Lin Mohan grunted. "Just killed one a few days ago." This time, Duvera said nothing. Although it always said the dragon race was a lowly race, the strength of a dragon king was not weak. After a dragon becomes a dragon king, its bloodline power is also sublimated. When using bloodline power, a phantom of a Titan dragon will also appear. From the outside, there is no difference from them. The strong are respected, and the fist is the truth. If you can kill a dragon king, your fist is naturally not small. Especially someone like Lin Mohan, who could kill a dragon king at level 70. Even if he wasn't strong enough now, his future was limitless. Duvera was hot-tempered, but that didn't mean it was stupid. Lin Mohan saw its expression, and couldn't help but think, the teacher was right, the fist is the truth. Some people can't be reasoned with, you have to use your fists. His fist hadn't even been thrown, just shown to the other party, and they had shut up. The gale dragon, Li Feng, said in a deep voice, "Are you really only level 70? Then how did you kill a dragon king? You and the dragon king are at least 2 levels apart." Sometimes, strength and level are not necessarily related. Lin Moyan's words left it speechless. It smiled. "Little human friend, can you tell us your name?" They had never asked for his name before, but now they did. This showed that they had truly recognized him from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Mohan said, "Human race, Lin Mohan." Ili nodded. "I will remember it. Now, you have passed the first round of trials. You have 2 choices. One is to take the reward for the first round and leave the dungeon. The other is to continue with the second round. If you pass, the reward will be doubled. If you fail, at best you get no reward, at worst you lose your life. Once you choose, you can't go back." The first round was over, and 2 choices were before him. He hadn't finished in Tears' business yet, so how could he leave? Lin Mohan made a decision without any hesitation. "I choose to continue." Ili said, "Good. With your strength, you can indeed continue." It seemed she had already guessed his choice, so she said no more. She raised her head and roared, the sound traveling far, echoing throughout the dungeon. The protective barrier covering the trial area disappeared. Lin Mohan once again felt the flight restriction, and his body fell from the sky. At the other end of the trial area another staircase appeared, still leading up to a higher sky. At the end of the staircase was another platform, a larger trial area. Thunder rumbled in his ears. In an instant, the sky was filled with lightning. On both sides of the staircase was an endless void, with electric snakes dancing. Ili said, "The second round of trials now begins. First, you must pass the staircase and enter the trial platform of the second stage. On both sides of the staircase is a sea of lightning. Once you fall, you will surely die. Be careful. Thank you, Lin Mohan thanked her. He then said, I had a question before. Can I ask it now? You can. The power you display is several levels higher than the challenger. If a level 89 professional enters, what will you do? Ili replied, that's simple. We just need to display God-level power. The gap between level 89 and 90 is huge. Of course, Lin Mohan understood. The gap between levels was huge. It seemed a level 89 person entering the dungeon was quite unlucky. So, I'm quite lucky, he said with a smile. Ili nodded. Almost. He asked again, what if a God-level powerhouse enters? Ili's tone was still calm. Then there will be another trial method. For a God-level powerhouse, our trial will change. She didn't specify how, and he didn't ask further. But one could imagine, if a level 90 God-level powerhouse entered, asking them to withstand a level 95 attack was obviously unrealistic, they would be instantly killed. Ili asked, any other questions? Lin Mohan shook his head. Not for now. He walked towards the staircase, thinking about the question just now. From the answer, he knew that there must be a more powerful force hidden in the dungeon. Even if a God-level powerhouse entered, the dungeon had the ability to test them. No wonder even Antares said there was danger in the Dragon King's palace. It seemed the depth of this dungeon was deeper than he had imagined. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the staircase. The step lit up, and a bolt of lightning shot out from it, landing on his foot. The lightning wasn't strong, but it carried the characteristic paralyzing property of lightning. If an ordinary person were hit, they might lose their balance and even fall. The staircase was not wide, only about 1 meter. A little carelessness and one would fall off into the sea of lightning on both sides. As she said, they would be torn to shreds. But Lin Mohan was immune to the lightning element. The lightning hit his foot, and he felt nothing. He took 2 more steps. It was still a lightning attack, just gradually strengthening. This stage is simple. He began to stride forward, getting faster and faster. The Titan dragons all widened their eyes. Is this fate? How is he getting faster and faster? The lightning element entering his body has no effect on him. Even if his lightning resistance is high, it can't be that he's completely unaffected. That's right. Even you and I would be affected. This human is too strange. At this moment, the green dragon, Juvara, said in a deep voice, it was the same with my poison gas before. My poison had no effect on him at all. Ili said, I feel he is very special, the most special person I have ever met. The flame dragon, Fentian, turned to look at her. Big sister, are you sure? Ili nodded. Sure. There are many geniuses, but I feel he is very special. The Titan dragons all took a sharp breath. Ili's words would not be wrong. Ili continued, let's just watch and see if my feeling is correct. She flew up into the clouds, her eyes piercing through the thick clouds, looking at Lin Mohan. At this time, Lin Mohan had already walked up the 100 steps and stood firmly on the trial platform of the second stage. The platform was much larger than the first, a circular platform with a diameter of over 2,000 meters. At the center, a Titan dragon was sleeping soundly on the ground. Lightning flashed on its body, and electric snakes danced. This was a Thunder Titan dragon, seemingly stronger than Ali and the others, probably at the mid-tier god level, estimated to be around level 94 to 95, with an aura similar to his teacher's. Although the opponent was strong, Lin Mohan was not worried. He was completely immune to the lightning element. No matter how powerful the Thunder Titan dragon was, its strongest ability couldn't harm him. So, he only needed to consider its physical attacks. The important thing was the rules of the dungeon. He believed the opponent must also abide by the rules. Lin Mohan walked towards the Thunder Titan dragon. It sniffed twice, and slowly opened its eyes. Its large eyes reflected his figure. Human. Lin Mohan asked, how should I address you? You have passed the first stage, so you are qualified to know my name. I am Lao Lin, the Thunder Titan dragon. Lin Mohan asked, respected Lord La Lin, what is the trial of this stage? Lao Lin swayed and stood up. No rush, no rush. I just woke up. Let me wake up a bit more, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to control my power and might accidentally kill you, which would be hard to explain. Lin Mohan made no comment. He wasn't in a hurry either. He was very patient. As for accidentally killing him, he felt the opponent didn't have that ability. The lightning on La Lin's body was getting stronger, and its sleepiness was gradually fading. Your human race is truly a magical race. Geniuses keep appearing. In the words of your world, you should be level 70, right? Its eyes stared at Lin Mohan, as if confirming its own words. Yes, you are indeed level 70. Entering the Dragon King's palace at level 70, the difficulty is the lowest, but the reward is the same. The lowest difficulty for the same reward. What a smart move. Did someone in your family come to the Dragon King's palace before, which is why they let you come at level 70? Your human race thinks a lot, your minds are flexible, you can maximize your benefits. Lin Mohan had no family elders. If he had to say one, it would be Antares. And it was indeed Antares who urged him to come. He had thought Antares was in a hurry to get back his dragon pearls. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Antares knew some of the rules in the Dragon King's palace. Coming at level 7 he was the best, he just didn't say it clearly. Lin Mohan couldn't help but feel a little grateful to Antares. At the same time, hearing Lin's words, his heart was in turmoil. From Lin's words, he had captured a lot of information. Lin had said, your world, and also that the human race was a magical race. These two sentences alone had extraordinary meaning. Are there many worlds? Besides our world, are there other worlds? And in those other worlds, are there also human races? Then Lin mentioned family, which showed that not a few humans had entered the Dragon King's palace. But according to historical records, in the past few hundred years, basically no humans had entered. This was worth pondering. Since no one from their world had entered, but there were humans who had, combined with the previous words, it must be humans from other worlds. Lin Mohan was initially very surprised, but then he thought about how he himself had transmigrated. The world he used to live in, wasn't that another world? Since the world he lived in before transmigrating could hit, then having a few more human worlds seemed to be a very normal thing. Lin Mohan felt as if he had suddenly understood something. His vision suddenly broadened, and the things he saw were a bit different. For some reason, his soul suddenly jumped, becoming a bit stronger. It wasn't that his soul energy had increased, but the realm of his soul had been elevated, the upper limit raised. As Lin became more and more awake, he spoke less and less. I slept a bit too long this time, so it took a bit longer to wake up. I like to talk a bit when I wake up, it helps me sober up faster. Please forgive me. It was very polite. Not looking down on him because of his level. Lin Mohan said, you can talk a bit more. I am a good listener. He wished the opponent would talk more, so he could know more. Such opportunities were rare. Lin laughed. That's about enough. Suddenly, it frowned, and at the same time, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. Lin Mohan saw a sea of lightning appear in the sky, then quickly disappear. Lin looked at him, its eyes a bit gloomy. Lin Mohan didn't know what had happened. Lin was fine just now, why did its face suddenly change? Lin looked at him for a few seconds, then said, the words I just said, don't tell anyone, otherwise. It seemed to want to threaten him, couldn't think of anything. Lin Mohan guessed there were too many rules restricting it, and it had just slipped up. The more it was like this, the more he felt this world was unusual. Lin Mohan said, Lord Lin, please rest assured. I won't speak carelessly. Lin stared at him. Even though he had promised, it was clearly not at ease. Words spoken cannot be taken back, and it couldn't think of a better way. The two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. Suddenly, a killing intent rose from Lin. It wants to kill me. Thunder roared, tearing through the sky. A sea of lightning appeared. The entire space below the trial platform was covered by countless bolts of lightning. Lin spread its wings, its killing intent thick. Lin Mohan was extremely sensitive to killing intent, so he immediately felt it. He knew Lin had slipped up and said something it shouldn't have. Even though he had promised not to say anything, Lin clearly didn't quite believe him. To keep a secret, only the dead can be trusted. It intended to break the rules and kill him. Lin's eyes were full of killing intent. I have thought it over. Now I give you two choices. First, I kill you. Second, you stay here forever. Lin Mohan sneered. These two choices were like farting, stinking to high heaven. He was not afraid at all, calmly asking back, are you not afraid of the punishment of the Dragon King's palace? Lin shook its head. It doesn't matter anymore. And I have a reason to kill you. This sentence showed its determination. It didn't even care about the punishment anymore. Lin Mohan said, actually, I didn't hear anything. I am a nobody. Even if I say it, no one will believe me. Lin still shook its head. You don't understand. Some things I can't say, and you can't hear. Lin Mohan really didn't understand. He didn't understand why these things couldn't be said. Wasn't it just that there might be other human worlds outside of this world? What was so special about that? But looking at Lin's expression, it seemed there was a huge secret hidden. Lin said in a deep voice, don't waste time. There are only two choices. You choose. Since it was like this, Lin Mohan's attitude also became tougher. They choose neither. Besides, you might not be able to kill me. Can't kill you. To Lin, the sentence was like a joke. It was a god-level Thunder Titan dragon. Killing a level 7 human professional wasn't that as easy as crushing an ant. Of course it wouldn't believe him. Just as it was about to act, its whole body suddenly trembled, and it stood frozen. In Lin Mohan's hand was a scale with complex patterns on it. It was the dragon scale Antares had given him. When in danger, he could activate it to return to Antares' side. The moment Lin saw the dragon scale, its whole body trembled uncontrollably. How do you have this thing? It was like a chicken with its neck squeezed, unable to move. Lin Moyu smiled. Do you still think you can kill me now? Lin was silent, and its killing intent also gradually dissipated. The answer was already obvious. Lin Moyu held the dragon scale in his hand like a deception medallion. This world has many secrets. I have seen the spirit artifacts left by professionals from the previous era. I have seen a semi-transcendent being desperately trying to pass a trial. I know of a legion with a transcendent being as its marshal and semi-transcendent beings as its generals. I have seen an eternal existence guarding this world. I have talked with it for a whole day and heard many stories. With every sentence Lin Moyu's head, Lin trembled uncontrollably. The electric snakes on its body also crackled. What he said were all secrets. But I didn't know if they were true or false. Some were information he had analyzed based on Terrace's words. True and false mixed together, creating an illusion that he knew a loss. Pai Yai's old profession was a swindler, and Lin Moyu's specialty was deception. He usually spoke little, but when he deceived, he spoke a lot. Lin Moyu said, "You see, I know so many secrets. What you said is nothing. Isn't it just about the multiverse? It's really nothing. I won't say it either. There's no benefit, and no one would believe me anyway." He spoke very sincerely, the mix of truth and lies making it hard for Lin to distinguish. It seemed to have been convinced, hesitatingly saying, "Really? You promise you won't say it?" Titan dragons were powerful, but their minds didn't seem too bright. Lin Moyu pressed on. "Yes. I won't lie to you. And in exchange I can also tell you a secret about me." Lin asked, "What secret?" Lin Moyu said, "Actually, I have immunity to the lightning element, so you can't kill me." Lin's eyes showed disbelief. Elemental immunity. Very few humans have this ability, yet you have it. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin casually threw a bolt of lightning at him. Lin Moyu let the lightning pass through him, feeling nothing. Really immune. Lin threw a few more bolts, each stronger than the last. But he still felt nothing. Just stood there, letting it attack. After a while of testing, Lin finally believed. With lightning elemental immunity, it was indeed not easy for it to kill him. Unwittingly, Lin was deceived by him again. It only saw that he was immune to the lightning element but forgot his level. If it used its full strength, just with physical attacks, it could crush him. Of course, this was only for an ordinary professional. It was far from being able to crush Lin Moyu. So, he was still mixing truth and lies, half fighting, half catting with Lin. Lin had completely fallen for it. Its killing intent completely gone. From its instinct, it felt that it really couldn't kill him. But then it felt something was wrong, as if it had missed something. Lin Moyu put away the dragon scale. "Alright, let's pretend this never happened. You didn't say anything. I didn't hear anything. Let's proceed with the trial according to the rules." His reminder interrupted Lin's thoughts. He led the topic back to the trial, not letting it think about other things. Indeed. Lin took the bait. "Let's start the trial. I'll tell you the rules. The second round of trials has only 2 requirements. One is to get here, the other is to last for 10 minutes under my attack. My attack will be maintained between level 80 and 83. For you, it's a cross-level challenge. You should also know that after level 80, attributes increase faster. But you are immune to the lightning element, so even if I use a god-level attack, it's useless against you. So for this round, let's just go through the motions." This was the result Lin Moyu wanted. Alright, let's just go through the motions. He was a veteran actor. The two sides had a tacit understanding, and the trial began in a strange atmosphere. As before, a barrier was erected, covering the entire trial area. Then, Lin spat dragon's breath, and the trial area instantly turned into a sea of lightning. Thunder roared, deafening. The sea of lightning covered the sky and earth like a world-ending disaster, swallowing Lin Moyu. Whether by eye or by mental and soul perception, the sea of lightning was extremely powerful, reaching the limit of level 83. For a level 70 professional, facing such an attack, they would be instantly killed 10 out of 10 times. But in the sea of lightning, the two actors, Lin and Lin Moyu, were staring at each other. Lin Moyu even found it quite interesting. Lightning passed through his body without causing any damage. At this time, Lin completely believed that he was truly immune to the lightning element. To be able to achieve complete immunity to this element was truly rare. It seems only the law of lightning. Lin looked at him, its thoughts surging, but it kept its mouth shut, not daring to say anything more. The more you say, the more you're wrong. It had already said too much. If it got out, the impact would not be small. Now it could only choose to believe him, hoping he wouldn't spread its words. Lin Moyu seemed to have guessed its thoughts and gave it a reassuring look. 10 minutes of the trial passed quickly, and the sea of lightning disappeared. In the trial area, Lin Moyu was extremely calm, without any fear. Lin caught. The second round is over. Now you can choose to continue the trial or take the reward and leave. If you choose to continue, success doubles the reward, failure loses all rewards, and you might even be in mortal danger. You can choose now. It didn't specify what the reward was, nor how difficult the next round would be. It was like a guessing game, it only gave hints without revealing the question and answer. This was the rule of the dungeon. Choosing an ambiguity was also a test of oneself. Lin Mohan didn't hesitate. I'd choose to continue. He hadn't gotten Inter's dragon pearls yet, so how could he give up? He could only continue on this path. Lao Lin said, "Are you sure?" Actually, the reward now is already very good. Being able to pass this round smoothly was because he had lightning immunity, not because he passed with his own strength. The next round would be even harder. He was only level 70. He might not be able to pass. Lin Mohan was very sure. "I am sure I will continue." Lao Lin didn't persuade him further. According to the rules, it shouldn't have said what it just did. "Alright then." It roared, the sound echoing throughout the dungeon. Behind the trial platform, another staircase appeared. It led up into the clouds, giving a feeling of a path to the heavens. There were still 100 steps, and the end was hidden in the clouds, making it impossible to see the situation above. Having experienced the previous 2 times, Lin Mohan knew that the trial of the 3rd round began with these 100 steps. He walked past Lao Lin and said softly, "My lips are sealed." Lao Lin breathed a sigh of relief. "I need to." Lin Mohan sneered and said no more. He came to the side of the staircase and saw the void on both sides. In the void, it was like layers of clouds, looking peaceful, with nothing unusual. Then he took a step onto the staircase. The step lit up. An array of light shot out from it, entering his body. The bone armor had no reaction, indicating that this ray of light had no attack properties. Since he got the bone armor, in 99 of cases, it would have a natural reaction to danger. In his memory, the number of times it failed was only 1 or 2. The bone armor was still very reliable. The ray of light that entered his body didn't cause any reaction from the bone armor. For now, it seemed harmless. But he still remained vigilant. Since it was a trial, this ray of light couldn't be useless. It must have some meaning. But what was it? His soul power flowed through his body like water. He tried to find the ray of light that had entered him. He quickly found it. After gaining poison immunity, his body had become pure. Anything not belonging to him was considered a toxin. Plus, his entire body was controlled by his massive soul power, so no foreign object could escape his senses. In a hidden corner of his body, he found the ray of light, a small light spot emitting a faint holy aura, looking harmless. It just lay there quietly, motionless. That's why the bone armor had no reaction. He thought for a moment, and didn't expel it. This might also be part of the trial. If he expelled it now, he didn't know what effect it would have on the next trial. But he didn't let his guard down. He monitored it. Once he found anything abnormal, he could destroy it at any time. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued to walk up. With each step, a ray of light shot into his body, and the light spot in his body gradually grew larger. On the surface, he showed no reaction, but in reality, he was on high alert. On the second trial platform, Lao Lin also stared at him, its eyes full of thoughts. Now it could only hope that he wouldn't speak carelessly outside. In the clouds, the 4 Titan dragons, including Ili, descended. The green dragon, Huvera, spoke first. "Big brother Lao Lin, he passed the trial." Lao Lin nodded. Passed. They had seen the general process of the trial from the clouds. The distance was too far, so they couldn't hear the conversation between him and Lao Lin. Ili said, "He looks very relaxed." Lao Lin grunted. "This human is not ordinary, he's different." Huvera muttered, "Why do you say that too? He's just a human, what's so different?" "Big brother Lao Lin, you didn't go easy on him, did you?" Lao Lin snorted. "Go easy my ass. He's immune to the lightning element." The Titan dragons all showed surprised expressions. Ili pondered. "So that's how it is. Such a small world has produced such a human. It's really surprising." Lao Lin said, "Yes, the human race is a big race with countless geniuses, but there are not many like him." Ili said in a deep voice, "Maybe he has a chance." The eyes of the Titan dragons all turned to her. Ili said, "This is just my feeling." Lao Lin spat out a bolt of lightning. "I have a similar feeling. Maybe he has a chance." Guvera snorted. "If that's the case, then good. I'll teach him a lesson then." Lao Lin glared at it. "Don't boast. Maybe you'll be taught a lesson by him." "Impossible," Guvera shouted, completely unconvinced. "Well no then." Lin Mohan walked up step by step, passing through the clouds to the end of the staircase. At the end was another huge trial platform. Only, behind the platform was not a void but a palace. The palace was magnificent, over 1,000 meters high, and its width and depth were unknown. The thick clouds obscured its true appearance. "Is this the Dragon King's palace?" he thought. The name of the dungeon was Dragon King's Palace. So was this palace the main hall? Only one step away from stepping onto the third trial platform. He paused again. At this time, the light spot in his body had grown from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a fist, more than 10 times larger. It looked harmless, but he didn't believe it was useless. If there was a problem, it would explode the moment he stepped onto the platform. His expression gradually became serious. He muttered, 2 choices, what should I do? One is to expel it. The other is to let it explode in my body. He didn't know what would happen. This light mass was like a time bomb in his body. When it exploded, he didn't know what would happen, good or bad. If he expelled it, he didn't know what effect it would have on the entire trial. If he was judged to have failed the trial, how could he complete Inter's mission? He thought for a few seconds, and decided to keep the light mass in his body. His massive soul power had locked onto it. No matter what happened, he could respond immediately. Moreover, he was confident in his skills and talents. It wasn't so easy to kill him. Having made his decision, he finally stepped onto the trial platform. The moment he did, the entire platform lit up, emitting a dazzling light. The roar of a dragon sounded in his ears. What was strange was that he heard the aura of the light element in the roar. Then, a large amount of light element poured into his body. At this time, the light mass in his body became a guide, leading the light element in. The bone armor still had no reaction. These pouring rays of light did not cause any damage to him. Light element resistance limit 1. Gain the power of light, experience E. Gain the power of light, experience T. Suddenly, countless notifications popped up. The limit of his light element resistance increased, and at the same time, a large amount of light element was converted into soul power, pouring into his soul, bringing him a lot of experience. The conversion rate of the light element was very fast, and with the light mass in his body, they had a clear target. The light element poured him like a tsunami, wave after wave. His soul power increased, and his experience grew rapidly. Among the continuous notifications, information about the increase in his light element resistance limit was occasionally mixed in. His light resistance was already at 80, and now it was increasing, moving towards a higher level. At first, he was surprised. Then he gradually understood. This was also a kind of trial. If it were an ordinary professional, when such a violent light element poured in, it would quickly be converted into soul power. Although the soul power would increase sharply, the soul would not be able to bear it. At best, the soul would be injured. At worst, it would explode, and the soul would be scattered. But for him, this problem did not exist. The limit of his soul was too high, having reached the god level. Compared to his soul limit, his soul energy was too little. Now, for him, these frantically pouring soul powers were like a timely rain, a great supplement. For an ordinary professional, the growth of their soul and level were basically synchronized. Whatever their level, their soul would be at that level. It was like a full cup of water. The size of the cup determines the limit. If the cup is slightly larger, the water inside will immediately be filled. If there is too much water exceeding the limit of the cup, it will overflow. If the cup is sealed, if you continue to pour water in when it's full, the cup might explode. But his cup had long since become a bucket, but the water inside was still only the amount of a cup. Lin Mohan understood. This trial was both an opportunity and a disaster. If you could withstand it, it was an opportunity. If you couldn't, it was a disaster. For him, this was a rare opportunity. He only hoped that more soul energy would pour in. One man's poison is another man's honey. His experience increased rapidly, even faster than grinding dungeons. In less than a minute, his experience had increased by 50. His light resistance also increased from 80 to 90. At this time, he found that the pouring light element seemed to have weakened. He knew that the trial was about to end. After another half a minute, a soft sound came from his body. The light mass that had entered him suddenly exploded with a pop. Experience the light element resistance limit 3. As the light mass exploded, the external light element seemed to lose its target and no longer poured in. He also received the final notification. At this time, a light of leveling up shone on his body. In less than 2 minutes, he had completed the leap from level 70 to level 71. He had absorbed all the soul power that poured in, without missing a single bit. Actually, he didn't care much about his level. From level 70 to 71, if he grinded dungeons himself, it would probably only take a few days. This round of trials only saved him a few days, which was not a big deal. The important thing was the increase in his light resistance. His light resistance had suddenly reached 100, achieving light elemental immunity. After being immune to the poison and lightning elements, he was also completely immune to the light element. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. A huge gain. He thought to himself. This time it was really a huge gain. The trial platform still emitted a faint light. He could clearly feel the light elements happily flying around here. This was an ocean of light elements. Besides the light element, no other elements existed. The other elements were expelled by mysterious force. A force that could expel elements must be at least at the high-tier god level. Only Allah could do that. He felt a gaze on him. At the center of the trial platform, a titan dragon emitting a brilliant light was looking at him. It was observing him, its eyes a little curious. He was also observing it. It was a bit different from the titan dragons he had seen before. Its size was larger, especially its body length, which was extremely astonishing, even a bit exaggerated. Compared to Lin, whom he had just met, its body length was at least twice as long, and it had a large, long tail. Although its shape was very different from a titan dragon, it was still a titan dragon, no doubt about it. It's very special, he thought. The titan dragon before him gave him a very special feeling, different from the others. Little human, you are very good, the titan dragon spoke. It didn't show any hostility towards him, and even seemed a little friendly. He didn't let his guard down, because of this. His words were still polite, neither arrogant nor humble. Thank you for the compliment. May I ask you your name? The titan dragon spat out a mass of light. The light mass scattered in the air, turning into dust, then it inhaled, sucking in a large amount of light. The light element was sucked in too much, gathering into a mist, then it was spat out again. Watching this whole process, a phrase immediately appeared in his mind, swallowing clouds and spitting mist. This image is a bit familiar. The titan dragon slowly opened its mouth. My name is Shen Guan, a sacred holy light dragon. And you? It was very polite. Lin Mohan also introduced himself. Human race, Lin Mohan. My profession is undead holy king. Shen Guan swallowed clouds and spat mist again. You were able to absorb all that soul power just now, and even level up. It seems your soul level is very high. You're already level 71. So my trial will be a bit easier for you. Lin Mohan analyzed. Leveling up in the dungeon did not affect the difficulty of the trial. So, the difficulty of the trial had been determined before he entered the dungeon. He asked, May I ask, Lord Shen Guan, what is the third round of trials? Shen Guan swallowed clouds and spat mist again. It seemed to like doing this. The third round is actually very simple. Do you see the palace behind? The palace was so big, how could he not see it? He wasn't blind. Shen Guan continued, as long as you can enter the palace, you pass the trial. Enter the palace. He looked over. The palace was very large, at least 1,000 meters high, and its depth was unknown. The main gate of the palace was open, and he could vaguely see inside. He was now about 5,000 meters away from the palace. If he flew at top speed, it would take about 6 seconds. But he had a faster way, only 2 seconds would be enough. But Shen Guan would definitely stop him. The key was not to pass, but how to get past Shen Guan. Lin Mohan asked, any method is fine. Shen Guan nodded. Yes, any method is fine. Lin Mohan said, how much power will you use? Shen Guan glanced at him. According to the rules, it will not exceed level 85. But I am a sacred holy light dragon. My strongest ability is defense. Lin Mohan said, is there a time limit? Of course. For the sake of you being human, I'll make an exception and give you 24 hours. Is that enough? Shen Guan was clearly very confident. It believed he couldn't break its defense. He also knew that if he really couldn't break it, let alone 24 hours, even 240 hours would be the same. In that case, let me try. Shen Guan swallowed clouds and spat mist again. You can start at any time. It showed an indifferent attitude, as if it was very confident in itself, which invisibly put pressure on him. He took a deep breath. He knew that Shen Guan was a sacred holy light dragon, at least above level 96. Maybe even higher. If it went all out to stop him, he would have no chance. The only chance was that it could only exert power not exceeding level 85. At the same time, Shen Guan also made it clear that its strongest ability was defense, which showed that it might use its body to block him. And his body, even if it stood still for him to hit, he was not sure he could break its defense. He thought for a few seconds and had an idea. Surprise was the best chance. There was no flight restriction here. He could fly, all restrictions were lifted. Now what he had to do was to think of a way to enter the palace and pass the trial. After a little calculation, a large number of headless knights appeared in the air. As soon as they appeared, they immediately charged towards Shen Guan, using their charge skill. At the same time, a headless knight also appeared in front of him. He immediately sat on its warhorse. The knight carried him, and charged towards the palace, using its charge skill. With a speed of 3,000 meters per second, it would only take 2 seconds to charge into the palace. He was like a ray of light, passing Shen Guan, who seemed to have no reaction. The palace immediately enlarged before his eyes. 5 seconds later, it was within reach. Suddenly a bright light flashed before his eyes. A barrier appeared. He was too close to stop. Determined, the charge skill continuously slammed into the barrier. With the barrier as the target, the knight launched its strongest attack. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The barrier was still intact. The knight was severely injured and a huge rebound force came, sending both it and Lin Mohan flying. He flew back nearly 1,000 meters before stabilizing in the air. The rebound force of the barrier was estimated to be twice the impact force of the knight. This made him think of the verdant grassland, which also had a rebound attribute. This barrier had a similar attribute. Looking back, the entire trial platform was now covered by the barrier. It was like an inverted bowl on the platform. The sacred holy light dragon didn't move at all, just stood there with an amused smile. Originally, he had planned to have the knights control it, then take the opportunity to charge into the palace. But the dragon had just used one defensive skill to trap him, completely ignoring the knights. It didn't move itself either. A thought flashed through his mind. He didn't want to waste time on it anymore. As long as it didn't move, he wouldn't touch it. The headless knights all changed their targets, flying in all directions. He came to the side of the barrier, placed his hand on it, and felt the flow of energy inside. This was a barrier created by a skill, different from the Abyss's barrier. It was all light element inside, and there was a strange aura. After careful sensing, he realized it was the aura of a law. Shen Guang had used a law combined with the light element to create this barrier, but it controlled it very skillfully. Although the power level was very high, the actual power limit still did not exceed level 85. He couldn't say anything about this. Shen Guang had only said it would not exceed level 85, not that it couldn't use a law. With the participation of a law, the barrier before him, although it seemed to be level 85, even a god-level powerhouse might not be able to break it. No wonder Shen Guang was so confident, not afraid of him suddenly charging in. The aura of a law, Lin Mohan murmured. Shen Guang looked at him. Not bad, you actually saw it. His tone was full of confidence, as if to say, so what if you saw it? You still can't break it. Its tone was very calm, but it sounded a bit harsh to him. It lay down lazily, and closed its eyes. Lin Mohan looked at its appearance. Although he didn't say anything, he had an idea. The headless knights had already tested it. No matter how much power they attacked with, it would be reflected back with twice the power. Shen Guang had said that its strongest ability was defense. It was estimated that this strand of law had a rebound characteristic. Laws were diverse, with many magical abilities. It was not strange to have a rebound characteristic. Recalling the headless knights, Lin Mohan came to the position closest to the palace gate. At this time, he was only 2 steps away from the gate, separated by a layer of white barrier, which was difficult to cross. He placed his hand on the barrier, and said softly, "It is said that only a law can fight a law. Then I will use a law to break a law." The target was locked on the barrier in front of him. A drop of green essence blood appeared in his hand. It was the essence blood of the god of deadly poison. The blood also contained the aura of a law. Although the god of deadly poison was not a high-level god, it had touched the realm of a high-level god. So, its blood contained a trace of law. If there were no accidents, given more time, it could definitely become a high-level god. Although the law contained in a drop of essence blood was very weak, the law in the barrier was not strong either. In order to control the power, the sacred holy light dragon had only poured a very small amount of law into the barrier, and the skill corpse explosion could amplify the power of the essence blood by 16 times. The law inside would also be amplified. 1 drop of essence blood exploding was equivalent to a full power strike from the god of deadly poison when it was alive. When Lin Mohan took out the essence blood, the sacred holy light dragon had just opened its eyes. It sensed the aura of the law. A look of surprise flashed in its huge dragon eyes. Then it saw a green light flash. A hole appeared in the barrier it created. The hole was filled with green gas, full of deadly poison. Lin Mohan treated the poison as nothing and stepped through the hole. In just 2 steps, he entered the palace gate. He stood in the gate and nodded to Shen Guang. "I've passed." In a flash, Shen Guang appeared in front of him. The speed was so fast that he couldn't see how it moved at all. This made him vigilant again. The opponent was a sacred holy light dragon after all, an extremely powerful existence. He secretly held the dragon scale of entares in his hand. Once there was something unusual, he would leave immediately. Shen Guang lowered its head and stared at him, its dragon eyes showing surprise and confusion. "How did you do that?" Before he could answer, it continued, "Never mind, you don't have to answer. It's impolite to ask about other skills. Although you used an external object just now, I also said you could use any means. So, you passed this round. Now you have 2 choices. One is to continue. The other is to take the reward and leave. I can tell you what the reward is this time. I can give you 10 soul crystals. Each soul crystal contains pure soul power, which can help you improve your soul level, and also give you a lot of soul power. According to your level, each soul crystal can help you level up by about 1 level. After raising your soul level with soul crystals, it will be much easier for you to become a god in the future." Shen Guang's words were full of temptation. According to what it said, soul crystals were indeed good things. Not only could they level up, but they could also enhance the soul level. When the soul level reaches a certain level, it will be much easier to become a god. For an ordinary professional, this was a huge temptation. But for Lin Mohan, the effect of soul crystals was not great. His soul had already reached the god level, and the 2 skill cores had been transferred into his soul, which had already paved the way for becoming a god. As long as his level was there, becoming a god was a matter of course. As for increasing his soul energy, it was not difficult for him. As long as he had time, he could grind more dungeons. It would not take a year and a half to reach the god level. He was not in a hurry about this. He wanted to consolidate his foundation more. The more solid the foundation, the wider the future path of development. It was not advisable to force a tree to grow quickly. His requirement was not just to become a god. Lin Mohan said, "I choose to continue." Shen Guan asked in a deep voice, "You don't want to think about it anymore?" Lin Mohan shook his head. "I've decided." Shen Guan said no more. It raised its head and roared as before, the sound echoing like a tsunami, spreading throughout the dungeon. As the dragon roar sounded, the mist in the palace gradually dissipated, revealing a path paved with jade. Shen Guan said, "Walk along the dragon jade. Don't touch the mist on both sides, or you will die." Lin Mohan nodded and stepped into the palace. After he entered, the gate immediately closed. At this time, the clouds in the sky suddenly churned. Ili, La Lin, and the other Titan dragons also descended. Big brother Shen Guan, he passed. Ili looked at the closed gate, and already knew the answer. She was just asking casually. The other Titan dragons were all surprised. They came because they heard the dragon roar. The palace gate was open all year round, but once it closed, it meant someone had entered. They would not normally enter. So who else could it be but Lin Mohan? Shen Guan took 2 steps back, revealing the entire palace gate, and also the poison gas in front of the gate. A green aura the height of 2 people was rolling freely. A large amount of light element was covering it, preventing it from spreading. Shen Guan said, "Kuvura, you take a look." Kuvura saw at a glance that the green gas contained deadly poison, and also a trace of law. It took a deep breath towards the poison, and the poison was immediately sucked into its body. A few seconds later, Kuvura said, "It's the deadly poison of a poison, this time god, and it also contains a trace of law, estimated to be close to level 96. No wonder it could break Big Brother Shen Guang's holy barrier. After all, Big Brother had to control his power and could only pour in a trace of law. But it's strange, how could it exert the power of a poison system god?" Shen Guang said, "It used the essence blood of a god. It seems to have a skill that can enhance the power in the essence blood. The attack just now was equivalent to a full power strike from a god. This human is not simple." The Thunder Titan Dragon, Lao Lin, chimed in, "Indeed not simple. He is 100 immune to the lightning element." Kuvura said, "So it seems he might also be immune to the poison element." Shen Guang said, "He has also reached 100 immunity to the light element." Ili was a little surprised. Such a small world, how could it produce such a terrifying genius? Could he be the chosen one? Shen Guang neither denied nor confirmed. Who knows? Anyway, we just need to complete our mission. Kuvura's aura suddenly changed. Someone else has entered the Dragon King's palace. A clone of mine has been activated. Ili nodded. I'd also sense it. It's not someone from this world. The one who entered it is not human either. Shen Guan flapped its wings. Let's go, let's go. Let's get to work. Don't be lazy, or Lord Dragon God will punish us. Don't worry, we are never lazy. The Titan dragons flew into the clouds and disappeared again. Shen Guan looked at the closed palace. It's been a long time since anyone could pass the final round of trials. I wonder how you will do. Then it laughed at itself. Whether you pass or not, what does it have to do with me? It began to swallow clouds and spit mist again. The mist kept changing shape, initially in the shape of a normal Titan dragon. Then its body began to grow larger and longer, and finally, its shape completely changed. If Lin Wei were here, he would surely recognize that the final shape was that of a divine Chinese dragon. And Shen Guang's current shape was just a stage in the transformation. Perhaps after continuous evolution, it would eventually transform into the shape of a divine Chinese dragon. Its eyes were full of hope and desire. The path under his feet was completely paved with white jade. This jade emitted a strange aura, seeming to contain the power of a law. Lin Moyu could feel the huge energy from it. According to Shen Guan, this jade was called Dragon Jade, and it was certainly very precious. To be able to use it to pave the road, this palace was naturally very important. Initially, he thought there would be some kind of trial, so he walked very carefully. After he carefully took the first step, the Dragon Jade had no reaction at all. After a few more steps, it was the same. He was a little relieved, but he was still very cautious, releasing a skeleton warrior to scout ahead. The palace was very deep. After walking for more than 10,000 meters, he finally saw the second structure in the palace. The path paved with dragon jade had come to an end. The mist dissipated, and light shone in. In the palace, the second structure came into view. It was a huge circular platform, about 100 meters in diameter and 5 meters high, also paved with dragon jade. And obviously the dragon jade used to pave the platform was of higher quality. Each piece was about 1 meter square, and the power of the law contained within was frightening. Before, he had been amazed by the dragon jade. He had tried to use a scouting spell, but got no result. The spell couldn't identify the origin of the dragon jade, but the energy contained within was real. He couldn't be mistaken. According to his understanding, an item that could contain the power of a law was at least a legend. Here I am. Any piece of dragon jade was priceless, but here it was only used to pave roads and build platforms. Compared to the huge palace, the circular platform, though precious, was not large. Just as he was about to step on it, a powerful aura descended. In a flash, a dragon appeared on the platform. It was not a Titan dragon, but the kind of dragon in his memory, a divine Chinese dragon. It was over 200 meters long, coiled on the platform, its head slightly raised, staring at him. Being stared at by it, he felt a chill, as if he had been targeted by some terrifying existence. He was very clear that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. There was no need to act at all. The difference in strength between them was too great. He couldn't distinguish which was stronger, this dragon or Antares. Could it be a transcendent being? He could confirm that it was stronger than semi-transcendent beings like the Dragon Emperor and the Demon Emperor. The two were completely incomparable. The divine dragon stared at him, saying nothing. Lin Mohan also said nothing, remaining silent. He was not afraid at all, looking straight at the divine dragon. 10 seconds later, its voice slowly sounded. There is the scent of my race in your soul. Lin Mohan was startled, instinctively thinking it was talking about the lingering aura after he killed the dragon race members. But then he realized it wasn't. A divine Chinese dragon, a descendant of the dragon. A thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. Before he could speak, its voice sounded again. Your ancestors must have been related to our dragon race. Your ancestors' souls and bloodlines were all stained with the aura of my race. But after many generations, the aura in your soul has become very weak, almost imperceptible. At this time, he was 100% sure that what the divine dragon said was definitely related to his identity before transmigrating. His soul had transmigrated here. The aura it mentioned was in his soul. In an instant, he understood many things. The opponent was very strong, but had no killing intent towards him. The fear he felt was entirely due to the huge difference in strength. Lin Mohan finally spoke. May I ask your name? The divine dragon did not answer his question but continued. Besides the soul, there is also the aura of my race on you. It seems you have met a member of my race. It didn't make any move, but the dragon's scale of Antares in Lin Mohan's pocket automatically flew out. He didn't know how it did it. This was his life, saving charm, but now he could only watch it fly away. It wasn't that he didn't dare to move, but that he couldn't. An invisible force bound him, making him unable to move. This was the difference in strength. For the first time, he realized that the difference in strength could be so great. 2 years ago, when he had just changed his profession and met Bai Yi, he had never had this feeling. This divine dragon was too terrifying. He felt that this divine dragon should be the dragon god the Titan dragons had mentioned. The scale of Antares flew before it and began to glow. The divine dragon activated the scale, and Antares' voice came from it. Stinky kid, are you done yet? Lin Mohan laughed wryly. Not yet. It's you. The divine dragon seemed to remember Antares and said, damn it. A strange cry came from the scale. Why did you wake up? The divine dragon laughed. Just in time. 2 golden rays shot out from its eyes, shining on the scale. The scale immediately became extremely brilliant. The scale glowed brightly, and a phantom appeared on it. Lin Mohan recognized it at a glance. It was Antares. He recognized Antares' big head, but the next scene surprised him. The Antares in the phantom was its whole body, not just a head. Before, he had only seen its head. Its body was always hidden. Now he finally saw that Antares also had the shape of a divine Chinese dragon. No, not entirely the same. Compared to the divine dragon before him, Antares had a pair of dragon wings, like the wings of a Titan dragon. It was these wings that created a fundamental difference between the 2 divine dragons. One looked majestic and powerful, full of charm. Antares also had a similar aura, but the dragon wings destroyed a part of the beauty, making it less harmonious. The divine dragon said, long time no see, little Antares. Little Antares. Lin Mohan immediately found it a bit funny. Antares had lived for so many years, yet it was called Little Antares. Obviously, the divine dragon before him was even older. Antares did not refute, but instead said respectfully, long time no see, Lord Dragon God. The opponent was indeed the dragon god. His heart trembled. And from Antares' words, it could be heard that Antares did not want to meet the opponent. It was a coincidence that the dragon god woke up. It could only be said that he came at the wrong time. He seemed to feel Antares' mood at this moment. It must be extremely frustrated. The dragon god said, "Little Antares, after so many years, do you still blame me?" Antares shook its head. "I wouldn't dare." "Ha ha." The dragon god laughed. "Not that you don't blame me, but that you don't dare." Antares shook its head again. "Then I don't blame you. The meaning was that you are the dragon god. You are more powerful. Whatever you say, goes." The dragon god did not continue to dwell on this issue, but changed the subject. "You let this little human enter the Dragon King's palace to get back your 2 dragon pearls, right?" Antares frankly admitted, "Yes." The dragon god asked, 16 dragon pearls, how many have you found? Including your 2, 12. Antares did not hide anything, telling the truth. The dragon god asked, "Do you know where the remaining 4 are?" Antares shook its head. "I have a guess, but I'm not sure." The dragon god sighed. "I had no choice back then." At this time, the big ears of Antares in the phantom suddenly drew. It clearly didn't want to hear the dragon god's explanation. The dragon god didn't continue, just sigh. "Your dragon pearls, I will let this little human take them back. Maybe we won't meet again in the future. You take care of yourself." Antares' ears twitched. It clearly heard but said nothing. Lin Mohan heard the strangeness in the words. It was clear that the relationship between the two was unusual. The light of the scale gradually faded and flew back into his pocket. Then he felt relieved, and the binding was gone. At this time he heard a sigh, like the sigh of an old man, with a hint of regret. His whole body lightened, the binding was gone, and he was free. 2 pearls appeared in front of the dragon god. They were Antares' dragon pearls, with Antares' aura on them. The 2 pearls flew into his hands. He quickly took out a box to store them, then put them into his storage space. At this time, he couldn't hesitate. What if the dragon god changed its mind? He couldn't fight it. Besides staring, what else could he do? Whatever the reason, being able to get the dragon pearls was one of the best results. "Thank you, Lord Dragon God," he said sincerely. The dragon god said in a deep voice, "These were originally Antares'. He take them back to him." He sincerely promised, "I will hand them to Antares myself." The dragon god said, "I can see that your relationship with Antares is very good. You are its friend." He frankly admitted, "Yes, I am its friend." The dragon god chuckled. "Little Antares actually has a friend. It seems you are very special." He said nothing. He knew that the relationship between the dragon god and Antares was definitely not normal. But the dragon god didn't say, Antares didn't say, and he was very sensible, so he didn't ask. Some things you can ask, some you can't. Asking might get you killed. The fewer secrets you know, the longer you live. Although he was very curious, he was not a fool. He would not let curiosity kill the cat. He changed the subject. "Lord Dragon God, may I ask what my next trial is?" The dragon god shook its head. "No need. Your trial has already been passed." He was slightly stunned. He had been prepared for a big fight. How could the trial be passed just like that? There must be something fishy. It was probably related to Antares. In the Dragon King's palace, the real master was the dragon god. He guessed that the rules were probably set by it. It said the trial was passed, so it was passed. He would not be stupid enough to say, "I must have a trial." The dragon god sighed again like an old man, with a hint of kindness. "Little boy, I hope you and Antares can get along well. Maybe it only has a friend like you." He said, "It also has a bird." The dragon god sneered. "Is it a simurgh?" He nodded. The dragon god laughed, a helpless laugh. "It still blames me." He said nothing, keeping his mouth shut. Even if he was curious about these things, he couldn't ask. It was too meddlesome. A faint light shone from the dragon god, and the jade platform under it also glowed. Then, a fist-sized crystal appeared in front of it. The crystal was carved into the shape of a divine dragon. There seemed to be liquid flowing inside, emitting a 7-colored light like a rainbow. Very beautiful. This is the final reward for passing the Dragon King's palace. In history, very few people have been able to pass all the trials of the Dragon King's palace. You are very good. Maybe in the future, you will have the opportunity to break the shell and see a wider world. The dragon-shaped crystal flew before him. He stretched out both hands to receive it. "Thank you, Lord Dragon God." The dragon god shook its head. "This is what you deserve. I hope you can do me a favor." He immediately replied, "Lord Dragon God, please instruct. Help me give this to Antares." Another dragon pearl appeared. His eyes narrowed. It was not Antares' dragon pearl. It had the aura of the dragon god. This was the dragon god's dragon pearl. He didn't know what a dragon pearl was used for, but he knew it was very important to the dragon race. Otherwise, Antares would not have people constantly looking for them. And the dragon pearl before him was a circle larger than Antares', and it seemed to be of a higher level. He found a box to store it. "Lord Dragon God, Do you have any message for Antares? The dragon god pondered for a few seconds. Felt me say sorry to it. He nodded gently. At this time, the old feeling of the dragon god became more obvious. Moreover, he felt that the dragon god seemed to be saying goodbye, as if it was about to leave. The dragon god sighed and lowered its head, its two eyes slowly closing. The moment it closed its eyes, he saw a tear. The tear fell on the dragon jade platform, making a clear sound. An emotion called sadness spread. The dragon god was too strong. Its mood changes also affected the entire space. Even the elements and laws in the space produced emotions. He was also affected. He felt that the dragon god's heart was full of bitterness and helplessness. That tear contained too many things. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. The sadness stirred up many of his memories. He had transmigrated here. Everything from his previous life was lost. In his previous life, he was an orphan with no relatives, but had a few friends. They used to drink and talk together. The images of them bragging appeared in his mind. The memory that seemed to have faded was now so clear. Memories always exist. Even if you intentionally don't think about them, one day they will burst out. The images in his mind shifted from his previous life to this life. In this life, he had a grandmother, a sister, and relatives. In these few years, he had truly enjoyed a life with relatives. Then his grandmother passed away, his helplessness and sadness, and his parents whom he had never met. Sometimes he would hate them. He had thought about looking for them but finally gave up, not wanting to look anymore. The feeling was very complicated. He usually hid it deep in his heart, never thinking about it, never touching it. But now, the emotion he didn't want to touch was stirred up by the dragon god's emotion. His mood instantly fell to the bottom, becoming very bad, even a little irritable. This had never happened before. The mist began to thicken, covering the dragon jade platform, covering him. Before him was a thick, white mist. He couldn't see anything. The sound disappeared, and the surroundings became extremely quiet, like a barren sea and worn up mountains. The space kept changing, and the mist suddenly disappeared. An explosion sounded in his ears. It was the sound of a meteorite hitting the ground. When he came to his senses, he had already left the dungeon and returned to the fallen star continent. He stood still, letting the shockwave of the explosion hit him, without any reaction. He didn't want to move. He hadn't escaped from the sad emotion yet, so his mood was very bad. He tried to adjust his emotions. This feeling of being out of control was very uncomfortable. But no matter how he tried, it was hard to control. It could only be said that the power of the dragon god was too great, so great that he couldn't control his own emotions. Sadness, depression, finally turned into irritability. From a distance, spatial fluctuations came. He looked up and saw time-based passages opening, not one, but more than 10 at the same time. The sky seemed to have been poked with black holes. Dragon kings of the dragon race with powerful auras were stepping out of the passages. They were staring at him, their eyes full of excitement and killing intent. The huge aura of the dragon kings covered the sky and earth, and the air became thick. The dragon kings knew they couldn't stay here for long. A full-force battle could only last for a few minutes. Without wasting any time, they charged directly at him. At this moment, Lin Mohan also waved his sleeve, his killing intent rising. Since he couldn't control his emotions, he didn't need to control them anymore. He would just vent his anger. These dragon kings had come to him on their own. I am in a very bad mood, he thought to himself, and the undead legion immediately appeared. The primordial rune on the back of his hand glowed at the same time. The two skills, Reinforce Armament and Charge, were activated at the same time. Summon Skeleton King, Gaze of the Undead, Thunder Element Decay, Deadly Poison Corpse Explosion. Skill after skill was unleashed like a machine gun, regardless of whether they were useful or not. At this time, he was not controlling himself, not calculating which skills were useful, which had good effects. The sky suddenly darkened, covering the sun. Dark clouds were thick, and a gloomy wind howled. A phantom of the immortal world descended. This change shocked the dragon kings. What skill is this? How can it have such great power? A gate burning with fierce flames appeared in the sky, and the gaze of the undead appeared. The flames of the gaze of the undead had never been so intense, and the power of the skill had never been so strong. The gaze of the undead looked down on the entire field. More than 10 dragon kings all felt their souls itch, and they screamed miserably. Compared to the dragon kings, the high-level professionals of the dragon race didn't even have a chance to scream, falling silently. The gaze of the undead was not a single target skill. It had an extremely powerful area of effect attack. Under the activation of Reinforce Armament, the damage caused by the gaze of the undead increased by a full 500. All existences that had not reached the god level were instantly killed. The dragon kings were horrified. In an instant, their souls were injured, and a large number of dragon-race generals had died. A throne of skeletons appeared in the sky, and the skeleton king slowly stood up. The skeleton king was formed from 90 skeletons. Under the blessing of reinforced armament, it not only broke through the god level limit, but also reached the peak of level 92, very close to level 93. Lane / Elemental Rampage. One sword / locked onto all the Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings were all horrified. They sensed a fatal danger. They roared one by one, activating their bloodlines, bursting out with their strongest power. At this time, they no longer wanted to kill him, they only wanted to save their own lives. They didn't expect him to be so strong, completely beyond their imagination. The sword light flashed on them. And at the same time, elements violently exploded. The Dragon Kings screamed miserably, sent flying, their bodies covered in blood. The gaze of the undead had injured their souls. The two skills of the Skeleton King had directly seriously injured their bodies. The defense the dragon race was proud of was completely useless. Before they could escape, the Headless Knights charged. 30,000 Headless Knights surrounded them from all directions, giving them no chance to escape. The Knights used their charge skill. Strengthened by reinforced armament, the charge skill could also cause some damage to the Dragon Kings. The huge impact force made the Dragon Kings unable to stand firm. They roared continuously, pushing their bloodline power to the extreme. A phantom of a Titan dragon appeared, stimulating their potential, desperately fighting back. Lin Mohan sneered, took out the essence blood of the god of deadly poison, locked onto the souls of all the Dragon Kings, and used corpse explosion. Clusters of green gas bloomed in the sky like beautiful flowers. He locked onto their souls, and the corpse explosion skill passed through space, directly exploding on them, completely unavoidable. Horrified screams echoed throughout the sky and earth. The Dragon Kings were coated in the deadly poison of the green gas. Their bodies gradually rotted, and in an instant, they turned into thick liquid. They couldn't resist the deadly poison attack of the god of deadly poison at all. The attack of the god of deadly poison contained a trace of the power of a law. This was a power of law that could only be possessed when one touched the realm of a high-level god. The Dragon Kings were horrified by the deadly poison. Only when a mid-level dragon king let out an enraged roar as it charged through the toxic mist and lunged toward Lin Mohan. With a single glance, Lin Mohan identified it as a mid-level Dragon King. At least a level 93 existence. Only a being of its rank could survive such a potent toxin. It was also the strongest among the Dragon Kings that had come this time. It swatted away the Headless Knights blocking its path and rushed toward Lin Mohan. With a mental command from Lin Mohan, the Skeleton King instantly appeared before it, swinging its greatsword. The Dragon King, holding a long spear, roared and thrust forward, clashing with the Skeleton King's blade. A massive explosion echoed as the space distorted into ripples. The Skeleton King was sent flying. Its strength was no match for a mid-level Dragon King. After knocking the Skeleton King aside, the mid-level Dragon King was instantly in front of Lin Mohan. Before it could strike, its soul was once again racked with excruciating pain. The eye of the undead in the sky was fixed on it, concentrating all its attacks. At the same time, the soul flame in Lin Mohan's palm danced, intensifying the spiritual assault. The soul attack interrupted its movements, and a flash of sword light appeared before its eyes. It retreated in shock as blood spurted from a deep gash on its body. Lin Mohan held a sharp longsword and, seeing it dodge, couldn't help but say, "What a pity." The soul attack had been cut short. When Lin Mohan struck, he should have been able to cleave it in two, but he hadn't expected its reaction to be so swift. It managed to evade a fatal blow, only sustaining an injury. Lin Mohan's power accumulation skill pushed his attributes to their limit. At this moment, although his stats had not yet reached the divine level, the additional damage from his enhanced armament skill was enough to inflict a fatal wound on the Dragon King. As it flew back, Lin Mohan sheathed his sword and pointed a finger at it. Bone Spear skill. One by one, spears of bone tore through the air, carrying immense power. Thanks to the enhanced armament skill, the might of the bone spears was greatly amplified, their speed exceeding 20,000 meters per second. The Dragon King was at point-blank range, giving it no chance to dodge. A continuous barrage of thuds echoed as the bone spears relentlessly struck the Dragon King. The power of each spear was immense, causing it to tremble with every impact as if it were about to be torn apart. It couldn't fathom how a mere level 71 human professional could possess such formidable combat strength. Dozens of elite Dragon Clan professionals and over 10 Dragon Kings succumbed, and now it was the sole survivor. It also realized that with Lin Mohan's power, if he were to become a god, perhaps only the Dragon Emperor could match him. Fear surged within it. Lin Mohan's strength had completely surpassed its comprehension. I have to escape, it thought. I must return and stop my clansmen from seeking their deaths. It would take at least a high-level Dragon King to kill him. It knew that unless a high-level Dragon King or the Dragon Emperor himself took action, sending more forces would be a suicide mission. Lin Mohan's skills were all area of effect attacks. Killing one or 100 made no difference to him. It gathered all its strength, activated its entire bloodline, and merged with its phantom dragon image before turning to flee. It had barely flown 100 meters when its soul was suddenly struck by intense pain. Countless arrows materialized on its soul form, densely packed. The Skeleton King had reverted to the Undead Legion. 30 skeleton divine archers simultaneously used their skill, Soul Shot. The level 70 skeleton divine archers had new equipment. Their previous passive skill, Soul Lock, had been upgraded to Soul Shot. It inherited the properties of Soul Lock while adding the ability to directly attack the soul. This soul attacking capability was terrifyingly difficult to defend against. Humans, dragons, and demons alike had no effective means to counter it. The relentless, sharp pain from its soul made it impossible for the Dragon King to focus. The Eye of the Undead activated again, and its soul was set ablaze. The soul flame ignited simultaneously, and a tragic scream echoed across the land once more. The Dragon King could no longer think straight, its mind was in chaos. The spiritual agony was too much. Under the continuous soul attacks, its consciousness grew weaker, until it was completely lost. It plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, forever remaining in the Starfall land. The Berserker skeleton warriors approached with axes, splitting its head open to retrieve the dragon crystal. They also conveniently collected the crystals from the other Dragon Kings. The low-level Dragon Kings that died from the poison left nothing behind but their crystals. In total, there were 13 dragon crystals, 12 low-level and 1 mid-level. The mid-level crystal was noticeably larger, shaped like a hexagon instead of a prism, and contained far more energy. After venting his anger, Lin Mohan's mood improved significantly. He understood that suppressing his emotions was useless and that they would eventually erupt. It was good to release them this time, though he still disliked the feeling of losing control. Consider yourselves unlucky, Lin Mohan said calmly, taking out the Scepter of Rebirth. He absorbed each dragon crystal, erasing the last rays of the Dragon Kings from the world. The light from the core of life on the scepter grew increasingly brilliant. A vortex of energy formed over the Starfall land, drawing in a massive amount of elements. Lin Mohan could clearly feel this element, even see it with his soul power. Like the light element, it carried a defined aura, but with an added breath of life, similar to the feeling when Chu King Liu used her god-level healing skills. Lin Mohan named this the life element. As the core of life continued to recover, it absorbed the life element, its fundamental source of power. Lin Mohan could feel the core healing. The Scepter of Rebirth shone brightly, corresponding with his military insignia. Killing over 10 Dragon Kings made the purple light on his insignia more brilliant than ever. The 4th general star appeared directly, and after a few seconds, the 5th star also materialized. Even the shadow of a 6th star flickered for a few moments before vanishing. Did he only need to kill 2 more god-level enemies to become a 4-star Divine General? To become a 5-star Divine General, did he need to kill 8 more god-level enemies on top of the 4-star rank? And for a 6-star, another 16. He had just killed 13 in one go, not only becoming a 5-star Divine General, but having 3 kills to spare. Now, he only needed to kill 13 more Dragon Kings or demons to become a 6-star Divine General. In the human world, apart from the missing enemy Emperor, and the soon-to-be revived God of Justice, no one had reached the rank of a 6-star Divine General. It could be said that Lin Mohan now stood at the pinnacle of the human world. The light from the Scepter of Rebirth and his military insignia illuminated the area. A leveling glow simultaneously rose from Lin Mohan. Killing 13 Dragon Kings had not only granted him general stars but also a vast amount of experience, pushing him directly from level 71 to 72. Traveling such a long way just to deliver experience points and military ranks. What good dragons? Lin Mohan mused. After absorbing all 13 dragon crystals, the core of life was about 60% restored. Its outer shell had begun to take a rudimentary form. Lin Mohan sensed the breath of law swirling around the core, the law of life, a hallmark of a mythic-grade weapon possessing the power of laws. The Scepter of Rebirth was just that, containing the power of law. Possessing it meant having the potential to comprehend the law of life and become a god of life. To become a god of life by destroying a small world. That was truly insane. Compared to relying on external forces, Lin Mohan trusted his own strength more. He took out Antares' dragon scale and activated it with a flicker of mental energy. Space distorted, and the scale transported Lin Mohan away from the Starfall land. The plan had changed. When he first arrived, he intended to enter the Dragon King's temple dungeon to help Antares retrieve his dragon orbs, then visit the primordial secret realm. He hoped to master the enhanced armament and power accumulation skills in the secret realm, but wasn't 100% confident. That's why he went to the dungeon first, in case he needed those skills. But events had unfolded unexpectedly. Not only did he retrieve Antares' 2 dragon orbs, but he also obtained one from the dragon god. Lin Mohan had promised the dragon god he would return the orb to Antares. To avoid any complications, he decided to go back first. The primordial secret realm could wait. The teleportation ended, and Lin Mohan found himself looking into Antares' enormous dragon eyes. Antares' gaze was complex, his emotions unreadable. What are you thinking about? Lin Mohan asked. Antares countered. Why are you back already? I got what you wanted. I came back to avoid any trouble. Lin Mohan replied, taking out the 2 boxes containing the dragon orbs. The orbs lay quietly inside. Antares didn't rush to take them. He killed quite a few more dragons, he said, his tone heavy. Lin Mohan roughly guessed the reason. When I left the dungeon, a lot of dragons came to kill me, so I killed them instead. Were there dragon kings? Antares asked. Lin Mohan nodded. 13 low-level, 1 mid-level, and a group of level 80 dragon clan war generals. Antares looked at Lin Mohan for a moment without saying anything more. He opened his mouth and inhaled, drawing the 2 dragon orbs into his stomach. A thick fog enveloped his body, rumbling with thunder as changes occurred within. Lin Mohan then took out another box. The dragon god asked me to give this to you and to pass on a message. Antares seemed indifferent. What is it? What good could come from his mouth? Lin Mohan handed him the box. See for yourself. Antares seemed to hesitate, not taking the box. Lin Mohan teased, you're not scared, are you? Antares snorted. What is there for me to fear? He can't kill me. He had switched his usual formal address of the sovereign to the more personal I. From this change alone, Lin Mohan could sense Antares' inner turmoil. But Lin Mohan didn't expose it, instead using going as a way to give him an out. If you're not afraid, then take it and have a look. Antares took the bait, as if provoked by Lin Mohan. Let's see who's afraid of whom. He opened the box. Upon seeing its contents, Antares suddenly trembled. His massive head began to shake uncontrollably, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is... He was so overwhelmed with emotion that he couldn't form a complete sentence. His emotions were spiraling out of control. Lin Mohan watched silently, saying nothing. After a long while, Antares calmed down slightly. What message did he have? Lin Mohan said, the dragon god said, I am sorry. Those words struck Antares like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. He abruptly raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Terrifying energy radiated outward, cracking the ground and causing the entire eternal battlefield to tremble. All the monsters within, including the world-level bosses, shivered in fear. In that moment, Antares' terrifying power was on full display. Lin Mohan remained silent, not interrupting, letting Antares vent. He knew Antares was releasing pent-up emotions, just as he had earlier. It was better to let it out than to keep it bottled up. A few minutes later, Antares finally calmed down. Lin Mohan clearly saw a single teardrop form in the corner of Antares' eye. It didn't fall, instantly vaporized by his immense power. Lin Mohan didn't point it out, merely watching in silence. After another moment, Antares seemed to have regained his composure. He opened his mouth and swallowed the dragon god's dragon orb. He looked at Lin Mohan. Don't ask about what happened between him and me. I won't tell you even if you do. Of course, Lin Mohan understood. This was Antares' private matter, and he wasn't nosy enough to pry. Can I ask about something else then? Lin Mohan said. Fine. In consideration for you bringing back my dragon orbs, I'll tell you what I can. It was clear Antares hadn't fully recovered, still using I. Lin Mohan said. I met some great dragons in the Dragon King's temple dungeon. They called themselves elemental great dragons, and controlled certain elements. They also called the dragons here inferior beings. Can you tell me why? Antares looked at Lin Mohan and pondered for a moment. If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't say. Lin Mohan smiled. If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't ask. Who told you to be my friend? Lin Moyan's words seemed to strike a chord. At that moment, the word friend was incredibly important to Antares. He trembled almost imperceptibly. The dragons you speak of, in the eyes of true dragons like us, are nothing. The dragon hierarchy is extremely strict. At the very top is the dragon god, the king of all dragons. The Dragon King's temple dungeon actually refers to the dragon god, Lin Mohan murmured. It's just that he's usually not there. He's too busy. Most of the time, it's just a clone of him in the dungeon. I don't know why it was so coincidental this time. The dragon god said he was there on a whim, a sudden impulse, Lin Mohan explained. Antares grunted. That old fool's cultivation is very high. It's indeed possible. I'll continue, so listen carefully. I'll only say this once. The dragon god is the king of dragons. He possesses the ancestral dragon bloodline, and because he has restored it to a very high degree, his strength is immense. Below him are 2 types, pure-blooded dragons and mixed-blooded dragons. The lifelong goal of all mixed-blooded dragons is to evolve into pure-blooded dragons, while the goal of pure-blooded dragons is to evolve into an ancestral dragon. Those elemental great dragons you met in the dungeon are mixed-blooded dragons. Lin Mohan began to understand. The elemental great dragons were mixed bloods, and their evolutionary path was to become pure bloods by purifying their lineage and awakening their bloodline power. The holy great dragon he met later possessed some characteristics of a pure blood, its body evolving from a bulky form to a more slender one. And Teres himself was surely not just a pure blood but also possessed the ancestral dragon bloodline. From his words, Lin Mohan could vaguely hear his disdain for pure-blooded dragons. Even when mentioning the dragon god's ancestral dragon bloodline, his attitude was that of an equal. Lin Mohan committed Teres' words to memory, paying close attention to his expression, which revealed a great deal of information. The disdain in Teres' eyes grew more apparent, and his tone shifted. As for the dragons of this world, they are mere mongrels, the lowest of the low, not even worthy of being called wyverns, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. Lin Mohan asked, but some members of the dragon clan here possess ancestral bloodline. I heard their dragon emperor also has it. And Teres sneered repeatedly. Ancestral bloodline, my foot. Let me tell you a story. There was once a foolish pure blood who died, while trying to awaken the ancestral dragon bloodline. He exploded, and a piece of his flesh flew to some world and was accidentally eaten by the native monsters. Those monsters then mutated, inheriting a trace of the pure blood dragon's lineage and calling themselves the Dragon Clan. Their so-called Dragon Emperor just has a slightly purer bloodline. He can never reach the super divine level in his lifetime. His limit is semi-super divine because of his bloodline's constraints. Do you understand the origin of these dragons now? How could Lin Mohan not understand? So that was the origin of this world's Dragon Clan. No wonder their appearance was so strange, different from the great dragons he had met before. When he had just awakened as a professional, he had encountered a great dragon, and it was indeed vastly different from the Dragon Clan. A question that had puzzled him for a long time was finally answered, and he felt a sense of clarity. But a new question arose. The elemental great dragons I met in the dungeon didn't seem to be very high level. Teres replied, those were all clones they created. Do you think their real bodies would enter a dungeon? Let me tell you something else. Among us dragons, even the most inferior mixed blood is god level at birth and becomes a high-level god upon reaching maturity. This is for the fools who don't even cultivate and just sleep their way to that level. If they put in a little effort, reaching the super divine level isn't difficult. Lin Mohan was astonished. Reaching the high-level god rank, a level capable of controlling lost is by sleeping. Becoming a super divine being with a little cultivation. And this was for the most inferior mixed blood. What about the stronger ones? Or the pure bloods? Or those who had awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline? The power of the Dragon Clan far exceeded his imagination. In that case, the Dragon Emperor here was truly nothing. No wonder Teres was so disdainful. By that logic, his own human race seemed insignificant as well. Suddenly, Lin Mohan shuddered, realizing his thinking was flawed. That's not right. Lin once said that the human race is a great race, a cradle for geniuses. Just because the humans of our world aren't strong doesn't mean all humans are weak. Besides, the humans of our world aren't entirely without potential. At least the previous era produced super divine beings. Although they can't compare to true dragons, there was at least a chance. And in this era, there's me. Lin Mohan had immense confidence in himself. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. After talking for a while, Teres' mood calmed considerably, and he returned to his previous listless demeanor. Lin Mohan asked, what about the Abyssal demons? What are their origins? Teres shook his head without speaking. Lin Mohan smirked. It's not that you don't know, is it? Teres scoffed. Don't try to provoke me, it's useless. I was just giving you face earlier. Don't get too full of yourself. Lin Mohan ignored him. I still think you don't know. Teres huffed and said no more. Lin Mohan said, if you don't know, just say so. I won't force you to talk anyway. I can't beat you in a fight, and I can't out-argue you, right? Teres turned his head away, closed his eyes, and ignored him. But after Lin Mohan said that, the last bit of his frustration seemed to vanish. Teres completely let go, ignoring whatever he said. After a few teases, Lin Mohan didn't press further. Teres' mood had recovered, and his goal had been achieved. Help me take a look at my reward. I don't understand it, Lin Mohan said, changing the subject. This piqued Teres' interest. He was also curious about the reward from the Dragon King's temple dungeon. After all, he had never presided over it, and the rewards weren't fixed. They varied depending on the person's level and profession. The Dragon Clan had countless treasures, so many that some beings could create them at will. They had built the dungeon for certain reasons back then and prepared many precious items. This time, Lin Mohan had met the Dragon God, the supreme ruler of the dragons, so Teres couldn't guess what reward he would be given. Lin Mohan took out a dragon-shaped crystal, and Teres' eyes widened. A dragon soul crystal, he growled. That old fool actually gave you this. What does a dragon soul crystal do? Lin Mohan asked, looking at the slowly flowing, seven-colored liquid inside. It didn't look like much, but in Lin Mohan's eyes it felt like a vast, endless ocean. The dragon god hadn't told him its name, he only learned it from Teres. He had no idea about its use. But from Teres' reaction, he knew this was no ordinary item. It made sense. An existence at the dragon god's level wouldn't give away something common. And Hares explained, dragon soul crystals are very difficult to create. Even among our dragon clan, we don't have many. Do you see the liquid inside? It's called dragon soul fluid, formed from the spiritual power of our dragon clan. It can enhance the level of your soul without any side effects. The crystal containing it is called a dragon crystal, and it's imbued with numerous laws. Prolonged contact with it will help you comprehend laws more easily. The dragon soul fluid strengthened the soul, and the dragon crystal accelerated the comprehension of laws. Either one was a rare treasure. External items, no matter how powerful, couldn't compare to one's own strength. The dragon soul crystal was indeed an excellent item, perfectly suited to Lin Mohan. As Antares was speaking, the dragon soul crystal flew from Lin Mohan's hand and hovered in front of Antares. He stared at the fluid inside. It's a 7-color dragon soul fluid. That old fool really thinks highly of you. Is there something special about it? Lin Mohan asked. Antares snorted. Dragon soul crystals have different grades. The quality and effect vary greatly. The lowest grade one has a 3-colored fluid, meaning its spiritual power comes from mixed-blooded dragons and pure and least effective. The better one is 5-colored, made from the spiritual power of pure-blooded dragons. What that old fool gave you is a 7-color dragon soul crystal, which has a trace of the ancestral dragon's aura. It's considered a top-tier dragon soul crystal. It's also the best kind our dragon clan would ever give as a gift. The supreme 9-colored dragon soul crystal is never given away. Wait. Lin Mohan asked. Antares smirked. Think about it. With your intelligence, you should be able to figure it out. Lin Mohan had only asked casually. He had already guessed the reason. Who would give away their most precious treasure? They would surely keep it for themselves. Since dragon soul crystals could enhance the soul and help comprehend laws, and were extremely difficult to make, the best ones would naturally be reserved for their own clan's descendants. Suddenly, Antares burst out laughing. I know what you're thinking, but you're definitely wrong. Lin Mohan glanced at him helplessly. This dragon seemed to have picked up some bad habits, starting to tease him. Antares was still staring at the dragon soul crystal. I can't tell you the specific reason, but it's not as simple as you think. Since that old fool was unwilling to give you the best 9-colored dragon soul crystal, I'll just have to do it myself. Antares exhaled a breath of dragon fire, which he controlled into a thin thread that wrapped around the dragon soul crystal. The crystal began to glow, erupting in a brilliant light. A dazzling rainbow appeared in the air, filled with countless divine dragons soaring and roaring. Lin Mohan could feel the immense soul energy boiling. The energy was so vast that it transitioned from intangible to tangible, eventually turning into liquid, the dragon soul fluid. Each drop felt as heavy as a mountain, containing terrifying spiritual power. This was formed from the pure souls of the dragon clan. Creating dragon soul fluid required a massive amount of soul energy. So, when Antares said it wasn't easy to make, he was definitely telling the truth. Antares continued to breathe out dragon fire, which contained his own soul power, infusing it into the dragon soul crystal. A moment later, a miraculous scene occurred. An 8th color, black, appeared on the 7-colored rainbow. The rainbow now had 8 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and black. An 8-colored dragon soul crystal. Lin Mohan was amazed. Antares was enhancing the quality of the crystal, forcibly upgrading it with his own soul power. Lin Mohan realized his earlier speculation must be correct. Antares was definitely not just a pure-blooded dragon, he possessed the ancestral dragon bloodline. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly upgrade the crystal. Since 7 colors was already top tier, and 9 colors were never given away, it meant that a 9-color dragon soul crystal was exceedingly difficult to create. Yet Antares was doing it, raising its quality with his own power. After the 8th color appeared, Antares became more careful. The soul energy he transferred became gentle, changing from a raging river to a small stream, slowly seeping into the crystal. This continued for a full day, but the crystal didn't change further. Antares persisted, using the laws he commanded to reshape it. Lin Mohan waited patiently. He wasn't idle, he began summoning skeletons and headless knights. Having reached level 72, he naturally had to replenish his undead legion. At level 72, he could summon one more Lich General, bringing the total to 52. His summoning space also increased by 200, reaching 2,800. The total size of his undead legion reached 145,600, evenly distributed among headless knights, berserker skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and skeleton divine archers with 36,400 of each. Compared to level 71, his legion had grown by 13,000. It took him 4 hours of continuous summoning to fully replenish his forces. Antares upgraded the crystal while Lin Mohan replenished his legion. Both were busy, and though they didn't speak, a special kind of harmony formed between them. 3 days passed like this. The dragon soul crystal had undergone a wondrous transformation, seeming to have gained a bit of light. The dragon soul fluid inside sparkled, and a 9th color appeared. Lin Moyu stared intently at it and, after careful observation, identified the 9th collar as white. Antares is about to succeed. Lin Moyu clenched his fists. He could tell Antares was just one final step away from success. A few more hours passed. Another arc appeared on the rainbow of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and black. A pure white arc. A 9-colored dragon soul crystal, the supreme treasure of the dragon clan. The energy that had been boiling for days completely subsided. Antares acted as if he had just done something trivial. Eyeing Hodders. It's barely acceptable. This dragon was showing off. Lin Moyu saw through it but didn't say it aloud. He took the 9-colored dragon soul crystal and smiled. Antares, you're amazing. Antares snorted arrogantly. It's nothing. I haven't made one in years, so I'm a bit rusty. Show off. Just keep showing off. Lin Moyu didn't expose him. All that mattered was that he now had the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. The 9 colors of the fluid swirled together, distinct yet intertwined, dazzling and mesmerizing, drawing one's consciousness into it. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal is never given away, Lin Moyu murmured. It seems I'm the only one who has one. No, you're the second, Antares corrected him. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Didn't you say it's never given away? It was given away once, a long time ago, Antares said. It's been so long that talking about it is meaningless. How do I use this? Lin Moyu asked. The method is simple. Use your soul to leave your mark on it, then store it in your soul. When you're free, have a chat with it. Communicate more. Lin Moyu was skeptical. Antares had learned to be mischievous, mixing truths with half-truths and jokes. Following Antares' instructions, Lin Moyu used his soul power to touch the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his soul, as if a small knife had been stabbed deep into it, a pain that reached his bones. Lin Moyu couldn't help but tremble and grimace. Antares' laughter echoed in his ears. Lin Moyu knew he had been tricked. This dragon was teasing him. He who often walks by the river is bound to get his shoes wet. He often used soul attacks on others. Now it was his turn to have his soul pierced. It truly hurt. Seeing Lin Moyu fall for it, Antares laughed heartily. How interesting. So you can be tricked too, you little brat. Lin Moyu tried to soothe the pain in his soul. You damn dragon, you've learned to be bad. Antares chuckled. You are who you associate with. Lin Moyu helplessly dropped the subject. Seriously, how do I do it? Antares said matter-of-factly, just like that. This sovereign didn't lie to you. The pain in your soul is just a small trial. A trial again. Why do you dragons love trials so much? Everything is a trial. It's not me. You'll have to ask the ancestral dragon. It's a tradition passed down from him. If I get a chance to meet him, I'll ask. Is he still alive? Nonsense. The ancestral dragon is immortal. Of course he's alive. I just don't know where. He's been missing for countless years, anyway. When mentioning the ancestral dragon, Antares still showed a hint of reverence. After all, the ancestral dragon was the progenitor of all dragons, a respect that came from the depths of his bloodline, a spiritual instinct. Lin Moyu tried again to touch the dragon soul crystal with his soul. As soon as he made contact, the intense pain returned. This time, Lin Moyu endured it, letting out only a soft groan as he continued the connection. Fortunately, having experienced the charm blue flame, his tolerance for soul pain had greatly increased. And during the pain, his soul began to make formal contact with the dragon soul crystal. There was no reaction. Lin Moyu's first thought was that Antares had tricked him again. But on second thought, it probably wasn't the case. Antares had his limits, he wouldn't go too far. Is my method wrong? Lin Moyu winced in pain, taking deep breaths as he looked at Antares. Although Antares pretended to be indifferent, his eyes betrayed him. This dragon was enjoying his predicament. Lin Moyu steeled himself. You want a show? I'll give you one. If a small area of contact doesn't work, then I'll cover the whole thing. Initially, Lin Moyu had only used a wisp of his soul. Now, he increased it 100-fold. A massive amount of soul power, like a giant hand, enveloped the entire dragon soul crystal. Excruciating pain shot through him. Lin Moyu felt as if dozens, or even hundreds of knives were stabbing him. The pain doubled, but he held on. Under the complete envelopment of his soul power, Lin Moyu finally understood why it felt like being stabbed. The dragon soul crystal was covered in countless, densely packed dragon scales. The scales were as sharp as blades, so small and dense that they couldn't be felt by hand, but the soul's sensitivity was far greater than the body's, and it was immediately pierced. The problem was that these tiny scales pointed in every direction. No matter which way he approached, he would be stabbed. Antares' voice echoed in his ear. Do you feel it now? Dragon scales are one of our weapons. For a pure-blooded dragon, every single scale is stronger than your so-called mythic-grade weapons. Lin Moyu memorized Antares' words, as they might be useful later. But he snorted. What's the point of all this? How do I actually do it? Antares laughed. Beg me, and I'll mercifully tell you. Did you? In your dreams, Lin Mohan retorted. His soul power, like countless eyes, meticulously observed the dragon soul crystal. He saw the innumerable sharp scales but still couldn't find the correct method. He could tell Antares was right. He had to use his soul to connect with it, but he hadn't found the right way. The dragon soul crystal was infinitely magnified under his soul's perception. Lin Mohan searched inch by inch, very carefully. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual: the dragon's mouth. He saw that its mouth was slightly ajar, not completely closed, with a tiny gap. The gap was so small it was invisible to the naked eye, only through the soul, magnified countless times, could it be seen. Seeing the dragon's mouth, Lin Mohan immediately had a guess. This must be it. His soul power instantly flowed in, passing through the gap and spreading inside the dragon soul crystal. Suddenly, a click was heard, followed by an unprecedented wave of pain. This time, even Lin Mohan couldn't help but cry out. Antares' laughter rang out again, as if he had expected this. Lin Mohan felt as if a large chunk of his soul had been bitten off. And that's exactly what happened. The dragon's mouth on the crystal had snapped shut, biting off the portion of his soul that had entered. After consuming a piece of Lin Mohan's soul, the dragon soul crystal began to glow. Lin Mohan felt a connection form between himself and the crystal. It transformed into a streak of light, entered his body, and appeared in his spiritual world the next moment. The crystal took the form of a divine dragon, circling his soul and occasionally breathing out dragon fire at him. The dragon's breath contained immense and pure soul power, quickly replenishing his lost soul fragment. Lin Mohan's entire body glowed, enveloped in a nine-colored aura. He closed his eyes, feeling the power of the dragon soul crystal. In an instant, his soul was restored, even becoming slightly stronger than before. The divine dragon formed by the crystal would breathe out dragon fire at regular intervals, enhancing his soul level. When he actively connected with it now, there was no more pain, only a mysterious power emanating from it, the power of laws. At his current level, he couldn't yet comprehend this power. It required accumulation, enlightenment, and a higher level. Lin Mohan wasn't greedy, he would take it slow. Antares' laughter stopped. Feels good, doesn't it? Lin Mohan felt his soul strengthening. Very good. Antares said proudly, that's a 9-colored dragon soul crystal, one of the supreme treasures of our dragon clan. Even among us, not many are qualified to possess one. You've truly hit the jackpot. The level of the crystal was far beyond so-called mythic-grade weapons. Obtaining such a treasure couldn't be described by mere luck. Thank you, Lin Mohan said to Antares. Antares shook his head. No need. When your soul is drawn enough, you can begin to comprehend the laws. Don't rush to feel the power of the laws now, forcing it will be counterproductive. Lin Mohan took his advice to heart. Antares, why are you always in this world? Antares grunted. Why the sudden question? Just suddenly curious, Lin Mohan said. With your abilities, this world is too small. Antares scoffed. I'm here incubating an egg. Would you believe that? Lin Mohan was stunned. You're female. Antares rolled his eyes. Get lost, I have my reasons for being here. Why do you ask so many questions? Do I have to report to you when I go to the bathroom? Lin Mohan chuckled sheepishly. If you don't want to say, then don't. No need to get angry. Antares huffed. Mind your own business, and do your own thing. When you become a super, divine being, you'll naturally know some things. Lin Mohan shrugged. Alright, then could Lord Antares please take me back to the Starfall land? Go by yourself. I'm tired and want to sleep. Antares lowered his head, lay down on the ground, and started snoring loudly. As if to say, you're on your own. I'm on strike. Fine, I'll go myself. I'll come find you later, Lin Mohan said and flew off. After flying 10,000 meters, his aura erupted. A few minutes later, a spatial passage appeared before him and sucked him in. Lin Mohan was now level 72, the upper level space couldn't contain him. After leaving Antares' controlled area and unleashing his power, the rules of the eternal battlefield quickly sent him down to the lower level space. A strong wind blew, carrying a familiar scent. Wind flowers. Recognizing the scent, Lin Mohan knew he had arrived at the wind and thunder land. The scent of flowers, mixed with a gale force wind, hit him, and his bone armor activated, shimmering. He opened his eyes to see a dense swarm of wind flowers, endless in every direction. He had not only returned to the wind and thunder land but had landed right in the middle of a wind flower swarm. Talk about a small world. The last time he encountered a large swarm, and its level boss, he had to use a random teleportation scroll to escape. That had created a small grudge between them. This time, Lin Mohan would get his revenge. He who sows the wind shall reap the whirlwind. He murmured softly, his will rippling out. Lin Mohan's will was the Undead Legion's command. The massive legion appeared and immediately engaged the wind flowers. This time, the outcome was completely reversed. The last time Lin Mohan was here, he hadn't undergone his third job advancement. At full strength, he could only contend with a level boss above level 85. Killing one required meticulous planning and precise timing. But now, his strength was on a different level. The swarm before him was no longer a threat. Lin Mohan didn't even need to summon the Skeleton King. The Undead Legion alone was enough to crush the swarm. The 140,000-strong legion swarmed out like locusts. After summoning them, Lin Mohan did only one thing. He pointed a finger, and a red light covered the sky. The world turned crimson, filled with small, curse-sparing swords. Lin Mohan realized he was deep within the swarm. It was massive, with far more than 100,000 members. They stretched endlessly in all directions. A swarm of this scale in the Wind and Thunder land was rare and was certain to contain a level boss, perhaps even several. Wind flowers had a unique characteristic. The larger the swarm, the higher the level and number of its level bosses. A swarm of over 10,000 would surely produce a boss, formed from the collective power of the swarm. When the number exceeded 100,000, there would be more than one level boss. The exact number and level depended on the swarm scale. According to records in the ancient city of Divine Descent, the largest known wind flower swarm exceeded 600,000. It likely contained more than 8 level bosses, each above level 85. Such a force was nearly invincible in the Wind and Thunder land. Unless a god-level expert personally intervened, even in level 88 or semi-divine expert could only flee. In human history, a level 89 semi-divine expert had once been swarmed and killed by wind flowers. Even Lin Mohan had been forced to flee from them before, and back then, though his level was low, his combat power was not weak. Lin Mohan didn't know if this was the largest recorded swarm, but it didn't matter. The Undead Legion was already at war. Under the dual assault of his curses and the Legion, the wind flowers died in droves. Lin Mohan could feel wisps of soul power flying toward him from the dead flowers, turning into experience points. Notifications flooded his central panel. After Lin Mohan left, Antares opened his eyes again. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon orb. It was the dragon god's orb, a size larger than his own. It was covered in complex patterns that looked chaotic to Lin Mohan, but to Antares, they were the most beautiful patterns in the world. These patterns had a name: dragon runes. They were only effective for the dragon clan and contained their legacy, especially the dragon god's orb, which held his personal inheritance. For any dragon, this orb was an ultimate treasure, even for Antares. But after obtaining it, Antares felt no joy, only a hint of sorrow. Earlier, his roar had shaken the heavens. Now, he was calm, but his eyes were still filled with complex emotions. He murmured, "Old fool, why did you leave your legacy to me? Hadn't you already chosen a more suitable successor? Why not give it to him? What made you change your mind? Old fool, you won't even give me an explanation. You left me here for over 10,000 years. How cruel you are. He is your son, but am I not your son as well? Now you give me your legacy orb, and you think I'll forgive you?" Antares' voice grew sharp. The mist surrounding him began to roil, and his true form emerged from it. It was not the form he had shown before the dragon god. The wings on his back were gone, and his appearance was not much different from the dragon god's. Antares' aura rose steadily, no less than the dragon god's. "I will not forgive you," Antares said coldly. "Even if you give me your legacy, I will not forgive you. You were not a good father, and I am not a good son. When I get out, I will go to the ancestral land. What you were unwilling to give me, I will take with my own hands. I will slaughter until the heavens and earth tremble and blood stains the galaxy. Even if I must drown the ancestral land to dragon blood, I will not hesitate." Antares' killing intent soared, shaking the world. The entire eternal battlefield trembled ceaselessly. In the Wind and Thunder land, Lin Mohan frowned and looked up at the sky. Thunder rumbled, and though it was common there, he sensed something unusual in the sound. "It's Antares." Lin Mohan felt his killing intent. "Antares, what's wrong?" he asked, taking out the dragon scale and activating it with his soul power. There was no response. Lin Mohan asked again, his tone slightly anxious. Antares was his friend, one of the very few he had. Feeling Antares' distress, Lin Mohan grew worried. After asking 3 times with no response, Lin Mohan prepared to activate the scale's teleportation function to return to Antares' side. Just as he was about to act, Antares' voice came from the scale. "I'm fine." His voice still sounded strange, laced with a deep killing intent. "Do you want to kill someone?" Lin Mohan asked. Antares was silent. "Who do you want to kill?" Lin Mohan said. "I'll help you." "You are too weak," Antares stated slowly. "I'm weak now, but that doesn't mean I will be in the future," Lin Mohan replied. "Ha, do you even know who I want to kill?" Antares scoffed. "If you knew, I doubt you would agree." Lin Mohan said, "You are my friend. Even if you wanted to kill the dragon god, I would help you." The other end of the scale went silent. It seemed Lin Mohan had guessed correctly. "Wait, until I am strong enough. I'll go with you to kill the dragon god. Silence again. After a long moment, Antares' voice came through. We'll talk about the future later. I want to sleep. Don't bother me. The dragon scale dimmed. Antares had cut the connection. Lin Mohan sighed. It seemed Antares had a lot on his mind. At that moment, Lin Mohan felt truly weak, unable to even help his friend. He had to become stronger for himself, for his friends, his family, his loved ones. Watching the wind flowers being slaughtered by his legion, Lin Mohan murmured, weakness is a sin. Though he didn't know why Antares was in this world, he knew it wasn't by choice. He had his own hardships, and his helplessness bred great resentment. The root cause was a lack of strength. If he were strong enough to dominate the world, who would dare force him to do things he didn't want to? Anyone who disobeyed would be taught a lesson with his fists. Might makes right, and Lin Mohan wanted to be so strong that he was the truth. As he pondered, his hands didn't stop. The number of undead in his legion grew rapidly. The area around him was now clear, a vast number of wind flowers slain. He had gained a lot of experience. Though not as fast as directly absorbing soul energy, this method was better for consolidating his foundation. In his soul, the 9-colored divine dragon soared, occasionally breathing out dragon fire to nourish his soul, causing its level to rise. The dragon soul crystal's effect was immense. Not only did his soul level increase, but he also felt it become more solid. A feeling of power filled him, his foundation more stable than ever. He could now advance further and higher without worrying about an unstable base. From the depths of the wind flower swarm, several immense auras approached, intertwined. They're finally here. Lin Mohan looked into the distance. A few thousand meters away, several giant wind flowers swayed, shedding clouds of pollen that carried a strange fragrance. The pollen landed on the skeletons and exploded, creating a spectacular, colorful firework display. It wasn't very powerful, but it was beautiful. With a mental command, the headless knights charged toward the windflower bosses. Their charge skill activated, and in an instant, they surrounded the giant flowers. 1, 2, 3. A total of 6 windflower bosses. They were colossal, 100 meters tall, surrounded by roaring vortexes. Each petal was over 10 meters long, layered countless times. The petals, like giant hands, slapped at the headless knights, sending them flying. The sheer number of petals was like a flurry of countless slaps, knocking away a large number of knights. Others were caught in the vortexes and thrown far away. The vortexes also contained countless wind blades that struck the knight's armor, creating a cacophony of collisions. The strength attribute must be over 1.5 million. The vortexes seemed to be a characteristic of the wind flowers. Level bosses all had unique traits. Lin Mohan could sense the damage his knights were taking, and made a rough estimate. To easily send his knights flying like that, their strength attribute had to be over 1.5 million. He flicked his finger, and an appraisal spell flew out. Giant wind flower whirl level boss level, 86 strength, 2 million agility, 1 million spirit, 1 million physique, 2,500,000 skills, exploding pollen, petal burst, wind flower blood moon. Attributes, cyclone armor, wind attribute damage reduced by 90, physical damage reduced by 50, enhanced vitality, enhanced attack power. Its strength attribute far exceeds 1.5 million, reaching to 1 million. The total attribute is 6 million, which is very suitable for its identity as a level 86 world-class boss. Its level and attributes are very strong. Even the headless horseman can't touch it. The 6 giant wind flowers advanced together, and when the whirlwinds combined, a strong wind rose in an instant. They rushed into the battlefield, their paddles trembling constantly, making it very difficult for the undead army to withstand their attack. Pollen spread across the battlefield, and then exploded. The violent explosion also caused the undead army to be shaken and scattered in all directions. Although they could not kill the skeletons also could not get close to them. Even the elemental chaos of the skeleton mages was blocked by their cyclone armor. Only the sole attack of the skeleton sharpshooters could cause a little damage to them. That's all. On the battlefield there was not only the undead army and the giant wind flowers, but also a large number of ordinary wind flowers constantly surrounding them, making it impossible for the skeletons to effectively surround and kill the wind flower bosses. The 6 level 86 wind flower bosses swept across the battlefield, causing the efficiency of the undead army to drop sharply. Lin Mohan saw that the undead army was still a bit lacking. Who after all, the level difference was right in front of them, so this difference could not be taken lightly. If today the undead army was also level 86, the situation of this battle would definitely be completely different. Lin Mohan saw the result after a while. The undead army could not do anything to the windflower bosses. Although the windflower bosses could repel the undead army, they also could not kill them. If the two sides fought for several days and nights, it was estimated that it would be a draw. You are bosses, and I have them too. Lin Moyan's heart moved slightly. and 50,000 skeletons disappeared in an instant. The sky darkened, thick black clouds gathered, and the temperature dropped sharply. In the black clouds, the skeleton throne appeared. The Skeleton King slowly stood up from the throne and brandished his long sword. Lin Mohan did not use all the skeletons to summon the Skeleton King, but only used half of the 50,000. Because of his own level restriction, even if he used all 100,000 skeletons to summon the Skeleton King, the Skeleton King could only be infinitely close to the god level, and his attributes could not exceed the million mark. This was a threshold set by the law. As long as the master Lin Mohan had not crossed this threshold, his summoned creature would be restricted. Lin Mohan had tried to use 80,000 skeletons and 100,000 skeletons to summon the Skeleton King. The total attributes of the two sides were only different by a few 100,000. For the Skeleton King who was about to reach the million attribute, a few 100,000 attributes were nothing. After testing, Lin Mohan found that 50,000 skeletons were the most cost-effective. The combat power was slightly weaker, but not much different. Lin Mohan could even use the remaining skeletons to summon a second Skeleton King. But Lin Mohan did not do that. The remaining 50,000 skeletons were best used to deal with ordinary wind flowers. The appearance of the Skeleton King quickly locked onto the 6 wind flower bosses. The god-laying slash skill tore through the void, and a terrifying sword light flashed in the sky. The skill was enough to injure a god-level powerhouse, so it was very effective to deal with a level 86 world-class boss. This sword also locked onto the 6 wind flower bosses at the same time. The sword light swept across them, and a harsh sound seemed to ring in the air. The windflower bosses vaguely let out a tragic cry. A large number of petals were cut off. The shape of the windflower bosses immediately became strange and incomplete. The severed petals fluttered in the air, each petal being several meters in size. As a gust of wind blew, the petals suddenly changed direction. They became the sharpest weapons, at an astonishing speed, tearing through space and arriving in front of the Skeleton King. Then the petals exploded, and the Skeleton King was sent flying. Cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on its white bones. Even the white bone cloak in front and behind was damaged. With its defensive ability, to be injured like this, and the injury was not light, it showed how powerful the explosion of the petals was. As expected, a world-class boss always had some powerful skills. Lin Mohan's heart trembled. If he had faced the windflower bosses before, the skill alone would have been enough to put his undead army in a difficult position. This skill could seriously injure the Skeleton King, so killing the undead army in an instant was not a problem. After being sent flying, the Skeleton King quickly rushed back, and the light of healing arts shone on its body. The demoness general continuously cast healing arts. In almost less than 2 seconds, the wounds on the Skeleton King's body were healed. In the middle of this, the Skeleton King launched another skill. The elements immediately went into chaos. A loud explosion sounded, and explosions also continuously sounded on the bodies of the windflower bosses as the elements erupted. This time their cyclone armor could not block it. The cyclone was blown apart, and a large number of petals were blown away. The windflower bosses were not to be outdone, but when these petals immediately rushed towards the Skeleton King, they were blown up. The Skeleton King's body shone with the blessing of absolute defense, withstanding the explosion of the petals to get in front of the windflower bosses. The bone sword in its hand swung quickly, and in an instant, sword energy raged, and petals flew everywhere. The windflower bosses surrounded the Skeleton King and attacked it. The Skeleton King fought 1 against 6, covered by absolute defense, so it was not at a disadvantage. Lin Mohan's heart moved slightly. He pointed to the sky, and the phantom of the undead world descended. The gate of the undead opened, and the skill eye of the undead. The gate opened, the eye of the undead appeared, and in an instant, it swept across the heavens and the earth. A large number of wind flowers died in silence. The 6 bosses trembled together, a large number of petals fell, and the damage to their souls made them feel pain, and even their offensive momentum weakened. The Skeleton King took this opportunity to swing his sword continuously, attacking fiercely. The Headless Horseman rushed in from the outside. At this time the cyclone armor on the windflower bosses had been blown up, and most of the petals had been blown away, unable to block the Headless Horseman from the outside anymore. The Headless Horseman rushed into the windflowers. The Night Sword in their hands slashed out like lightning, striking the windflower bosses. 1 sword was not enough, so 2 swords. Although the attacks of the Headless Horseman could only cause a little damage to the windflower bosses, they were numerous. Almost every second, thousands of swords struck the petals. The white-boned hooves under them also trampled on the windflowers, and the silvery white flames burning fiercely also caused damage to the windflower bosses. The windflower bosses struggled crazily, but after the cyclone protecting them was blown up, they could no longer stop the Headless Horsemen rushing in from all directions. In an instant, their huge bodies were covered with Headless Horsemen. The image of many ants biting an elephant to death appeared again. Lin Mohan seemed to have returned to half a year ago. How did he deal with the world-class boss? using the weak to defeat the strong. No, it was using the many to defeat the strong. Even if each sword only caused a little damage, thousands of swords, tens of thousands of swords, even tens of millions of swords could wear them down. The Windflower bosses continued to struggle, their petals were constantly being cut off, and their numbers were getting smaller and smaller, revealing the long, thick flower stalks. Lin Mohan watched them become bald, but unfortunately, they did not become stronger. At this time, the undead army had also cleared out most of the ordinary windflowers. The eye of the undead combined with the undead army, and every time it swept, a large number of windflowers died in silence. Another sharp sword light flashed. After the Skeleton King's skill had cooled down, it swung another god-flaying slash. In the sword light, the two windflower bosses that had used up all their petals were cut in half at the waist. Lin Mohan heard a tragic cry coming from the air again. Plant-type bosses rarely made sounds. The sound of the windflowers was like the sound of a soul coming from the wind, sounding extremely sad. The vitality of a plant-type boss was extremely strong. Even if it was cut in half at the waist, the windflower boss did not die, and its fighting power was still very great. Countless roots grew from under its body, dancing crazily like whips, whipping at the Skeleton King and the Headless Horseman. It's time to release the final skill, right? Lin Moyan's eyes were a little curious. He didn't know what the third skill of the Windflower was. The three skills of the Windflower boss, Pollen Explosion, Petal Burst, and Windflower Blood Moon. He had witnessed the Pollen Explosion and Petal Burst. The Pollen Explosion had normal power, and the Petal Burst had considerable power, but the number of petals was limited. Now only the final skill, Windflower Blood Moon, was left. Just by looking at the words, Lin Mohan could not analyze what kind of skill this was. What does Blood Moon mean? The Windflower bosses continuously emitted soul sounds, screaming tragically. The soul sounds traveled far with the wind, spreading throughout the Windflower swarm. At this time, this super, large-scale Windflower swarm had been killed by half, and the number of remaining Windflowers was less than 200,000. At this time, the 6 Windflower bosses had also been beaten to a pulp. Their soul sounds echoed throughout the world, and the ordinary Windflowers also emitted similar sounds. The frequency of the sounds quickly reached a unified level, and the soul sounds immediately became several times stronger. A clap of thunder sounded in the sky, and then the clouds dispersed, and a full moon appeared. The Wind Thunder Land originally had no moon, let alone the Wind Thunder Land. Even the Eternal Battlefield rarely had a moon. But now, a large full moon was hanging in the sky, shining brightly. Then Lin Moyan's expression changed slightly. He heard soul sounds coming from a distance. The moon in the sky was like a loudspeaker, amplifying the soul sounds of the windflowers, and transmitting them throughout the Wind Thunder Land. At the same time, it was also a receiving device, gathering the power of all the windflowers in the Wind Thunder Land. A large number of windflowers flew towards the moon, and the 6 windflower bosses did the same. Layers of moonlight shone down like a huge invisible hand, pushing all the Headless Horsemen on the windflower bosses away. Even the Skeleton King was pushed back nearly 1,000 meters. Lin Mohan watched the large and small windflowers flying towards the moon in the sky and did not stop them. His eyes were full of curiosity, and he exclaimed that the world was vast and full of strange things. A strange skill, it looks beautiful. I wonder how powerful it is. This skill was the most beautiful and magnificent skill he had ever seen. And beauty often came with danger, so he was on high alert. The moonlight grew brighter and brighter. In just a few seconds, all the windflowers had merged into the moonlight. At this time, even the windflowers that had been killed and whose corpses had fallen to the ground also disappeared under the moonlight. Not only that, but there were also many other windflower swarms in the distance. Although they did not come here, their power resonated with the moon through the soul sounds. This lasted for about 30 seconds, and the moon began to change. It was dyed a blood red color. Windflower Blood Moon. Lin Mohan suddenly understood the meaning of this skill. Although the Wind Thunder Land was the territory of demons and the dragon race, there were still quite a few human professionals active here. They all saw the Blood Moon. The Blood Moon illuminated the entire Wind Thunder Land, allowing the windflowers to resonate. At this time, countless windflowers in the Wind Thunder Land were all facing the Blood Moon, each one blooming as if they were on a pilgrimage. Windflower Blood Moon. This was the legendary final skill of the Windflower. At least the world-class bosses in the super-level Windflower Swarm had to work together to cast this skill. But who had the ability to challenge a super-level Windflower Swarm? Not only to challenge but at least to beat them to near death, because this was the final skill. I don't know which team it is. It's too strong. Is it a gut-level existence that has returned from the deep space? Not only were the human professionals discussing, but the demon and dragon races also saw the Blood Moon, and each one of them showed a look of surprise. In the Wind Thunder Land, the Thunder Tree Swarm and the Windflower Swarm were the most terrifying things. The Thunder Tree Swarm did not move and stayed in one place. As long as you didn't provoke them, you would be fine. But the windflower swarm moved with the wind. Who knows when you would encounter them? Generally speaking, the windflower swarm was more terrifying, especially its final skill, the windflower blood moon, which had appeared only a handful of times in history. No one knew its true power, because those who had witnessed it were all dead. Lin Mohan found that the space was locked, and all teleportation items were useless. The mark left by the ancient god Sid had faded. All teleportation items were useless. Even the Abyss teleportation stone was useless. The light of the blood moon carried the power of the law, suppressing the power of teleportation. Only the dragon scale of Antares was as usual. Because the power of Antares was too great, ordinary laws could not suppress its power. At this time, a sentence appeared in Lin Mohan's mind, immortal and unceasing, not dead, not stopping. If it were any other professional, at this time, there would be no way back. Life or death, heat and the wind flower would only have one result. If not for the two, and at preparation time, anyone could escape. The space was cut off, forming an independent space. Unless the wind flower was killed, it would be very difficult to leave. In the blood moon, a huge wind flower appeared. The wind flower was hundreds of meters high, with dense leaves and flowers, layer after layer. I don't know how many petals there were. The petals trembled, and countless pollens fell. A fierce storm blew the pollen everywhere. In almost an instant, the pollen covered the entire space. Then the pollen exploded, covering every corner of the space, leaving no room to dodge. The entire undead army was submerged in the explosion, and the power was much greater. Lin Mohan's face changed slightly. The undead army was injured at the same time. The windflower boss had become stronger. The explosion officially kicked off the decisive battle, and the undead army began to fight back in the explosion. The skeleton king raised his hand, and it was a god, lame slash. The sword light tore through space and exploded on the windflower boss, knocking down a large number of petals. But immediately after, the fallen petals flew back and grew back as if they had never been injured. The headless horsemen used their charge skill. The blood moon suddenly trembled, and shone down a thick moonlight. In the moonlight, the space became like a frying pan. The charge skill of the headless horsemen was greatly hindered, and they could not even exert 1/10 of their normal speed. At this time, the windflower released a large amount of pollen into the air, which exploded, knocking the headless horseman back. The windflower boss was much stronger, exceeding Lin Mohan's expectations. A scouting technique flew out and landed on the windflower boss. Windflower blood moon, level 90, strength 2. 5 million, agility 2 million, spirit 2 million, constitution 3. 5 million, skills, unlimited pollen bombardment, petal devouring, cyclone armor, immunity to wind element, extremely fast recovery, significantly enhanced vitality, significantly enhanced attack power. It turned out that the windflower blood moon was not a skill. The windflower blood moon was both a skill and not a skill. If analyzed carefully, the blood moon was a skill, but the windflower was not. The blood moon hummed high, gathering the power of almost all the windflowers in the wind thunderland. Animating the windflowers, the level 90 windflower boss would eventually appear. A god-level world-class boss with attributes just reaching the million mark. A god-level aura spread across the wind thunderland, making people tremble. Perhaps because the windflower was originally a native creature of the wind thunderland, or for other reasons, it was not expelled by the rules of the eternal battlefield. It could display god-level power without restraint in the lower space. No wonder even a god-level powerhouse from the deep space could not fight for a long time. Therefore, the windflower boss in the wind thunderland could be said to be invincible. Only the thunder tree swarm could be compared to it. What a pity. Lin Mohan sighed. This sigh contained many meanings, one of which was a pity for the windflower for meeting him. Lin Mohan had killed many god-level beings, so naturally, he would not take the windflower boss in front of him seriously. So what if it had become god-level? It still had to be killed. A god-level boss would probably drop legendary-level materials. I wonder if there are any other good things. Lin Mohan muttered. Although he did not need legendary-level materials, Manhwa and Bai Yiwen both needed them very much. The human race was very short of legendary-level equipment. Any god-level powerhouses were still using mere legendary-level equipment. Lin Mohan stared at the blood moon, his eyes a little puzzled. It seemed that there was still the power of law hidden in the blood moon. It's strange, how can a new level 90 boss possess the power of law? The Skeleton King activated its absolute defense, ignoring all kinds of damage, and led the undead army to attack the blood moon. After charging a few times without any results, the Headless Horsemen decisively activated their group defense to protect the entire undead army and rushed up together. Pollen continuously exploded, but it could not stop the attack of the undead army. In an instant, they were killed in front of it. Suddenly, petals fell and quickly formed a large net in the air, covering the entire Skeleton King and the undead army. The Windflower boss cast its second skill, Petal Devouring. The Blood Moon gathered the power of all the wind flowers in the Wind Thunder land, and the Wind Flower boss had also reached the god level. The power of the pollen explosion had increased sharply, and the light of the Blood Moon made the air as thick as a frying pan. When the defensive skills were not activated, the undead army could not get close. Now its second skill was activated, and the petals fell. It was clear that this skill was even stronger. The Blood Moon shone down layers of light, and the thickness of the air increased sharply. Even Lin Mohan felt it was difficult to breathe. Under the moonlight, one petal became 10, then became 100. In an instant, they became dense, occupying a large space, completely surrounding the undead army. A thumping sound rang in Lin Mohan's heart as if he had a bad premonition. This skill seemed to be very strong. He could feel it very clearly. A trace of the power of law shone down from the Blood Moon, and it entered the petals. A huge and terrifying devouring power was born from the petals, which made Lin Mohan feel very clearly that the power and life of the undead army were being devoured. The undead army disintegrated at an astonishing speed. In less than 2 seconds, the entire undead army had collapsed. In front of the law, the group defense of the Headless Horseman and the absolute defense of the Skeleton King were both useless. Because of Lin Mohan's talent, all the damage was shared by all members of the undead army. Even the skeletons outside the encirclement could not escape. The power of the law was really strong, but the Wind Flower was obviously only level 90. How could it control the power of the law? Lin Mohan was a little puzzled. At least one had to reach the peak of level 95 to come into contact with the power of the law. And the Windflower boss was obviously only level 90, so it was impossible to come into contact with the law. Then there was only one possibility, that there was something wrong with the Blood Moon. Lin Mohan looked at the Blood Moon, but he could not see any clues. Relying on the power of the law, after destroying the undead army, the petals flew towards Lin Mohan with the wind. Lin Mohan's heart moved slightly, and the undead army appeared in unison again. After the first death, the undead army was resurrected in the summoning space. To destroy the undead army, they had to be killed 5 times in a row within a minute. Otherwise, the undead army would be an immortal and indestructible existence. A gloomy wind rose, and the skeleton throne appeared in the sky. The Skeleton King appeared again. This time, Lin Mohan used 100,000 skeletons and pushed the Skeleton King's attributes to the limit. The situation was different now. Using the undead army was no longer very meaningful. It was better to concentrate all the power. In addition to the Skeleton King, the Headless Horseman also appeared in unison, but they did not advance. Instead, they scattered and acted as damage, sharing units with the Demoness General. The Elemental Demoness, which had never been used before, also appeared this time, blessing the Skeleton King, mainly with the Immortal Aura, which could make the undead army die one more time. A sparkling light radiated from the back of his left hand, and the skill Strengthened Soldier was activated, causing the Skeleton King to instantly break through to the god level. Under the blessing of the Strengthened Soldier skill, the Skeleton King possessed the combat power of around level 92, and its explosive power when using skills had reached level 93, stepping into the mid-god level. A crimson cloak fluttered behind him. The soul fire in the Skeleton King's head burned fiercely, and the white bone greatsword suddenly slashed out. God, Flame Slash skill. This attack could be said to be Lin Mohan's strongest attack in a state of not relying on external objects. The sword light, 1,000 meters long, scraped against space, making a harsh sizzling sound. Countless tree roots suddenly grew from under the Windflower boss, each root covered by a cyclone, forming armor to block the sword. Where the sword light passed, petals exploded, roots were severed, and the sword light pierced through the body of the Windflower boss and struck the Blood Moon. With a loud bang, the Blood Moon shook violently, emitting a collision sound that shook the eardrums. The Windflower boss screamed tragically, its soul sound echoing throughout the world again. Amidst the screams, its body was cut in two, the upper part falling, but immediately after, the upper part began to fly back, as if time had been reversed. Extremely fast recovery characteristic. Just like the petals that were cut off just now would automatically return to their original position, and recover as before. Lin Mohan stared at the Blood Moon. When this characteristic was activated, the light of the Blood Moon became even more brilliant. This characteristic was related to the Blood Moon, and the Devouring Law was also related to the Blood Moon. This Blood Moon was not ordinary. Lin Mohan's heart moved slightly, and the Skeleton King used its skill again. Elemental Chaos skill. At the same time, the Gate of the Undead also looked towards the Windflower. The elements were chaotic and then exploded. A mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Under the blessing of the Strengthened Soldier skill, the damage of the Eye of the Undead had increased by 500. In the explosion, the Skeleton King had rushed up like lightning and then swung its sword to slash. Physical, elemental, soul, 3 consecutive attacks came. Not only that, but a solidified blood essence of the fire god appeared in Lin Mohan's hand. Corpse explosion skill. The flames rose like the fire god was being reborn. launching a fatal blow. The blood moon shook and sent down the power of the law again. This was the law that possessed the power of devouring, not only devouring life, but also devouring the damage from attacks. A large amount of the attack was devoured, blocking the fatal blow for the wind flower. Lin Mohan did not stop, but took out the blood essence of the extreme poison god and used corpse explosion again. Only the law can deal with the law. The blood essence of the extreme poison god also contained a trace of the power of the law. The mushroom cloud had not yet dissipated when a green poisonous gas suddenly appeared on the wind flower's body, which quickly rotted in the poisonous gas. The range of the poisonous gas was not large, only covering a part of the wind flower, but the poisonous gas had penetrated into the wind flower's body and spread quickly. The wind flower struggled in the poisonous gas, and its soul sound continued to echo. Lin Mohan could hear its anxiety, fear, and horror. The blood moon sent down the power of the law again, wanting to devour the extreme poison. But this time, the law was ineffective. The extreme poison also contained a trace of the power of the law, so when the two sides confronted each other, the devouring effect was greatly reduced. A few seconds later, the sound of the wind flower completely disappeared, and only flesh and blood remained in the air, no longer a wind flower. Kill the wind flower. Experience points. Receive the heart of the wind flower. Receive the essence of the wind flower. Receive the seed of the wind flower. Part of the wind flower. The legendary level material can be used to craft legendary level weapons. Essence of the wind flower, a legendary level material, can be used to upgrade near legendary level jewelry, turning it into legendary level boss jewelry. The seed of the wind flower can be given to a god level botanist to cultivate. The cultivated wind flower will have miraculous effects. Lin Mohan did not look at this information. He immediately rushed towards the blood moon. Compared to the wind flower, he was more interested in the blood moon. The wind flower was dead, but the blood moon was still there. Lin Mohan stood on top of the blood moon. Looking from the ground, the blood moon looked extremely large, like a real moon. No matter where you were in the Wind Thunder land, you could see the blood moon very clearly. But when he got closer, Lin Mohan saw clearly that the blood moon was actually just a round plate the size of a palm. The round plate absorbed a large amount of soul power, emitting the shape of a blood moon. When there was no energy injected into it, it was just a transparent shade plate. Now that the wind flower boss was dead, the blood moon was also gradually dissipating. The light on the round plate was quickly disappearing, returning to its original shape. Lin Mohan held it in his hand and felt the power of the law inside it. A scouting technique flew out and landed on it. Blood God Plate, a mythological level weapon. The weapon of the blood devouring god. Lin Mohan was surprised. He didn't expect it to be a mythological level weapon, and it was the weapon of the blood devouring god. The reputation of the blood devouring god was not great, not as famous as the elemental gods. But that didn't mean it was weak. To ordinary people, its existence was a bit strange, but to the royal family, it was not a secret. Lin Mohan had seen information about the blood devouring god in the secret vault. This was a high-level god on the same level as the god of life. It was said that it was born from a pool of blood and eventually became a god. The materials also said that the blood-devouring god had the ability to devour everything, immortal and indestructible. Indeed, its weapon also showed the power of devouring. Whether it was attacks or life, it could be devoured. But could it really be immortal and indestructible? Even its weapon was lost, so it goes without saying that the blood-devouring god must have died. As for the reason for its death, Lin Mohan was not clear. He was afraid he would have to look back to the previous era, or even further back. Anyway, many gods had already died, so adding it was no big deal. As for the reason, Lin Mohan had once been very curious, but now he had let it go. What's the use of knowing? As Antares said, when his strength reached a certain level, he would naturally know what he should know. What Lin Mohan was more concerned about was how to use this mythological level weapon. He certainly couldn't use it, but he could give it to Meng and Wen. The fighting styles of Teacher Bai and Teacher Yan were too fierce, charging into battle, which seemed unsuitable for this weapon. It was still Teacher Meng who was more suitable, so he would give it to him. The three teachers had been very kind to Lin Mohan. When Lin Mohan had something good, he would naturally think of them. After Lin Mohan put away the blood god plate, the blood moon in the sky also completely disappeared. The wind flowers born later would no longer have this skill. At this time, Lin Mohan had confirmed that the wind flower swarm he had destroyed was the largest one in the Wind Thunder land. The reason why this wind flower swarm was so powerful was because of the blood god plate. The wind flower was so powerful because of the blood god plate, so what about the thunder tree swarm? Lin Moyan's heart moved slightly, and he looked towards the center of the Wind Thunder land. There was the largest thunder tree swarm in the Wind Thunder land. A mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, full of countless thunder trees. Someone once idly counted and found that there were at least over 1 million thunder trees living there. The scale of the thunder tree swarm was much larger than that of the wind flower swarm. 1,000,000. Suddenly, Lin Mohan realized something and quickly checked his experience. The experience had suddenly reached 98 of level 72. He was only 2 away from leveling up to level 73. He had almost leveled up from level 72 to 73 by destroying the wind flower swarm. If someone now said that the speed of leveling up by grinding monsters in the wild was definitely not as good as grinding dungeons, Lin Mohan would definitely slap that person away. If you want to level up quickly, you can totally come here to grind the wind flower swarm. Leveling up once a day is not a dream. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can win. Before, when fighting the wind flower swarm, Lin Mohan only used the undead army and did not take action himself. Otherwise, the efficiency could be increased a lot. As long as there are enough monsters, my leveling speed can be infinitely increased. Lin Mohan knew he had found a shortcut to level up quickly. He suppressed his excitement, and first checked his harvest this time. Killing ordinary wind flowers yielded countless materials of various sizes. Fortunately, the storage space increased with the character's level. If it was at level 40, it would have been filled up long ago. The wind flower boss dropped 2 legendary level materials, which were the heart of the wind flower and the essence of the wind flower, which could be used to craft or upgrade legendary level equipment. These 2 things were of no great use to him. As for the wind flower seed, it needed a god-level botanist to cultivate it. As far as he knew, the human race did not have a god-level botanist. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Lin Mohan put it away. Maybe it would be useful later. After checking his attributes, Lin Mohan flew towards the center of the wind thunderland. The round plate disappeared. At this time, the entire wind thunderland seemed to be shrouded in sadness. Countless wind flowers in the land were mourning. Their king had been killed. The sorrowful breath was transmitted through the soul sound. Many people could not hear the soul sound but could still feel the sadness in it. Lin Mohan heard this sound and knew that the wind flower was crying. Weakness is a sin. Back then, when the human race was massacred by the demons, crying was useless. Therefore, one must become stronger, constantly stronger. Lin Mohan clenched his fists and told himself again. The way of all things in the world is like this. The big fish eats the small fish. Even someone as strong as Antares was thrown here, and it can even be said that he lost his freedom. Antares had hatred, resentment, and killing intent in his heart. But when he met the dragon god, what could he do? Didn't he still have to call him Lord Dragon God and hide his hatred? Lin Mohan didn't want that. It was enough for others to endure this pain. He didn't want to experience it. After Lin Mohan left, many people came to the place where he had just stood. There were demons, dragons, and humans. The 3 forces gathered together, wary of each other. The number of people who came was not small. The 3 forces formed a tripod, restraining each other. Strangely, they maintained peace, and no one made a move. Everyone could feel the breath left over from the great battle just now. This was a god-level battle. I just saw the wind flower blood moon, and it was god-level. It's so scary. It seems that it was really a god-level powerhouse who deliberately came here to destroy the wind flower swarm. Who is this god-level powerhouse? Is he one of our human race? A group of people made wild guesses. Lin Mohan left after the fight and did not stop at all, letting them rack their brains without being able to figure it out. The 3 sides confronted each other for a long time, and finally all retreated. These sworn enemies, who would fight to the death upon meeting, now all maintained restraint because of the appearance of a third party. No one wanted to be the fisherman who benefited from the fight between the snipe and the clan. Lin Mohan didn't know what had happened. He flew towards the Thunder Mountain range of the Wind Thunderland at the fastest speed. After flying for about half an hour, Lin Mohan suddenly stopped. A group of dragon warriors blocked his way. There were more than 100 dragon warriors. The highest level was 85, and the lowest was not less than 75. There was also a warship accompanying them. Lin Mohan did not find it strange that the dragon race had found him. He carried a strong aura of the dragon race. Having just slaughtered 13 dragon kings of the dragon race, this aura was even more astonishing. Even from hundreds of miles away, he could be sensed by the dragon race. When they saw Lin Mohan, the faces of the dragon warriors were both fierce and hesitant. The aura on Lin Mohan was too strong. In their eyes, Lin Moyan's aura was like black smoke billowing into the sky. They had never seen such a scene before and could not imagine how many dragons Lin Mohan had killed. They felt that they had been a bit reckless in coming here. Perhaps they would also become ghosts under Lin Moyan's sword. Lin Mohan quickly gave them the answer. Lin Mohan did not stop at all. The Headless Horseman rushed out. The charge skill was used, and the Headless Horseman rushed forward like lightning, instantly breaking up the dragon race's formation. The warship was shattered by the Headless Horseman's charge and fell apart in the sky. The dragon warriors were killed by the Headless Horseman in terror. Only the level 85 dragon warriors could resist symbolically for 2 moves. As for the other dragon warriors, They couldn't even put up the most basic resistance. Lin Moyu didn't stop at all, flying past. He almost forgot. This was the territory of the Dragon Clan. I wonder how the Dragon Clan's secret realm is doing. I wondered if the poisonous gas has dissipated. After I finish dealing with the Thunder Tree Swarm, I'll go back and take a look. Lin Moyu still remembered the green blood pool in the secret realm last time. Although it could only copy level 70 dragon warriors, and the number was large, it posed no threat to him. But it was very dangerous to other professionals. If a war broke out, it could cause considerable casualties. Lin Moyu planned to go back and take a look. If possible, he would destroy the green blood pool. On the way, he encountered several more groups of dragons. They followed the aura and came here, but when they saw Lin Moyu, they were all frightened. Lin Moyu did not give them a chance to escape. They all became ghosts under the swords of the Headless Horseman. An idea popped into Lin Moyu's head. Perhaps he could sweep through the Wind Thunder land, slaughter all the dragons and abyss demons in this land, and drive them away. But this idea was extinguished as soon as it appeared. Although doing so would greatly increase the safety of the human race in the lower space, it was not a good thing for the human race. When things compete, only the fittest can survive. The human race needs to become stronger in battle so as not to lose its will to fight. The sound of thunder grew louder, and lightning flashed across the clear sky. Thunder snakes fell from the sky, striking down from time to time. The lightning struck the thunder trees, and was absorbed by them. The thunder trees relied on absorbing lightning to continuously become stronger. Lin Moyu had reached the Thunder Tree area and saw the endless Thunder Mountain Range. The Thunder Mountain Range was the mountain range with the largest number and skill of thunder trees in the Wind Thunder land. More than 1 million thunder trees lived here. No one knew how many bosses there were inside, and how strong the bosses were. Moreover, there were also many other monsters in the Thunder Tree Swarm. They lived with the thunder trees, but did not interfere with each other. This place was deserted, so no one wanted to come. The thunder trees would indeed not actively attack, but these monsters would. If you were entangled by monsters, it would be very troublesome. If you used a large-scale attack and angered the thunder trees, you would lose your life. When the Thunder Tree Swarm attacked in unison, not many professionals could withstand it. But it was still safer than the wind flowers. As long as you were lucky enough not to go too deep, you could escape with your life. If you had gone deep into the Thunder Mountain Range, then you could only pray for your own good fortune. Lin Moyu flew into the Thunder Mountain Range for about 100 miles and then stopped, hovering in the air, looking down at the Thunder Tree Swarm. The thunder trees were of different heights. The shorter the tree, the smaller its trunk. The taller the tree, the larger its trunk. Different sizes also represented different levels of the thunder trees. Generally, the taller and larger the tree, the higher its level. This was recorded in the materials, and was also common knowledge. Lin Moyu observed carefully, and discovered some unusual things. The thunder trees were in units of 10,000, and each 10,000 thunder trees formed a small area. The division of this area was not obvious, but if you observed carefully, you could still see it. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He saw that the thunder tree swarm was also divided into areas, each area separated by a few dozen meters. And in these distances, you could see some monsters living. If the entire Thunder Mountain Range was regarded as a kingdom, then these areas were the cities in the kingdom. Each city was clearly distinguished. In one area, there were exactly 10,000 thunder trees, and among the 10,000 thunder trees, there was a particularly large one that was the leader and also a world-class boss. From the aura it emitted, Lin Moyu could roughly guess that it was around level 80. His eyes continued to look deeper, and Lin Moyu also flew deeper into the Thunder Mountain Range. This place was now completely devoid of people, becoming a world of lightning and thunder trees. Even the wind flowers could not survive here. Lin Moyu observed all along the way and saw a lot of other unusual information. The thunder trees were in units of 10,000, and lived in 7 swarms. After exceeding 100,000, another, larger thunder tree appeared among them, becoming the leader of these 100,000 thunder trees. The area formed by these 100,000 thunder trees was like a province in the kingdom. If so, there must be a real king among the thunder trees who ruled over all of them. And this king was probably in the center of the Thunder Mountain Range. Lin Moyu looked towards the center of the Thunder Mountain Range, and his soul power spread out. Just then, a flash of lightning appeared in the distant sky. The entire Thunder Mountain Range lit up, and Lin Moyu saw countless spiderweb-like flashes of lightning spreading out from the distance. The space was distorted as if it was about to be torn apart. Lin Moyu saw that the light of this lightning was terrifying. Very close to the gut level. The lightning light spread for hundreds of miles in the sky. And then a bolt of lightning connecting heaven and earth struck down with a loud bang. In the lightning bolt, Lin Moyu saw a huge thunder tree. The thunder tree was on the highest mountain peak, connecting heaven and earth, letting the lightning strike down, but it was not afraid at all. This was the king of the thunder trees. Lin Moyu confirmed its existence at a glance. Although he did not have a scouting technique, he had already really guessed its level. It was at least level 88, and could even be level 89, but it had not yet reached the god level. It did not have a god level aura, and the closer it was to this Thunder Tree King, the stronger the Thunder Trees were. Relying on the light of the lightning, Lin Mohan also saw a group of boss-level Thunder Trees, not just a few, but a whole group. These boss Thunder Trees were like guards protecting the Thunder Tree King. The lightning light continuously struck its body and then spread to the ground. Lin Mohan narrowed his eyes. After going underground, this lightning light immediately disappeared. Could there be something strange underground? Lin Mohan felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say what it was. Ever since he saw the structure of the Thunder Tree swarm, Lin Mohan had a strange feeling. He felt that the Thunder Trees were not like plants, but more like animals. Ordinary plants would not form such a pattern, it was too orderly. From the information gathered so far, the Thunder Trees had a certain instinctive intelligence, and they also had some simple rules of domination. Dividing areas according to kingdoms, provinces, and cities. This was not something that plants could do. While he was thinking, a shrill cry came to his ears. A thunder eagle carrying fire and lightning flew out from the Thunder Tree swarm and rushed straight at him. A flame flashed in Lin Moyan's hand, the soul flame skill. The thunder eagle let out a tragic cry and fell from the sky. This thunder eagle was not of a high level, only around level 75, and it was not a boss. It was almost killed instantly by the soul flame. It fell to the ground, and then the shrill screams continued to sound, continuously. The Thunder Tree swarm seemed to be agitated. A large number of Thunder Eagles flew up and rushed towards Lin Mohan. It really was a case of provoking the whole swarm by hitting one. Originally, Lin Mohan had come to the Thunder Mountain range to fight the Thunder Trees, so naturally, he would also fight the monsters in the mountain range. The undead army appeared in the sky. Before the Headless Horsemen could use their charge skill, the skeleton mages and skeleton sharpshooters had already acted. Elemental explosions, soul shots, elemental attacks, and soul attacks were activated at the same time. The Thunder Eagles that had just flown up immediately fell like rain. They fell into the Thunder Tree swarm, their bodies still carrying the breath of elemental chaos. The flames after the explosion had not completely extinguished. These flames also spread to the Thunder Tree swarm. The branches and leaves of the Thunder Tree swayed, shooting out lightning light. Crack! The lightning light exploded in the sky, making a loud noise, like a signal. The Thunder Tree swarm had been angered, and the entire Thunder Mountain range immediately took action. Lin Mohan stood in the sky and saw an astonishing scene. He finally understood why this mountain range was called the Thunder Mountain Range. The mountain range, more than 1,000 kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide, instantly turned into a sea of lightning. All the Thunder Trees acted in unison, shooting out countless bolts of lightning. Lin Mohan and the undead army were immediately submerged in the lightning. The elemental immunity to electricity meant that Lin Mohan was not affected by the lightning attacks, but the undead army was not. They were constantly being injured in the lightning. The undead army was blessed by Lin Moyan's passive skill of elemental resistance. All elemental damage they received was reduced by 8 times. Although each bolt of lightning did not cause much damage, the number was too large. The principle of many ants biting an elephant to death also applied to the undead army. The number of Thunder Trees in the Thunder Mountain range was over 1 million, and now at least 1/3 of the Thunder Trees were attacking him. The density of the lightning was so astonishingly thick that it had turned into a sea of lightning. In front of Lin Mohan, apart from the lightning, he could see nothing else. After the wind flowers, Lin Mohan once again experienced the feeling of being overwhelmed by numbers. The undead army pierced through the sea of lightning and rushed down. The skeleton throne appeared. This time, Lin Mohan changed his tactics. He took 30,000 skeletons as a group and summoned 3 skeleton kings. The skeleton king's skills had a cooldown time. Summoning 3 of them could continuously cast 3 rounds of skills, with a larger attack range. To deal with ordinary Thunder Trees, a skeleton king formed from 30,000 skeletons was enough. The 3 skeleton kings scattered and moved within the sea of lightning. Relying on their strong attributes was enough for them to persist for a while in the lightning. The 2 skills, God, Laying Slash and Elemental Chaos, could both attack in a large area. They locked onto the largest range, and the skills of each skeleton king could cover a range of 3,000 meters. The skills were activated, attacking all enemies within a 3,000 meter range. The white bone sword slashed out, cutting through the lightning. Streams of sword energy pierced through the ground, sweeping across the Thunder Tree swarm. Countless Thunder Trees within the attack range were directly cut in half at the waist. The vitality of plant-based monsters was very strong, so this was not enough to kill them. Elemental Chaos followed closely behind. Amidst the roaring explosions, a large number of Thunder Trees were blown up and uprooted. A white light immediately radiated from Lin Moyan's body. One attack had gained a large amount of experience, and he directly leveled up to level 73. He had already leveled up to 73. It had taken him less than half a day to go from level 72 to 73. With this leveling speed, Lin Mohan felt that even his sister, Lin Mohan, could not do it. Although he did not have the leveling talent like his sister, as long as he killed faster, it was equivalent to having the talent. Lin Mohan glanced at the Thunder Tree Swarm and slowly said 8 words, "Your place of death, my paradise." To others, the Thunder Tree Swarm was a place of death, but to Lin Mohan, it was truly a holy land for leveling up. The efficiency was very high, and no dungeon could compare. But the only point was that it could only be fought once, and the time was too long. In terms of continuity, it was not as good as a dungeon. However, in this Wind Thunder land, there was not only the Thunder Mountain range. There were also some smaller Thunder Tree Swarms. In the sky, there were also 100,000 Wind Flower Swarms of different levels, all of which could become his leveling targets. Lin Mohan estimated that if he could deal with all the Wind Flowers and Thunder Trees in one go, he could at least reach level 76 or 77. And he could also harvest a large amount of materials. For himself, these materials were of no use, but they were still quite useful to the human race. With the choose skills of the 3 Skeleton Kings, 3 areas were immediately cleared. All the ordinary Thunder Trees were dead, and only the Thunder Tree bosses of different levels were still alive. The Skeleton King pounced forward, brandishing its bone sword, and quickly slaughtered them. Then the Skeleton King once again shot out lightning and rushed to another Thunder Tree Swarm, waiting for its skills to cool down. The Headless Horsemen had also killed their way down, and started a fierce battle with the Thunder Tree Swarm. Under their blades, large swaths of Thunder Trees were cut down, and even their roots were destroyed. Lin Mohan stood in the sky and saw very clearly that although there were only 3 Skeleton Kings, the Skeleton King's attack power was very strong. Each slash could send out sword energy for hundreds of meters. One slash cut through hundreds of Thunder Trees, and another slash killed them at the root. On the contrary, although the number of Headless Horsemen was large, their efficiency was far inferior to that of the Skeleton King. Moreover, the Skeleton King could use its skills once every minute, creating huge damage, and its efficiency was even better than that of the entire Headless Horseman army. The scale of the Thunder Tree Swarm was too large, and there were many bosses in it, plus the endless sea of thunder, so the accumulated damage was continuous. Even if the Demoness General used all her healing skills, she couldn't keep up. It was impossible to clear the Thunder Tree Swarm with just the undead army. Lin Mohan had considered this situation from the beginning, so he was not idle. He pointed his fingers at the sky, and the sky immediately darkened. The phantom of the undead world appeared in mid-air. The gate of the undead opened, and the eye of the undead appeared in the burning flames. It glanced over, and then stared at the Thunder Tree Swarm. In an instant, a large number of Thunder Trees died simultaneously. Although their appearance was the same, with no wounds, their souls inside had been erased, dead to the point of no return. Next, he pointed his finger down a little, and the Curse of Decrepitude was activated. When facing world-class bosses or god-level powerhouses, the effect of the Curse of Decrepitude was not very obvious, but when dealing with small monsters, the Curse of Decrepitude was still very useful. The Thunder Tree Swarm within a range of 10,000 meters was covered by the curse. Inside the white fire of the lightning, a streak of red appeared. Under the dark cover of the phantom of the undead world, the red streak looked even more alluring. Lin Mohan locked onto a corpse of a Thunder Tree whose soul had been erased, and then his soul power spread out, locking onto another larger area of 10,000 Thunder Trees. When the number of locked Thunder Trees reached 10,000, Lin Mohan felt his soul weaken and a sense of powerlessness. So 10,000 was the limit. Lin Mohan realized that with his current soul power, he could only lock onto 10,000. Even if he had more soul power, it would not work, but 10,000 was enough. His hand pressed down lightly, the corpse explosion skill. There was almost no sound. The corpse selected by Lin Mohan exploded, and immediately after, all the locked Thunder Tree souls exploded together. The explosion had no flames, but it looked extremely brilliant. More than 10,000 Thunder Trees were blown to pieces, and the powerful shockwaves swept through, causing other Thunder Trees to fall left and right. So. The language only refers to staggering and unsteadiness, but it's not stable. A few seconds after the explosion occurred, the sound of the explosion appeared. The successive explosions sounded endlessly, like firecrackers. Not a single Thunder Tree that was locked by Lin Mohan was lucky enough to escape. They were all killed. Taking 10,000 as a unit of the Thunder Tree Swarm, except for the boss leader, all the Thunder Trees were wiped out in an instant. But the explosion was not just a wave. The Thunder Trees that had been blown up next to the boss became Lin Mohan's best weapons. The Thunder Tree Swarm had an advantage. They did not move, so they would be a very good target. Lin Mohan's actions had attracted the attention of many Thunder Trees, and a large amount of lightning immediately struck him. But Lin Mohan was completely immune to the electricity element. Even if the lightning attacked, he was as calm as if nothing had happened. Lin Mohan even wished that all the Thunder Trees would attack him, so that the undead army would not be under pressure. The Skeleton King's skills had cooled down, and the 2 skills were released one after another, once again wiping out a large number of thunder trees. The undead army, the eye of the undead, corpse explosion. Under just 3 attacks, in just a few minutes, more than 100,000 thunder trees have been wiped out. I am afraid that the thunder tree swarm had never suffered so many casualties. Now, all the thunder trees in the Thunder Mountain range had been attracted. Even the thunder tree behind the mountain slope had started to act. They were unable to move, and each one of them shot lightning into the sky. The lightning in the sky gathered, and finally became a thunderball. Then, all the bosses in the thunder tree swarm exerted their power in unison, joining with the other thunder trees, turning the thunderball into a thunderstorm. The thunderstorm came, and tens of thousands of thunders moved, enveloping Lin Mohan and the undead army. I don't know how much power of the thunder tree this attack had gathered. The powerful lightning immediately seriously injured the undead army. The Skeleton King used its absolute defense, immune to 99 of the damage. The Headless Horsemen joined forces, and deployed a group defense, increasing their defense to the maximum to resist the thunderstorm. Even the gate of the Eye of the Undead was shattered by the thunderstorm, and fell into pieces. Only Lin Mohan was safe and sound, unharmed in the thunderstorm. Lin Mohan did not stop his corpse explosion, casting them one by one. After the core skill of corpse explosion was transferred into his soul, he no longer needed to get close to the enemy to cast the skill. As long as the enemy's soul was locked by him, the explosive attack would immediately pass through the space shield, and rush straight to them. The range was expanded. The number increased, the power was significantly reduced, and the skill became more flexible and easy to control. After using it a few times, Lin Mohan had mastered this skill. He ignored the attack of the lightning and walked freely through the sea of thunder and the thunderstorm. Wherever he went, successive explosions caused the thunder trees to die one by one. The number of thunder trees that Lin Mohan destroyed had exceeded the total number of the undead army, and the Eye of the Undead. The hatred continued to accumulate, and Lin Mohan became the one that the thunder trees hated the most. However, the thunder trees could not do anything to him. No matter how strong the lightning attack was, it had no effect. Lin Mohan's immunity to electricity was fully demonstrated. At this time, Lin Mohan had turned into a crazy thunder tree killer, and no tree could stop him. The thunder tree, realizing that the thunderstorm had no effect on Lin Mohan, stopped attacking him and changed its target to the undead army. At the same time, dozens of boss thunder trees suddenly rose up, and they actually came out of the ground. The ground shook, and countless huge roots rose up, whipping towards Lin Mohan like whips. Lin Mohan had guessed it early on. After all, it was a thunder tree swarm. How could it only use lightning attacks? The root whip was a common move for plant-type monsters. Even the rootless wind flower had this move, let alone the thunder tree with its deep roots. Lin Mohan quickly retreated. He didn't want to be hit by the boss thunder tree. The scary thing about the roots was not just the whipping, but the winding. Once you were entangled, it was very difficult to escape. Although he retreated, his soul continued to lock onto them. Corpse explosion continued to be activated. The bodies of the boss thunder trees kept exploding to the point where their branches were broken and scattered, but they still rushed towards Lin Mohan at an extremely fast speed. The number of boss thunder trees was too large. In an instant, there were more than 20 monsters, surrounding Lin Mohan from all directions. They were tall and large, with bodies tens of meters high. Plus the roots, the coverage area could reach more than 1,000 meters, leaving Lin Mohan no place to hide. A flame flashed in Lin Mohan's hand, and a drop of solidified fire god's blood essence exploded. The boss thunder trees all screamed tragically, their bodies suddenly bursting into hot flames. They were all level 80 bosses. How could they withstand a blow from the fire god? They were almost killed instantly. A series of reminders sounded, and Lin Mohan's experience increased like a rocket. He had just leveled up, and now his experience had reached 25. Lin Mohan realized that the experience from the thunder tree swarm was much greater than he had expected. There were many bosses. If he cleaned them all up, he could not only reach level 74, but very likely level 75, or even higher. The thunderstorm struck down once again. Finally, the undead army was defeated in the thunderstorm. The Skeleton King was shattered, and the Headless Horsemen were also swallowed by the Sea of Lightning. The undead army was devastated in the Sea of Lightning. Under the influence of the talent, the undead army collapsed one after another. Live together, die together. Only in some special situations would such an accident happen, for example, being attacked by a powerful individual. In an instant, that slaughter had rendered the talent ineffective. However, as the level of the undead increased, this situation became less and less common. Less than half a second after the undead army collapsed, a brand new undead army appeared. 3 skeleton thrones appeared in the sky once again. 3 skeleton kings, and the Headless Horsemen attacked the thunder tree swarm again. To kill Lin Mohan, the undead army must be destroyed first. To completely destroy the undead army, they must be destroyed 5 times within a minute. Otherwise, every minute, The talent would be reset, the undead army would be reborn, all the cooldowns of the undead army skills would disappear, and the undead army would only have 4 chances to be reborn. The thunderstorm was powerful, but it would take several minutes to destroy the undead army. Lin Mohan was not worried at all that the undead army would be in danger. Moreover, during the battle, the thunder tree swarm became smaller and smaller, while the undead army became stronger and stronger. The Skeleton King swung its huge white bone greatsword and used its swinging skill to kill many thunder trees. Lin Mohan killed his way to the depths of the mountain range. The corpse explosion swept a path, and no tree could stop him. In the sky, the eye of the undead appeared again, and a large amount of immortal flames burnt. The eye of the undead stared at the mountain range. Wherever its gaze went, the thunder trees died one by one, their souls erased. The battle had been going on for less than half an hour, and more than 300,000 thunder trees had been killed or injured. Lin Mohan's experience soared continuously, already exceeding 50. If he continued to kill, he would level up very quickly. As one of the 2 great hegemons in the Wind Thunderland, the thunder tree had never thought it would be slaughtered like this. Just like the wind flower with its blood god plate, it had never thought it would be killed. After all, in this Wind Thunderland, who could display god-level combat power, use a trace of the power of the law, who could be its enemy? Unfortunately, they all ran into Lin Mohan, and it was even more miserable than the wind flower because Lin Mohan was immune to electricity. The thunder tree's strongest attack was useless against him. Lin Mohan was like in an uninhabited place, fighting alone in the depths. No matter how the thunder tree attacked, it had no effect on Lin Mohan. The battle grew larger and larger, and more thunder trees died. The mountain range was beaten into a barren land. The thunder tree king let out a roar from its soul. It was finally awakened. The sky, shattering thunder, countless electric snakes flew into the sky, the sound echoing in the soul. All the thunder trees emitted a soul resonance with their king. Suddenly, Lin Mohan's eyes contracted. A bolt of lightning like a sharp arrow shot towards him. He was not an ordinary bolt of lightning. The naked eye could not see this bolt of lightning, only the soul could feel it. Soul attack. As soon as he thought of it, the lightning had appeared in his soul world, like a sharp arrow piercing into his soul. This was the first time Lin Mohan had encountered someone else's soul attack, so for a moment, he could not think of any way to defend himself. He had always been the one who used soul attacks to attack others, but now his own shoes were wet. Was he being hit back? The meaning of the sentence is that this time, Lin Mohan was being dealt with by someone else using his own move, and he could do nothing about it. The only solution was to fight fire with fire. The dragon soul crystal, which was originally used to occupy the soul, suddenly let out a dragon roar, then rushed towards the soul attack, and devoured it in one gulp, then returned as if nothing had happened, still occupying Lin Mohan's soul. The soul attack just now was like a bubble. It was as if it had never appeared. Why did the dragon soul crystal have the effect of protecting the soul? Lin Mohan was extremely surprised and then overjoyed. With the dragon soul crystal, his soul would be safe, so he could run wild even more freely. It seemed that the Thunder Tree King had realized that its attack was ineffective, so its soul became more vicous. In his soul, Lin Mohan could feel its anger. With a sound, a large number of monsters in the mountain range flew up and rushed towards Lin Mohan. As the Thunder Tree King, it could not only command the thunder trees but also affect the monsters in the mountain range. Lin Mohan quickly locked onto these monsters and continuously used corpse explosion. The eye of the undead also swept its gaze over these monsters. The monsters had just taken off and had not yet gotten close to Lin Mohan when they immediately fell down, dying an unexpected death. Some black shadows rushed up from the ground at an astonishing speed. Lin Mohan immediately flew backward, narrowly dodging them. The black shadows brushed past Lin Mohan, made a circle in the air, and then rushed over again. Only then did Lin Mohan see clearly that the black shadows were the roots of the Thunder Tree, but this time they were the roots of the Thunder Tree King. Lin Mohan's position was at least a few hundred kilometers away from the Thunder Tree King. In his eyes, the Thunder Tree King was just a small, insignificant black dot. Yet the roots of the Thunder Tree King could still catch him. So the roots of the Thunder Tree King were that long. Lin Mohan was really surprised by the attack from hundreds of kilometers away. Lin Mohan flew around in the sky, and the black shadows appeared again. Then more black shadows rushed out of the ground. I don't know how many years the Thunder Tree King has existed. It is more than 1,000 meters tall, with lush roots and leaves, so lush that it is hard to imagine. At this moment, many roots came up, like dragons and snakes, rushing towards Lin Mohan from all directions. Each root was more than 10 meters in diameter. In front of them, Lin Mohan was like a tiny child. Lin Mohan quickly dodged. Although there were many roots, Lin Mohan's speed was also very fast, and his range of activity was getting wider and wider. The roots of the Thunder Tree King were like using a cannon to shoot a fly. They couldn't do anything to Lin Mohan. However, this also made it impossible for Lin Mohan to attack the thunder trees. Suddenly all the roots retracted. Lin Mohan was stunned, feeling that something was wrong. A second later, the roots rose from the ground again. changing their target to the undead army. Lin Mohan witnessed the roots wrapping around the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King's body shimmered, activating its absolute defense skill. The white bone greatsword severed the roots, but the roots of the Thunder Tree King were frustratingly tough, requiring several slashes to cut through. Before that root was severed, several others wrapped around it. Finally, the Skeleton King was completely entangled and unable to move. The Headless Horsemen were not much better off. They were also entangled by the roots everywhere. Lin Mohan received a message from the Skeleton King that they were entangled by the roots and could not move. When the absolute defense skill ended, they would surely die. They had to get rid of all the roots. Lin Mohan soared into the air and rushed towards the Thunder Tree King. The Eye of the Undead flew a step ahead, staring at the Thunder Tree King from a distance. Boom. Lin Mohan seemed to hear a loud sound, a tragic cry from the soul. The Eye of the Undead had caused considerable damage to the Thunder Tree King. Because of this, Lin Mohan felt the powerful soul of the Thunder Tree King. The soul of the Thunder Tree King had merged with all the thunder trees in this mountain range. It was definitely not inferior to any low-level god, and it might even be on par with a mid-level god. The Eye of the Undead could cause some damage to it, but it was not enough to kill it. Lin Mohan did not count on the Eye of the Undead to kill it. It was enough to make it feel pain, which was considered a taste of its own medicine. Lin Mohan flew hundreds of kilometers at the fastest speed, through the Sea of Thunder, and around the Thunder Tree King. Only when he got really close did he realize how huge and terrifying the Thunder Tree King was. It was on the highest peak of the Thunder Mountain range. From a distance, it looked like a mountain peak. When he got closer, he realized that the mountain peak was the Thunder Tree King. It was not rooted in the highest mountain peak. It was the highest mountain peak. Lin Mohan had completely underestimated it before. It was connected to the mountain range, and was not just over 1,000 meters high. Its roots were thick and huge, and its branches and leaves were intertwined and difficult to untangle, forming a piece that spread far into the distance. All the thunder trees were its descendants. In front of Lin Mohan were 18 world-class boss thunder trees, each several hundred meters tall. They did not move, nor did they attack the approaching Lin Mohan. Their breaths were connected to the Thunder Tree King, their souls connected, deploying a thunder barrier, firmly protecting themselves and the Thunder Tree King. Lin Mohan felt the abundant vitality on the ground of the mountain range. The vitality of plant-type monsters was all very surprising, and the vitality of the Thunder Tree King was even more surprising. In the mountain range, hundreds of thousands of thunder trees were providing endless vitality to the Thunder Tree King, surging continuously. No wonder it grew so big. If it weren't for the restrictions of the laws of the Wind Thunderland, it would have probably become a god long ago. To kill it, if you didn't use extremely powerful strength to cut off its chance of survival and erase its soul, you would have to destroy all the thunder trees to kill it. Lin Mohan knew that it would be very difficult to kill the Thunder Tree King, but since he had come this far, he wanted to try it anyway. Suddenly the summoning space trembled slightly, and the undead army was reborn in the summoning space. When the roots of the Thunder Tree King attacked, the undead army had died for the second time. But 3 minutes had passed since the last death, so it had no effect. The undead army appeared once again, and the skeleton throne appeared in the sky. This time, the skeleton throne had only one king. The Skeleton King, formed from 100,000 skeletons, stood up from the throne with a huge aura. The back of his hand lit up, and he activated the strengthened soldier skill. In an instant, the Skeleton King broke through to the god level. Lin Mohan thought for a moment. The Skeleton King, carrying an extremely strong killing intent, rushed straight down. The strengthened soldier skill was still one of Lin Mohan's main killing moves. Its existence could break limits and break rules. It was clear that the Skeleton King was unable to reach the god level because it was restricted by its own level. Even if 800,000 or 100,000 skeletons were used to summon the Skeleton King, their attributes would only be a few 100,000 higher. And the more skeletons there were, the smaller the increase, approaching the god level but unable to reach the threshold of the god level. The inexplicable aura had restricted the Skeleton King, but the strengthened soldier skill had ignored the aura, allowing the Skeleton King to directly reach the god level. Not just level 90, but at least level 92. The level 92 Skeleton King also received the skill bonus of the strengthened soldier skill, just like the Headless Horseman, and charged forward to kill, with an extremely powerful momentum. Lin Mohan's eyes flashed. He thought for a moment. It was a pity that the Skeleton King, even when summoned by 100,000 skeletons, was still restricted. If it weren't for the strengthened soldier skill breaking the restriction, it still wouldn't be able to reach the god level. My rank has become a shackle. The thought of becoming stronger arose in Lin Mohan's heart again. He looked towards the body of the Thunder Tree King with strong killing intent. After it had killed the undead army, countless roots had shrunk back and returned, causing the mountain range to shake violently. Then rocks and soil shot into the sky like a fountain, and the roots also rose up. The number of roots was so large that it was frustrating. It was impossible to count them all. The The Skeleton King locked onto the roots. God, flaying slash skill. Sword light exploded, and countless roots were severed. Then came the second skill, Elemental Chaos. The entire area in the sky exploded. The sound of the explosion was deafening, the light was dazzling, and countless thunder trees died within the explosion range. The Skeleton King had reached the god level, so its combat power was extremely terrifying. It slashed at the thunder barrier, and this one slash created a huge hole in front for it to enter. The Headless Horseman charged into the surrounding thunder tree swarm. They did not have the combat power of the Skeleton King, and could not deal with the boss. However, dealing with ordinary thunder trees was not a problem, especially with the support of the strengthened soldier skill. The efficiency of destroying ordinary thunder trees was astonishing. Lin Mohan's eyes fell on the 18 world bosses on the Thunder Tree King's body. To kill the Thunder Tree King, one must not only kill all the thunder trees, but also deal with those 18 world bosses. Each boss was around level 85. If it were before, Lin Mohan would only dare to touch one boss. If he touched two bosses at the same time, he would have had to retreat. But now, Lin Mohan didn't even put them in his eyes. There were many ways to kill them. It was true that times had changed. At Lin Mohan's will, after the Skeleton King broke through the barrier, it did not need to go and trouble the Thunder Tree King. Instead, it went to kill the 18 world-class bosses that were protecting the Thunder Tree King. With the Skeleton King's current combat power, it would not be difficult to kill them. Before the Skeleton King could get close, the Thunder Tree King emitted an extremely sharp soul sound. A large amount of broken rock was thrown up, and thick roots whipped straight at the Skeleton King, colliding with the white bone greatsword. The power of the root was surprisingly great, and it was actually able to send the god-level Skeleton King flying, smashing it hard against the thunder barrier. Countless roots broke through the ground and rose up, blocking the Skeleton King's path. The Thunder Tree King kept emitting the thunder soul sound, and the sound became heavier and heavier. The entire body of the Thunder Tree King was covered in lightning, and the roots were also quickly covered in lightning. All the roots became lightning whips. The Skeleton King charged forward again, fighting fiercely with the lightning whips. After observing, Lin Mohan found that the closer to the Thunder Tree King, the stronger the roots would be. Although the Thunder Tree King had not yet reached the god level, he didn't know what method it used to make itself possess god level power. Lin Mohan continuously analyzed, feeling that something was not right. It was extremely difficult to break the restriction of the aura. Using ordinary methods was completely useless. If it weren't for the primordial rune, even he would have no way to let the Skeleton King break through to the god level. Although the Thunder Tree King itself did not break through to the god level, it had made its own attack power and defense power reach the god level. Moreover, it was not just an ordinary god level, it was strong enough to fight on par with the level 92 Skeleton King. Thinking of the blood god plate that the Windflower leader possessed, Lin Mohan suspected that the Thunder Tree King also had something similar. Or perhaps it had accumulated strength over thousands of years, which led to this. Or perhaps the power of the entire Thunder Tree mountain range had converged, causing its power to break through to the god level. In short, there was definitely something strange about the Thunder Tree King. Lin Mohan's heart trembled slightly. The eye of the undead flew into the distance and began to destroy the ordinary thunder trees. The more thunder trees he killed, the weaker the Thunder Tree King would become. And Lin Mohan could also gain a lot of experience. Lin Mohan did not forget his original purpose of grinding monsters to level up. He dripped a drop of solidified fire god's blood essence, and his soul passed through the thunder barrier, and locked onto the 18 boss thunder trees. The skill was activated. The Thunder Tree King seemed to sense the danger and let out a very shrill roar. Lightning shot out from the bodies of the 18 boss thunder trees, forming a defensive layer, but it was useless. No matter how strong a world boss was, it could not block an attack equivalent to the attack of the fire god. Although he could not destroy them instantly, Lin Mohan could still continue to attack a second time, a third time. After activating the skill, the fire god's blood essence shattered. Lin Mohan immediately flew backward. Some huge roots swung out to block Lin Mohan, but he dodged them all. Lin Mohan's soul power had enveloped this entire space, and he knew every movement around him like the back of his hand. The battle seemed fierce, but it was actually all under his control. Flames shot into the sky, and all 18 world bosses were engulfed in flames within the thunder barrier. Lin Mohan heard their pained groans. The groans sounded like a plea for help, begging their king to save them. The Thunder Tree King used a large number of roots to roll them up, and the huge power that swept through immediately extinguished the flames. The 18 world bosses had been burned to a half-dead state, their life breath extremely weak. The Thunder Tree King rolled them to its side and frantically poured life force into them, causing them to recover quickly. At the same time, the Thunder Tree King continued to control the roots to fight with the Skeleton King and attack Lin Mohan, not letting him make a move. The Thunder Tree King's combat power was strong, but it had to save the trees and kill people at the same time. It was so busy that it was overwhelmed, but it also had its limits and could not fight with the Headless Horseman at the same time. Lin Mohan quickly flew over and saw the Thunder Tree King gathering all its subordinates in one place, and healing them. It's good that they're gathered together. A drop of green blood essence appeared in his hand. It was the blood essence of the god of extreme poison. This was already Lin Mohan's third killing move. This chapter, except when dealing with the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor, was a bit difficult, but at any other time, everything went smoothly. Although the Thunder Tree King had obtained god-level combat power, it had not really broken through to the god level after all. Lin Mohan believed that it could not resist this move. The Thunder Tree King sensed the danger again, its whole body trembling, its soul sound extremely shrill. The blood essence of the god of extreme poison was detonated, and a green poisonous gas exploded on the body of the Thunder Tree King. The range of the green poisonous gas was only a few tens of meters, which was nothing compared to the huge size of the Thunder Tree King. Even so, the Thunder Tree King let out a tragic scream, its whole body trembling non-stop. The extreme poison would seep into its body, spread throughout its body, and cause the whole thing to rot. The part of the body where the extreme poison erupted quickly rotted. The whole body of the Thunder Tree King emitted lightning, and a large amount of life breath poured in from all directions, and entered its body. It wanted to borrow the life force of all the thunder trees in the mountain range to resist the extreme poison. It's useless. Lin Mohan knew that there was a trace of law in the blood essence of the god of extreme poison. Only law can resist law. No matter how much life force there was, it could only last for a while. The spread of the extreme poison made the Thunder Tree King more and more miserable. It could only delay time, not stop it. Its power was weakening, and its life was really threatened. Suddenly, its soul sound changed from a scream to a cry for help. Lin Mohan sensed its state and felt strange. It was crying for help. The Thunder Tree King was already an undisputed king of the Thunder Mountain Range, so who could it ask for help? Could there be something stronger in the Thunder Mountain Range? Lin Mohan's soul power had covered this entire space, and he did not sense the presence of any powerful entity. And in the lower space, the strongest was only up to level 89, unless there was a power similar to Inter's. However, the next second, his expression suddenly changed. A huge aura erupted from under the Thunder Mountain Range, and an extremely terrifying existence had awakened. Danger, danger, danger. His soul kept warning him. The terrifying aura that was erupting had gone from just awakening to reaching the god level in less than half a second. Half a second later, the aura had broken through to the god level. But this was not the end. Level 91. Level 92 were still rising. Lin Mohan was extremely surprised. There was actually such a powerful existence hiding. The aura was both powerful and ancient, as if it had accumulated over countless years. The mountain range shook, and a green light shot out from under the ground, exploding in the air, and then turning into lightning that fell on the Thunder Tree King. The extreme poison quickly dissipated, and the trace of law inside also disappeared because of it. The Thunder Tree King emitted a happy emotion through its soul sound. It had been saved. Lin Mohan's expression changed. To be able to make the law disappear, it was clear that the opponent had also approached the existence of the law, and from the opponent's aura, it could also be guessed that although he had not reached level 96, he was at the peak of level 95 and could touch the law. How could there be such an existence in the lower space? It was too unreasonable. In the sky, thunder and lightning rumbled, quickly forming a sea of lightning that swept across the entire mountain range. The lightning struck very densely. The ground shook, and the Thunder Mountain Range shook continuously. A bolt of lightning just happened to strike a headless horseman. The headless horseman silently turned to ashes and immediately returned to the summoning space. Why did the voice gasp? Silently, without a sound, and the other headless horsemen were not affected at all. This showed that the attack power of the lightning had far exceeded the limit of what the headless horseman could withstand, so it could kill them instantly. Lin Mohan felt very worried in his heart. He wanted to leave, but was also curious. He wanted to see what kind of existence it really was. Lin Mohan relied on his immunity to lightning. So after considering it, he still decided to stay and watch. He had activated the mark of the Ancient God City and could return to the Ancient God City at any time. The Dragon Scale of Inter's was also ready. If not, he could still return to Inter's territory. As long as the space here was not sealed, Lin Mohan felt that his safety was not a problem. If this boss had been in deep slumber here for so long, there must be limitations preventing it from acting recklessly. The mountain range moved, not trembled, but the entire range began to shift. A mountain range over 1,000 miles long suddenly rose to a new height, as if a giant below had lifted it. Then, Lin Mohan saw a colossal leg. His expression was difficult to describe. He was utterly astonished, even more so than when he first met Inter's. This leg had 6 toes, and the sole of its foot alone was tens of kilometers wide. Including the toes, it spanned over 100 kilometers. Lin Mohan watched as it crushed a mountain. A flash of lightning sparked from its leg, followed by a bolt from the sky that struck him with perfect accuracy. Lin Mohan felt his entire body go numb, as immense power surged into him. His undead legion completely collapsed. He was horrified, shocked that he had been injured by elemental lightning. If he hadn't been injured, his undead legion would never have collapsed. But he was supposed to be immune to elemental lightning, so why did this happen? Could it be the power of laws? Lin Mohan was startled, thinking of the only possibility. It was still elemental lightning, but infused with a trace of a law. Another bolt of lightning struck, too fast for him to dodge. His body went numb again, and the undead legion in his summoning space crumbled once more. At that moment, Lin Mohan saw the giant leg moving toward him. Before it even got close, a powerful gust of wind pushed him back repeatedly. The space where the leg passed tore open with dark cracks. Without hesitation, Lin Mohan activated the mark of the Shangxia ancient city, and instantly vanished. The leg slammed into empty space, and thunderous booms echoed across the hills. A pair of eyes, flashing with lightning, appeared beneath the mountain range. After a moment, the eyes closed, the mountains lowered, and the massive claw retracted back into the earth. The sea of lightning in the sky sank underground, while bolts on the ground continued to strike. A large area of lightning-infused trees, a mix of withered and thriving, appeared. The trees that had been killed earlier had already withered and turned to dust, leaving no trace. Then, new saplings sprouted, radiating vibrant light. The lightning contained both destructive power and intense vitality. The king of lightning tree swayed, the wounds on its trunk already healed. Its massive roots spread throughout the mountain range, tilling the soil before burrowing back in. Soon, the Thunder Mountain range would return to its former state. In the Shangxia ancient city, Lin Mohan appeared silently in the square, attracting no attention. The sounds of conversation and footsteps filled his ears. Feeling the familiar presence of the human race, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was unbelievable that such a being existed in the lower level space, capable of tearing space itself. Its power was terrifyingly close to level 96. With such mastery over lightning, it was likely not much weaker than the thunder god of old. What was its identity? It seemed the lightning trees were merely its servants or subordinates. How curious, Lin Mohan mused, even more puzzled as to why its lightning could bypass his immunity. Was it really because of the laws? Lin Mohan realized that the higher his level, the more bizarre things he encountered, constantly facing situations beyond his imagination. He decided not to dwell on it. It would be better to ask in terrors when he had the chance. Speculating on his own would only lead to guesses, not answers. Shangxia ancient city was as bustling as ever, with people coming and going. It had to be said that only the human race could possess an ancient city in this lower level space. Legend had it that a super god-level powerhouse had altered the laws of this land to allow for the city's construction. Lin Mohan knew this wasn't true. The Shangxia ancient city had fallen from the sky, and its very existence had changed the laws of the land. There was no super god-level powerhouse involved. The origin of the city was a mystery, but Lin Mohan knew it was extraordinary, at least not a product of the current era, and was closely tied to the human race. When the city first fell, both the demons and the dragon clan had come, but none could enter. It was only when a Shangxia human succeeded that the city was named Shangxia Ancient City. As for its true origin, he didn't know. Perhaps one day, the truth would be revealed. Lin Mohan didn't linger. He left the city and went to the cliffs outside, where several teleportation arrays were located, leading to the Savage Lands. One of them belonged to the GLN Guild. Having registered his name, he had the right to use it. He planned to go to the Savage Lands first, then head northwest to the Fallen Star Land. His plan to level up this time had failed, and he had no choice but to accept it. His experience was at about AE of level 73, just short of level 74. If he could find a suitable group of monsters along the way, he might be able to level up before reaching the Fallen Star Land. He activated the teleportation array. After a few dozen seconds of travel across the Azure Dragon Sea, he arrived in the Savage Lands. He had considered visiting the Azure Dragon Sea to see what lay beneath the ice of the Verdant Plains, but he gave up on the idea. He had no experience with underwater exploration and had more pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps he would explore it later. In the Savage Lands, Lin Mohan saw the GLN Guild's encampment but didn't sense GLN Lion's presence. Knowing he wasn't there, Lin Mohan didn't bother to greet anyone. GLN Lion had mentioned he might return to the human world, and it seemed he had. Lin Mohan summoned his wings of the lightning undead and flew rapidly northwest. The first area he entered was the Verdant Plains. The sword grass of the plains was just as he remembered. Returning to this familiar place, he noticed something different. He could feel a faint trace of a law on the plains. Though minuscule, it was undeniably present, forming a vast net that covered every corner. It was this law that gave the sword grass its damage-reflecting ability. Laws again, he thought. So many inexplicable things were related to laws. Lin Mohan found it strange that whenever he encountered something he couldn't understand, the power of laws seemed to be involved. A clear law meant a connection to at least a level 95 powerhouse, or even level 96 and above. Only they were qualified to touch and manipulate laws. He was not yet qualified to investigate. If the gap between ordinary professionals and God-level professionals was a massive chasm, then the ability to manipulate laws was the second one. Each threshold was a world apart. Once crossed, an entirely new world opened up. As he flew, Lin Mohan reflected on himself. Strictly speaking, I still haven't crossed the first threshold. I can't be blinded by my own combat power. Everything depends on myself. Only when I am truly strong am I strong. Everything else is an illusion. It is difficult not to rely on external objects, but I must do it. He clenched his fists, his resolve firm. To do anything, one needed a powerful fist to be qualified. On the verdant plains, monsters blended into the ground, making them difficult to spot with the naked eye. But with his soul power, everything became clear. Lin Mohan could perceive their presence, location, and shape far better than with his eyes. This was because his soul power was strong enough to be released externally, a sign that his soul had reached the God level. At first, he wasn't used to it, but now he frequently used it in place of his eyes. No wonder it was said that hiding from a God-level powerhouse was useless. The breath of life was too obvious. Unless one was an assassin who had reached at least the half-God level and could completely conceal their life force. Lin Moyan's mind was as clear as a mirror, his analysis sharp. He was already skilled at analysis, and now with his powerful soul and abundant mental energy, his analytical abilities had improved. He could deduce many situations from a single small detail. He flew across the verdant plains at top speed and entered the territory of the toxic dragons. After such a long time, he wondered if a new toxic dragon had appeared. According to the rules of the eternal battlefield, after a world-class boss is killed, it respawns randomly between 3 months and a year, making it difficult to predict. He saw many toxic snakes on the ground. He had killed so many before, but now they had reappeared, though they were scattered. Previously, the corpse of the poison god had acted as a lure, gathering them in one place. Now that they were dispersed, killing them was not as efficient. Lin Mohan didn't stop and didn't encounter a toxic dragon. He figured he probably wouldn't. The territory was vast, hundreds of kilometers in area, so it was normal not to run into it. His route was identical to his first journey through the savage lands. After the toxic dragon's territory was the territory of the giant leaf mother tree. He remembered being pursued by it before. He had fought back, and though he hadn't killed it, he had scared it into retreating. Now, returning to the old place, a hint of killing intent rose in his eyes. The ground was covered with dense giant leaf dwarf trees, countless in number. Under his soul perception, they were all sources of significant life force. Though only slightly above level 70, they offered a good amount of experience. And then there was the giant leaf mother tree itself. Lin Mohan felt that if he could clear this area, he could gain at least 10 experience. Time to settle old scores. Just as he was about to act, his soul sensed a fluctuation of energy. The aura of battle came from a distance. One familiar aura belonged to the giant leaf mother tree, and the other to a human professional. He immediately flew over and saw a group of professionals besieging the tree. They were all above level 80. About 30 of them, well-equipped and powerful. Lin Mohan watched for a moment and shook his head. Their combat power was indeed decent, but they were still a notch below the giant leaf mother tree. If this group were to fight another level 86 boss, they might have a chance, but against the giant leaf mother tree, it was a different story. The word difficult predetermined their outcome. After all, the giant leaf mother tree was a plant-type boss. Lin Mohan knew plant-type bosses all too well. Their life force was much stronger than other bosses of the same level, and their recovery abilities were terrifying. A monster like this could flee if it couldn't win. And within its territory, all the giant leaf dwarf trees could supply it with life force, making its recovery speed frightening. Typically, you either needed overwhelming power to crush it instantly, giving it no chance, or you had to clear out a large number of the dwarf trees first. Another option was to have a special skill that could restrain it. This team met none of those conditions. They couldn't win this battle. Lin Mohan just watched, not intervening. Stealing someone else's monster was rude. He wouldn't act unless they asked for help. This team was composed of Shangjia people just like him. If they were professionals from another country, it might be a different story. He wouldn't foolishly talk about the righteousness of the human race. In his eyes, human race was limited to the people of Shangjia. A phrase from his previous life stuck with him even after crossing over. Those who are not of my race will surely have different hearts. My race referred to the people of Shangjia, not those with blonde hair and blue eyes. He never thought of himself as narrow-minded, nor as a saint. He just did what he thought was right. After watching for a while, the battle was nearing its end. The group was growing tired, realizing the task was impossible. One of them shouted to Lin Mohan, "Little brother, get out of here quickly. We're about to retreat. We can't beat this boss." Even as they were leaving, they warned him, which showed they had some sense of camaraderie. Lin Mohan replied, "You go first. I want to kill it." The group was stunned, all looking at him with expressions that clearly said, "Are you insane? Lil brother, don't joke around. This is a world-class boss, not some ordinary monster. You can't kill it alone. So many of us couldn't do it. What makes you think a level 73 kid can?" Lin Mohan smiled. "Just step back and watch me." A cold wind blew and the sky instantly darkened. The throne of bones appeared in the air, with the Skeleton King seated upon it. Lin Mohan had unhesitatingly fused 100,000 skeletons to form the Skeleton King, which was now close to the god level. Along the way, he had been continuously summoning his undead legion, quickly replenishing its numbers. Now the total number of skeletons had reached 119,250, and the headless knights numbered 39,750, nearly 40,000. The total size of his undead legion was 159,000. When the entire legion was summoned, it was an incredibly terrifying army. It could not only face an army of the same level but could even triumph against a level E army. Furthermore, the undead legion possessed the undying skill, making both their combat and survival capabilities top tier. One man against a nation, and Mohan was fully capable of it. If he wanted to destroy some small forces or empires, it wouldn't be difficult. What Bai Yuan had once achieved, Lin Mohan could now do with ease. The moment they saw the Skeleton King, all the professionals were dumbfounded. Is that a summon? How can there be such a terrifying summon? The Skeleton King moved slowly, then swung its sword down. The giant leaf mother tree shrieked as it was sliced in half. As its parts fell, the Skeleton King clenched its fists. Amidst the screams, the giant leaf mother tree exploded. Not only it, but a large number of the giant leaf dwarf trees around it also exploded. These two skills completely crippled the giant leaf mother tree. After exploding, it turned and fled, just as it had the first time it saw Lin Mohan, running for its life. "You're not getting away." A thought flickered in Lin Moyan's mind, and the eye of the undead appeared in the sky. The undying world ignited with raging flames, as the eye gazed upon the giant leaf mother tree. The tree's entire body lit up, and it fell with a tragic scream, its soul severely wounded. Lin Mohan locked onto its soul and simultaneously detonated the remaining dwarf trees. Amidst the explosions, the giant leaf mother tree was hit again. Blasted repeatedly, the Skeleton King also charged forward, slashing down with its sword. In less than 5 seconds, the seemingly mighty giant leaf mother tree was killed on the spot. "You have killed the giant leaf mother tree. It's brilliant. You have obtained the giant leaf knight sword. You have obtained the giant leaf bat leaks. You have obtained the giant leaf heart. Giant leaf knight sword, quasi-legendary weapon. Giant leaf bat leaks, quasi-legendary weapon. Giant leaf heart, quasi-legendary material, can be used to craft legendary equipment." Without another word, Lin Mohan had the Skeleton King disappear and summoned his entire undead legion to slaughter the giant leaf dwarf trees. The group of professionals was utterly shocked, their mouths agape, speechless. "Senior, how did you do that? Senior, are you a god-level powerhouse who has returned from the deep space?" Amidst their questions, Lin Mohan waved his hand. "You haven't been back to the human world in a long time, have you?" The group nodded, saying it had been many years. Lin Mohan smiled. "You'll know when you get a chance to go back." The territory of the giant leaf mother tree was completely wiped out. As Lin Mohan had predicted, his experience increased by about 12. For others, gaining 12 experience might take 2 or 3 months of non-stop grinding, but for him, it took less than half an hour. The dwarf trees were all killed, and the ground was littered with broken branches and leaves, which would soon decompose and be consumed by the eternal land, leaving it barren. However, it wouldn't be long before new giant leaf dwarf trees grew. For thousands of years, the eternal battlefield had its clearly divided territories. Even if this place was devoid of the dwarf trees, nearby monsters like the toxic snakes wouldn't invade. In a few months, this place would be teeming with them again and the giant leaf mother tree would reappear. The world boss would be born once more. This was how not just the eternal battlefield, but many places in the world operated, day after day, following the rules. After passing through the territory of the giant leaf mother tree, Lin Mohan had crossed almost the entire savage land, reaching its border. Opposite it was the fallen star land. The savage lands were vast and oval-shaped. It took Lin Mohan nearly 2 days to cross, engaging in several battles. Besides the giant leaf mother tree, he killed a few other world bosses and cleared their territories. Twice, he found areas with concentrated monsters suitable for farming experience. The other times, world bosses actively sought him out, only to be killed by him. At the border of the land, he could see the sea. In the vast sea, there were countless specks of light, like starlight reflected on the surface, making it shimmer. The sea was called the Starlight Sea. The closer he got to the fallen star land, the more specks of light appeared. The light from the sea reflected into the sky and back down, creating a magnificent spectacle. Combined with the white light emanating from Lin Moyan's body, it was a beautiful and harmonious scene. Lin Moyan found a flat spot facing the Starlight Sea and sat down slowly. A group of skeletons appeared around him, forming a defensive network. The waves crashed against the cliffs, creating a soothing sound. His mind sank completely into his soul. Upon reaching level 74, his soul trembled. Lin Mohan was delighted to know his soul was now complete enough to accommodate another skill core. He had already experienced how powerful it was to integrate a skill core into his soul. Even with a low fusion rate, it could qualitatively change a skill. Without hesitation, he began the grand undertaking. His soul power surged. Following familiar paths, he found the skill space and saw the shimmering skill cores. The cores were like stars, some large, some small, some bright, some dim. Each represented a skill. Before he officially moved one, even he didn't know which core represented which skill. Only when his soul power completely enveloped and permeated it would he know his choice. By then, it would be too late to change. It felt like a game of chance, but it didn't matter to him. His goal was to transfer all the skills over, leaving none behind. His path was different from others, much harder, but once traversed, much stronger. Lin Mohan chose the brightest skill core. His soul power enveloped it like a giant hand. With 2 previous experiences, he was adept at this. His soul power completely wrapped the core, and began to seep in. His soul force, like fine needles, penetrated every nook and cranny, fully entering the skill core, and then began the long journey of transportation. A piece of information appeared in his mind. He knew which skill he had chosen, Summon Skeleton King. He had come to rely on this skill as his primary one. It was as if the existence of the skeletons in his undead legion was solely to serve the summoning of the Skeleton King. Even the legion itself felt less practical. The Skeleton King was just too strong and useful. Randomly choosing the skill filled him with anticipation, wondering how it would transform. His soul, like a clamp, grabbed the skill core and began pulling it from the skill space toward his soul's world. Simultaneously, his soul power was constantly fusing with the core. He felt that the transportation was more strenuous than before. The binding force of the skill space on the core was stronger than the last 2 times. A moment's thought made it clear. If the total binding force of the skill space was constant, and he had 10 skill cores, each would bear 10 of the force. But with 2 cores already moved, the total force was still 10, but there were only 8 cores left. Thus, each of the remaining 8 cores bore 5 of the binding force. The last core would have to bear 100 of the force. This binding force had to be overcome with soul power. The more he transported, the harder it became. Lin Mohan finally understood why most god-level powerhouses only transported 2 or 3 skill cores. It truly became more difficult later on. Fortunately, his soul power was strong enough, having reached the god level, and with the help of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal and the azure mystic flame, it was always slowly increasing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be confident in transporting all the skill cores. Not to mention the 3 flames in his talent world, which he coveted even more, but he could imagine the soul power requirement for them was even higher. At present, he was far from being able to transport them. The waves crashed incessantly, as they had for countless years. Occasionally, creatures leaped from the sea, their bodies also shimmering with light. It was unclear whether the Starlight Sea made them this way, or if they made the sea so brilliant. The Starlight Sea could be called the most beautiful place in the lower level space, but beneath its beauty lay untold dangers. His soul continued to surge. Although the binding force of the space had increased significantly, Lin Mohan's soul power had grown even more. After 2 full days, the skill core was finally transported out of the skill space. Without the binding force, the transportation speed suddenly increased. Half a day later, the skill core representing Summon Skeleton King finally entered his soul. More soul power poured into the skill core. It shone brightly as the 2 began to merge. Lin Mohan was full of anticipation, wondering what the fusion rate would be. Of course, the higher, the better, but it depended on the nature of the core and his soul power. It was hard to say. As he waited, the Summon Skeleton King's skill core finally absorbed enough soul power. In a brilliant explosion, it returned the soul power, officially taking root in his soul's world. The soul power, refined and purified by the skill core, became pure. Lin Mohan felt his soul level rise again. They supported each other in a mutually beneficial relationship. He immediately checked the skill core. About a third of it had been dyed gold. Lin Mohan was overjoyed. It had exceeded his expectations. He had thought the fusion rate would be 20, but it had surpassed that. He immediately checked the skills changes. Summon Skeleton King fusion rate, 30 description, fuses the power of skeletons to summon a Skeleton King. Requires a minimum of 10,000 skeletons and can fuse a maximum of 100,000 skeletons. Summoning the Skeleton King will no longer cause the skeletons to disappear, nor will it weaken their power. After reading the skill description, Lin Mohan trembled with excitement, muttering, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is." In the skill demonstration, he had seen the Skeleton King and the skeletons coexisting. Thousands of Skeleton Kings and countless skeletons fighting together. But when he mastered the skill, he needed to fuse skeletons to summon the king, The two could not coexist. He had questioned it back then, but thought it was because he was at a low level and couldn't summon enough skeletons. Now he understood, it was because the skill core had not yet entered his soul. Now that it had, he had a similar ability. He could summon the Skeleton King and the skeletons at the same time. The Skeleton King was fused from the power of the skeletons, but did not affect them. The king and the skeletons could coexist, fighting side by side. This invisibly increased his combat power significantly. He no longer needed to decide how many skeletons to use for summoning and how many for fighting. Everything became simpler. After about 3 days, Lin Mohan slowly stood up, a joyful smile on his face. He crossed the Starlight Sea and flew toward the Fallen Star Land. The Starlight Sea was beautiful on the surface, but hid danger. Whether coming from the Northland continent in the north, or the savage lands in the south, one had to cross the Starlight Sea to reach the Fallen Star Land in the west. The danger was hidden among the myriad of starlights. Lin Mohan flew high in the sky, about 1,000 meters above the sea. After flying for a few dozen kilometers, the sea below suddenly lit up. The surface, already sparkling with starlight, now had countless points of light brightening simultaneously. Then, innumerable beams of light shot out from the sea like arrows. The speed of light was so fast that even Lin Mohan found it difficult to dodge. He could only endure it. The attack power of a single beam was not high, only around level 70. But there were too many of them. The energy converged and fused, and the attack power continuously increased. Lin Mohan's entire body was illuminated, becoming the brightest star in the night sky. 100 beams, 500 beams, 10,000 beams. He kept count, completely unfazed by the attacks. The light beams were pure light, element attacks. Lin Mohan was already immune to the light element, so he was completely unaffected. The light beams grew more numerous, and his body shone brighter, outshining the stars. The light came from a region of the Starlight Sea about 10 kilometers in radius. As he moved forward, no more beams shot out from the area behind him, while new ones constantly joined the attack from the front. Within a 10-kilometer radius, there were over 100,000 points of light, meaning over 100,000 attacks focused on one spot. The attack power was no less than that of a level 80 or 89 professional, and it was continuous. Even a level 80 or 89 professional couldn't withstand it. Normally, when professionals wanted to cross the Starlight Sea, they did so in groups of dozens or even hundreds. With many people advancing together, the attacks from the sea wouldn't increase proportionally. The pressure each person had to bear would be reduced dozens of times, allowing for safe passage. Someone like Lin Mohan, crossing the Starlight Sea alone, was absolutely unique. Relying on his light element immunity, Lin Mohan flew freely over the sea. He looked at the surface with interest, reminded of the dungeon he had entered with Mo Yun, where he obtained the wings of the God of Light. Back then, he had also endured countless light beam attacks. Now, it seemed somewhat similar to the Starlight Sea. A suspicion immediately formed in his mind. Could the Starlight Sea be related to the God of Light? He even considered entering the sea to investigate, but he temporarily suppressed the thought. First, he would go to the primordial secret realm. After finishing his business there, he would explore. He felt it would be safer to wait until he was stronger. Matters involving gods required utmost caution. There were many secrets in this world, and with his current strength, he couldn't guarantee his safety. If he encountered another existence like the one under the Thunder Mountain Range, a bit of bad luck could mean being killed with a single slap. If it was truly related to the God of Light, he believed the god wouldn't have only light element attacks. His immunity wasn't 100 reliable. What if there were laws involved? As his strength grew, Lin Mohan saw a wider world and knew he was far from strong enough. It was like someone who had lived in a village their whole life, thinking the biggest place in the world was the town, and getting to the town was the greatest achievement. But after reaching the town, they discover there are cities, provinces, and countries beyond. The world was constantly expanding, and he was becoming smaller. Only by making himself stronger could he truly stand at the pinnacle of the world. Lin Mohan's goals had become incredibly lofty. His limits were shattered after meeting in terrors and encountering the dragon god. His goal had completely changed. He no longer hoped to become a super level professional, but to surpass it, to reach the same level as in terrors, or even higher than in terrors and the dragon god. After several hours of flight, the fallen starland appeared in his sight. Coincidentally, it was the same place he had teleported to before. What a coincidence, he thought. The world is full of such coincidences. The moment he entered the fallen starland, the light attacks from the sea abruptly vanished. They disappeared so suddenly. Lin Mohan keenly sensed that he had entered a different domain, like the clearly demarcated territories of monsters and bosses, where a small boundary line separates two different areas. He speculated that if the Starlight Sea was related to the God of Light, and belonged to his territory, then the fallen starland must be related to the God of Stars. It was the territory of the God of Stars. The two gods kept to themselves, not interfering with each other's affairs. Lin Mohan looked up at the starry sky. The fallen stars came from the endless expanse above. If he wanted to find traces of the god of stars, he would have to look to the sky. If he wanted to pursue the god of light, he would have to search beneath the starlight sea. He had always been curious about what happened back then, and hoped to one day find out. He began circling the fallen star land, searching for the primordial secret realm. Last time, he had started from the center and worked his way out. This time, he started from the border and worked his way in. The result was the same. It all depended on luck. Along the way, he watched the stars fall and collected a few star stones. Although he didn't know what they were for, they contained the divine power of the god of stars, and might be useful one day. He flew around the fallen star land for 2 full days and nights. Finally, the primordial rune on the back of his hand reacted, emitting a faint light. When the rune glowed, it meant the primordial secret realm was within 100 kilometers. After a few adjustments, Lin Mohan finally determined the direction and flew toward it. 100 kilometers was only a 2-minute flight for him. Soon, he saw a point of light, the entrance to the secret realm. Someone's there. Lin Mohan hovered in the air, looking down. A human professional stood before the point of light, seemingly hesitating whether to enter. The primordial rune on the back of his hand was also glowing. He was another owner of a rune. Through his soul power, Lin Mohan estimated the man's level to be between 85 and 87. He was probably also trying to see if he could permanently keep his primordial rune skill. The man sensed Lin Mohan and looked up. Seeing another human professional, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he saw the glowing primordial runes on both of Lin Moyan's hands, 2 of them. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was rare for one person to obtain 2 primordial runes. Little brother, are you also here to enter the primordial secret realm? Because of the 2 runes, the man regarded Lin Mohan with some importance, his attitude more than just polite. Lin Mohan nodded. Yes, senior. Are you here for the same reason? The man grunted. Hiss. He then sighed. But I have no confidence at all. Lin Mohan asked, is the primordial secret realm that difficult? Very difficult. Throughout history, many have obtained the primordial rune, but those who ultimately manage to keep the skill are as rare as a phoenix feather or a pylon's horn. This information was known to Lin Mohan. He even knew it more clearly. According to the records of the human race, a total of 126 people had obtained the primordial rune, but only 3 had succeeded in keeping the skill. Of those 3, 2 became demigods, and the other reached the god level before falling. This showed that the trial inside the secret realm was undoubtedly extremely difficult. Everyone who entered and came out couldn't remember what happened inside, only leaving behind 2 words. Very difficult. The man seemed undecided. He smiled at Lin Mohan. My name is Tang Sheng. What's your name? Little brother. Lin Mohan told him the truth. This junior is Lin Mohan. Tang Sheng showed no surprise at the name, clearly not recognizing him. Lin Mohan understood. This was likely a solo cultivator on the eternal battlefield who hadn't returned to the human world's cities in years and had lost contact with the outside world, so he had no idea who he was. There were many such solo cultivators, often called SSS. Lin Mohan looked at the longsword on Tang Sheng's back. Senior, are you from the Tang family in the northwest? Tang Sheng nodded. This. How did you know? Little brother. Lin Mohan said. I have met Tang Jian fight. The characters on his scabbard are the same as yours. Tang Sheng laughed. I haven't seen that kid in a few years. After I'm done here, I should go back and see him. This confirmed Lin Moyan's suspicion that he was an ascetic. Lin Mohan asked, Senior, are you hesitating to enter the secret realm because you're afraid of losing the skill? Tang Sheng looked at him and gave a wry smile. Indeed. This skill is very important to me. If I can't keep it, the impact will be quite significant. Having cultivated alone for many years in the wilderness with no one to talk to, Tang Sheng was quite talkative now that he had found someone. After some conversation, Lin Mohan understood his worries. It wasn't just his worry. Almost everyone who obtained a primordial rune had this concern before entering the secret realm. Any professional who obtained a primordial rune could feel the help it provided. Lin Mohan himself still frequently used his strength and army skill to defeat powerful enemies. Without it, his leveling path would not have been so smooth. But eventually, everyone with a primordial rune had to face 2 choices. One was to ignore it, and use the skill until they reached the god level. After reaching the god level, the rune would naturally disappear. If they couldn't reach the god level, the skill could be kept for several decades until the next primordial rune appeared. The second choice was to enter the primordial secret realm and attempt to keep the rune permanently, so that it could be used even after becoming a god level professional. However, the difficulty was extremely high, and those who succeeded were exceedingly rare. For many, entering the secret realm at level 89 was a gamble, a fight for a slim chance. Some would enter earlier because there were other benefits inside that could help one reach the god level. Many who had entered had successfully stepped into the god level. Tang Sheng was thinking along these lines. At level 86, He wanted to take a gamble and fight for chance. Listening to him, Lin Mohan couldn't help but smile. Some things, you just have to do your best. There's no need to overthink and worry. Sometimes, overthinking becomes a burden. Senior Tang, I have some words for you. What words? Tang Sheng asked. Through their conversation, he felt that this young man called Lin Mohan was far from simple. Someone who could obtain 2 primordial runes couldn't possibly be ordinary. And at only level 74, to come here alone, added a layer of mystery to him. Tang Sheng listened attentively. Lin Mohan slowly said 8 words, gaining it is my fortune, losing it is my fate. Gaining it is my fortune, losing it is my fate. Tang Sheng repeated Lin Moyan's words, contemplating them. His body shook, and the long sword in his hand let out a clear, long cry. Tang Sheng's aura changed, he became like an unsheathed sword, sharper and sharper. Lin Moyan's few words had completely dispelled his worries, allowing him to take the lead. My sword will only become sharper. If I hesitate, my sword will rust and dull. Tang Sheng clasped his fists toward Lin Mohan with sincere gratitude. Hearing your words, little brother Lin has cleared my mind. I was indeed worrying too much. No matter the result, I will end my ascetic life, return to comprehend my skills, and prepare to break through to the god level. Lin Mohan smiled. Senior Tang, please go ahead. I will wait for you outside. Only one person can enter the primordial secret realm at a time. While someone is inside, others must wait. Now that he had found the secret realm, he didn't mind waiting a day or half a day. Tang Sheng laughed heartily. Good. With his sharp swordsman's aura, he strode into the secret realm. Lin Mohan sat cross-legged outside, waiting for Tang Sheng to emerge. It was a good opportunity to familiarize himself with his own skills. After moving the summoned skeleton king skill core into his soul, he hadn't officially used the new version yet. With a thought, all his skeletons appeared beside him. At level 74, his summoning space capacity had increased to 3,200, and his undead legion had reached its full size. The growth rate of the legion increased with his level, and the rate was accelerating. Each level up added more and more to its numbers. He now had 129,600 skeletons, nearly 130,000, filling the area for several thousand meters. With a thought, the skill core in his soul lit up. The sky suddenly turned dark, and the world became pitch black, with only the soul flames and the skeleton's skulls flickering, making the world even more grim and terrifying. The skill had changed. Lin Mohan saw that the scene created by the skill had almost transformed the surrounding heavens and earth. A silver-white flame appeared in the sky, and from it, a throne of bones emerged, even more magnificent and terrifying than before. The Skeleton King appeared on the throne, and the aura of a god level being spread out. Joy filled Lin Moyan's eyes. The skill had strengthened by more than just a little. Before, using 100,000 skeletons, he summoned a Skeleton King that was close to the god level. Now, using 100,000 skeletons, not only did the skeletons not disappear, but the Skeleton King had broken through to the god level. After integrating the skill core into his soul, it had completely broken the rules. Without needing the strength and army skill, the Skeleton King had reached the god level. This is huge, Lin Mohan thought, looking at the Skeleton King in the sky. It hadn't been boosted by a skill. It was a true god-level Skeleton King. It was over 20 meters tall, its entire body wreathed in silver-white flames. The massive white bone greatsword in its hand was also burning with these flames, complementing the dancing soul fire within its skull. Just its appearance completely surpassed the previous version. He wondered if its skills had changed. He cast an appraisal spell. Skeleton King. Skeletons fused. 100,000. Strength. 2,600,000. Agility. 2,600,000. Spirit. 2,600,000. Physique. 2,600,000. Skills. God Slaying / Elemental Rampage. Absolute Defense. God Slaying / performs a physical attack on a single or out target. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Elemental Rampage, performs an elemental attack on a single or out target. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Absolute Defense, immune to 99 of damage and all negative statuses for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Its total attributes officially broke 10 million, reaching 10.4 million, equivalent to a powerhouse who had just broken through to level 90 true god level. Its 4 attributes were balanced, with no weaknesses in any aspect. Although it had no outstanding strengths, with attributes this high, it didn't matter. As he thought, its skills had indeed changed. God Slaying / and Elemental Rampage now had a 30-second cooldown, half of what it was before. This significantly increased the Skeleton King's combat capability. Although the damage wasn't specified, Lin Mohan knew it wouldn't be weak. Absolute Defense's cooldown had also been reduced from 10 minutes to 5 minutes, greatly improving its survivability. Most importantly, with a god-level Skeleton King, his own survivability and damage output took another step up. He saw threads of light extending from the skeletons to the Skeleton King, representing that it was summoned from them. There were 29,600 skeletons left over. With a thought, he cast Summon Skeleton King again. A flame flickered in the sky, and another throne of bones appeared. This time, using 20,000 skeletons, it didn't summon a god-level king. The throne was much less exquisite, the new king was much smaller, and it had no silver or white flames. It was clearly weaker. The experiment wasn't over. Lin Mohan activated his strength and army skill, and checked the god-level Skeleton King's attributes again. They had increased, but not by 200. Each attribute reached 3 million, for a total of 12 million. This was equivalent to around level 92, but it hadn't broken through to level 93. Seeing this result, Lin Mohan was slightly disappointed. Without strength and army, the god-level Skeleton King was much stronger than before. But with the skill, the growth rate was smaller, and the difference wasn't as obvious. It seemed the influence of the rules still existed. I was too happy too soon, he thought. Still, with the skill cooldowns halved, its actual compatibility had increased significantly. Strength and army is, after all, an external object. I can't rely on it too much. Perhaps after the secret realm, I won't have it anymore. Lin Mohan looked at the 2 runes on the backs of his hands and muttered, if I can only keep one of these 2 skills, how would I choose? Although both skills were good, he didn't dare to be greedy. If he could only keep one, what would he choose? He quickly analyzed the pros and cons. After a moment, a light flashed in his eyes. He had his answer. About half a day later, the entrance to the secret realm glowed. Tang Shen walked out, a dazed look in his eyes. This was normal. Lin Mohan knew that everyone who came out of the secret realm was like this. They would forget what happened inside, only remembering a few scattered fragments. No useful information could be gleaned from these fragments. Plus, not many people were qualified to enter the secret realm in the first place. Over the years, there was almost no information about it, other than that it was very difficult. After a few seconds of confusion, a light flashed in Tang Shen's eyes, and he murmured, I'm out. Lin Mohan said, Senior Tang, how did it go? Tang Shen looked at the back of his hand, the rune was gone. He gave a wry smile. I failed. Failure was expected. Over the years, very few have succeeded. Lin Mohan saw that the daze hadn't completely vanished from his eyes, so he didn't ask about what had happened inside. He knew asking would be fruitless. If Tang Shen remembered anything, he would have said so. Tang Shen patted his head, and his sharp aura erupted again, turning him back into a sharp sword that pierced the night. Lin Mohan knew that forgetting everything inside the secret realm wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Not everyone could face their own failures. Knowing only the result would, at most, cause some disappointment. If the memory of the process of failure replayed over and over, it would not be good for future cultivation. Tang Shen's aura grew stronger, and his sword grew sharper. It had surpassed his state before entering the secret realm. Although I failed to keep the primordial rune, I gained quite a lot. I can feel that I have become stronger, and my confidence in breaking through to the god level is greater. It was indeed a worthwhile trip. Lin Mohan keenly sensed that Tang Shen's soul had strengthened. For someone aiming for the god level, strengthening the soul was paramount. One could have fewer skills, level up slower, but only a stronger soul was truly important. Lin Mohan's soul resistance had already reached the god level, so he could clearly sense Tang Shen's soul level. Before, Tang Shen was level 86, but his soul level was slightly weaker, not quite level 85. Most professionals were like this. Their soul level couldn't keep up with their character level, which made it extremely difficult for them to become god-level powerhouses. This was why there were so many pseudo-gods. Although they reached level 90, their soul resistance was lacking and they could never truly become gods. But now, after his trip to the primordial secret realm, Tang Shen's soul level had risen, reaching level 86, balancing with his character level. This increased his chances of becoming a god. He had at least a 50 chance. From the changes in Tang Shen, Lin Mohan guessed what the secret realm offered, an increase in soul level. From this, he further deduced that the trial inside must be related to the soul. This was not an unfounded guess, but a conclusion based on his experiences over the past 2 years and his current level. Lin Mohan spoke, then this junior wishes senior success in reaching the god level. Tang Shen laughed heartily. Good. You are welcome to visit the Tang family anytime. I will welcome you with open arms. He was not a man of many words. After a few more exchanges, he took out a teleportation scroll and returned to Shangxia ancient city. After years of ascetic cultivation, his first stop was the city. Who knows what his reaction would be when he learned of Lin Mohan's identity. Lin Mohan's gaze turned to the entrance of the secret realm. He took a deep breath. My turn. The scenery changed. A fragrant, elegant, and extremely pleasant scent filled his nose. It was not the scent of flowers, but better than flowers, more like the scent of grass and trees, making one's mind clear and soul agile after smelling it. Lin Mohan felt his thoughts become more active, his soul more flexible. A strange fragrance, he thought. He realized this scent was not simple. His vision cleared, and he saw a warm sun in the sky. The warm light shone down, gently illuminating his body, warm and comfortable. It felt as if all his pores had opened, and his fatigue was swept away, his body reaching its peak state. The strange fragrance and the warm sun combined to put every person who entered the secret realm in their peak condition. These 2 points alone gave him a good impression of the place. Next, he saw a scene of birds singing and flowers blooming. There were mountains in the distance and water nearby, with green grass, wildflowers, and scattered trees everywhere. The distant mountains were lush with greenery, and a small path stretched into the distance. Along the path was an ancient pavilion, and at the foot of the mountain, he could see small houses. This scene felt very familiar. The soul secret realm of the god of righteousness, Jianyai. He had seen an identical secret realm that Jianyai had constructed with his soul. No, not entirely identical. There were differences. It was similar, but not the same. There was no pavilion, no strange fragrance, no warm sun. From this, he inferred that the god of righteousness must have entered the primordial secret realm, but his memories were not completely erased, so he remembered some of the scenery. But why did he say it was a scene from his childhood hometown? For a moment, Lin Mohan couldn't figure it out. He didn't know what the trial would be. He walked along the path, and soon arrived in front of the pavilion. If his guess was correct, this pavilion was the first trial point. But until he reached it, the trial he was waiting for hadn't appeared. A vast aura washed over him, shaking his heart. The small pavilion seemed to become immense, towering into the starry sky like a giant holding the cosmos in its hands. Even incomparably powerful gods couldn't have harmed it. Yet there were mottled traces on the pavilion, as if it had gone through a brutal war. These were the marks left by a great battle. Lin Mohan was shocked for a long time before stepping into the pavilion. It had the characteristics of the Shengxia, or rather, the Shengxia had the characteristics of the pavilion, as if it were a cultural inheritance that did not belong to this era, or the previous one. The ancient history of the primordial secret realm could not be traced. In Lin Mohan's opinion, many characteristics of ancient Huaxia could be seen in this pavilion. After entering, he looked at the 4 wooden pillars but found nothing. The pavilion was empty, with no chairs or tables, which was unusual. Finally, in the center of the floor, he saw a handprint. This must be it. He pressed his hand onto it. A suction force came, and his soul power uncontrollably flowed into the handprint. The pavilion lit up, and a law silently entered his body, heading for his soul's world. This wisp of law was extremely subtle, almost undetectable. If it were any other professional, they would not have noticed. But Lin Mohan felt it clearly. He saw through his soul that this wisp of law was flying toward his soul, with no discernible good or evil intent. Lin Mohan's soul was extremely pure, and he would not let any foreign power enter. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal residing within it let out a dragon's roar and flew forward, swallowing the wisp of law in one gulp. After seemingly chewing on it for a bit, it spat it out onto Lin Mohan's soul. After this process, the law had turned into pure soul power. Lin Mohan felt his soul level seemed to rise. Because his soul level was already at the god level, the increase was not large. If it were another professional, it would have at least raised their soul level by half a level to a full level. It seemed this law was the key to the memory loss. It was responsible for erasing memories within the secret realm, and it contained soul power as a reward for those who entered. This was quite fair. Regardless of the trial's outcome, one could get a decent reward. If one passed the trial, the memories would not be erased and could be brought out. But those few who passed the trial were unwilling to speak of what happened inside, which was strange. Strengthening the soul was extremely difficult. To have such a reward was indeed good. Most people couldn't keep the primordial rune, so exchanging it for a soul level increase was a worthwhile trip. Of course, Lin Mohan was not satisfied with this. He wanted to keep the primordial runes, at least one of them. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal in his soul, perceiving the outside world, once again impressed upon him its extraordinary nature. It could defend against soul attacks and even resist laws. With it, the safety of his soul was greatly increased. Perhaps there were many other uses of the crystal that he hadn't discovered yet. After all, it was a treasure of the dragon clan, much more powerful than he imagined. Lin Mohan knew that, barring any accidents, his memories within the secret realm would not be affected, even if he failed the challenge. He withdrew his hand, and stood in the pavilion, quietly observing the strange changes. The pavilion shone brightly. Standing inside, it felt as if he could hear the roars of dragons and tigers, and the sounds of clashing weapons. The primordial secret realm was not dangerous. No one who came out had ever been harmed, so he was not worried. He was just curious. What was the secret realm, with its laws and methods, trying to hide by preventing people from knowing what happened inside? Was it something that couldn't be spoken of? Or were others not worthy of knowing? Both possibilities existed. Only by experiencing it could he know. He was now waiting for the answer to appear. The light grew brighter. Lin Mohan found that the pavilion had disappeared, and he was now in the cosmos. The cosmic river, countless worlds, appeared before his eyes. Countless powerhouses appeared in the cosmos, each terrifyingly powerful. Although they were just illusory images, and he knew he was just an observer, he could clearly feel that these powerhouses could kill him without even moving a finger. A single glance would be enough to kill him hundreds or thousands of times. His undead legion, various life-saving skills, and resurrection techniques were all useless against them. But the tens of thousands of powerhouses in the illusion were teaming up, each with a tense expression, as if waiting for something. It was only when a person appeared in the depths of the cosmos that these invincible powerhouses became nervous, their killing intent surging. A joint ambush. So many invincible powerhouses teaming up, they must be planning to ambush that person. Who was that person? So powerful that so many invincible powerhouses had to team up, and yet they were still nervous. The figure in the depths of the cosmos approached rapidly. An old man in a green robe appeared in Lin Mohan's vision. He couldn't see the old man's face clearly, but he knew it was an old man. The old man wore a green Daoist robe, his long hair flowing, riding a green ox through the cosmos. The highest good is like water. Water is good, it benefits all things and does not compete. The Tao produced one, one produced two, two produced three, and three produced all things. As Lin Mohan saw the old man, he heard the sound of chanting. The old man on the green ox seemed slow but was actually very fast, crossing the cosmos in an instant. Wherever he passed, the invincible powerhouses died silently. They either turned to dust or their spirits fell, with no one spared. Even those who tried to flee were as if stuck in a swamp, unable to escape. In an instant, thousands of invincible powerhouses perished, and the old man didn't even glance at them. A purple aura spread from the old man, boundless, dissipating into the cosmos. Where he passed, the blood of the powerhouses formed a starry road, filled with killing intent, vast and majestic. Lin Mohan was stunned, utterly stunned. Such a fantastical scene appeared before him, shaking his mind to its core. If it were anyone else, their mind might have collapsed. Lin Mohan's shock was not just from this. He heard those few sentences. This is the Tao Te Ching. Why am I hearing the Tao Te Ching? When he first got the primordial rune and saw the character Bin, recognizing it as similar to ancient Huaxia characters, he was already surprised. Now, hearing the Tao Te Ching in the primordial secret realm, he was even more convinced that this place was related to ancient Huaxia. Huaxia, Xingxia, Shenlong, the characters, the purple aura spreading through the cosmos. There was a legend in the Tao Te Ching, when Laozi left Hang who passed to the west. A purple aura spread for 3,000 miles. He rode a green ox, chanting the Tao Te Ching, and a purple aura spread. Could this invincible old man be Laozi? Question after question arose. Lin Mohan felt a headache coming on. He never thought he would see such a thing. He had no doubt about the reality of this phenomenon, his instincts told him it was real. Just as he was puzzled, the phenomenon before him disappeared. Two large characters appeared in the cosmos, each as large as a galaxy, occupying a large swath of space. Planets and stars were like chicken eggs in front of them. The two characters shone brightly, floating and rotating in the cosmos. They were the characters he had mastered from his primordial runes, Benedin, Arma Soldier and Ji, Person of Power. These two characters were not exactly the same as the ones he had learned, but he could recognize them. It was like how in Huaxia, there were traditional and simplified characters. Many people couldn't write traditional characters and had never learned them, but they could recognize them when they saw them. This was the inheritance of culture. The two characters before him flickered with light, exuding a vast and indescribable aura. They were even more ancient than ancient Huaxia characters, containing powerful laws within them, stronger than anything he had seen before. Lin Mohan silently read the two characters. The cosmos trembled violently, and the backs of his hands grew hot. The primordial runes began to glow, resonating with them. The next second, the two ancient, simple, and vast characters shattered before him, turning into countless points of light that entered his body. The points of light occupied every corner of his body, even his soul. This time, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal didn't react, allowing the points of light to enter. This meant they were not dangerous, and would not harm his soul. The scene before him changed drastically. The sound of fighting reached his ears, and the smell of blood entered his nose, making him nauseous and extremely uncomfortable. Lin Mohan considered himself a decisive killer. On his journey of leveling up, he had killed countless monsters and enemies, wading through a sea of blood, especially when facing the dragon clan. He had seen all kinds of scenes, and was used to the smell of blood. But even so, he had never smelled such a terrifyingly thick bloody aura. Even for someone as battle-hardened as him, he felt like vomiting. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell from the sky and landed on his head. His vision turned completely red, not just red, but with a hint of purple. The smell of blood became even stronger, and he almost couldn't hold back his nausea. He sealed his sense of smell and wiped the blood from his eyes. But even with his sense of smell sealed, the bloody sense still seeped in, pervasive and unavoidable, directly affecting his soul. He could only endure it. The blood that flowed down his face was a thick, purplish red. It reconverged in his palm, as if it had a life of its own. The blood contained enormous energy, even emitting a dazzling light that made it hard for him to look at directly. This was the blood of a powerhouse, containing laws within it. From the blood, he sensed the aura of laws. He knew that only a powerhouse who had completely integrated laws into their body could have such blood. The blood of the poison god had only a trace of a law, just a trace. But this drop of blood had a terrifyingly strong aura of laws, countless times stronger than the poison gods. Thus, the owner of this blood was countless times stronger than the poison god. Lin Mohan looked up. The blood came from the sky. The sky was pitch black, not because it was night, but because it was covered by some kind of creature. This creature was unnaturally large, its body so long he couldn't estimate its length. It truly blotted out the sky. The creature seemed to be in battle. The energy waves it generated were enough to destroy worlds. Everything felt too real. Lin Mohan realized he was no longer just an observer, but had truly joined in. The existence in the sky was not on the same level as him. Even with all his strength, he couldn't join its battle. A mere ripple of energy from it would be enough to kill him. Fortunately, an invisible barrier separated him from it, blocking its attacks. He snapped out of his shock and looked around. He knew the primordial secret realm was not dangerous. Being placed in this realistic battle must be a trial. He looked around and, sure enough, saw enemies rushing toward him. Their auras were not much stronger than his. Enemies came from all directions, countless of them, and he was alone. Lin Mohan was not flustered. He had faced this many times, fighting many with few, and had become used to it. He subconsciously wanted to summon his undead legion, but found that it didn't respond. His summoning space and skills still existed, but he couldn't use them, as if they were sealed by some mysterious and powerful force. He saw it clearly, the points of light in his soul had sealed his skills. Without his undead legion and with all his skills sealed, how should he respond? A dead end. Lin Mohan's heart tightened for a moment. But only for a moment. He quickly calmed down. The trial of the primordial secret realm couldn't be an unsolvable dead end. If his skills were unusable, then only two remained. His gaze fell on the backs of his hands. The character bent for strength and army, and the character G for empowerment. Sure enough, the solution was right here. Facing the enemies rushing from all directions, Lin Mohan decisively activated the empowerment skill of the G character. Empowerment gathers the power of a designated summon, inheriting all its skills and fusing a portion of its attributes. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 60 minutes. The skill's description flashed in his mind. 5 minutes is not enough. There are too many enemies. 5 minutes is not nearly enough to kill them all. He instinctively checked his own attributes and couldn't help but frown. Lin Mohan, level 74, strength 1 million, agility 1 million, spirit 1 million, physique 1 million, skills berserk bombardment, elemental rampage, soul smite, legion enhancement, legion recovery, dispel, death charge, group defense exemption. His 4 attributes were only 1 million each. Pitifully low. Without using empowerment, his own strength attribute was only 430,000. Plus the 500,000 from the sovereign's scepter, his strength and agility were already at 930,000, and his physique even reached 1.3 million. His highest attribute, spirit, was over 2 million with the scepter. Now, using empowerment, his 4 attributes were all average, only 1 million each, even weaker than his normal state. It felt like using the skill was the same as not using it. But thankfully, he had inherited the skills of the skeletons, headless knights, and lich generals. There was a huge difference between having skills and not having them. First, he used the lich general's legion enhancement skill. Legion enhancement, all attributes increased by 70. They reached 1.7 million, and especially his attack speed increased by 70, which was a more noticeable effect. He felt his body fill with power and become lighter. At this time, the enemies were close. It begins. With a shout of excitement, he activated a skill and charged toward the enemy. Skill, Death Charge. With Death Charge, his speed was like lightning, 3,000 meters per second. This was a speed he had never experienced before. His storage space was also sealed, so he couldn't take out any weapons. With no weapon, he would fight with his fists. But no matter. He saw that the enemies had weapons, sabers, spears, swords, shields and bows. He had plenty to choose from. The enemies were black shadows like thick smoke, their specific shapes unclear, somewhat resembling humanoids but constantly changing. Especially when he charged with the wind, the shadows swayed. Each shadow was over 5 meters tall, much larger than him. He used Death Charge to slam into a shadow, and threw a punch. Boo! With a loud bang, the shadow instantly exploded. Death Charge dealt an attack 5 times his strength attribute, so its power was not small. The shadow's body, and the giant sword in its hand had not yet hit the ground when he caught the sword. His strength was immense, and he easily wielded the several thousand-pound giant sword with one hand. Just as he killed one shadow, the others swarmed him, greeting him with various weapons. He swept the giant sword horizontally, clashing with their weapons. His body trembled, the enemy's strength was not much less than his. Without skills, their strength was about equal, with him having a slight edge. Sharp arrows whizzed by as the archers began their attack. At this moment, he felt a surge of power enter his body, but he didn't have time to identify it. He dodged the arrows, but more came. He could only continue to evade. The arrows were extremely accurate, as if they had locked onto him. He dodged while fighting the shadows. He found that the shadows not only had similar attack power but also top-tier combat skills, no less than his. If he didn't use skills, he really couldn't do anything to them. More and more shadows surrounded him, shrinking his room to maneuver. He decided to use a skill. Elemental Rampage. This was the skeleton mage's skill. He didn't lock onto any single target, but launched an attack on the 100-meter area around him. A colorful elemental explosion bloomed beautifully. He wasn't sure if it could kill them, so while the explosion was still going, he slashed a few more times. After a few continuous slashes, another shadow was killed. He now had another two-handed giant sword. Wielding one in each hand, he swung rapidly. Elemental Rampage was effective, severely injuring the enemies. He took the opportunity to kill a few more. He noticed that with each kill, a mysterious wisp of energy entered his body. It was very faint, if not for his sensitive soul he wouldn't have noticed. But he had no time to investigate it, as more shadows swarmed him. He fought like a madman among them, a frenzied battle. It had been a long time since he had fought in such close quarters, and he was enjoying it. He actually quite liked this kind of melee combat. He had often participated in close combat, transforming into a knight and leading his undead legion to face bosses head-on. He felt he had the potential to be a warrior. As time went on, he fought more smoothly. He gradually grasped the shadows' fighting style. He found that although their combat skills were strong and almost perfect, their moves were rigid and not flexible enough. Moreover, their life force was extremely weak. Usually, one hit was enough to kill them. So, he started trading injuries for lives. Without using skills, he would take minor injuries to kill his opponents. At this time, the Legion recovery skill was a great help. Minor external injuries could be healed with one treatment. Even slightly more severe ones could be healed with 2 or 3 treatments. With this strategy, if he had a skill, he used it. If not, he traded injuries for lives. The shadows were quickly cleared out. The first wave had thousands of shadows, but he killed them all. When there were no more shadows in sight, he finally stopped. By now 5 minutes had long passed, but the empowerment skill was still active. He was surprised. He was sure the skill's duration was 5 minutes. That couldn't be fake. But during the battle, it seemed the duration was increasing. It was probably because he was killing the shadows. Killing shadows can increase the skill's duration. This meant that as long as he killed fast enough, the empowerment skill could potentially last forever. And at the end of the battle, he felt his strength had increased. The dual swords felt lighter. He checked his attributes. They had indeed increased. Each attribute was now 2.4 million. This meant his base attributes had reached 1.2 million. There were about 2,000 shadows just now, and each kill increased his attributes. He understood now. Killing shadows not only increased the duration of the empowerment skill, but also increased his base attributes. Furthermore, he guessed that the trial wouldn't have just one way. There would surely be a second and a third. If the trial were this simple, the success rate wouldn't be so low. Sure enough, before he could catch his breath, new enemies appeared in the distance. This time, it was a group of knights, flame knights. Their entire bodies were engulfed in fierce flames, wearing heavy armor, and even their mounts were covered in armor. A single glance told him they were fire-resistant and had high defense, definitely tougher than the shadows. Flames streaked across the ground as the flame knights charged. Lin Mohan tensed up and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it." The skill the enemy was using was clearly the death charge he had just used. They were using his own skill against him. The speed of death charge was too fast. A distance of several thousand meters was covered in an instant. Without thinking, he swung his dual swords. Skill, Elemental Rampage, exploding in 100-meter radius around him. As it exploded, he also used death charge, swinging his swords as he charged out. The power of Elemental Rampage was directly related to his spirit attribute. As his attributes increased, so did the skill's power. Although the flame knights weren't blown to pieces, they were knocked off their mounts. Their death charge was interrupted at the last moment. Lin Mohan seized the opportunity and activated his own death charge. The 2 giant swords, larger than anyone else's, came crashing down. Death Charge unleashed extraordinary destructive power, splitting a flame knight and its mount in two. Flames shot into the sky, and another wisp of mysterious energy entered his body. The duration of empowerment increased, and his attributes rose slightly. He charged into the group of flame knights and used his previous strategy again, trading injuries for lives. It worked every time. Although they had learned his death charge, they clearly hadn't learned his strategy of trading injuries for lives. Though numerous, the flame knights couldn't form an effective encirclement. He constantly moved, always staying on the outer edge, giving them no chance to surround him. The flame knights fell one by one before his swords. As his attributes increased, he fought more fiercely, and his efficiency grew. This time, he was more skilled and comfortable. In less than an hour, the thousands of formidable-looking flame knights were all killed by him. One of these knights was no weaker than a level A professional knight. Yet, with all his skills sealed except for empowerment, he had wiped them out. This showed just how powerful the skill from the primordial rune was. Before entering the secret realm, he had considered that if he could only keep one of the two skills, he would choose empowerment. From an external combat power perspective, the growth from strength in army was greater for him. But he always remembered one thing: one's own strength is true strength. He had high hopes for empowerment. Although it wasn't overly powerful now, it might have infinite potential in the future. Even when he broke through to the god level or even became a super god level professional, this skill could raise his own strength by several levels. He held this thought firmly. Of course, if possible, he wouldn't give up strength in army either. Combining the two would surely be even stronger. When all the flame knights were eliminated, he took a deep breath. He didn't feel tired at all. He was surprised to find that his divine power was not sealed. Not only were his skills sealed, but even his talents were sealed. But his divine power was still active. He knew what this meant. The source of his divine power was the divine spark pearl. Even Entares had been shocked by it. This proved that the divine spark pearl was extraordinary. Now, with his divine power unsealed, it confirmed that the divine spark pearl and the primordial rune were items of the same level, if not higher. It seems to have a great advantage, he thought. The existence of divine power alone was enough to give him an edge. With a 7,400 fatigue recovery rate, he was practically a tireless fighting machine. He wouldn't feel tired even after several days and nights of high-intensity combat. If it were anyone else, whether they could have survived these 2 waves was a question. He checked his attributes again. They had increased. Each attribute had risen by 200,000, and his base attributes had reached 1.4 million. After the skill enhancement, a single attribute was 2.38 million, for a total of 9.52 million, close to 10 million. He had used empowerment more than once, and it had a limit. 99 million was the ceiling. They couldn't break through to the god level. This was a limitation of the laws. But he felt that perhaps in the primordial secret realm, he could break this limitation. If he won one more battle, his attributes would increase again, and he could experience the god-level power of 10 million attributes in advance. This would also be a certain help in his breakthrough to the god level. In his anticipation, the third enemy appeared. This time, it wasn't a group, but a single individual. What appeared before him was a humanoid creature. It wore armor, its face obscured. Its body shape was 90 similar to his. It also wielded 2 giant swords, identical to his. Lin Mohan was stunned. This thing is mimicking me. Before, it had only mimicked his death charge skill. This time, it was even more blatant, mimicking his body shape and weapons. What is this about? He had a bad feeling that all his skills had been mimicked. Although there was only one enemy this time, he felt it was even more dangerous. Without giving him time to think, the opponent activated death charge and rushed toward him. Lin Mohan repeated his old trick. When the opponent was about to get close, he activated elemental rampage. This time, there was no need for an L attack. With only one target, he locked on. The explosion detonated instantly. He narrowed his eyes and saw another light, the light of group defense. The opponent charged out of the explosion, still covered by the group defense skill. So you've learned my skills. Judging by your aura, your attributes are probably similar to mine. I wonder if you've also learned my strategy of trading injuries for lives. Lin Moyan's heart grew solemn. He didn't dare to be careless, and charged forward with his swords. Both sides wielded 2-handed giant swords with one hand. The 4 swords clashed, creating a deafening sound. They fought so hard that ripples spread through space like waves, distorting the world. Their strength was very similar, almost evenly matched. Even their skills and combat methods were the same. Lin Mohan tried trading injuries for lives, and the opponent did the same. He healed his wounds, and the opponent did the same. He gritted his teeth. Not only had it copied his skills and attributes, but it had even copied his combat style. It was like fighting himself. The two fought relentlessly, swords flashing, neither able to gain an advantage. He changed his fighting style several times and used different skills, but the opponent knew them all, so it was useless, especially with the existence of the healing skill. Even if he seized an opportunity and injured the opponent, they could heal in an instant. Only now did he realize how difficult he was to deal with. How desperate it must be to be his enemy. At least right now, he was quite desperate. It seems I can only fight a battle of attrition. You can copy my skills and attributes, but you surely can't copy my divine power. He placed all his hopes on his divine power. Since it couldn't be sealed, its level must be very high, so he guessed it couldn't be copied. If the opponent's stamina was also infinite, then there was no point in fighting. He might as well surrender. He gritted his teeth and attacked frantically. The opponent did the same, counterattacking frantically. In this way, their energy consumption increased significantly. Relying on his divine power, whether it was physical or mental energy, his recovery was astonishing. After fighting like this for a long time, a smile finally appeared on his lips. The opponent was tired. Its speed began to slow, and its attack power began to weaken. At their level, a slight difference was a world of difference. His attacks became more ferocious. Each sword strike was faster than the last, each with his full strength. He used the strategy of trading injuries for lives again. He knew he had to wear down the opponent as quickly as possible to gain an overwhelming advantage. Sure enough, after hundreds of sword strikes, he found an opportunity. A sword slash across the opponent's neck, the blade cutting through the armor and severing the head. He panted slightly, not from exhaustion, but from victory. He had finally won. He had finally defeated himself. This was just a version of himself with his skills sealed. If he had to face a version of himself with all skills active, it would be even harder to deal with. He had a profound realization of how strong he was and how difficult an opponent he was. He offered a 3-second moment of silence for his enemies. At the same time, he remained vigilant. He looked up at the giant creature that blotted out the sky. That was a truly powerful existence. And there were the countless invincible powerhouses in the starry sky, and the old man on the green ox who had turned them to dust in an instant. Those were true powerhouses. He was nothing. The thick smell of blood came again. It had disappeared during the fight but now returned. Another drop of blood fell from the sky, landing on his head, turning him into a bloody figure again. He didn't dodge, because he couldn't. The smell came from this drop of blood. The smell of a single drop of blood could rival a sea of blood. Then, more drops fell, landing all over him. He was like he was taking a blood shower, completely covered. The laws within the blood slowly seeped into his entire body. He couldn't stop their invasion. This was the blood of an unknown powerhouse. The laws within it were incredibly powerful and terrifying. The laws also seeped into his soul, without triggering any reaction from the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. They had no ill intent. Since he couldn't stop it, he might as well enjoy it. The laws stirred the energy flowing throughout his body, and also his soul power. The restraints on his soul seemed to weaken, and streams of soul power flowed out. The laws and soul power fused within his body, eventually converging into a sea, and rushing toward the key rune on his right hand. All the power poured into it. The rune on the back of his right hand emitted an unprecedentedly brilliant light, scorching hot, like a raging fire. In the flames, the key rune detached from his hand and appeared before him. Through his soul power, he could clearly feel a wonderful connection with the rune. It was as if it were a part of him. He had never felt this before. Even though the skill was his, he had never felt this soul connection. Another drop of blood fell from the sky, landing on the key rune, dying in a purplish bit. The immense law seeped in, and the rune began to transform. Its shape started to shrink, and all its strokes bent and curved. Finally, the key rune turned into a fist-sized bead. A skill core. Lin Mohan was shocked. He never expected that after leaving his body and being nourished by the blood of an unknown powerhouse, the key rune would become a skill core. He instinctively reached out to take it. The skill core suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot into his glabella. The next moment, there was another skill core in his soul. His soul trembled violently. At this moment, all the restraints on his soul were lifted, and his soul power was completely released. An idea flashed in his mind. A large amount of abundant soul power poured into the skill core, increasing its fusion rate. Nothing was more important than this now. He focused all his consciousness on this. He crazily pumped his soul power in, regardless of the cost. Increasing the fusion rate was very difficult. The first time was the best opportunity, and he couldn't miss it. Outwardly, he looked calm, but inwardly, a storm was raging. This was the first time he had mobilized his soul power to such an extent, completely disregarding the consequences. He just wanted to increase the fusion rate. With the infusion of his soul power, the skill core began to shimmer with layers of gold. Seeing this, he pushed even harder. He knew that the more he infested now, the greater the harvest later. He had experienced this 3 times before, and enjoyed the soul feedback 3 times. After being processed by a skill core, his soul power would become pure, and his soul level would rise accordingly. After his soul level reached the god level, his progress had slowed. The Divine Soul Stone and the Azure Mystic Flame continued to upgrade his soul, but the effect was weakening and would soon reach its limit. The 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal was very effective, but its growth was slow and required a lot of time. In contrast, the soul feedback from a skill core could provide a significant boost in one go. He was now very close to soul level 91, just one step away. He believed that after this soul feedback, his soul level would smoothly reach 91. The higher the soul level, the purer the soul power. Normally, a professional soul level wouldn't differ too much from their character level. Most of the time, the soul level would be weaker. Soul energy was relatively easy to obtain, just by killing monsters. But raising the soul level was much more difficult. It was a passive upgrade under normal circumstances. This was why it was so difficult for professionals to reach the god level. At levels 88 and 89, they would often get stuck, unable to progress. But Lin Mohan had taken a completely different path. After various adventures, his soul level had far surpassed his character level. Now his soul level was like a large bucket, and his soul energy was the water in it, far from being full. He wasn't in a hurry. Compared to filling the bucket with water, he was more focused on improving the quality and capacity of the bucket itself, so that it could hold more water in the future. Under his reckless infusion of soul power, the skill core from the primordial rune finally reached its limit. He felt his body being hollowed out, a result of exhausting all his soul power. Even with the help of his divine power, he couldn't withstand such consumption. His soul became dry, a very uncomfortable feeling. He even felt sleepy, wishing he could fall down and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But a smile appeared on his face. He could feel the connection between him, and the skill core was tighter than ever, even surpassing his other 3 skill cores. The skill core from the primordial rune was indeed powerful. He hadn't expected it to absorb all of his soul power. Unlike his own skill cores, which would become saturated after absorbing a little. Finally it was full and began to spin rapidly in his soul, with no intention of stopping. As it spun, it continuously spat out pure soul energy. This energy came from him. But now, after being transformed by the skill core, it had become pure. His dry soul was nourished, and immediately became fertile. The skill core spun faster and faster. He couldn't count how many revolutions it made per second. He felt it must be over tens of thousands. The soul energy it spat out also increased, and his soul level was gradually rising. He loved this kind of mutually beneficial relationship. With a silent tremor, his soul took another step and finally reached level 91. The skill core had also completely taken root in his soul. It was still spinning, and very fast. It was completely different from his other 3 skill cores. Even now, it had no intention of stopping. He realized it might spin like this forever, never stopping. Its entire body glowed with a golden light. He observed in shock. Could the fusion rate have reached 100? That can't be right. And Teres had told him that before becoming a super god level professional, the fusion rate of a skill had a limit of 99, it couldn't reach 100. But the skill core before him was indeed entirely golden, extremely pure. Just looking wasn't accurate enough. So, with an excited heart, he immediately checked it. Empowerment fusion rate, 99. Description, consumes soul power to gather the strength of the summon, inheriting all of the summon's skills. The attributes after using the skill are only limited by the user's own soul level. Killing enemies in the empowered state can harvest their souls, replenishing one's own soul power consumption and raising one's own soul level. The fusion rate was indeed 99. Lin Mohan guessed that the final one must be inside the core. He guessed that he would have to wait until he became super god level professional to raise the skill's fusion rate to 100. However, 99 was already very powerful. He couldn't ask for too much. He looked at the skill's attributes. From a rune on his hand to a skill core, and finally fused into his soul, the skill would naturally have some miraculous changes. First, there was no longer a time limit. As long as he had enough soul power, he could maintain the empowered state indefinitely. The limit of his attributes after empowering was only restricted by his own soul level. The implication of this was that it ignored the laws. He was very excited. His soul level was now 91. If he used empowerment, could his level also reach 91, becoming a god in one step? No, it was a skill that gave him true god level combat ability. There was also another most important change. Killing enemies in the empowered state could harvest their souls, replenishing his own soul power consumption and raising his soul level. What was this? It was completely a cycle of fighting to support fighting, getting stronger as he fought. He wondered if he could harvest the souls of enemies killed by his undead legion. He felt he was being a bit fanciful, but who knew without trying. Kid, are you done looking? Just as he was thinking, an old voice suddenly sounded. It was too quiet all around, there was not even a breeze in the secret realm. And there was no one next to him. If someone had appeared, his soul would have naturally reacted. The sudden voice startled him. He opened his eyes and saw an old man with a kind smile looking at him. He was startled but quickly calmed down and bowed respectfully to the old man. "Greetings, senior." The old man had a kind face and kept saying, "No need for formalities, no need for formalities." He was being polite, but Lin Mohan didn't dare to be so casual. The proper etiquette still had to be done. He knew that for this man to appear silently before him without alerting his soul, he must be an extraordinary distance. The old man seemed very satisfied with his attitude. "So, are you satisfied with your prime skill?" "Senior, you mean what I obtained is called a prime skill?" This was the first time he had heard this term. The old man smiled cryptically. "What? Is there a problem with the name of the skill?" Lin Mohan quickly shook his head. "No problem at all. It's very suitable. Primordial rune, primordial secret realm, and prime skill indeed had a sense of continuous inheritance. A skill from a primordial rune being called a prime skill was indeed fitting." The old man smiled. "Do you see that big bird in the sky?" Lin Mohan looked at the giant creature in the sky. It blotted out the sky. What he saw was just a small corner of it. He couldn't make out what kind of creature it was. But since the old man said it was a bird, it must be a bird. He could only nod. "Is see it?" The old man smiled. "That's not its true form, just an illusion. Its true form is more than 10,000 times larger." Lin Mohan was startled again. It already blotted out the sky. Standing below it, he could only see a part of it. Its body length was probably over 100 kilometers, no smaller than a city. If it were magnified 10,000 times, wouldn't it be comparable to the sun, moon, and stars? Did such a huge creature really exist in the world? He didn't hide his surprise. The old man seemed very satisfied with his reaction. He smiled. "Its name is the primordial bird, and it possesses the primordial bloodline. The primordial bloodline is a great treasure, extremely precious. Unfortunately, it possessed this great treasure but was not strong enough and didn't know how to use it. In the end, it was hunted by invincible powerhouses who used its blood to refine laws and create the 9-character true words." The old man said each character with a calm tone, but each word shook Lin Moi's heart like an earthquake. So that was the origin of the primordial rune. The old man continued, "The powerhouses of the myriad worlds fought until the galaxy was dying with blood, all for these 9-character true words. My master obtained the 9-character true words and created the primordial secret realm, turning them into 9 primordial runes." At this point, the old man stopped and didn't say any more. Lin Mohan knew he had said too much. In just a few words, he had revealed too much information. Primordial bird, invincible powerhouses, the master of the secret realm. Combined with the scene he had seen in the pavilion before, he guessed, could the old man's master be the old man riding the green ox? And could that old man be Laozi, the author of the Tao Te Ching, the ancestor of Daoism from the legends of his past lives Huaxia? He didn't dare to ask. If the other party didn't say, he couldn't ask. He understood this principle: when your strength is insufficient, the more you know, the faster you die. Lin Mohan quickly thought. So the primordial bird was killed like that. Don't monsters respawn after being killed? The old man burst out laughing, a hearty laugh. Yes, monsters can respawn after being killed. Lin Mohan was stunned, analyzing the meaning behind his laughter. Although the old man had a kind face and looked like a harmless old man, such an existence was moody and could not be judged by appearance. He was very cautious. He immediately followed the old man's words. "So, can we continuously kill the primordial bird and obtain the 9-character true words?" He pretended to be a bit ignorant, but in his heart, he knew. He guessed that once the primordial bird died, it definitely couldn't revive. Otherwise, the countless powerhouses wouldn't have fought until the galaxy was dyed with blood for the 9-character true words. But he had to act ignorant to get some information from the old man. The old man laughed for a long time, looking extremely happy, almost to the point of tears. When he had laughed his fill, he said, "I won't tease you anymore, kid. Your world has the restraint of rules. Monsters can indeed revive after death, but the primordial bird cannot, because there is only one. Once it's dead, it's dead. Although the primordial bird cannot revive, the primordial runes transformed from the 9-character true words can be infinitely replicated and exist in various forms. However, to make a primordial rune reach the level of a true word is something that can be hoped for but not achieved." Lin Mohan showed a disappointed expression. "Is there no way?" The old man shook his head. "It's not that there's no way. It's just too difficult. The 9-character true words, if you can comprehend the principles of just one of them, you will have a chance to become an invincible powerhouse. But how can it be that easy? This old man has studied for so many years." At this point, the old man stopped again, unable to continue. Lin Mohan still looked disappointed, as if he hadn't heard the old man's words. "An invincible powerhouse. Then your master obtained all 9 true words. Isn't he super invincible?" The old man was amused again. The realm of my master is not something you and I can speculate about. My master doesn't even care about the 9-character true words. But you are quite capable to be able to obtain 2 primordial runes and transform one of them into a prime skill. The rules of your world are a bit strange. I don't know which supreme existence created them. Very interesting. Lin Mohan looked confused, as if he didn't understand what the old man was saying. The old man didn't mind and continued, "That's enough talk. Next, let's talk about your second primordial rune." Lin Mohan bowed respectfully. "This junior is all ears." The old man said, "The primordial runes come from the 9-character true words. Obtaining 1 is a great opportunity, obtaining 2 is a huge opportunity. But throughout history, many have obtained primordial runes, but very few have obtained a prime skill. You have already obtained 1, which is a great opportunity. As for the second primordial rune..." The old man's meaning was clear. He didn't want him to continue. But he didn't say it explicitly. Lin Mohan had been through similar secret dungeons and realized that there might be some rule restricting the old man, preventing him from speaking clearly. However, his meaning was already very clear. Anyone who wasn't a fool could understand. Lin Mohan did understand, but he pretended not to, even with a hint of anxiety. "What about the second primordial rune? Please explain, senior." A light flashed in the old man's eyes. He couldn't tell anything from Lin Mohan's expression. If Lin Mohan were over 50, he could be sure he was pretending not to understand. But he was too young. He could see his bone age was not even 22. For such a young person, maybe he really didn't understand his meaning. But he couldn't say it clearly. According to the rules of the secret realm, he could only answer his questions. If you want to turn the second primordial rune into a prime skill, the difficulty will increase tenfold. I suggest. Before he could finish, Lin Mohan quickly said, "My teacher once told me that no matter how difficult the road ahead is, I must try. A true hero should not be afraid of failure. Even if I die, it's just a big scar. 18 years later, I'll be a hero again. Besides, I believe Senior will not stand by and watch me die. According to the records of our human race, no one who entered the primordial secret realm has ever died or even been injured." The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. He couldn't refute his words. The primordial secret realm would not let anyone die, but that was a matter for later. A light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Have you ever thought that no one died because those who came out were all alive, and the ones who really died wouldn't announce it to the outside world? Lin Mohan understood his meaning. He was trying to tell him that people could die, but the dead wouldn't tell. But he heard a trace of anxiety in his words. It was clear the old man really didn't want him to continue. This further confirmed his suspicion that there was something fishy going on. He immediately said, "Senior, I have decided. I must try. If I really die, then it's my fate. My life is not long enough." The old man stared at him for a long time without speaking. Lin Mohan looked sincere and full of expectation, like a young brat who didn't know the dangers of hell and wanted to rush in. In the end, the old man could only follow the rules of the secret realm. "In that case, let's begin." He gradually faded and disappeared before him. At the last moment of his disappearance, Lin Mohan saw a hint of ferocity in his eyes. "He wants to kill me." Lin Mohan felt excited, but didn't dare to show any reaction. He maintained his sincere look. He couldn't tell if the old man was still there. But since he had started acting, he had to see it through. The smell of blood that went straight to the soul rose again. A drop of blood fell from the sky. This time, he had experience and let it fall on his head. He knew this was the blood of the primordial bird, containing its laws. Because the primordial runes were transformed from the 9-character true words, which were refined from the blood of the primordial bird. Therefore, the blood of the primordial bird had the effect of activating the primordial rune. After passing the trial, the rune also had to be fully activated with the blood of the primordial bird to finally become a prime skill. So he had to take this drop of blood. The blood also contained powerful laws. His talents and skills were sealed again. But this time was different. Not all skills were sealed. All his summoning skills were not sealed, and his divine power, being of high level, was also unaffected by the seal. He looked at the glowing primordial rune on his left hand. It was still just a rune, not yet transformed into a prime skill. Strictly speaking, it was still an external object, and did not belong to him. The purpose of the trial was to see how well he could use it, to what extent he could use it, and if he could meet the requirements of the trial. Judging from the previous trial, in the 3 consecutive battles, if he didn't have his divine power, he would not have been able to pass. If it were any other professional, without any special abilities, they would not have been able to pass either. This was why, over the years, so few people had obtained a prime skill. A while after the drop of blood fell, no enemies appeared. His expression became more serious. He felt that something was wrong. When the old man left, the killing intent in his eyes was real. This meant that he probably had the ability to kill him in the secret realm, or he had found some loopholes. But he was sure that the old man couldn't act personally. If he wanted to kill him, there was only one way, through the trial. The difficulty of the trial would be very high, so high that it could kill him. This way, even if his master found out, he couldn't say anything. Besides, how powerful was his master? And he was just a small existence. How could he attract the attention of such a being? Lin Mohan had many questions, but he had no answers yet. Many clues were still tangled. He needed time to sort them out and analyze them. But now was not the time. As black smoke descended from the sky, he felt extremely intense energy fluctuations. Close to God level, his heart trembled. The black smoke hit the ground and exploded. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, countless enemies appeared. There were humans, dragons, and demons, all armed and full of killing intent. He glanced around. The enemies were endless, over 100,000 of them, and all of them were close to the God level, either level 88 or 89. He trusted his judgment. These enemies were very strong. Then, 3 more black smokes fell from the sky and turned into 3 steel giants over 10 meters tall. The giants exuded the aura of true God-level beings. This was clearly not meant to be passed. A light flashed in Lin Mohan's eyes, and he dropped all his previous pretenses. 3 God-level giants, 100,000 near God-level warriors. Such a lineup, no professional could pass. Not to mention he was only level 74, even a level 89 professional would be instantly killed. The opponent wanted to kill him, and surely had the means to do so. But was he really that easy to kill? His eyes became serious, and he whispered to himself, anyone else would be dead for sure. But me? Not necessarily. If this were before my summoned Skeleton King skill was integrated into my soul, it might have been a bit troublesome. But now, it's just a slightly higher level version of the Thunder Tree battle. He had already mentally equated this powerful enemy Ling up with the Thunder Trees. With that thought, his undead legion appeared all at once. This time he held nothing back, his legion would go all out. Because strength and army was related to summoning skills, his summoning skills were not sealed. The undead legion was his foundation. No matter how strong his other skills were, they couldn't be stronger than his summoning skills. The undead legion was the signature skill of a necromancer. An army of 172,000 undead appeared around him, filling the heavens and the earth. At the forefront were 43,200 headless knights, their bodies burning with silver flames, full of momentum. Behind them were 43,200 berserk skeleton warriors, each with a sharp axe. At level 74, the legendary grey berserk skeleton warriors were about 3 meters tall, their bones glowing with a golden light. At the back of the formation were the skeleton mages and skeleton sharpshooters. The undead legion, full of the aura of death, shone with silver light, and the aura of thunder fire. The whole scene was strange and gloomy. The Lich generals immediately began to cast buffs. Pillars of light rose from the undead legion into the sky. Their momentum kept rising, and their attributes increased dramatically. Although he knew he was still a bit weaker than the opponent, the gap was not that big. He had an absolute advantage in numbers, plus the undying characteristic of the undead legion. This battle could only be won, not lost. Crackle. As the undead legion appeared, thunder rumbled in the sky. Lin Mohan looked up and saw nothing, but he knew that the old man must be quite surprised. He lowered his head, a smile playing on his lips. Surprised? There's more to surprise you. The summoning was not over. The elemental liches acted in unison. Alice appeared under the feet of the undead legion. Flame hallow, storm hallow, frost hallow, earth hallow, lightning hallow, holy light hallow, undying hallow, and poison hallow. The 8 hallows shone alternately, one layered on top of the other. Thunder rumbled in the sky again. The old man, hiding somewhere, now had a slightly ferocious expression. What kind of skill is this? Why is there such a skill? Damn the rules, why can't I act? I found that loophole. Why is it like this? But fortunately, this kid had no god-level subordinates. But the next second, his eyes widened, and he staggered back half a step, too scared to move. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the entire secret realm became dark. 2 thrones of bones appeared in the air, one large and one small. 2 skeleton kings rose from the thrones. The skeleton kings were also one large and one small. One of them exuded a god-level aura, while the other was weaker, far from the god level. The god-level skeleton king was summoned by Lin Mohan with 100,000 skeletons. The other was summoned with 20,000 skeletons. The difference in the number of skeletons used was 5 times, so naturally, there was a huge difference. This time, there was no thunder in the sky. Lin Mohan smiled to himself. Not surprised anymore. He think that's it. If his guess was correct, the duration of the strength and army skill in this trial would not be just 30 seconds. It should be like the empowerment skill, where the duration could be increased by killing enemies. With that thought, he immediately launched an attack. The Headless Knights activated Death Charge, charging forward like fiery meteors. He simultaneously activated Strength and Army. The momentum of the entire Undead Legion rose again. Under the effect of strength and army, the Undead Legion was no longer weaker than the opponent, and their numbers were even overwhelming. The old man hiding in the dark was completely numb. He had lived for so many years, and had never been so shocked. What kind of skill did this kid's Binu rune turn into? Why is it so powerful? I've never seen anything like it. This kid is not only invincible at his level, but he can even kill enemies of higher levels as easily as eating and drinking. Even in the myriad worlds, he would be a unique prodigy. In his shock, the battle began. The two skeleton kings swung their white bone greatswords at the same time. Skill: God-slaying slash. The god-level skeleton king, at its peak state, was at level 92. Its target was the three steel giants. With God-slaying slash, the fewer the targets, the slightly higher the attack power. The other skeleton king tried to lock onto as many targets as possible. The sword light exploded, creating a brilliant light on the battlefield. The three steel giants were sent flying by the sword light. Their seemingly sturdy steel bodies were shattered like tofu. With just one slash, the three steel giants were almost destroyed. The peak of level 90 and level 92, though only 2 levels apart, had a strength difference of several times, especially with the Skeleton King's God-slaying slash, whose power even surpassed the limit of level 92. A vast sword light erupted on the battlefield, instantly slaying countless enemies and cleaving them in two. As a being concentrating the power of 20 skeletons, augmented by the strength and undead skill, it was not yet at the god level, but it was enough to instantly kill any existence below it. The skill's power was immense, far beyond what these enemies could withstand. A thunderous explosion followed. The Skeleton King moved swiftly, unleashing elemental chaos immediately after the god-slaying slash. It held nothing back, forgoing any tactical arrangement. These two skills were enough to annihilate the majority of the enemies in a flash. The steel giants were completely blown apart, utterly destroyed. A massive number of other enemies were also killed in the blast. The two Skeleton Kings split up, charging into the enemy horde to engage in close combat. They swung their colossal swords, and the sweeping sword energy sent countless foes flying. Before the white bone giant's sword, no enemy was a worthy opponent. The Headless Horsemen also charged into the enemy lines. Their deathless charge skill unleashed incredible power, sending enemies tumbling. No one, whether on the ground or in the sky, was an exception. The Headless Horsemen's swords were also razor-sharp, cutting down foes without mercy. The skeleton warriors and mages charged forward as well, immediately unleashing a barrage of skills to kill as many enemies as possible. The skeleton mages and skeleton sharpshooters also took action. After reaching the legendary tier, their attack range had become astonishingly vast. Even their master, Lin Mohan, didn't know their exact attack distance. So far, he had yet to discover their limits. The elemental chaos they cast was identical to the Skeleton King's, just slightly less powerful. However, with so many skeleton mages, the explosions roared one after another. The skeleton sharpshooters' soul arrows were unfailingly accurate. Although these enemies were created by some special method, they possessed something akin to souls for the sake of realism, as if each one were a true living being. Lin Mohan couldn't help but marvel at this. The Master of the Secret Realm's methods were truly profound and unimaginable, far superior to using mere puppets for a trial. Lin Mohan believed that 100,000 warriors and 3 god-level beings were not the limit of the Secret Realm, more of its master. At most, it was the limit of what the old man in charge could achieve. From the moment the battle began, Lin Mohan's side held an absolute advantage. The god-level Skeleton King, with its overwhelming power, had annihilated the 3 steel giants with just 2 skills. They then charged onto the battlefield and began a massacre. The Headless Horsemen also wreaked havoc, riding their flaming bone steeds across the field, trampling over auras of frost, flame, lightning, and potent poison. These auras afflicted the enemies, severely wounding them before they even engage. The storm aura even significantly increased the Headless Horsemen's movement speed, making their action unnaturally fast. Whether the enemies were humans, dragons, or demons, none could withstand their devastating attacks. Lin Mohan noticed that while the humans, dragons, and demons created by the Secret Realm had powerful auras, they weren't actually that strong. Their skills were chaotic and lacked any order or strategy. They had power but didn't know how to use it. If he remembered correctly, this was likely due to the skill memories left behind by members of the 3 races who had entered the trial before. They were eliminated too early, leaving behind pitifully few skills, or even none at all. The realm was just mimicking them, resulting in a jumbled mess. This trial was too easy for Lin Mohan, even easier than the previous one where he had to face a perfect copy of himself. That had truly given him a headache. But now, Lin Mohan only had to give a single command and the Undead Legion handled the rest. The strength and undead skill was just as he had thought. As it continuously killed enemies, its duration kept increasing. It remained active beyond 30 seconds and didn't enter its cooldown period. In truth, Whether it went on cooldown or not was no longer important. This trial had become a one-sided slaughter. Wiping them out was just a matter of time, and it wouldn't even take that long. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over. Under the relentless onslaught of the Undead Legion, the 100,000-strong army was completely annihilated, with no survivors. Lin Mohan looked up at the sky with sincere, harmless-looking eyes, giving no hint that he was the master of the Undead Legion that had just massacred 100,000 troops. He was waiting for the second round of the trial, but before the trial came, blood did. The blood of the primordial bird, carrying a thick, metallic sand, rained down from the sky, falling upon him. The same scene as before replayed. Lin Mohan was slightly stunned. Was the trial over? Just one battle, and it was finished. Weren't they saying the difficulty had increased tenfold? He thought there would be a second and third battle. This felt a bit like a joke. But it was good that it was over. It was better to resolve things quickly to avoid complications. All he wanted was the primordial skill. As long as he got it, that was all that mattered. The sound of thunder echoed across the sky again. This time, it wasn't just one clap, but many. The old man didn't appear. He used the thunder to express his rage. Whether Lin Mohan understood didn't matter. Bathing in the blood, Lin Mohan looked up and thought. Perhaps the rules restrict him from acting personally. He knew very well that if the old man could intervene, he would be dead for sure. The fresh blood coated his entire body, its smell incredibly strong. Then, all the blood seeped into his body, becoming invisible from the outside. The laws within the blood flowed through him, becoming a bridge between his soul and the primordial rune. His soul energy, bearing his mark, rushed towards the primordial rune under the guidance of the power of the law. After receiving the law power from the primordial bird, the primordial rune was truly activated, appearing before Lin Mohan in its second form. A large character for soldier appeared before him, floating in the air. Then, drops of blood fell from the sky, dripping onto the soldier rune. Having experienced this once, Lin Mohan knew this was the final step for the primordial rune to transform into a primordial skill. The conversion required the blood of the primordial bird. Lin Mohan once again had to praise the master of the secret realm for his profound methods. The thunder had stopped at some point, and silence returned. Lin Mohan realized the other party must have given up. The rules of the secret realm were not something he could defy. Perhaps he could make some minor changes, but the overall situation was unchangeable. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Mohan obtained the second primordial skill. Soon, the skill core formed from the soldier rune appeared before his eyes, then shot into his spiritual world with a whoosh. His soul power began to boil again, madly pouring into the skill core. However, because Lin Mohan had consumed too much soul energy previously, even though his soul's level had increased significantly after being replenished, the consumed amount was still gone. Despite continuously recovering with divine power, it had not fully restored, only reaching about 2/3 of its peak state. If he had known, I should have dragged out the trial. Lin Mohan realized he had acted too quickly. Perhaps he had been too clean and decisive in his killing, not wanting to give the other party a chance to cause trouble. The result was counterproductive, leaving him with insufficient soul energy. I wonder what the fusion rate will be this time. I can only do my best and leave it to fate. Lin Mohan felt helpless. Not everything could be perfect, one had to know when to be content. He understood this principle, and his disappointment was fleeting. A feeling of emptiness came from his soul. The strength and undead skill core had stopped absorbing. Like the power strike skill core, it began to spin rapidly. Due to the lack of soul energy, its rotation speed was not as fast as the power strike skill core, but everything else was the same. It also returned soul energy, causing Lin Mohan's soul level to rise again. Strength and undead fusion rate, 50 effect. The user's and all summoned creatures' base attributes are increased by 200. All damage dealt by attacks is increased by 500. The attribute increase is limited only by the user's soul level. Special effect. Killing an enemy while the skill is active allows the user to harvest the enemy soul, replenishing their own consumed soul energy and increasing their soul level. The strength and undead skill, which originally only lasted for 30 seconds and was meant for survival or assassinating powerful enemies, had now become potentially permanent. Lin Mohan couldn't imagine how much his strength had increased. He felt that even leveling up 3 to 5 times wouldn't bring such a massive boost. The only regret was that the fusion rate was not high enough, only 50. If he wanted to increase it later, it would be much more difficult than the first time. This is already very good. I can't be greedy. Seeing an advantage and taking it was wise. Excessive greed could lead to trouble. Lin Mohan warned himself to act with moderation. He felt space distort for a moment. A wonderful fragrance filled his nose, and warm sunlight shone on his body, sweeping away all his fatigue. When Lin Mohan opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the pavilion. His soul level had increased significantly, and his senses had become much sharper. Within the pavilion, besides the ancient and vast aura, there was a sense of heaviness. Previously, Lin Mohan had been focused on the trial and hadn't observed carefully. Now that the trial was over and he had obtained both skills, his mind was completely relaxed and he could feel the weight hidden behind the ancient vastness. No, besides the heaviness, there was also a trace of killing intent. Lin Mohan frowned slightly. He could definitely feel that killing intent. This pavilion was a weapon, one that had fought on battlefields, shed blood, and killed enemies. Many had fallen to it, and all of them were experts. Otherwise, this killing intent wouldn't have persisted for countless years, much like the draconic aura left on him by the dragons, an aura left by a powerful being before death. Young friend, you are not wrong, a voice suddenly came from ahead. Lin Mohan looked over, and saw a stone table that had appeared out of nowhere not far from the pavilion. An old man was sitting at the table, with freshly brewed tea upon it. The aroma of the tea wafted over with his voice. The secret realm already had a unique, refreshing fragrance, but even that couldn't mask the scent of the tea. This is no ordinary tea. Lin Mohan considered himself to have tasted many fine teas. The ones at Manhwa's place were all top grade, but they were far inferior to this. Lin Mohan stepped out of the pavilion. As he got closer, he saw the old man's face clearly, and was instantly stunned. A few seconds later, he reacted and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, senior. The old man was the one he had seen in the starry sky, riding a green ox, who had slain countless experts with a wave of his hand. Lin Mohan had suspected this old man was the legendary Laozi from Chinese mythology, but he didn't dare to ask. The old man smiled and said, young friend, you have many questions, don't you? Lin Mohan nodded, then immediately shook his head. The old man's smile remained unchanged. You nod, then shake your head. Nodding is your instinct to ask, while shaking your head is your restraint, not daring to ask, fearing that the more you know, the faster you die. Lin Mohan looked at the old man in horror, not expecting him to read his mind. If he had really just guessed, it would be one thing, but if it wasn't a guess. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Mohan's back. The old man continued, young friend, you're thinking that if this old man merely guessed, it would be one thing, but if it wasn't a guess, it would be rather terrifying. He knew again. Lin Mohan's heart pounded. He stopped overthinking and said decisively, senior, please don't tease this junior anymore. The old man pointed to the stone stool next to the table. Sit and have some tea. Lin Mohan shook his head. With senior here, this junior dares not sit. I will stand. The old man asked, so you want me to keep looking up to talk to you? Lin Mohan gave an awkward smile and immediately sat down. Before sitting, he quickly picked up the teapot and poured a cup for the old man and himself. The tea was colorless, like clear water, but its fragrance filled the air. Lin Mohan sat down, stared at the tea in his cup, and couldn't help but praise. This tea is no ordinary thing. The old man chuckled. You haven't even tasted it. How do you know it's not ordinary? Lin Mohan replied. The aroma is so fragrant that even the unique scent of the secret realm cannot overpower it. What's more, he gathered his courage and continued, tea is a color, but this tea is colorless. To have a fragrance without color further proves its extraordinary nature. The old man nodded with a smile. Though it's all nonsense, you've passed. Since you say it's not ordinary, then drink it. Thank you, senior, for the gift. Lin Mohan didn't hesitate, picking up the cup and drinking it down. The tea was like clear water, tasteless. It didn't go down his throat but transformed into a vapor in his mouth, and a stream of pure energy rushed straight into his soul. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal showed no reaction, allowing this pure energy to enter. His soul felt like a parched land receiving rain, an indescribably comfortable sensation spreading through him. His soul level soared, rising by nearly a full level in an instant, reaching level 92. The higher the soul level, the harder it was to advance. It had taken him a long time to go from level 90 to 91, yet going from 91 to 92 only took the time to drink a cup of tea. The senior's methods were truly unimaginable. Lin Mohan praised him from the bottom of his heart, with utmost sincerity. He understood that in front of this old man, any paid tricks were useless. It was better to be direct and honest. If the other party truly had ill intentions, there would be no need for such trouble. A single glance would be enough. The old man asked, finally being honest, are we? A good child like you, why think so much? Lin Mohan forced a smile. There are too many mysteries in this world that I cannot comprehend, so I always seek answers. Some answers cannot be obtained without a bit of cleverness. What you call mysteries are like a clear mirror in my eyes. Do you know why? The old man asked. At this point, whatever Lin Mohan thought, he would say. He couldn't hide it anyway. Strength, realm, and knowledge. The old man was quite satisfied with his answer. Not bad. Lin Mohan continued, following the old man's lead. Therefore, there's no need for too much cleverness, nor is there a need to seek answers too early. When one has the strength, the realm, and the knowledge, the answers will naturally come. The old man hummed in agreement, and took a sip of tea. Knowing one way leads to knowing 100 ways. There's no need to force anything. The more you force it, the further you fall behind. You just need to maintain a clear heart and continuously climb higher, and the answers will naturally appear. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. This junior will remember. The old man then asked, do you know why the ghostly old man wanted to kill you? This was the first time Lin Moyu had heard the name ghostly old man Gofu. He immediately realized it referred to the old man who had presided over the trial earlier. Lin Moyu shook his head. I don't know, but this junior feels it must be related to my second primordial skill. The old man nodded. Then have you ever suspected whether the ancient starry road you saw was real or not? Lin Moyu answered honestly, I had my doubts, but my intuition tells me it was real. You truly did annihilate countless experts with a wave of your hand. The old man smiled and asked, if that's the case, that ghostly old man claimed to be my servant. Why did you still dare to defy his words? Lin Moyu smiled awkwardly, knowing that his little trickery couldn't be hidden from this being. This junior simply didn't want to give up the primordial skill, but at the same time, I didn't dare to offend him. Ah ha ha. The old man laughed, and it was a joyous laugh. Suddenly, Lin Moyu felt that the being named ghostly old man laughed in the same way. It was as if his laugh was an imitation of the old man before him. Not just the laugh, but every movement of the ghostly old man was an imitation, but he only captured the form, not the spirit. Every movement of the old man before him was completely natural, carrying a sense of the Tao's spontaneity. The ghostly old man's actions, however, seemed a bit forced, which was one of the reasons Lin Moyu had suspected him. The old man laughed for a few moments, and then said, you are very smart, you started doubting him early on. His words were a mix of truth and falsehood. The truth is that I did put him in charge of managing the trial space. The falsehood is that he is not my servant. He wanted to kill you, indeed, because you wanted to obtain the second primordial skill. That was because of a bet I made with him. As for what the bet was, do you want to know? Lin Moyu shook his head vigorously. You once said that when I have the strength, the realm, and the knowledge, the answers will naturally come. The old man laughed again. Good, good, you practice what you learn. You are indeed very good. Lin Moyu said sincerely, thank you for your guidance, senior. This junior will remember it well. The old man said, now, I will give you a chance to ask a question. You may ask one question, and only one. Whatever it is, I will answer truthfully. The old man's meaning was clear. He wanted to see what kind of question Lin Moyu would ask. If he asked something too profound, he wouldn't understand the answer even if it was given, and it might even cause trouble. If he asked something too shallow, it would only disappoint him. Posing a single question was, in itself, a test. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and then mustered his courage. Can I really ask anything? If you ask, I will certainly answer. The old man leisurely sipped his tea, closing his eyes to listen. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. The ghostly old man wanted to kill me because of the second primordial skill. This junior wants to know the reason behind it. He spoke cautiously, carefully observing the old man's expression for any changes. He couldn't glean any useful information from his face. Feeling a little disappointed, Lin Moyu gritted his teeth and posed his question. He didn't know if this was the right question to ask, but he had thought it through. In a short time, he could figure out the clues to most problems on his own. Only this one, he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. He knew the ghostly old man wanted to kill him, and he had learned from the old man that it was because of his second primordial skill. But why? The old man seemed to be drinking his tea, but Lin Moyu felt he was looking at him. After he finished speaking, both fell into silence. The wind seemed to stop, the plants made no sound, and the entire secret realm was deathly quiet. Blinky. The old man set down his teacup, the light sound echoing like thunder in the clear sky. The old man always wore a smile, but Lin Moyu wouldn't let his guard down because of it. One could never guess the mood of such an existence. Lin Moyu waited patiently for the old man to speak. After a while, he finally said, you are very practical and haven't lost sight of the essence. Lin Moyu heard this as a compliment. The old man continued, the ghostly old man must have told you that the blood of the primordial bird refines into the 9-character true words, which are then divided into 9 primordial runes, and then transformed into primordial skills. Lin Moyu nodded. The ghostly old man had indeed said so. Although he had believed it at the time, he wasn't entirely convinced. The old man glanced at his teacup, and Lin Moyu immediately understood, pouring him another cup. He didn't pour one for himself. This tea was too precious, and he wouldn't pour it for himself before the old man spoke. The old man picked up the cup and took a small sip. The ghostly old man was not speaking nonsense, you don't need to doubt it. But he did hide something. The primordial skills, primordial runes, and the 9-character true words are all connected. Ultimately, they all originate from the bloodline of the primordial bird. When someone possesses one primordial skill, the effect is not significant. But if one possesses multiple primordial skills, they can fuse and return to their source. Lin Moyu showed a look of astonishment. Returning to the source. Could it recreate the primordial bird's bloodline and refine the 9-character true words again? The old man laughed ceaselessly. You think too simply. Of course not. Lin Mohan thought for a moment and realized it couldn't be that simple. The bloodline was divided into 9 parts, and each true word only accounted for 1/8 of the bloodline. The primordial skill he obtained was who knows what fraction of a single true word. It was a fragment of a fragment. To use such fragments to recreate the primordial bird's bloodline was indeed wishful thinking. Lin Mohan almost laughed at his own idea. The old man said, although it cannot recreate the primordial bird's bloodline, there is a chance to master the 9-character true words. With just one primordial skill, it would be extremely difficult, almost impossible. But if you have more primordial skills, they can corroborate and fuse with each other, giving you a glimmer of hope. Although the old man didn't answer the question directly, Lin Mohan understood. The reason the ghostly old man wanted to kill him was to prevent him from obtaining a second primordial skill. If he had chosen to withdraw from the trial, he wouldn't have harbored any enmity towards him. He had inadvertently made a formidable enemy. Now, Lin Mohan could only sincerely hope that the other party could never leave the secret realm. As for himself, he would probably never enter it again in his lifetime. He didn't ask further about how obtaining the second primordial skill would affect the ghostly old man, as he knew he wouldn't get an answer. The old man had mentioned a bet between them, and it was likely related to this. Lin Mohan said sincerely to the old man, "Thank you, senior, for clearing my doubts. If I encounter the ghostly old man in the future, I will know to be careful." The old man chuckled. "Aren't you thinking in your heart that it would be best if he could never leave the secret realm and the two of you never meet again? You've hit the mark again." Lin Mohan smiled awkwardly. "Do you no mind creating? Old people just have more experience," the old man said lightly, then tapped the table twice. Lin Mohan understood. The old man was telling him that this was his second question. He had been given one chance to ask, and he had used it. No more questions. Given the old man's power and status, he had granted him the privilege of conversation and a cup of tea that raised his soul level. Lin Mohan was very grateful. If the old man hadn't been willing, he wouldn't even have had the right to stand before him. The old man said, "In this world, the previous era had some talented individuals. They led their era forward, but unfortunately, they took the wrong path. Their decline was followed by time, which then affected you, and your path has become more difficult. Over 1,000 years ago, a pretty good person appeared, but unfortunately, he couldn't become the leader of the era. Over 600 years ago, another person with suitable talent appeared, but his endurance was insufficient. Over 100 years ago, another one appeared, with a positive mindset but was too conservative, so he wasn't a suitable candidate." The old man's gaze swept over Lin Mohan. "I wonder if you have what it takes to become the leader of this era in this world." Lin Mohan replied, "I will do my best. I hope you can do it. Don't let this old one down." The old man waved his hand. Heaven and earth inverted, the sun and moon shifted, and Lin Mohan vanished from the secret realm. The old man looked towards the pavilion and murmured, "Gifu, oh Gifu, the loopholes you can find are only the ones I am willing for you to find. This time is a small punishment. If there is a next time, you will turn to dust." As he spoke, thunder rumbled in the secret realm, and a strong wind suddenly rose, blowing into the pavilion. A miserable scream suddenly echoed from within the pavilion, the voice of the ghostly old man. The old man pretended not to hear and slowly said, "Little one, don't let me down." Outside the secret realm, Lin Mohan suddenly appeared. Just then, a meteor fell from the sky, coincidentally landing right beside him, less than 10 meters away. A loud explosion rang out, and the shockwave rolled towards him. Lin Mohan let the shockwave hit him, a faint white light glowing on his body. All his skills had been restored. The damage transfer skill activated, transferring all damage to the Undead Legion. Influenced by his talent, all damage was weakened 80-fold, so the damage the Undead Legion took was extremely limited. For a meteor of this level, even if dozens more exploded, Lin Mohan wouldn't even frown. He looked at the shimmering entrance to the secret realm amidst the explosion, then at the primordial runes that had vanished from the back of his hands. Everything was real, not a dream. He had completed the trial, permanently keeping the primordial runes, turning them into primordial skills with skill cores fused into his soul. From now on, they were his skills forever. Not only that, due to his near-perfect performance, the 2 primordial skills he obtained were not weakened but were even stronger than before. Lin Mohan took out the dragon scale he had received from Antares and activated it. Antares had his eyes closed, head lowered to the ground as if sound asleep. But his constantly twitching eyelid showed he was not asleep. His continuous heavy breathing also indicated his current mood was not good. He still hadn't gotten over the matter with the dragon god. He had swallowed the dragon pearl the dragon god gave him. Although he hated the dragon god, the dragon pearl was indeed a good item, and Antares couldn't refuse it. He was currently fusing with the dragon pearl, which would take a very long time. Suddenly, Antares opened his eyes. Lin Mohan appeared not far away. "Why is this brat back?" he thought. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lin Moyu's eyes were tightly shut. And Tears realized something and didn't disturb him, just blinking in understanding. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, all noise disappearing. What is this brat thinking? He looks a bit dazed. And Tears was a little curious. He knew Lin Moyu was very smart, in most matters. As long as Lin Moyu grasped a few details, he could analyze a lot from them. He had paid a heavy price for this, often being caught by Lin Moyu for his careless words. He himself didn't know how many times he had slipped up, so he could only try to talk less. In his eyes, Lin Moyu was a little fox who loved to pry words out of a dragon. But he didn't expect that Lin Moyu had encountered an old fox this time and couldn't get much out of him. In Lin Moyu's mind, everything that had happened in the secret realm was replaying what the ghostly old man and the old man had said. He was analyzing every detail, every word, and every scene he had seen, soaring through every clue. The experience in the secret realm was like a movie constantly rewinding in his head. Lin Moyu vaguely felt he was approaching a huge secret, and sweat unconsciously beaded on his forehead. Then he thought of a phrase: the weaker you are, the more you know, the faster you die. No, I can't keep exploring. If I keep thinking, something bad will happen. Why can't I know about the things outside? There must be a reason. I can't think anymore. I can't think anymore. Lin Moyu was sweating and trembling slightly. He kept telling himself not to think, not to think. But those secrets seemed to have an infinite magic, making him unable to resist thinking and exploring. He wanted to open his eyes, but couldn't seem to control himself. And Tears saw that the situation was not right and immediately let out a dragon's roar. The roar thundered into Lin Moyu's soul. At the same time, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal outside his soul also emitted a dragon's roar, resonating with Ters's. Lin Moyu's soul was shaken by the roar. His whole body trembled, and he finally woke up. And Tears breathed a sigh of relief. Brat, what on earth were you thinking? Your soul was about to be exhausted. Doing that will damage your foundation. Lin Moyu gasped for breath, feeling as if he had just escaped death. His memory was a bit hazy, but at the same time, somewhat clear. The hazy part was the issues he had just been thinking about. It seemed he had sealed away those thoughts, forcing himself not to think about them anymore. The clear part was that he now understood why some successful people who obtained primordial skills avoided talking about entering the secret realm. They definitely knew what the secret realm was like, but never said a word. It wasn't that they didn't want to say it, but that they couldn't, and they couldn't even think about it. Lin Moyu guessed they probably used a self-healing method to seal away this memory. And Tears saw Lin Moyu fall silent again and couldn't help but move closer. Hey, are you okay? Are you dazed? Lin Moyu shook his head. I entered the primordial secret realm. Isn't that normal? You were looking for the primordial secret realm. How did it go? Did you succeed? And Tears said dismissively. With his way of thinking, he didn't think too deeply. Lin Moyu said, I succeeded. I successfully kept 2 skills. And Tears said excitedly, I told you so. If someone with your ability couldn't keep the skills, then no one else should even think about it. How was it? Was it difficult? It was alright. After a few trials, it wasn't that difficult, Lin Moyu said honestly. With his ability, it really wasn't that hard. That's true. Your strength far surpasses others of the same level. And Tears was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately shouted, Brat, you still have your memories of the secret realm. Lin Moyu hummed in affirmation. And Tears became excited. Quick, tell me what the secret realm is really like. Lin Moyu asked strangely. You don't know. Nonsense, if I knew, why would I ask you? And Tears looked angry. Since the previous era, anyone who goes in loses all their memories of what happened inside. At this point, Lin Moyu had completely calmed down. Didn't you say you know everything? And Tears snorted heavily, a little annoyed. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and tell me. Lin Moyu gave a mysterious smile. Do you really want to know? And Tears glared fiercely at Lin Moyu. If you dare not to tell me, I'll swallow you whole right now. Of course, Lin Moyu knew this guy was just joking. He immediately sat down and gestured for Tears to come closer. And Tears lowered his massive head until it was almost touching Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu deliberately lowered his voice. In the secret realm, there's a pavilion. Inside the pavilion is an independent space. However, before entering, I saw a scene. In the starry sky were countless experts and an old man riding a green ox, with purple energy filling the galaxy. And Tears suddenly let out a dragon's roar, cutting off Lin Moyu's words. The deafening sound made Lin Moyu's ears hurt. What are you doing? He heard fear in Tears' roar, and his eyes also showed it. And Tears shook his massive head. Don't say anymore. Don't say anymore. Lin Moyu frowned. Well, and Tears said in a low voice, remember this well. You must not mention or speak about that being to outsiders. Speaking too much will bring death upon yourself. Lin Moyu said, puzzled. I've already left the secret realm. And Tears shook his head like a drum. It's useless, all useless. No matter where you are, it's useless. Even if you go to the deepest parts of the starry sky, as long as you mention his name, you will be heard. Lin Mohan was a bit incredulous. But I don't even know his name. From beginning to end, he had only guessed that the old man riding the green ox who had poured him tea was the legendary Laozi, but he wasn't sure. And Tears said, you have seen him, so you will think of his appearance. Plus what you said is enough for him to hear. Lin Mohan couldn't help but ask, is he that terrifying? And Tears said solemnly, his terror is not something you can imagine. Remember my words, do not mention, do not think, do not ask. Do not mention, do not think, do not ask. And Tears' tone was very heavy, making Lin Mohan realize the seriousness of the matter. Earlier, he had been thinking about everything that happened in the secret realm, trying to analyze what the outside world was really like. It included many images related to the suspected Laozi and countless experts, including the primordial bird. For a moment, he had thought too much and couldn't extricate himself. Especially the old man suspected to be Laozi, who kept appearing in his mind. It was as if he had been cursed, unable to break free. Now, hearing Antares' words, Lin Mohan knew the severity. Even when facing the dragon god, Antares had never been afraid. But now, he was truly scared. An existence that even Antares feared was indeed something not to be thought about. Lin Mohan made a decision. He decided to place this matter in the deepest part of his memory and absolutely not touch it before he possessed formidable strength. However, he still felt a little unwilling. So he couldn't help but ask, Antares, have you ever heard the name Ghostly Old Man? The scales on Antares' head stood up like sharp blades. He slowly turned his head, his expression a bit stiff. Where did you hear that name? Antares' expression made Lin Mohan feel there was a story. In the secret realm. That guy wanted to kill me, but because of the rules in the secret realm, he couldn't act against me. Antares' pupils moved quickly, and he suddenly shouted, I see, so he went there. Lin Mohan asked, is the ghostly old man very terrifying? More terrifying than that other being? Antares shook his head. The ghostly old man isn't terrifying, he's ruthless. Compared to that other being, the ghostly old man is nothing. I'll tell you again, anything related to the secret realm. Lin Mohan interrupted him. Don't worry, I know my limits. I'm only telling you and will never mention it again. Only then did Antares relax. He understood Lin Mohan. If he said he wouldn't mention it, he really wouldn't. Even Antares had to admire Lin Mohan's cautiousness. Lin Mohan changed the subject, talking about his experience in the land of wind and thunder this time, about the giant lurking under the Thunder Mountain range. When this was mentioned, Antares immediately became enthusiastic, shedding his earlier cautious demeanor. He started speaking animatedly. That guy, that was the Thunder God's companion beast, which later became his mount. After the Thunder God died in battle, it was also severely injured and fell into a deep sleep under the Thunder Mountain range to recuperate. The thunder trees actually grow on its body. It uses the thunder trees to absorb power from the lightning to heal itself. As for why it can be in the land of wind and thunder, that was naturally my doing. But don't worry, it usually just sleeps. Even if it wakes up, it can't leave that area. If you want to level up using the thunder trees, just keep a distance from it. Do you need me to tell it not to attack you? Antares was back to his old self, completely forgetting what had just happened. Lin Mohan didn't expect that existence to be the Thunder God's companion beast. No wonder it's so strong. So it was Antares who allowed it to stay in the land of wind and thunder, unbound by the laws. Lin Mohan asked coldly, do you know you almost got me killed? Antares clicked his tongue. How was I supposed to know you were going to attack the thunder trees? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it long ago. I've lived for so many years, witnessed so many eras and so many things. I've done so much, how can I remember every little thing? Lin Mohan chuckled. A guy like you, besides sleeping, what else can you do? And you won't get up early if there's no benefit. You helping the Thunder God must have a reason. Antares said grumpily. When I act, I naturally have my reasons. The two of them started bickering, one sentence after another. Lin Mohan was usually a man of few words and rarely interacted with others, but when he was with Antares, he talked a lot. At first, he talked a lot just to get some information. Later, he truly considered Antares a friend. Antares was also lonely, having had no friends for many years. A lonely person and a lonely dragon just happened to get along. In the White God courtyard, a vast aura surged. The divine pagoda of Shia was constantly spinning in the air, emitting a brilliant light. Meng Yanwen sat cross-legged in midair, enveloped in his soul power, which was boiling like water, washing away impurities, removing the dross, and retaining the essence. His soul was ascending, and Meng Yanwen's aura grew stronger and stronger. The potent soul power filled the entire White God courtyard. On the ground, Pai Ye was undergoing a similar transformation. His soul power was also constantly increasing. Both of them were advancing from level 95 to level 96. Originally, both had reached the peak of level 95 and had touched the power of law, but they could only touch it, not control it. They were still half a step away from level 96. After experiencing the Great Soul Fusion Array, their soul power had increased significantly, and their soul levels had risen. They could finally integrate the law into their souls, taking that final half step. Outside the White God courtyard, Yan Quanshan, who had already reached level 96, sat in mid-air with his great sword in hand, protecting them. Although the White God courtyard was not dangerous, he was still very cautious. The soul power of Bai Yite and Meng In-Wen grew stronger and stronger, finally overlapping and suddenly spreading outwards. In an instant, it covered 1,000-mile radius around the White God courtyard. Within this range, all existences with soul intensity reaching the God level simultaneously looked up towards the White God courtyard. The aura of a level 96 soul created a powerful pressure that made them tremble. They knew what was happening. Previously, Bai Yite and Meng In-Wen had spread the news that they were about to break through to level 96. Yan Quanshan had also said that no one was allowed to approach during their breakthrough. Anyone who approached would be killed without mercy. None of the God-level experts who felt the aura dared to come near. Level 96 was high-tiered by level, while level 95 was mid-tier. It looked like only one level difference, but it was a world apart. Level 96 was the true beginning of contact with the law. Once they broke through, their combat power would increase dramatically. Skills integrated with the law would reach a terrifying level of power. Among the human race, besides the demigod experts, there were no high-tier gods. This was considered a gap. It was only recently that this gap was being filled. Following Yan Quanshan, Bai Yite, and Meng In-Wen, veteran experts like Mo Xingwei and Ying Taeyan would also break through in a short time. By then, the strength of the human race would increase significantly. With them guarding, the Xia Divine Empire would be extremely prosperous and unparalleled. Only a few people knew that all of this was brought about by Lin Mohan. Otherwise, the soul-devouring beast would not have been an opportunity, but a disaster. While Bai Yite and Meng In-Wen were breaking through, Lin Mohan had returned to the human world. He and Antares had argued for a long time and parted on bad terms. Antares found himself outmatched in words, unable to talk back to Lin Mohan. He felt he had lived for so many years in vain. Angrily, Antares sent Lin Mohan back to the human world and told him not to come back. Of course, this was just an angry remark, but their bickering also conveniently suppressed other matters. Lin Mohan no longer thought about what had happened in the primordial secret realm, burying this memory deep inside, not to be touched. He was not yet qualified to touch it. Lin Mohan arrived in Kunlun City again. Standing in the city, he could see the distant Kunlun Mountains. The high-level dungeon, Kunlun Divine Palace, a level 75 dungeon, allowed those from level 70 to 80 to enter. This was a dungeon for high-level professionals. After the filtering of low and mid-level dungeons, very few people were qualified to enter high-level dungeons. Even if they were, they usually belonged to some major factions. Almost all solo players stopped at mid-level dungeons. Lin Mohan set foot on the snowy mountain, climbing upwards. A strong snowstorm blew from the north. On the way to the novice-level dungeon, the snowstorm was a considerable challenge, capable of scaring away at least a third of the professionals. This was also the section with the heaviest snowstorm. After a long time, Lin Mohan returned to the Kunlun Mountains. The last time he left, he was not yet level 70, and had not undergone his third job advancement. His soul was strong but had not yet reached the god level. Now, returning, he had completed his third job advancement, and was on his own path. His soul level had reached 92. Looking at the Kunlun Mountains again, he had a completely different feeling. His soul was now extremely sensitive. In Lin Mohan's perception, the Kunlun Mountains were filled with a deathly aura, devoid of life. In the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, Lin Mohan had once felt that the Kunlun Mountains in the dungeon carried a sense of vitality. But looking at the Kunlun Mountains outside the dungeon, it was utterly desolate. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Lin Mohan crossed his arms and closed his eyes, his soul power pouring out like a stream. With the main peak of the Kunlun Mountains as the center, a radius of 10,000 meters was a land of death. Under the snow were black rocks, lifeless and barren. His soul power began to spread into the mountain. In the upper part of the mountain, Lin Mohan finally discovered something unusual. He felt a hint of life force, flowing in trickles along special pathways, specifically towards the inside of the mountain. This life force surprisingly came from the professionals outside the mountain. Lin Mohan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the Kunlun Mountains to be absorbing the life force of professionals. But it absorbed it very slowly and in very small amounts, so it didn't cause any harm to them. Professionals themselves had strong life force. The higher the level, and the stronger the soul, the stronger the life force. Being absorbed bit by bit was almost undetectable. His soul power continued to delve deeper. This life force flew along a special path inside the mountain towards the peak. Near the peak, Lin Mohan sensed a formation, an extremely complex and mysterious one. The scale of the formation was not large, not as vast as the Great Soul Fusion Array. But this formation was placed extremely secretively inside the Kunlun Mountains, far more complex than the Great Soul Fusion Array. Moreover, when the formation was active, it emitted the aura of Law God-level formation, one that had integrated with the law. The formation blocked Lin Mohan's soul perception, preventing him from going deeper. If he wanted to know what was behind the formation, he had to go there himself and see it with his own eyes. The formation contained law, which meant it was at least level 96. And the existence that could set up such a formation had to be above level 96. Currently, there were no level 96 formation masters in the human race. This formation was left from the past. Moreover, in Lin Mohan's knowledge, even in the history of several thousand years, the human race had never had a level 96 formation master. If Meng Wen could reach level 96, he would be a pioneer of this era. This formation either did not belong to this era or did not belong to the human race. Demons didn't know formations. If it was a formation set up by the dragon race, it would definitely not escape the eyes of God-level experts. Lin Mohan thought for a moment and soon had an answer. This formation either belonged to the previous era or was set up by a deity. At this moment, he felt someone approaching. He stopped his thoughts, opened his eyes, and turned to look. His soul power had not completely dissipated yet. Lin Mohan's eyes lit up and shot out like a sharp sword. The approaching person suddenly cried out as if struck hard, staggering back several steps and falling into the snow. If Lin Mohan hadn't withdrawn his soul power at the last moment, the other person's soul might have been directly shattered. Now, just being frightened was considered lucky. Lin Mohan asked, "Is something wrong?" At this time, the person's companions ran over to help him up. He looked to be in his 30s and wore a mage's robe. He was clearly a mage. Lin Mohan could see his level 61, neither strong nor weak. He looked at Lin Mohan with a strange expression. "I saw you standing there without moving. Thought you were frozen, so I came over to check." Lin Mohan looked at himself. There wasn't a single snowflake on him, so how could he look frozen? But he had indeed been standing for a long time. Using his soul power to explore the mountain had taken about half an hour. Standing still for half an hour would naturally attract attention. Lin Mohan shook his head and said, "I am fine." After speaking, he walked up the mountain. Looking at Lin Moyan's departing figure, the man felt it was very strange. What a weird person. And strangely, why was he scared by his gaze? His companions also expressed their confusion. They had never heard of someone being scared by a look. "Brother, you're too timid." "Yeah, how can you be like that? If you encounter a slightly fierce boss, won't you be too scared to cast skills? You need to practice your courage. Let me see what to eat to be braver, and I'll make some for you." The man was teased by his companions and waved his hand in frustration. "Go away, stop making fun of me." Everyone laughed heartily. They were all teammates and had known each other for many years, so they were just joking. The man looked at Lin Mohan, who was about to disappear into the snowstorm, and muttered, but his eyes were really a bit scary. Lin Mohan walked leisurely. Each step seemed to land on the snow, but it was hidden within the snow. He left no footprints as he passed. He could have flown, but chose not to. He was measuring the Kunlun peak, his soul power spreading out again, following the threads of life force to the outside of the formation. He was not a formation master and didn't know how to set up formations, but this didn't affect his investigation of it. His soul power repeatedly tried to enter the formation to see what was inside, and why it was absorbing life force. Although it didn't absorb much, just a tiny bit, accumulated over days and years, the total amount was quite startling. Lin Mohan discovered that a thread of his own life force was also being sucked into the formation, disappearing without a trace, an extremely tiny thread that completely ignored his skills and defensive talents. This discovery shocked Lin Mohan even more. It meant the level of the law in the formation was very high, not something an ordinary level 96 could achieve. What on earth was it hiding? Lin Mohan was curious and also became vigilant. If it was like the land of wind and thunder hiding some powerful existence, it would be troublesome. But on second thought, it probably wasn't. If that were the case, the demigods and the human race would have cleared it out long ago. After all, this was the human world, not the land of wind and thunder. Lin Mohan tried various methods but couldn't penetrate the formation and finally had to give up. Before he knew it, he had passed the novice-level dungeon area and entered the intermediate-level dungeon area. An invisible pressure pressed down on him, but had no effect. The closer he got to the intermediate-level dungeon, the lighter the snowstorm became, eventually disappearing. A bustling scene appeared before him. Many human teams stationed here year-round had formed a small settlement. The last time Lin Mohan came, he was in a hurry to clear the dungeon and then left in a rush, never taking a good look at this place. Now, looking at it, the atmosphere of life was strong. People gathered together to drink and feast, lively and peaceful. 1,000 years ago, such a life was almost unimaginable. At that time, major wars were constant, and professionals went to the battlefield one after another, their blood dyeing the rivers and mountains. If it weren't for the desperate struggles of the past ages, the human race would have long fallen under the iron hooves of the dragons and demons. Lin Mohan didn't stop, passing through the camp and continuing upwards. The snowstorm grew stronger again. The path from the intermediate-level dungeon to the high-level dungeon was even more difficult. The snow was like blades, carrying an offensive nature. The ascent was a trial in itself. Under the immense pressure, although there was no flight restriction, flying was very difficult. The pressure was more than 10 times greater than before, another trial to weed out the unqualified. This kind of trial had no effect on Lin Mohan. He still moved without a trace on the snow, as light as the wind and clouds. The snowstorm grew heavier. Lin Mohan looked through the ice and snow, and saw the dungeon entrance in the distance. The dungeon vortex was swirling on the mountaintop. It seemed the dungeon was originally at the peak, where there was a flat piece of land. Lin Mohan compared it with the position his soul power had reached, and found that the dungeon's location was actually a few hundred meters lower than the true peak. But to the naked eye, there was no road behind the dungeon. Lin Mohan knew someone had used special means to hide the real path. There was still a way up behind the dungeon, requiring one to continuously pass through high-level formations to reach the true summit. If he wasn't mistaken, the high-level dungeon was not the end. There was probably a fourth-tier dungeon. Lin Mohan was silent, guessing in his mind, then walked towards the dungeon. The snowstorm was pushed aside, and a clamor came from behind. A group of professionals broke through the snowstorm, resisting the heavy, invisible pressure as they rushed forward. Their speed was very fast, and they didn't stop along the way. The closer they got to the dungeon entrance, the greater the pressure they had to endure. Lin Mohan knew this. He looked at the approaching people and murmured, "What a coincidence." The road to the high-level dungeon was usually empty, with only occasional teams going up. They usually rushed up the mountain at the fastest speed. The pressure outside was too strong. No one could bear it for long. The main reason was that the requirements for the intermediate-level dungeon were too high. Not many people could meet them. Moreover, the high-level dungeon was too difficult. A level 70 team couldn't beat it at all, and even a level 80 team would face great pressure. Once they passed level 80, they wouldn't meet the dungeon's entry requirements, so there was no need to even try. Therefore, those who came to challenge the high-level dungeon were mostly teams composed of level 79 or 80 professionals, with level 80 teams being the majority. The attributes at level 80 continued to increase significantly, and with new skills, the chances of successfully clearing the dungeon were a bit higher. As Lin Mohan watched them, they were also watching him. Someone like Lin Mohan, walking up the mountain alone and leisurely, was truly one of a kind. They saw him stop and not move forward, which they found strange, but they didn't stop for it, quickly passing by and rushing towards the dungeon. Lin Mohan waited for them to pass, then smiled faintly and continued forward. Although Lin Mohan couldn't see their levels, his soul perception told him they were between level 79 and 80. This team of 24 people was well coordinated as they advanced, acting in unison, which gave Lin Mohan the feeling of a military unit. It was just that they weren't wearing military uniforms or insignia, so there was no way to tell. Some well-trained guild teams could also reach this level. This team quickly passed Lin Mohan, rushing to the dungeon entrance at the fastest speed, then sat down beside it. Someone took out a magic tool, setting up a protective barrier around the team, blocking the snowstorm and pressure. They began to rest and recover. Rushing up in one go had probably consumed too much of their strength, so they needed to recover before entering the dungeon. Whether resting or entering the dungeon, they acted in an orderly and disciplined manner, and the leader was strictly disciplined. Lin Mohan believed this team must be from the military. If not, they were professionals trained using military methods. Such professional teams had strong combat effectiveness, and could exert powerful combat strength whether on the battlefield or in a dungeon. While they were resting, Lin Mohan also arrived at the dungeon entrance. Someone noticed Lin Mohan, and a stir of surprise went through them. Why would someone come here alone? To see the scenery. But this place is all snow and wind, a vast expanse of white. What's there to see? Plus, with the huge invisible pressure, who would be in the mood for sightseeing? Lin Mohan stood before the dungeon, and looked at them. Military. The leader of the team looked at Lin Mohan suspiciously. Is there something you need? Lin Mohan smiled, and shook his head. Just curious, a casual question. He then reached out and placed his hand on the dungeon entrance. A second later, his body disappeared. Everyone was stunned. He actually entered the dungeon. Is he joking? Going into a dungeon alone? Does he want to die? Doesn't he know that all teleportation items are ineffective inside, and you only get the choice to leave after surviving the first wave of attacks? He's going to die in there. What an idiot. He doesn't look like an idiot. Why would he do something so foolish? Everyone was dumbfounded by Lin Moyan's actions. Who didn't know the difficulty of the high-level dungeon? Soloing it was absolutely impossible. Moreover, someone who could get here had proven their considerable ability, yet they did something so suicidal, which was incomprehensible. Mind your own business. Hurry up and rest. We entered the dungeon in 10 minutes. The leader gave a low command, and everyone immediately fell silent. The leader looked at the dungeon and said in a voice only he could hear, it couldn't be him, could it? If there was anyone in the world who could solo the high-level Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, there was only one person who could possibly do it. His age, dress, it all seemed to match. The leader thought he had guessed Lin Mohan's identity. It must be General Lin. Perhaps he really can solo it. It can only be him. Inside the dungeon, as soon as Lin Mohan's vision cleared, before he could even look around, a fire-colored, six-hued light enveloped him. Elemental explosions roared, and various elemental attacks instantly rained down on him. His bone armor glowed brightly but shattered with a boom after just 2 seconds. He was now level 74, and with his talent, his bone armor was equivalent to having 590,000 constitution. Yet it only held for a mere 2 seconds. In other words, a professional with 590,000 constitution, without considering equipment or defensive skills, could only last for 2 seconds. However, 2 seconds was enough for Lin Mohan to do a lot. The undead legion appeared, and the headless horseman charged out in all directions, cutting a bloody path for him. Without using his eyes, his soul power swept across, and in almost an instant, he understood the situation. A large number of monsters were nearby, launching the first wave of attacks on him. But now they had been pushed back by the charging headless horseman, with a large number dead and injured. 1,000 meters away, 4 towering fortresses stood. The fortresses were arranged in a fan shape, surrounding the area. Each fortress had walls, with many monsters standing on them. The walls were 100 meters high, and formations flowed within the fortresses, forming a defense. Giant monsters stood on the walls, each over 10 meters tall, their energy boiling. They were all casting long-range elemental attacks. The bone armor shattering so quickly was mostly their doing. The dungeon has changed. Lin Mohan immediately noticed the difference. Whether it was the monsters attacking him up close, or the ones casting long-range elemental attacks from the fortresses, their actions seemed to be under a unified command, not just a chaotic rush. Moreover, the surrounding fortresses seemed to form a single entity, and the monsters controlling the elements in each fortress were different. The leftmost fortress controlled the wind element, and to its right were fire, water, and lightning, respectively. These 4 elements were the most common among human professionals. Each fortress controlled one element for its attacks, not with any magic skills, but with the purest form of elemental attacks. This method of attack reminded Lin Mohan of deities. Whether it was humans, dark elves, or dragons using elements, they ultimately needed to use skills to attack. Only deities, because their essence was different from other beings, were themselves manifestations of the elements and had absolute control over them. This allowed them to directly command the elements to attack. Of course, deities could also cast skills, which at a certain level could enhance the destructive power of the elements. All these thoughts flashed through Lin Mohan's mind. He instinctively felt that the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon had something to do with deities. Under the assault of the Headless Horseman and the skeletons, the monsters were quickly pushed back and eliminated, creating an open space in front of Lin Mohan. The elemental attacks from the fortresses continued unabated, like cannonballs constantly exploding on him. Lin Mohan ignored their attacks. For any other team, this kind of relentless attack would be immense pressure. But for Lin Mohan, it was nothing. His strength had far surpassed the dungeon's limits. Entering this dungeon was no different from a sightseeing tour for him, just walking around and clearing it casually. He was used to facing powerful enemies. Clearing a dungeon of this level was no longer a challenge. In a flash, the undead legion had cleared the monsters outside the fortresses and then, like a tide, surged towards the 4 fortresses. Attacks rained down on the fortress shields, causing them to shake violently. The 4 fortresses suddenly erupted with powerful energy fluctuations, and the 4 elements gathered in the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, a fierce wind howled, and thunder rumbled. A corner of Lin Mohan's mouth lifted slightly. Finally, they're making a move. He had long sensed that 4 bosses were hiding in the 4 fortresses. These 4 bosses were the commanders of the fortresses. Only when the fortresses were attacked to a certain degree would they act. This was the dungeon's mechanism. Now, seeing the fortress shield about to collapse, the commanders finally made their move. The 4 elements gathered in the air, their power constantly strengthening, quickly surpassing level 80 and breaking the dungeon's limit. This phenomenon slightly surprised Lin Mohan. Normally, except for the final boss of a dungeon, the power level of enemies encountered midway would not exceed the maximum entry limit. This was a level 75 dungeon, and the maximum entry level was 80. Thus, except for the final boss, the strength of the monsters encountered should be between level 75 and 80. Yet now, right at the beginning of the dungeon, the maximum power limit had been broken. Lin Mohan knew that this level of power was nothing to him, but for other professionals, it would be very difficult to handle. He had read the materials on the high-level Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon. Although the materials were not detailed, he generally knew the situation inside. The dungeon had 3 stages, and he was currently in the first. This stage was to destroy the elemental fortresses and obtain the keys. Judging by the name, the difficulty of the high-level dungeon was indeed very high. An ordinary team would find it very difficult to pass. Lin Mohan murmured to himself, not realizing the difference between what he was doing and what was described in the materials. The materials only said to take down an elemental fortress, which actually meant choosing to attack one of the 4. Others would choose one elemental fortress to attack, thus only alarming the commander of that one fortress. There would be no situation of elements gathering and breaking the dungeon's power limit. Lin Mohan, however, was attacking all 4 fortresses at the same time, alarming all 4 commanders, which led to this unusual change. A fierce wind howled in the dungeon, turning into blades that rained down on the undead legion. Lightning crashed, and electric serpents danced, weaving through the undead. The lightning illuminated the ground, and then the sky flashed with red and blue light. The fire and water elements descended at the same time. The scene of a fiery rain and snowflakes falling together was something even Lin Mohan had never seen before. It was magnificent. The 2 opposing elements collided, creating a violent explosion. In an instant, the elemental shocks were dazzling. Lin Mohan stood there, his expression relaxed, as if enjoying a spectacular fireworks display. He had experienced the Electric Dragon King dungeon and been baptized by the elemental giant dragons. This level of elemental attack was just child's play. Under the elemental onslaught, the undead legion maintained its powerful offensive. The Lich General provided healing, and their wounds healed in an instant. Like Lin Mohan, they ignored the elemental attacks. Lin Mohan didn't even need to summon the Skeleton King or use any other support skills. The undead legion alone was enough to sweep through. The 4 fortresses' seemingly sturdy shields only held for a minute under the frantic attack of the undead legion before shattering with a loud bang. The undead legion swarmed in like fierce wolves, quickly clearing the monsters on the walls. The army then charged into the fortresses and began to besiege the commanders. Lin Mohan walked forward leisurely. With the undead legion at its current level, as long as they didn't encounter a particularly difficult enemy, he didn't need to worry about the battle. He just had to wait for the results. Before long, the elemental convergence in the sky dissipated. Lin Mohan also received notifications. Killed level 78 Wind Commander. Experience. Obtained. Wind Key, one of the 4 elemental keys. You must obtain at least 1 key to open the 3rd stage of the dungeon. Killed level 78 Fire Commander. Experience. Obtained. Fire key notifications kept popping up. Lin Mohan obtained all 4 keys. The 4 elemental fortresses fell completely silent. As the undead legion left, the fortresses collapsed with a rumble, turning into piles of rubble. At this time, Lin Mohan also walked past the fortresses, following the path inside the dungeon and continuing forward. He looked up and saw the peak of Kunlun Mountain. In the mist on the peak, a magnificent and beautiful palace was faintly visible. The Kunlun Divine Palace, the dungeon's name was based on it. Behind the elemental fortresses was the path up the mountain. From here was the true beginning of the dungeon. Lin Mohan looked at the peak. The highest mountain in the Kunlun dungeon gave him a sense of vitality and life. Unlike the main peak outside Kunlun, which was full of a deathly aura. The first time he entered the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, he had had this feeling. At that time, he had suspected that the peak inside the dungeon was the true main peak of Kunlun. Now, Lin Mohan was even more certain of his feeling. There were many legends related to the Kunlun Mountains. Whether it was in his previous life before transmigration or in the Shed Divine Empire, there were legends related to the Kunlun Mountains. In his previous life, it was said that Kunlun was the ancestor of all mountains, and some said the dragon veins of the world originated from Kunlun. Here, Kunlun was just as mysterious and powerful. It was said that a large number of deities were born there, and it was once called the gathering place of 10,000 gods. Lin Mohan didn't believe in 10,000 gods, but with the grandeur of the Kunlun Mountains, it was entirely possible for a few or even 10 deities to appear. His soul power flowed within the dungeon, slowly pouring into the main peak of Kunlun. Lin Mohan was very interested in figuring everything out, possibly uncovering the mystery of the events of that year. Since Lin Mohan's growth, the things he came into contact with were different from other professionals. After his first semester exam, he was noticed by Bai. Everything he came into contact with after that was of a higher caliber. As his level increased, the information he learned became more and more complex, with mysteries appearing one after another. Often, as soon as he found an answer, several more mysteries would arise. Now, the things he was in contact with had far surpassed the understanding of Bai and Meng Yan. In the entire world, he was the only one who could speak on equal terms with entares. He was the only one qualified to enter the Dragon King's palace. He was certainly the only one who had seen the elemental giant dragons and the dragon god. He was the only one who could obtain 2 primordial runes and preserve them, obtaining primordial skills. Lin Moyu knew the path he walked was different from anyone else's. He needed to solve all kinds of mysteries, and understand the essence of this world. In the past era, what exactly had happened in this world? Why did these things happen? Lin Moyu believed that all changes were not natural, there must be a deeper reason. And Tears had once let slip a few words, and although it was brief, it gave Lin Moyu a clue. After that, both of them tacitly avoided the topic. Lin Moyu understood better that there was something strange about this world. Now, standing on the main peak of Kunlun, Lin Moyu was 99% sure that this main peak in the dungeon was the true main peak of Kunlun, the one with countless legends. The main peak outside the dungeon was a fee. To be able to swap the 2 main peaks was not something an ordinary deity could do. But why would they do that? Lin Moyu walked, and thought about this problem. A large number of monsters rushed down from the mountain and from both sides. The Undead Legion acted on command and killed them all. The monsters in the dungeon were mostly between level 75 and 77 and had no resistance against the Undead Legion. Suddenly, Lin Moyu looked up at the palace on the peak, and a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have understood something. To verify it, his soul power shot towards the palace. But just as it was about to reach the palace, a formation suddenly appeared, blocking his soul power. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, a little excited. That's right, that's it. The formation blocking his soul power was from the same source as the one absorbing life force outside. He could feel it very clearly, the 2 formations were from the same person's hand. The previous mystery had an answer, and it all became clear. A fake peak was set up outside, and a formation was set up inside the real peak, absorbing the life force of living beings in a wide range at a very slow speed. Using the snowstorm of the Kunlun Mountains and the pressure test of the dungeon, it was completely undetectable. Even an ordinary level 90 expert coming here wouldn't notice if they didn't look carefully. All the absorbed life force entered the dungeon and gathered in the true Kunlun Divine Palace. The life force seemed insignificant, but accumulated over time, it was a startling amount. If I'm not wrong, there must be a powerful deity in deep sleep. A severely injured deity chose to sleep, using the passage of time to recover. This deity added a layer of protection, not only sleeping but also absorbing life force from a wide area. Thus, its sleeping time would be greatly shortened. Lin Moyu felt his guess was probably correct. Although he trusted his guess, a guess was just a guess. If possible, he still wanted to go into the Divine Palace and see for himself. As for how to enter, it was either by force or through the dungeon. Lin Moyu believed that since the other party had created this trial-type dungeon, there would naturally be a way in. The path ahead suddenly lit up, and a ball of light like the sun appeared in the air. The light flickered in the snowstorm, and a dazzling halo bloomed. Small rainbows appeared in the air, like a 7-colored halo. Incredibly beautiful. If all this was from the hand of that deity, then one could only say that deity's aesthetic sense was very high. Lin Moyu's gaze turned to the sun, like ball of light. The ball of light was only bright, not hot. It was just a surface phenomenon, the core inside it was surprisingly a formation. This formation was mobilizing and gathering a large amount of light element, emitting a dazzling halo. The ball of light suddenly flashed, and the snowflakes in the sky immediately sparkled. They were enveloped by a large amount of light element, and then the snowflakes rapidly transformed into fist-sized snowmen. The snowmen wielded tiny light swords and charged at Lin Moyu. Don't be fooled by their small size. Their strength was not weak at all. Under his soul perception, the strength of each small snowman was as high as level 77. The reconnaissance skill flew out. Light snowman level, 77 strength, 300,000 agility, 250,000 spirit, 250,000 constitution, 200,000 skills. Light elemental attack trait, rebirth. The total attributes were only 1 million, weaker than monsters of the same level in a hell difficulty dungeon. In a dungeon of the difficulty of Kunlun Divine Palace, the monsters appearing shouldn't have such attributes. Lin Moyu wasn't careless. He noticed the light snowman's trait was rebirth. He didn't know how it would manifest. The Undead Legion had already moved to meet them. Even the smallest skeleton mage in the Undead Legion was over 2 meters tall. The headless horsemen, including their mounts, were even over 5 meters tall. These light snowmen were only the size of a fist, truly tiny. The skeleton mages took the lead in attacking. For them, once locked on, size didn't matter. Elemental explosions roared, and the surrounding elements instantly became chaotic. The light snowmen were blown to pieces in the violent explosions, but then the fragments reformed into snowmen again. They were slightly smaller than before, and their aura was weaker, but their numbers had increased dramatically. One snowman blown into 7 or 8 pieces immediately turned into 7 or 8 smaller snowmen, charging forward again. Their weapons were no bigger than sewing needles in Lin Moyu's eyes, but their power could not be judged by size. These smaller light snowmen were not weak, Each stab was aimed to kill. They were continuously blown apart and then reformed into even smaller snowmen. Their numbers were increasing dramatically, while their strength was continuously weakening. But no matter how many there were, it was useless. The skeleton mage's skills were area of effect attacks, and each explosion covered a large area. Under the dense explosions, the small snowman couldn't break through at all. So this is Reborn. Lin Mohan watched, finding it a bit amusing. No matter how many times they could be reborn, there was always a limit. For example, the number of rebirths, or the degree to which their strength weakened after rebirth. Once they reached the limit, they would eventually collapse. Sure enough, after being killed 10 times in a row, some fingertip-sized snowmen completely disintegrated, finally unable to complete a new round of rebirth. Just as Lin Mohan thought, the rebirth had ended. At this time, the ball of light in the sky flashed again, emitting an even more brilliant halo. This time, the snowflakes in a larger area turned into light snowmen, charging forward menacingly. This was the second stage of the high-level dungeon. After passing the 4 elemental fortresses of the first stage, one had to face the second stage here. Most teams failed here and had to choose to withdraw. The snowflakes in the sky fluttered down endlessly. The light snowmen transformed from the snowflakes were just as numerous. The number of snowmen in the second wave was several times that of the first. The skeleton mages blasted away, oblivious to the world. Lin Mohan looked at the ball of light in the sky. The ball of light was the root. As long as it wasn't dealt with, the light snowmen would be endless. The essence of the ball of light was a formation. Either break the formation or shatter it with overwhelming power. Lin Mohan's thoughts moved slightly, and the headless horsemen immediately charged towards the ball of light, activating their deathless charge skill. The team of headless horsemen, like a long dragon, shot towards the ball of light. The ball of light was over 1,000 meters above the ground. It looked small, but it was actually not small at all. Lin Mohan's eyes were fixed on the ball of light. Just as the headless horsemen were about to arrive, a large number of runes appeared on the ball of light. The formation activated, and a protective barrier full of runes appeared on the surface of the ball of light. The headless horsemen crashed into the barrier, and were sent flying. Tens of thousands of headless horsemen followed, taking turns to attack the barrier. The barrier continuously twisted. Under the powerful attack of the headless horsemen, it held for more than 2 minutes before shattering. Then, the headless horsemen reached the ball of light. The formation inside the ball of light activated again, and a large number of light swords shot out from it. The ball of light instantly turned into a porcupine, knocking away all the approaching headless horsemen. The headless horseman went all out, attacking the ball of light, cutting off the light swords protruding from its body. The protective barrier and the light swords, 2 layers of defense, were broken in a short time. Then, the headless horsemen surrounded the ball of light and smashed it repeatedly. The bone swords in their hands struck the ball of light, making a loud clanging sound. The formation symbols continuously flickered and finally exploded with a loud bang. As the ball of light exploded, the light snowmen also disappeared. The second stage of the dungeon was passed. After passing the second stage, the dungeon was a straight path. So far, Lin Mohan had not received any rewards, except for some experience and useless materials. He hadn't even gotten a single decent piece of equipment. This dungeon could be summarized in one word: poor. Not just in terms of equipment, but also in terms of experience. Except for the wave of experience he got when he first entered the dungeon, the light ball formation and the small snowman just now didn't give a single point of experience. If the intermediate and novice dungeons were leveling paradises, then this high-level dungeon truly had nothing. The mountain path went higher and higher, and the snowstorm also became more intense. Here, even someone above level 70 might not be able to stand firm. The temperature was terrifyingly low. Water turning to ice was the most normal phenomenon. Even Lin Mohan now felt waves of cold. The current temperature was low enough to injure him. The damage transfer skill continued to work, transferring all damage to the undead legion. The soul flames in the skeletons' heads were also slightly diminished by the cold. Lin Mohan could feel that under the accumulated snow was ice that had existed for who knows how many years. He braved the severe cold, and moved forward. The path was uneventful until he reached the depths of the dungeon, where 4 square platforms appeared in his sight. Behind the platforms was a thick fog, and the path forward was lost. On each platform, there was a depression, looking like a keyhole. Lin Mohan looked down, and understood, then took out the elemental keys he had obtained from the elemental fortresses. The platforms in different positions represented different elemental keys. For most teams, just one of the keys was enough to open the next stage. But now, Lin Mohan had all 4 keys. He inserted the 4 keys into them one by one. The 4 square platforms rumbled at the same time. The rumbling grew louder and louder, and then the platforms exploded, turning into their corresponding elements. Wind, fire, water, and lightning. The 4 elements gathered again, turning into a 4-colored beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The clouds parted, and a brand new passage appeared before him. This passage seemed to lead straight to the divine palace on the peak, with no end in sight. As the passage opened, terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. A large number of sleeping monsters awakened, each over level 78. And they were not ordinary monsters but at least elites. Under his soul perception, the number and strength of each elite were clear. The number of awakening elites was exactly 400. Lin Mohan thought to himself, if he had only opened one of the passages, the number of elites he would have had to face would not have been so many. He was right. If he had only opened one passage, he would only have had to face 100 elite monsters. Moreover, the elites would have awakened much more slowly. A strong team could use this time difference to clear them one by one. The maximum number of elites they would have to face at the same time would not exceed 4. But now, Lin Mohan had activated all 4 passages at once, and 400 elite monsters awakened at the same time. He might have to face up to 16 elites at once, which would be a disaster for any other team. After all, a team had only 24 members. Facing 16 elite monsters at the same time was probably not feasible. A corner of Lin Mohan's mouth twitched slightly. Is that all? 400 elites is too weak. Before the elites had fully awakened and charged, the Undead Legion had already taken the lead and charged forward. This was the final stage of the dungeon, but it still disappointed Lin Mohan. Although the experience from the elites was high, much higher than ordinary monsters, their numbers were too few. 400 elites, even if their experience was 10 times that of ordinary monsters, was only equivalent to 4,000 ordinary monsters, not to mention the experience wasn't 10 times as much. If that was all, the high-level Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon was no longer suitable for him to level up. Clearing this dungeon was slower than clearing the wind. Thunder trees outside the Thunder Mountain range. Killed Flame Giant. Experience. Obtained Flame Sword, your legendary weapon. Total attributes 60,000. Increases power of all fire type skills by 120. Attached skill, Burning. Burning continuously deals damage to the target. Duration, 1 minute. As a fire element elite was killed, Lin Mohan obtained a near legendary weapon. Although it wasn't very good, it wasn't too bad either. At least its attributes were much stronger than a platinum grade weapon. Even the worst near legendary weapon's attribute increase was in the tens of thousands. For professionals, a near legendary weapon was a leap in power. If it could be paired with a high-level skill, this weapon would be very powerful. One by one, the elites were killed, and one by one, near legendary equipment entered his storage space. Lin Mohan finally understood that the high-level dungeon was not suitable for leveling up. This place was for people to farm equipment. Based on a 1/10 drop rate, even if only one passage was opened, it represented 10 near legendary pieces of equipment. Which dungeon could produce 10 near legendary pieces of equipment at once? Moreover, Lin Mohan had opened all the passages, meaning he could get at least 30 to 40 near legendary pieces of equipment at once. The harvest was startling. The low and mid-level dungeons were for leveling, and the high-level one was for farming equipment. This way, one could have both levels and equipment. The Kunlun Divine Palace truly lived up to its name. Although the difficulty was a bit high, it provided a large amount of resources for the human race. Lin Mohan was secretly excited. This was very good. There were not many high-level craftsmen in the human race. Even if they worked at full capacity, they couldn't produce many near legendary pieces of equipment. As for true legendary equipment, don't even think about it. Most of the near legendary equipment in the human race came from high-level dungeons. The importance of a high-level dungeon like the Kunlun Divine Palace was self-evident. With equipment, the combat power of human professionals could be greatly increased. A top-tier piece of equipment could even change a profession. This was not just a joke. Unfortunately, this equipment was useless to Lin Mohan. He had tried various types of equipment. Only the Monarch's scepter was useful to him. The Undead Legion charged into the passage, killing everything in their path, regardless of whether the elite monsters had awakened or not. They just charged in and hacked away. The Undead Legion was unreasonable. And at this moment, they were displaying their full capabilities. Lin Mohan didn't need to do anything, he just had to follow the path and climb to the peak. Along the way, the sound of fighting was incessant, and notifications kept popping up. Lin Mohan got closer and closer to the peak, until a formation appeared and blocked his path. He was now only about 1,000 meters from the Divine Palace on the peak and could see it clearly. The Divine Palace was exquisite and magnificent, standing on the peak. The connection between the peak and the Divine Palace was just a small point, but even so, the Divine Palace was still very stable, not swaying in the strong wind. Wind chimes hung from the 4 corners of the Divine Palace, constantly ringing in the wind. The faint sound of the wind chimes was like a piece of music. In the dungeon materials, there was no record related to the Divine Palace. Some teams had opened the passage and fought to the end. They met the final boss of the dungeon at the end of the passage, and after killing the boss, they left the dungeon. There was nothing after that. But they had all used only one key. Lin Mohan had used 4 keys, and the difficulty was more than 4 times greater. The results he saw were also different. At least the formation before him was not in the materials. The sound of the wind chimes from the Divine Palace was also not mentioned. If it had been, there would have been a record. The sound of the wind chimes was very pleasant, with a hint of melancholy. The wind chimes were music, but also a story. Lin Mohan heard the meaning in it, and was a little intoxicated. He seemed to see some images in the sound, the story of what happened that year. His soul power was affected by the sound of the wind chimes and soared. His morale was boosted, his soul boiled, and his fighting spirits surged. Lin Mohan had the urge to join the battlefield, to fight bravely alongside the undead legion. He realized this thought was not normal, but couldn't control it. This is not right. Stop. Lin Mohan shouted in his heart, trying to control his soul, his will resisting his subconscious. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Lin Mohan shuddered, and immediately calmed down. Lin Mohan let out a long breath, recalling what had just happened. That feeling of being unable to control himself. The power of law. He was still secretly afraid. He hadn't expected the sound of the wind chimes to contain a trace of the power of law, and he had been hit by it unintentionally. The 4 wind chimes at the 4 corners of the Divine Palace were very unusual. Lin Mohan regained his senses and was 120 vigilant. This was not a good place. He didn't take the dungeon seriously, but the Divine Palace on the peak of Kunlun was perilous at every step. Lin Mohan steadied his mind and temporarily ignored the Divine Palace. The 400 elites in the passage had been almost cleared. As the last elite fell, the 4 directions moved, and a large amount of element gathered in the field. The peak kept shaking, and a giant monster descended from the sky in the wind and snow. A beak of fire, a tail of ice, wings of wind, and claws of lightning. A large bird formed by the elements descended from the sky with the sound of thunder and wind, and without any warning, it rushed towards the undead legion. Its speed was so fast that it could almost be compared to the Headless Horsemen using their Deathless Charge skill. Its giant claws clenched, and the armor on the Headless Horseman creaked but did not shatter as it had expected. As long as the damage could not kill the Headless Horseman in an instant, all damage would be shared by the entire undead legion. Killing a Headless Horseman was not that easy. The Headless Horseman continuously counter-attacked in its claws, its bone sword constantly stabbing at the giant bird. Lin Mohan used his reconnaissance skill. This giant bird had clearly surpassed the dungeon's limit under his soul perception. Its level was around 84. For any team, this kind of boss would be very difficult to deal with. But Lin Mohan also knew that if he hadn't opened all 4 square platforms and combined the 4 elemental passages into one, this boss would not have been so strong. Kunlun Giant Eagle level 82 world-class elite strength, 1,200,000 agility, 1,600,000 spirit, 1,200,000 constitution, 1,000,000 skills, elemental assault traits, fire element immunity, wind element immunity, water element immunity, lightning element immunity. World-class elite was the strongest designation in a dungeon. Only bosses in large-scale dungeons could be called world-class elites. Many people thought that world-class elites and world bosses were on the same level, just with different names in dungeons, and the wild. Their total attributes were almost the same. That was because those people had never faced a world boss, let alone soloed one. They were just talking about what they didn't know. In Lin Mohan's eyes, a world boss was definitely stronger than the elites in a dungeon. Even if they were the same level, and their attributes were similar, a world boss had various protective traits, like the poisonous flood dragon, whose poison alone was very troublesome. In contrast, the elites in a dungeon were much easier to deal with. Lin Mohan had killed countless world bosses, and didn't take this level 82 Kunlun Giant Eagle seriously. But because it was constantly flying and its speed was extremely fast, it was not easy to chase and kill. Its immunity to the 4 elements greatly reduced the power of the skeleton mage's elemental chaos. Only the skeleton sharpshooter's soul arrows could deal some damage to it. But if he wanted to kill it, it would take a lot of time. Lin Mohan didn't want to waste time. With a thought, he pointed a finger into the air, and the sky immediately darkened. Dark clouds pressed down, and a ghostly wind swept in. A golden, exquisite skeleton throne appeared in the air. The god-level skeleton king, over 20 meters tall, slowly stood up from its throne. The god-level skeleton king, formed from 100,000 skeletons, had the combat power of a peak level 92. When it used its skills, its power could reach level 93. The appearance of the god-level skeleton king made the space hum. Even the dungeon elite, the Kunlun Giant Eagle, seemed panicked, flying chaotically in the air. The giant sword in the skeleton king's hand swung, cutting out a bone, killing sword light. The god-flaying slash skill, with only the Kunlun Giant Eagle as its target, unleashed its strongest power. The Kunlun Giant Eagle's cry stopped abruptly, and its huge body exploded in the sword light. A one-shot kill. The Kunlun giant eagle didn't even have a chance to cast a skill before it was directly killed. For Lin Mohan, killing it was just a matter of time. Although he had intended to play for a while, he didn't have much time. Killed Kunlun giant eagle. Experience. Obtained. Kunlun flaming greatsword obtained. Kunlun storm battle armor obtained. Kunlun lightning ring obtained. Kunlun frost bracelet. Kunlun flaming greatsword 16 Kunlun set tied. Near legendary weapon effect. Total attributes. 50 fire type skill power. Attached skill, sky burning flames. Attacks have a chance to trigger this skill, dealing fire elemental damage to enemies within a 100-meter radius. Kunlun storm battle armor 16 Kunlun set type near, legendary defensive gear effect. Total attributes. Kunlun lightning ring 16 Kunlun set type, near, legendary jewelry defect. 20,000 total attributes. All attacks have a chance to inflict paralysis. Kunlun frost bracelet 16 Kunlun set type, near, legendary jewelry defect. 20,000 total attributes. Immune to the frozen state. 4 pieces of equipment, each with different elements and traits. The skill added to the weapon was standard. Looking at the weapon alone, it wasn't much. But if these pieces of equipment were evaluated together, it was a different story. What the Kunlun giant eagle dropped was the Kunlun set. Although the individual attributes were scattered, if the full set could be assembled, it would be a complete transformation. The complete Kunlun set was top tier among mere, legendary equipment. Without a legendary piece of equipment, the Kunlun set could be said to be the strongest, with very few things comparable to it. The complete Kunlun set had a total of 6 pieces: weapon, battle armor, ring, necklace, earrings, and bracelet. Moreover, the attributes of these 6 pieces were all different. For example, the weapon had to be of the corresponding type for each profession, like a knight's sword, a bow for an archer, a staff for a mage, and so on. The attributes also had to correspond, with the growth rate corresponding to the elemental skill, plus a randomly generated coordinated skill. The battle armor also had different attributes and elements, suitable for different professions. As such, the various combinations were almost endless. If a fire-type mage could obtain a complete Kunlun set with unified attributes, a complete set of fire-type staff, fire-type battle armor, ring, necklace, earrings, and bracelet, then even if you offered him a legendary piece of equipment, he probably wouldn't trade. But collecting such a set was too difficult. Among the top-tier professionals of the human race, even God-level experts might not be able to collect a full set. This time, Lin Mohan had collected 4 pieces with different attributes: a fire-type weapon, a wind-type battle armor, a lightning-type ring, and a water-type bracelet. Looking at them now, they were indeed a bit mismatched and unsystematic. This was him. If another team came to kill it, under the condition of using only one key to open the passage, the Kunlun equipment dropped would only be 1 piece. Without a determined type and attribute, who knows how long it would take to collect a set. A certain God-level expert once said that a complete Kunlun set with the same attributes was a lifetime collection. At that time, that God-level expert was willing to trade his legendary weapon for a complete Kunlun set with the same attributes. Unfortunately, he couldn't get it. Lin Mohan thought he could farm it a few more times. With his speed and ability, 4 pieces of Kunlun equipment each time, as long as he farmed it enough times, he should have a chance to collect a complete Kunlun set. The human race lacked legendary equipment. There were only a few pieces. As he knew, Manhwa's divine pagoda of Xia was legendary. Bai Yai's gloves and Yan Quansheng's sword were not legendary equipment but top-tier near legendary ones. The precious staff in Ning Taiyan's hand didn't seem to be legendary either. Why was legendary equipment so scarce? There were many reasons. The most important was that the human race had no God-level craftsmen and couldn't forge them. In contrast, like Manhwa, if he had sufficient materials, he could forge legendary jewelry. Lin Mohan had an idea: to get a complete Kunlun set for his teachers. It would surely help their combat power. This idea flashed and was quickly suppressed. There was no hurry for this. Lin Mohan turned his eyes back to the Kunlun Divine Palace at the peak. The moment the Kunlun Giant Eagle died, not only did he get the equipment, but the formation blocking his way also disappeared. The path behind the formation was completely revealed, and the Divine Palace 1,000 meters above was clearly in sight. This meant he was qualified to enter the Divine Palace. Sure enough, the dungeon had a 4th stage. This was the true Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon. Lin Mohan ascended the mountain to the peak of the Kunlun Divine Palace. A strong wind blew, and the sound of the wind chimes rang in his ears again. This time, Lin Mohan was prepared. His soul power retreated, unaffected by external objects. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal circled his soul, also vigilantly guarding his mind, not to be disturbed by external objects. The beautiful and pleasant sound of the wind chimes continued to ring in his ears. Even if Lin Mohan blocked his hearing, it was useless, he could still hear it. The sound directly transmitted into his soul. This was the sound of the law. You didn't need ears to hear it. It went straight into the soul, like the blood essence in the primordial secret realm. Lin Mohan could only resist with all his might, not to be affected by it. He had fallen for it once before. Although the other party had no ill intentions, the feeling of losing control was really not good. At that time, Lin Mohan's fighting spirit erupted, and he just wanted to personally join the battle. If this kind of sound was used in the army's combat power would be greatly increased, making every soldier full of fighting spirit. But if used on oneself, it could make one lose their reason, even becoming a puppet that only knows how to fight. Everything has two sides. Lin Mohan was good at analyzing, and willing to analyze, considering all aspects of a problem. Because of this, Lin Mohan preferred to maintain moments of silence. Since his debut, very few things could make him panic. The closer he got to the Kunlun Divine Palace, the more intense the sound of the wind chimes became. Lin Mohan knew that although this wind chime carried the law, as long as one's mind was firm enough, even a level 40 could resist it. The owner of the wind chime had no ill intentions. The distance of 1,000 meters was not far for Lin Mohan. He reached the peak in an instant. Standing on the peak, he could see the Kunlun Divine Palace even more clearly. It was a huge palace with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. From a distance, you could see the exquisitely carved palace. The snowstorm was the best cleaner, sweeping the palace unusually clean. The entire palace was connected to the peak by only one corner, 99 of it was suspended, like a divine palace in the sky. Lin Mohan walked over with curiosity. A plaque hung on the main gate of the divine palace, with two characters written on it. Kunlun. It was the writing of the Xia Divine Empire. Lin Mohan saw the two characters, and determined this was a product of this era. The writing was the best proof. Lin Mohan looked at the two characters and received the aura on them. Even after a long time, the aura on it was still strong. The writing carried the aura of a deity. This was a powerful deity, much stronger than the thunder god. Probably a high-level deity. According to records a long time ago, there were many high-level deities. Then, for some reason, they all gradually disappeared. Not many high-level deities were recorded. The blood-devouring god, and the god of life were among them. There were even more deities not in the records. For example, the god of the starry sky was not in the records, but Lin Mohan had passed through the meteor continent, and seen countless meteors, guessing that the god of the starry sky was not weak either. The blood-devouring god had disappeared, not even his weapon was left, perhaps he had fallen. The god of life was the same. Her weapon even caused a world-ending great war. The current owner of the Kunlun Divine Palace must also be a high-level deity. The wind chimes were the best proof. The power of the law could not be faked. What exactly happened back then? He really wanted to find out. This question had troubled Lin Mohan for many days. Lin Mohan walked towards the main gate without hesitation. He was not afraid, nor was he worried. Worrying and being afraid were useless. He now had two choices, enter the Kunlun Divine Palace or leave. Having come this far, how could he bear to leave? With Antares' dragon scale in hand, he believed that there were not many places in the world that could trap him. At worst, he would activate the dragon scale and escape. The gate of the divine palace opened automatically, as if welcoming a normal guest. After entering the palace, there was a vast garden planted with many trees. These trees were swaying in the snowstorm, but strangely, no matter how heavy the snow was, it left no trace on them. Every corner of the palace was incredibly clean. The layout of the garden was very irregular, neat yet beautiful. This is a deity who likes cleanliness, maybe even a deity with obsessive-compulsive disorder. At the same time, this deity was very likely a female. The sound of the wind chimes was louder here. A gust of wind blew, and the wind chimes tinkled continuously. Lin Mohan saw wind chimes hanging everywhere in the garden, on the trees and in every corner. The important thing was that after the sounds of these wind chimes combined, they were not chaotic at all. It was just that the sound of the wind chimes now was the purest sound of wind chimes, without the power of the law that went straight to the soul. Lin Mohan became more certain of his guess. This must be a female deity, one with obsessive-compulsive disorder, and one who liked wind chimes. As he was thinking, a ray of light shone down, making the entire garden magnificent. In the light, a man in a long robe walked slowly. Lin Mohan was stunned. He had guessed wrong, it was a man. Lin Mohan could see that the man was not a real body but was formed by the convergence of elements. But there was no doubt he was a deity. He exuded the aura of a deity. Hello, 5-star general of the human race. The deity was very polite to Lin Mohan. As soon as he opened his mouth, he revealed Lin Moyan's identity as a 5-star general, which surprised Lin Mohan a little. He wasn't wearing his military insignia. How did the other party know? The deity continued. No need to be surprised. I have fought alongside many of your human race's 5-star generals and am very familiar with the aura of a 5-star general. Let me introduce myself. I am Kunlun, the great god of Kunlun Mountain. This time, Lin Mohan was truly shocked. He looked at him in utter amazement. He was a great god. A great god was in existence one level higher than a high-level deity, equivalent to a human demigod. He hadn't expected the Kunlun Divine Palace to have such an existence. He had underestimated him. Lin Moyu didn't doubt his identity and said, "Human race 5-star General Lin Moyu. Pays his respects to Great God Kunlun." He made a gesture. "Please. My main body is still in deep sleep, and there is nothing here to entertain you. I will show you around the Divine Palace. Please don't mind." How could Lin Moyu dare to mind? He still had many questions he wanted to ask Great God Kunlun. What does it matter to me that your main body is still sleeping? As long as you can still talk, it's fine. But Lin Moyu didn't say it directly. The two were not yet familiar, and more importantly, he hadn't figured out the other party's temperament. Speaking rashly was not a good idea. Great God Kunlun led Lin Moyu into the Divine Palace. "Your strength is beyond my expectation," Lin Moyu said modestly. "My strength is nothing." Great God Kunlun shook his head. "Even if you went back to that year, you would still be one of the most outstanding." Lin Moyu thought about that year he mentioned. Which year was it? It was probably very long ago, at least thousands of years, perhaps in the years that were buried. Great God Kunlun continued. "In our era, there were countless geniuses. As long as you weren't an idiot, you could become a top-tier professional. With slightly better talent, you could become a god. From job advancement to god level, the fastest only took 1 or 2 years." Lin Moyu felt like he was listening to a myth. From job advancement to god level in just 1 or 2 years. Was he joking? How could it be so fast? Lin Moyu was a bit incredulous. Great God Kunlun smiled wryly. "That came at a price. We paid too much for these things, and this world also paid too much. The price was almost unbearable, but we had to pay it." Lin Moyu listened in silence. This kind of price was probably terrifyingly high. Unimaginable. Great God Kunlun suddenly stopped, looked at the falling snow in the sky and sighed. But it was all for naught. The wind blew, and the pleasant sound of the wind chimes rang again. Great God Kunlun smiled. "Isn't it beautiful?" Lin Moyu nodded. "The music is very beautiful." He was being honest and sincere. Great God Kunlun also agreed with him. "It is indeed very beautiful. I have listened to it for so many years, and never gotten tired of it. Did you think earlier that I might be a woman?" The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched, and he didn't answer. He couldn't answer this. Saying the wrong thing would offend him. Great God Kunlun continued. "It's fine. Anyone would think so. The garden was arranged by my wife, and the wind chimes were also hung by her. She loves wind chimes, very much. Unfortunately, she can no longer hear them." At this point, Great God Kunlun sighed again. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and cautiously asked, "Was the Great War of that year very cruel?" Great God Kunlun turned to look at Lin Moyu, staring at him for a while. "It seems you know a little. I know you have many questions, including about the formation of the Kunlun Mountains. You don't need to doubt it. From the first day you entered the dungeon, I have been paying attention to you. Even you killing the Kunlun Snow God was seen by me. But I can't tell you now." Lin Moyu asked, "Is it because I am still too weak?" Great God Kunlun nodded. "Your talent is very good, but you are not strong enough. Then when will I be qualified to know?" "Wait until you can master the law." Lin Moyu was shocked in his heart and slowly uttered 2 words. "Demigod." Everyone has a different perspective and a different view of the world. When Lin Moyu first advanced his job, being able to do it a 3rd time was a top priority. After meeting Bai Yi, he found that god level was the goal. Now he had to control the law, and become a demigod to be qualified to know about the ancient events that only insiders knew. For most professionals, reaching god level was already out of reach. They didn't even dare to think about demigod. But for Lin Moyu, demigod was still not enough. Far from enough. The suspected Laozi hoped Lin Moyu could become the leader of this era. What was a leader of an era? Even becoming a true god might not be enough. What was a demigod? Just becoming a demigod is enough. Lin Moyu said softly. These words made Great God Kunlun frown. From beginning to end, his expression had been gentle, but now he felt Lin Moyu was a bit arrogant. Great God Kunlun didn't refute him, but his tone became a bit heavy. "Mastering the law is very difficult. Don't think it's too easy. Even in our time, when the law was clearly visible, very few people could master it." Of course, Lin Moyu knew mastering the law was not easy, but he said with confidence, "I will achieve it." Great God Kunlun looked at Lin Moyu deeply. In his eyes, Lin Moyu seemed a bit arrogant, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. If becoming a demigod was so easy, why had only one demigod appeared in the human race in the past 100 years? And in history, only a few demigods had appeared, with occasional gaps. Great God Kunlun's memories surged. Even in his era, demigods were not numerous. He said slowly, "Having confidence is a good thing, but you must not be arrogant." Lin Moyu nodded. "I understand." His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. After seeing so many powerful existences, although a great god was worthy of his respect, there was no need to be too flattering. Moreover, it was just the sleeping body of a great god. Who knew when he would wake up? His mentality had changed unconsciously. Great God Kunlun didn't say anything more and changed the subject. You have passed the final trial of the dungeon. I want you to do something for me. Lin Moyu knew the main event was coming. Please speak. What do you need me to do? He didn't agree directly. He first wanted to hear what it was, then decide whether to agree. If it was something dangerous, Lin Moyu would definitely refuse. Great God Kunlun said in a low voice, before I say it, I want to ask a question. Can I trust you? Lin Moyu told the truth. It's hard to say. It depends on the situation. For example, if what you want me to do is very dangerous and could endanger my life, or if what you want me to do could harm the human race. Lin Moyu listed 2 scenarios. The first was fine. Lin Moyu would just refuse. In the second case, Lin Moyu would not only refuse, but might do something extreme. Great God Kunlun's body was sleeping, and it was hard to say how much divine power this elemental body could exert. In fact, Great God Kunlun letting Lin Moyu into the Kunlun Divine Palace was a risk. It was hard to say what would happen if Lin Moyu had ill intentions. Lin Moyu's combat power was not weak. He had killed deities and many god-level experts. His 5-star general rank was not fake. Similarly, Lin Moyu was also taking a risk by being willing to enter the Kunlun Divine Palace. What if Great God Kunlun had ill intentions towards him? After all, this was a great god. Of course, Lin Moyu never fought battles he wasn't sure of. With Antares' dragon scale in hand, he believed there would be no problem with his safety. In the end, both of them were taking a gamble. In essence, they had formed a basis of trust. Lin Moyu's tone was very sincere, and Great God Kunlun could understand. The more it was like this, the more at ease he felt. If Lin Moyu had readily agreed, he would have been a little worried. He showed a smile and said, "Rest assured, what I want you to do will not harm the human race. After all, I was once your human race's comrade in arms, a life and death companion." He said the words life and death companion very seriously, with a solemn look as if reminiscing about the past years. Then he continued, "As for the danger, for others it might be a dead end. But with your combat power, it's at most a little troublesome." He knew Lin Moyu's combat power very well. Being able to counter, kill a god and become a 5-star general. Although Lin Moyu was only level 74, combat power sometimes shouldn't be judged by level. People like Lin Moyu were called monsters in their era. Existence is even more talented than the chosen ones. Heaven's chosen. Fearless. I want to hear the specifics, Lin Moyu said frankly. Great God Kunlun didn't beat around the bush. I hope you can go to the lower level of the eternal battlefield, below the savage continent, and retrieve something for me. What is it? Lin Moyu asked. The Azure Dragon Sea. Great God Kunlun nodded. That's right. What do you want to retrieve? My wife's divine spark. Lin Moyu looked at Great God Kunlun. Your wife's divine spark is at the bottom of the Azure Dragon Sea. Great God Kunlun smiled wryly. She fought to the death back then. Her divine spark fell into the Azure Dragon Sea, and sank to the bottom. Finding her divine spark is something I've always wanted to do. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. Even a level 89 demigod can't do it. I have waited for many, many years, and I have finally waited for someone. Great God Kunlun's tone was a bit sad, and his eyes were even more sorrowful, filled with an unstoppable grief. Lin Moyu could feel that his words came from the soul, very sincere and not deceitful. Great God Kunlun continued. My wife and I are different from other deities. We didn't become deities naturally, but became deities by chance. Before we became deities, we were also human. Lin Moyu was shocked when Great God Kunlun actually said he was human before becoming a deity. No wonder he said he had fought alongside the human race. Perhaps this was one of the reasons. Great God Kunlun hadn't finished. At this moment, he was like an old man who wanted to confide in someone. Perhaps the god of life also died in that battle. If she were still here, perhaps my wife would have a chance to be revived. Although I can't revive my wife, finding her divine spark is something I, as her husband, should do. This is the only thing I can do for her. The memories mixed with sadness enveloped the entire Kunlun Divine Palace. The wind chimes tinkled, playing a sad tune. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, the sea is vast. Finding a divine spark is like finding a needle in a haystack. It's very difficult. Great God Kunlun slowly raised his hand, and all the wind chimes rang together. Then Lin Moyu saw a huge and exquisite wind chime fall from the sky. The wind chime carried the aura of a deity, and the law enveloped it. When the wind chime first appeared, it was as big as a bronze bell, but when it finally fell into Great God Kunlun's hand, it was only the size of a fist. Lin Moyu realized that this was the wind chime hanging outside the Kunlun Divine Palace. Great God Kunlun looked at the wind chime, his eyes full of memories. This is my wife's life-bound weapon. Take it. If the distance between it and the divine spark is less than 100 kilometers, it will react. Lin Moyu took the wind chime from Great God Kunlun's hand, and a reconnaissance skill fell on it. Sacred Sound Wind Chime Type, Mythical Weapon Owner. Weapon of the Sacred Sound God. Description, possesses the power of law. The sacred sound god, great god Kunlun's wife, was also a high-level deity. As for whether she was level 96 or 98, Lin Mohan didn't know, but a high-level deity had to be very strong. At least their law power was not something his current self could resist. Such deities had also fallen. In the disaster of that year, the gods fell. Who knows what happened? Lin Mohan held the sacred sound wind chime. He had no way to use this weapon. For him, it was just a harder and more exquisite ordinary wind chime. I can help you with this, but everything has a price. What is the reward? Great god Kunlun said, in the novice level dungeon, you received a Kunlun snow herb, right? The Kunlun snow herb, a bonus reward from the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, could directly increase one's level. Its effect was extraordinary. When he first got the Kunlun snow herb, he was shocked. He had never thought there was such a magical thing in the world. Now his vision and experience were different. Looking back, he knew the Kunlun snow herb contained huge soul power. The soul power increased his level. After getting it, Lin Mohan had not used it. Increasing his level was not very useful to him. He only needed some time to level up, which was not difficult and didn't require external objects. Great god Kunlun pointed to the garden in the distance. That is your reward. The garden was full of Kunlun snow herbs, countless of them, tens of thousands, each full of vitality. From that vitality, a familiar aura emanated. This vitality came from life force, which came from the formation outside the dungeon, from the countless human professionals who came to the Kunlun mountains. Great god Kunlun pointed, and a formation appeared outside the garden. Streams of life force entered the formation from the void, were transformed by the law power in the formation, removing the dross and keeping the essence, and finally watered the garden, becoming nutrients for the snow herbs. So the life force came here. Only then did Lin Mohan realize he was wrong. The life force absorbed by the formation was not taken by great god Kunlun, but came here to become nutrients for the Kunlun snow herbs. Great god Kunlun said, you must have thought earlier that I absorbed that life force, right? Lin Mohan frankly admitted, yes. I also inferred from the absorbed life force that there must be a deity in deep sleep. Great god Kunlun laughed heartily. Your judgment is not wrong. My main body is indeed in deep sleep and has been for a long time. Even I don't know when I will wake up. This life force is not very useful to me, and what you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Not only the formation outside the Kunlun peak but the entire Kunlun mountains are filled with formations. It not only absorbs the life force of professionals but also the life force of all living beings in the Kunlun mountains, including plants. It's just that this level of absorption does not cause any harm to them. Lin Mohan understood this principle. Such a small amount of life force, even if not absorbed by the formation, would silently dissipate and eventually disappear. The formation just concentrated this excess life force to grow Kunlun snow herbs. In the garden, the Kunlun snow herbs were of different heights and sizes. Among them, one was particularly large, clearly 3 times taller than the others, worthy of being the king of snow herbs. Lin Mohan asked, are the Kunlun snow herbs useful to you? Great god Kunlun shook his head. Useless. The Kunlun snow herbs are not prepared for us. The meaning was self-evident. If it wasn't prepared for the deities, it must be for the human race. But among the human race, no one had ever heard of receiving a Kunlun snow herb. Lin Mohan was the first. Great god Kunlun explained, these things were once very useful, and maybe they will be useful in the future, but I hope they will never be needed. This snow herb king among the tens of thousands of snow herbs is my reward for you. If you can retrieve my wife's divine spark, I will give you the snow herb king in exchange. Lin Mohan asked, what is the use of the snow herb king? He didn't use his reconnaissance skill. 1. It would be impolite in front of great god Kunlun. 2. The garden was covered by a formation, and Lin Mohan wasn't sure if the skill would be effective. Great god Kunlun said, if you want to break through to demigod in the future, the snow herb king will be very helpful. Also, the snow herb king has another use. When you bring back the divine spark, I will tell you. Lin Mohan thought for a few seconds and had made a decision. He finally agreed to great god Kunlun's request. It was said to be a request, but it was actually a transaction. It was just that great god Kunlun's attitude was very polite and pleading. Otherwise, with his status 1 level higher than Lin Mohan, he didn't need to be like this. After Lin Mohan left the dungeon, the Kunlun Divine Palace was hidden in the snowstorm again. The strong wind howled. Great god Kunlun stood in the garden and whispered, after waiting for so many years, I finally found someone. I hope he can succeed. Inner, I miss you so much. His voice was finally covered by the snowstorm and disappeared. Outside the dungeon, there was no one. Except for the sound of the wind, it was extremely quiet. In the eyes of most people, the high-level dungeon of the Kunlun Divine Palace was on the peak of Kunlun Mountain. But Lin Mohan knew that was not the highest peak. The real peak was in the dungeon, another 1,000 meters higher. The place where the Kunlun Divine Palace was located was the highest peak. And one could imagine that before The Kunlun Divine Palace was definitely not on the ground, but floating in the air. It was because great god Kunlun was in deep sleep that it descended. The feeling of just entering the Kunlun Divine Palace was still there. Recalling it, he realized that the Kunlun Divine Palace itself was a very powerful and deadly weapon. He was also quite brave. If great god Kunlun really had ill intentions towards him, the trouble would not be small. Lin Mohan was not in a hurry to go to the eternal battlefield. This matter was not urgent. He and great god Kunlun had not set a time. Having waited for so many years, he probably wouldn't mind waiting a little longer. Lin Mohan planned to farm the dungeon first. Although the experience in the dungeon was not much, he could get a lot of equipment. This equipment was useless to him but very useful to the entire human race. Mang Yanwen and Bai Ye both came from the military, and more than half of the army in the Shi Divine Empire was in their hands. They had many people under them, many top-tier professionals, who also needed a lot of legendary equipment. Moreover, there was the Kunlun set. Lin Mohan also wanted to collect a set for Mang Yanwen and the others. If there was anyone in the world who could collect a complete Kunlun set with the same attributes, Lin Mohan knew it was none other than himself. He was heading the dungeon cooldown time again. Lin Mohan teleported into the dungeon. As soon as he entered, he was fiercely attacked. The rules of the dungeon had not changed. It was still the same, 4 elemental fortresses, and a large number of monsters above level 75 would launch a strong attack on those who entered. This was the first wave of attacks. If you couldn't withstand this wave, there was no need to continue fighting. Many professionals died under this first wave of attacks, not in a game, but in reality. Their bodies remained in the dungeon forever. In the human race, death in a dungeon was a daily occurrence, but a harsh one like the high-level Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon was rare. To get a harvest, one naturally had to pay a great price. While people attacked the dungeon and received experience and equipment, some dungeons were also eliminating unqualified professionals. Someone had once compiled statistics. The higher the level of the dungeon, the higher the difficulty, and the death rate also increased. In contrast, the low-level dungeons were all safer. Lin Mohan withstood the attack, and the Undead Legion appeared on command, quickly clearing the surrounding monsters, then breaking the shields of the 4 elemental fortresses and killing the commanders inside. The second time he saw the light ball formation, Lin Mohan didn't give it a chance to turn into Light Snowman, directly summoning the Skeleton King to kill it with one sword, then opening the 4 passages to the third stage. From the beginning, Lin Mohan had always liked to challenge higher levels. He had faced deities before level 70. A dungeon of his level was not difficult at all. Letting the Undead Legion eliminate the monsters, Lin Mohan walked alone along the mountain path to the end of the third stage. This time, there was no formation blocking the way. The third stage truly became the end of the dungeon. Lin Mohan placed his hand on the invisible wall, feeling the power of the law. Looking up was a void, and he couldn't see the Kunlun Divine Palace. He knew this was normal now, the appearance of the dungeon that most professionals saw. With the sound of elemental explosions, the Kunlun Giant Eagle swooped down from the sky, but what greeted it was the white bone giant sword of the Skeleton King. From beginning to end, Lin Mohan did not act. Just the Undead Legion, and the Skeleton King easily passed the dungeon. This time, after killing the Kunlun Giant Eagle, the dungeon exit appeared. Lin Mohan did not hesitate and quickly left the dungeon. The next second, he entered the dungeon again, and continued. Again and again, Lin Mohan continuously farmed the dungeon, each time taking less than half an hour. Since the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon appeared, no one had ever farmed it like Lin Mohan. Each time, he harvested more than 10 legendary pieces of equipment, plus 4 pieces of the Kunlun set. If it were anyone else, they would definitely shout, "I am rich." Lin Mohan had no feeling for these things, just repeatedly farming the dungeon. In his storage space, all kinds of equipment increased rapidly. In just half a day, Lin Mohan had farmed it a total of 20 times, harvesting an extremely large amount of legendary equipment. Lin Mohan was actually worried that if he kept farming like this, the dungeon would be farmed empty. Equipment couldn't appear out of thin air. There always had to be a source. But all over the world, dungeons produced equipment. What was the source of the equipment? Lin Mohan couldn't figure it out. He had asked Antares, and the answer was that he was not yet qualified to know. Clearly, Antares knew something but didn't tell him. As for the suspected Laozi, he dared not ask even more. It was another big mystery for him to solve on his own in the future. When Lin Mohan finished farming the dungeon for the 20th time, his storage space officially announced it was full. Apart from some personal items, the storage space was filled with equipment and materials. The Kunlun set alone had 80 pieces. As for whether they could be assembled into a set with the same attributes, Lin Mohan was just busy farming the dungeon and hadn't looked yet. With no other choice, Lin Mohan had to give up the idea of continuing to farm the dungeon and prepare to go back. At this moment, the dungeon vortex lit up, and a wave of space appeared. A group of people teleported out. They wore neat uniforms. It was the group Lin Moyu had met when he went up the mountain. Lin Moyu guessed this group was from the military. Their actions were too uniform, and their temperament was also unusual. Even the team from the Jilun Guild couldn't do it like this. After this group came out, they took 2 seconds to adapt and regain their vision. When they saw Lin Moyu, they immediately became vigilant. The group moved quickly and immediately formed a battle formation. This made Lin Moyu even more certain of his guess. These people were indeed from the military. Such natural reactions could not deceive people. Lin Moyu smiled and gestured for them not to be nervous. He had no ill intentions. The leader stepped forward to Lin Moyu and asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, are you General Lin?" Lin Moyu smiled slightly, took out his military insignia, and put it on. The purple military insignia was dazzling, and the 5 stars on it were even more brilliant. The person saw it clearly, was so surprised that he lost his composure and shouted, "5-star General." Just then, a cold wind blew, and the bone-killing cold made him cough violently. He tried to hold back his cough and saluted Lin Moyu. "Greetings, General Lin." Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "No need for that. I'm just a general in name, with no position in the army. Are you the dungeon-clearing team of the army?" The person replied loudly, "We are the dungeon-clearing team of the Xia Divine Empire's army, 8th Military Region, Team 3. I am the captain, Kshu." Lin Moyu smiled. "Yes, you are not bad. How was the harvest this time?" The person hesitated slightly. "Reporting to the general, I cannot say. The army has its rules. Without permission, many things cannot be said." Although Lin Moyu was a 5-star general, it was just a name. His status was high, but he had no real position or power. Lin Moyu said, "All right, be safe. If you have the ability, you can try opening a few more passages. The monsters will be more, but the harvest will also double." Kshu said, "But opening 2 passages is very dangerous." Lin Moyu's gaze swept over this group of people. Not only were their actions uniform, but their auras were also very uniform. They were all level 80 professionals. People from the military didn't need to be told about combat coordination. Being scanned by Lin Moyu's gaze, each one of them stood straight, revealing their strongest spirit. This was a 5-star general, a truly big figure. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with them. They were clearly level 80, top-tier professionals. But no one was arrogant. Lin Moyu said, "I think as long as you coordinate well, opening 2 passages at the same time should not be a problem." Kshu said, "We have the level, but our equipment is lacking. If each brother had a set of near, legendary equipment, perhaps we would have a chance." The equipment they got was not necessarily for their own use. It had to go through the distribution of their superiors before it reached the right hands. That was the army. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Meeting his fate. "I have some equipment from the dungeon. Come and see if there's anything suitable." After speaking, Lin Moyu took out a few near, legendary pieces of equipment. In an instant, the ground was full of equipment, piled up like a mountain. The snow was pressed down, and the white world of ice and snow suddenly had many colors. Everyone was stunned. This was the concept of equipment piled up like a mountain. Kshu was shocked again. "General Lin, did you get all this equipment from the dungeon? How long have you been farming the dungeon?" Lin Moyu said, "Just half a day. A few pieces each time, it's very fast." Kshu was astonished, and all the soldiers opened their mouths, unable to speak. What did he mean by a few pieces each time? It's very fast. What did he mean by just half a day? They took nearly a day to clear it once and got about 10 near, legendary pieces of equipment. Then they had to wait 10 days for the dungeon to reset before they could clear it again. The team of 24 people didn't all have high-level cooldown reset talismans. The equipment before them would take them 80 runs to get. At 10 days per run, that was at least 800 days, which was more than 3 years. What he farmed for 3 years, Lin Moyu only took half a day. Comparing people was really infuriating. Kshu was finally convinced. His reputation was not undeserved. No matter what Lin Moyu's level was, his strength was real. The reason Lin Moyu was willing to give them the equipment was because they belonged to the 8th Military Region. The 8th Military Region was also known as the 8th Fortress. That was the power base of Bai Ye and Manhwa. As long as they were from the 8th Fortress, they were their trusted men. So they were all his own people. In the courtyard, the White God had returned to its usual tranquility. Manhwa, Bai Ye, and Yan Quansheng sat together drinking tea. Manhwa and Bai Ye had completed their leveling up half a day ago. They successfully reached level 96, with the law entering their bodies and fusing with their skills. From now on they could control the law, and the power of their skills increased dramatically. The next thing to do was to fuse more laws into their skills, both to enhance the power of the skills, and to strengthen themselves. As they could control more and more laws, their strength continuously increased, and finally, they would understand the principles of the law and be able to start controlling it. When they reached this level, they would also become demigods. Yan Guangxing said, little Yu has been out for a long time. I wonder when he will be back. Bai Yi drank his tea. The kid said we don't need to worry about his third job advancement. I don't know what he wants to do. Meng Inwen smiled faintly. No need to worry about little Yu. The third job advancement is definitely not a problem. That being is there. Yan Guangxing sighed. I didn't expect little Yu to be able to talk to that being. Bai Yi said, yes. Before, in the human race, only demigods were qualified to talk to that being. Even though we have reached level 96, we still don't have the qualification. Yan Guangxing thought of the time he arrogantly challenged Antares. Now thinking back, he was lucky to have kept his life. Meng Inwen suddenly frowned. Little Yu is back. Everyone looked happy. As soon as his words fell, a wave of space came from outside the courtyard. Someone had teleported here. In the human race, the number of people qualified to teleport directly into the White God courtyard could be counted on one hand. They felt Lin Moyu's aura, and all looked surprised. Meng Yanwen said in a low voice, little Yu has completed his third job advancement. Yan Guangxing's senses were also sharp. And he's very strong. I feel he's even stronger than an ordinary god. How did little Yu complete his third job advancement? What method did that being use? How can we understand that being's methods? If little Yu doesn't say anything later, don't ask. Understood. They were all old and experienced. They knew what to ask and what not to ask. Lin Moyu hadn't been back to the White God courtyard for a long time. His eyes filled with a bit of nostalgia. He had experienced many things recently and seen a wider world, but returning to this place, he felt warm. Since his grandmother passed away and his sister embarked on her own path, this was the warmest place in his memory. Teachers, I'm back. Seeing the three familiar figures, Lin Moyu respectfully greeted them. He went to pour tea for the three teachers. These three teachers were very sincere to him, without any selfish motives. Meng Yanwen said nothing. Lin Moyu returning safely was enough. Yan Guangxing smiled. Not bad, not bad. Little Yu has not only completed his third job advancement, but his strength has also greatly increased. Bai Yi also laughed loudly. Kid, you really didn't disappoint me. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly jumped up. How did you become a 5-star general? Only then did Meng Yanwen notice the military insignia on Lin Moyu's shoulder and said gently, little Yu, drink some tea and tell us slowly. To become a 5-star general, you must have gone through a big battle. He didn't know what Lin Moyu had been through. Although Lin Moyu's strength couldn't be measured by level, he was only level 74 after all. Facing a god-level expert, it would be a lie to say there was no pressure. Lin Moyu saw that the three of them looked a bit strange and felt strange himself, not knowing what had happened. After he sat down, Bai Yi took the initiative to pour him tea and asked, was it dangerous at that time? Yan Guangxing added, did they come one by one, or all at once? Were they demons or dragons? Lin Moyu said, they were dragons. 13 dragon kings came together, 12 low-level dragon kings, and 1 mid-level dragon king. The three looked at each other. This lineup was not small. Of course they were not afraid, but if other god-level experts encountered it, they would either flee or die. Bai Yi asked, this battle was very dangerous, right? Lin Moyu shook his head. Not dangerous. It only took 2 minutes to resolve. The three took a deep breath again, unable to believe their ears. Meng Yanwen seemed to realize something. After your third job advancement, your strength has increased a lot, right? Lin Moyu confirmed. My strength has increased significantly. Without using external items, my actual combat power can almost reach level 93. If you use external items, it's not difficult to kill a level 93 god-level expert. Lin Moyu was referring to the Fire God's Blood Essence and the new Poison God's Blood Essence. Recently, these two measures were used less as Lin Moyu's strength continued to increase. However, he still had the strongest trump card, detonating the Thunder God's Divine Spark and the Poison God's Corpse. Unless it was the most critical moment, Lin Moyu would not use it. Hearing Lin Moyu's account, the three understood they were wrong. The dragon race had personally handed over the military merit to Lin Moyu, directly promoting him from a 3-star general to a 5-star general. Bai Yi looked at Meng Yanwen. Old men, you've read many books. In the history of the human race, has anyone after their third job advancement easily killed a god-level expert like this? Meng Yanwen looked at Bai Yi as if he were an idiot. What does this have to do with reading many books? If there were such a person, wouldn't you know? Yan Guangxing also added, yes. If there were such a person, our human race would have counter-attacked the Abyss and the Dragon World long ago. If you can easily kill a god-level expert at level 70, then when he becomes a god or a demigod, even a true god might not be his opponent. The Demon Emperor of the Abyss and the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon World are only demigods, far from reaching the true god level. Lin Moyu's ability to challenge higher levels was too terrifying. When he became a demigod, Perhaps he really would have a chance to lead the human race to counter-attack the Abyss and the Dragon World. A look of expectation flashed in the eyes of the three, especially Bai Yi and Yan Quanqing. Lin Mohan guessed their thoughts. He had had such thoughts himself. However, Jian Yi had once said that even if he became a true god, he shouldn't dream of destroying the Abyss, then the Dragon World. It seemed there were secrets that outsiders didn't know. Recalling that Emperor Di had lived in seclusion for 100 years, almost indifferent to worldly affairs, only guarding the human race, and now had gone to a place no one knew. Only when one reached their level would they understand the reason. Lin Mohan didn't continue the topic and changed the subject. Teachers, I have farmed the high-level Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon a few times and brought back some near legendary equipment. It's useless for me to keep it. Bai Yi said, the army also has a team specializing in the Kunlun Divine Palace. I went there when I was young. It's indeed a place that produces a lot of equipment, especially the Kunlun set. If you can collect a set with the same attributes, it's really no worse than legendary equipment. Yan Quanqing snorted and said, what's the use of that? Who can collect that equipment? I don't know how many times the army has farmed it over the years, and they've only collected 3 sets. Bai Yi said, that thing is not suitable for me. Yan Quanqing also said it was not suitable for him. The army still had a team specializing in farming equipment there. Over the years, they had collected a few sets, but those sets were not suitable for the two of them. Lin Mohan said nothing, and with a thought, a large amount of equipment immediately appeared on the open space outside the courtyard, piled up like a mountain. Even Mang Yanwen was shocked and couldn't help but sit up straight. Bai Yi held his head. My goodness, how many times have you farmed it? Lin Mohan said seriously, 20 times. Yan Quanqing wasn't sure. Did you open all 4 passages each time? Lin Mohan nodded. Then did you get 4 pieces of the Kunlun set each time? His eyes suddenly burned with fire. 20 times meant 80 pieces of the Kunlun set. Even if they couldn't be assembled into a complete set, don't forget there were also some in the army's warehouse. In just half a day, Lin Mohan had accomplished what an elite team had accumulated over several years. This efficiency was too high. Lin Mohan took out all the Kunlun set pieces, another small mountain. The Kunlun set was clearly of a higher grade, with stronger energy, and the pile glowed brightly. Teachers, see if there's anything suitable. We'll farm more. Farming the dungeon was not difficult for him, it wasn't tiring at all. With just a thought, the undead legion could sweep through from beginning to end. He at most just walked around and then reaped the harvest. If it weren't for his storage space being full, Lin Mohan would probably still be farming equipment in the Kunlun Divine Palace. Mang Yanwen had no need for the Kunlun set. He already had the Divine Pagoda of Xia and didn't need other equipment. Legendary equipment had a bad trait: exclusivity. Once you owned a legendary piece of equipment, you couldn't use equipment of a lower grade than legendary. So no matter how good the Kunlun set was, it had nothing to do with Mang Yanwen, unless he was willing to give up the Divine Pagoda of Xia. Bai Yi and Yan Quanqing were different. Their eyes lit up, and they each started picking through the pile of Kunlun set pieces, looking for suitable equipment. Collecting a Kunlun set with the same attributes was the dream of many professionals, and even though these two had reached level 96, high dear god level, they were no exception. Lin Mohan poured tea for Mang Yanwen. Teacher Meng, I recently obtained a mythical grade weapon of a deity. Mang Yanwen frowned. Which deity? The blood-devouring god. Lin Mohan took out the blood god plate and recounted what had happened in the land of wind and thunder. Mang Yanwen had heard of the blood-devouring god. Although this deity was not as famous as the wind, fire, and water gods, his strength far surpassed them. He was a true high-level deity. The weapon of a high-level deity was definitely a mythical grade weapon, with the power of law, and this weapon would never leave his side. Before, the blood god plate was owned by Manhwa, now it fell into Lin Mohan's hands, proving that the blood-devouring god had truly died. Lin Mohan said, we can't use the weapons of deities. And Tears had told him so, and Lin Mohan could only believe it. But Mang Yanwen was now a high-level god. Perhaps he could study the blood god plate to learn from it. 1 law leads to 100 laws. Mang Yanwen took the blood god plate, felt it for a moment, then waved his hand, and the Divine Pagoda of Xia appeared in mid-air. The Divine Pagoda of Xia glowed brightly, and the light enveloped the blood god plate. Under Mang Yanwen's control, the Divine Pagoda of Xia spun continuously, and the light was filled with characters. Lin Mohan knew Mang Yanwen was analyzing the blood god plate. This was one of the abilities of an alchemist. Mang Yanwen was a dual profession god, an alchemist and a formation master. The two professions were independent but complemented each other, greatly increasing Mang Yanwen's strength. Boom! A loud sound like thunder echoed, and the Divine Pagoda of Xia suddenly shook violently, then was sent flying far out of sight. The blood god plate glowed faintly, its surface like flowing blood. Mang Yanwen didn't care about the flying Divine Pagoda of Xia. It had his soul mark. No matter where it flew, it would return with just a thought. Meng Yanwen said in a low voice as expected of a mythical grade weapon. It has a very strong law. In an uncontrolled state, it can send the divine pagoda of Xia flying. The blood god plate is indeed powerful. Lin Mohan asked. Is this thing useful? Meng Yanwen smiled. For others, it's useless, but for me, it's very useful. The divine pagoda of Xia is a special legendary equipment. It is highly adaptable and has a chance to become a mythical grade equipment. Just lacking in opportunity. Now the opportunity has come. I can gradually analyze the structure of the blood god plate, especially the law inside. The divine pagoda of Xia can use formations to simulate and arrange, and finally, let the divine pagoda of Xia upgrade to a mythical grade equipment. Meng Yanwen was a little excited. In the human race, legendary equipment was already rare and mythical grade equipment could be counted on one's fingers. If the divine pagoda of Xia could be upgraded to a mythical grade equipment, it would be really good news for the human race. Seeing Meng Yanwen's expression, Lin Mohan guessed he was somewhat confident. Meng Yanwen smiled, and Lin Mohan also smiled. He was also very happy to be able to help Meng Yanwen. Lin Mohan said again, Teacher, this time I also need you to send me to the lower dimension. Meng Yanwen was surprised. Didn't you just come back from there? Lin Mohan sighed. There are still some things I need to go there for. I made a deal with someone, and need to complete it. Meng Yanwen didn't ask much, knowing Lin Mohan must have his reasons. With a thought, the divine pagoda of Xia teleported back from afar. And then a teleportation formation appeared in midair. When Lin Mohan left, Bai Yi and Yan Quangshan looked up from the pile of Kunlun set pieces. Bai Yi asked, puzzled, Little you just came back. Why did he leave again? Meng Yanwen said casually, he said he still has a deal to complete. I don't know who he made a deal with. Yan Quangshan said, this kid can't rest for a moment. Bai Yi said angrily, when you were young, did you ever rest? Put down the bracelet in your hand for me. I saw it first. Yan Quangshan shouted back. Obviously, I saw it first. It's not your turn. My set is only missing 2 pieces. If your hands are slow, who can you blame? If you say another word, I'll chop you with my sword. I'll beat you to a pulp. The two argued back and forth, neither giving in. Meng Yanwen smiled faintly. He was used to the scene of these two bickering. They were all old, but they were like big kids. They would feel uncomfortable if they didn't cause trouble for a day. After he sent Lin Mohan off, he immediately put the blood god plate into the divine pagoda of Xia and began to study and analyze it carefully. He lay lazily on the chair, as if resting. His mental state had already entered the divine pagoda of Xia, beginning to analyze every part of the blood god plate. He had just been able to command the law, so his understanding of it was still superficial. Now that such a good opportunity was before him, how could Meng Yanwen miss it? The law had to be understood by oneself, and everyone would understand it in a different way. At this point, it was no longer like in school or learning some simple skills, where a teacher could teach you. How far you could go depended on yourself. Meng Yanwen had studied the law for a few days and hadn't figured it out yet. Only when he leveled up did he integrate that trace of law into his skills. It indeed greatly increased the power of his skills, far beyond before. However, he had to actively command the law to combine with his skills later, which he couldn't do. Now Lin Mohan had provided the blood god plate, which contained the law from the blood, devouring god. Although it was different from his direction, it could be used as a reference. Meng Yanwen was completely immersed in his research. As for Yan Quangshan and Bai Yi, those two big kids could do whatever they wanted. Even if they destroyed the entire White God courtyard, it had nothing to do with him. Nothing was more important than studying the law. The Xia Divine Empire had extremely powerful teleportation capabilities, even able to choose coordinates within the eternal battlefield. Meng Yanwen naturally had the coordinates of the ancient city of Xia, and immediately teleported Lin Mohan near it. This was Lin Mohan's third time entering the ancient city of Xia. From the air, the city was square, with each side about 5,000 meters long, which could only be considered a small city. In this Xia Divine Empire, the scale of some villages was larger than the ancient city of Xia. However, Lin Mohan knew its true form. It was not an ancient city at all. This was a war fortress, and its true body was much larger than what was visible. Over the years, it had reduced its own volume many times, completely curling up. If one day it fully expanded again and returned to its peak state, it would definitely become a terrifying weapon of death. This time, Lin Mohan did not enter the city. After observing for a while, he flew to the cliffside. The waves of the Azure Dragon Sea crashed against the reefs, making a sound like thunder. The Azure Dragon Sea did not have thunder and lightning like the Sea of Wind and Thunder, nor was it as beautiful and brilliant as the Sea of Starlight. The waves on the surface were very large, but those who had been down there said that the water below was actually very calm. Compared to the rushing currents above, it was truly two different worlds. Moreover, Those who had been down did not encounter any danger, all indicating that the Azure Dragon Sea was probably safer than the Sea of Starlight and the Sea of Wind and Thunder. Lin Mohan didn't believe that there was any safe place in the eternal battlefield. Great God Kunlun said that when the sacred sound god fell, she shattered the savage continent, and her divine spark also fell into the Azure Dragon Sea below. However, after so many years, the currents had changed, and the divine spark must have been washed away, who knows where. Others look for a needle in a haystack. I am looking for a divine spark at the bottom of the sea. Lin Mohan laughed to himself. This would probably not be easy. If it were easy, he wouldn't have been asked. There must be something suspicious under the Azure Dragon Sea. If there was no danger, just finding a level 80 professional would have been enough. If one wasn't enough, find a few more. The human race was not lacking in people. Lin Mohan cautiously flew into the distance. The first direction he went was not to the savage continent, but to where the ocean currents converged, the center of the lower dimension. In the center of the four directions of the land, there was an extremely huge vortex. The water and the ocean always flowed towards the vortex. They were swept away together, so their direction of movement was also towards the center of the vortex. He just hoped he didn't have to enter the vortex, then it would be truly impossible to find. But he had already promised great god Kunlun he would do his best. Lin Mohan went all out, advancing at a speed of 1,000 meters per second. His body was covered by the waves of the Azure Dragon Sea, one after another. From a distance, they looked like giant green dragons, occasionally leaping out of the water and rolling on the sea. The name Azure Dragon came from this. Lin Mohan flew straight, and did not encounter any danger. He didn't even see any living creatures, not just with his eyes, but even his soul perception couldn't sense any. The place he passed seemed to have no living beings, which was very strange. Both the Sea of Starlight, and the Sea of Wind, and Thunder had some native monsters. But so far, the places he flew over in the Azure Dragon Sea had none. Jilin Lion had once broken through the ice in the savage continent, and entered the Azure Dragon Sea, then was injured by a creature with patin poison. This showed that there were monsters under the Azure Dragon Sea. So Lin Mohan could only speculate that because of the vortex, there were no monsters here, and the monsters were all far away from it. At this time, he was less than 10,000 meters away from the vortex and could see the huge vortex from a distance. The vortex was like a black hole, sucking in all the seawater from the four directions, who knows where it went. The moment he saw the vortex, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Could the vortex be really dangerous? As soon as this thought arose, his soul suddenly issued a warning, followed by waves of trembling. Danger! Lin Mohan stopped abruptly, then quickly retreated. Just as he retreated, a huge invisible hand swept past in front of him, as fast as lightning. If Lin Mohan had stayed there for a split second longer, he would have definitely been hit by the giant hand. The giant hand was invisible to the naked eye. Lin Mohan could detect it, because he had been releasing his soul power all this time. Lin Mohan kept retreating, going back several thousand meters before stopping. His face was a little pale. His soul was still trembling violently. Although he was not hit by the giant hand, his soul was still affected. Releasing his soul outside was like a double-edged sword. It could immediately detect danger but also gave others a way to attack. When the 9-collar dragon soul crystal was attacked earlier, it had emitted a dragon's roar to protect his soul, otherwise, the damage to his soul would have been even greater. Now it emitted another dragon's roar, spewing soul power to heal his soul. The soul suffered a shock, but a little damage was not a problem. But Lin Mohan was afraid of this unannounced attack. The attack was aimed at the soul, silently. If he had dodged slower, that palm strike would have severely injured his soul. In the moment it swept past, Lin Mohan felt an extremely large and chaotic soul aura on the giant hand. The giant hands seemed to be formed from countless souls. The power of these souls was mixed together, forming a single entity, capable of unleashing immense power. However, the wills of these souls were chaotic, and after being mixed together they were even more of a mess. But it was extremely powerful. Lin Mohan alone could hardly resist it. No wonder the records related to the vortex here are so few. The records only warned that this place was extremely dangerous, and should absolutely not be approached. Those who approached would all die, with no survivors, so naturally, no one knew what happened inside. After waiting here for a while, he did not receive any more attacks. Lin Mohan remembered the position where the giant hand had attacked, and carefully approached again. His soul was still released. When he was about 10,000 meters away from the vortex, that dangerous feeling rose again. Lin Mohan quickly retreated, at the same time withdrawing his released soul. He once again sensed an extremely large soul power sweep past in front of him, the sound of the howling wind transmitting into his soul. 10,000 meters. This was the limit. If the giant hand has sense of territory, then the area 10,000 meters from the vortex was its territory. Lin Mohan understood in his heart and began to fly around the vortex, always maintaining a distance of 11,000 meters. After several tests, Lin Mohan confirmed that as long as he did not enter the 10,000 meter range, there would be no danger. 10,000 meters was the limit. The vortex was connected to several other oceans in the 4 directions. Lin Mohan was very sure that there were monsters living on the other side of the ocean, but there were no monsters near the vortex. Even the starlight in the Sea of Starlight had disappeared here. It seemed the vortex had become a forbidden zone, and no monsters or living beings dared to approach. But if he couldn't get close, there was no way to search. The reconnaissance skill couldn't fly as far as 10,000 meters. Let's try with the Undead Legion. Lin Mohan summoned 10 headless horsemen, and ordered them to charge towards the vortex from different directions.